women started remembering that in 1955, Joe Diaz walked into the elevator. And that dog, it was insane. It was insane. And I'm sitting there going, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like the world, which is changing. And I'll never forget that this young girl, that was a fucking cold war comic. But I didn't know where she didn't think they could get away from her. She started someone to go, damn, that bitch was selling her eggs. We did a show one time. I don't think I stayed with them that night. We did a show in Sequoia. I had to go to Harlem Cove in the morning to the Disney bus. And then Disney wanted to try something. So they wanted you did something in the city for Disney, you did the parking ride. They wanted entertainment for the buses. So I got a call for $75 to do a bus, 75 each way. So you got two of them. You went over and back. And we're just going to do one thing. You got to be there at 8 in the fucking morning.
This meant, however, that
I didn't sleep tonight. I was out all night in package. And when I showed up to the job, I had a package. So I'm sitting down on the back of the bus because they said the comics sit in the back and on the right, on the front. And as the bus is moving, you have to come. This is a horror right there. This is fucking.
And you were standing up while the bus was moving?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
No. Let's get to the fucking story at hand. So I'm sitting on the bus and I meet this girl, and I'm talking to this girl, and she's looking at me because she knew what time it was. She knew what time it was. She's like, were you partying last night? I'm like, yeah. Can't you smell it? She's like, oh my God, what were you doing? I go, you know what I was doing. She goes, do you have the 11?
Very different.
I go, yeah. There was no booze on the bus. I couldn't drink. I wasn't even thinking of doing it on the bus until I met this broad. So I go, hold on 1 second. I'm going to go in the bathroom, do a line, and then you meet me and go in there. It was the other way around. They would take the package, go in there, and you come out, give me the package, and I'll follow you, and then you get out the back. It's a fucking bus. 2 people ain't even stick in the fucking back. So I go to the back, and me and George, though. 5 minutes go by. Oh no. 10 minutes goes by. 15. We'll get to the city. I'm about to get on fucking. Well, I don't know if it's on stage. We're about to stand next to the bus driver. Do a little fucking musical there. And dog, I'm waiting out there. And I'm like, she's you're coked up. You're like, this bitch is doing all my coke. So they start pounding on the fucking door.
I thought you were surprised it would last 15 minutes.
No, you right now. Maybe she'll D like the chicken belly down. The chicken belly down. Blood all over her face. And they just picked her up. The guy's like, I don't know what happened. And they smacked them in the face. Shut up. Shut up. This is the second girl that OD'd this week. Maybe you should get different stuff. That was the best line.
Don't stop doing it. Just get different stuff.
So she finally opens the door, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And I go, where's the coke? And she goes, right here. I was taking care of myself. So I took the coke, and she went out. Never thought about it again. I think I gave her the rest of the package on the way back to New York. Never saw her again. Bumped into her at the Ha, where losers go to die. And there she was one night telling me about her kid, the husband, the drinking, the drugs. You know, this bitch, in the middle of all that, stuck out and tweeted me. She goes, why don't you tell her about the time you busted into my bathroom door? Fucking sad. I looked at her on Twitter, I go, how did I tell her that you were doing coke in that fucking bathroom? My last fucking couple fucking grams. And that's the story.
No response?
No, she was fucking a skinny little ratty chick. Well, I'd done porn or something. She was ratty. And she had a kid. She was like already like, and I'm like, you got a fucking 3-month-old kid. She's coked up to the gills. That kid is at home fucking drinking the bottle as George going from side to side. Oh, it was just very weird.
Yeah, I can't imagine. But that's drugs. Like, this is everybody. Now, like, the other thing you were talking about before the podcast is you just heard the term woke comedy for the first time.
Well, the last couple of weeks, people were going after all these anti-woke comics. I was like, anti-woke, so be damned. I was like, I don't even know what these promos are talking about. So this morning I woke up, since I got up early for that blood test, and I fucking just saw another YouTube video about anti-woke comics and the Rogan speed of it. And I looked it up, and I'm like, there are like 3 more comics making it to the anti-woke thing. That big specials on Netflix from Segura, Shane Gillis, and Matt Ryan.
but the
And the
Israelis
reason is to make sure these guys are considered
not
anti-war.
only able to
Wow.
retain their territory,
What do they consider you?
yellow, they actually expanded it, taking over the
I'm fucking
Golan
old
Heights
dick.
the West Bank, which is
And now you have to give them a label now.
and the
Not
Gaza
blue
Strip to the
comedy,
south,
it's not
and
edgy
massive
comedy.
Sinai
You know, at the end of the day, it's just fucking comedy. Just fucking say it. But they want to fucking, they want to turn everything into a Republican, Democratic, independent thing. They can't wait. They can't wait. And they probably going anti-woke Republicans and that kind of stuff. Anti-woke for the Republicans and for the liberals, no, something, yeah, conservatives. Yeah, conservative. And I'm like,
Although Sadat was
oh my
not
God,
successful,
comedy is for fucking
more
everyone.
than very marginal
Comedy is for, why do they,
really just out on the very western
why do
portion of the
fucking white people have to make everything so much more difficult? They just add intelligent words and they just, it's like this hurricane ever. Okay. CNN, what does it stand for? Scaring poor white people. It's going to be the worst storm after. We got knocked down to a category fucking 5. How can one day, you see it in the morning, this morning when you woke up, what did you guys see on the news? On the computer page. 3 dead, 10 shot. 3 shot, 10 dead in the Bronx.
Specifically to meet with his
By 1 o'clock, it was a mass massacre
to speak to
in the Bronx.
his photograph, or rather,
What do they call it?
photograph of the period shows Sadat shaking hands with
It wasn't.
was one of the
It
real
wasn't.
We're gonna attack.
No, you're in a bar in the Bronx. We can shot all the time in the Bronx.
Right.
Nobody was going to do a terroristic attack or to shoot gay guys right in Florida. It's the
Together
fucking Bronx.
with
Somebody gets shot in the fucking
President
Bronx.
Jimmy Carter,
Every night was bad or hit by a car. That's what it means, the Bronx. Puerto Rican, you're going to get stabbed every fucking night. That's what that means, the
massive
Bronx.
territorial
But last night, I don't know if you guys, 10 people got shot in the Bronx. 10
However,
people
they
were
were
dead.
not willing to
And they're like, mass massacre. They called it something else.
the Gaza Strip.
A mass shooting.
It
What a mass shooting. It was 3 sticks with a gun.
very
What mass shooting? You think they got together and talked to fucking, you know, the CIA, let's go up there and shoot.
Israelis,
Three sticks of too much fucking white
news of the return
I
of
don't even know. I didn't look into the article.
mixed reviews.
It was a
On the
gang
one
related.
hand,
Yeah,
Israelis
that's what it
were
is.
generally
There
very
wasn't no
pleased
mass shooter. Nobody came in and they went to his house and football with a picture of 10 Puerto Ricans that he wanted to shoot. You know what I'm saying? Like jihad for Puerto Ricans. This is the world we fucking live in. Everything's got to have a fucking name to it to scare people.
So it was a very wrenching experience,
Petrify people.
which would be
Hurricane Evan, did everybody not see that?
quarter
The
century
biggest
later.
storm we'll see in this century.
Evacuation of the Gaza Strip.
Ah!
What
Jesus!
Sadat earned for this was not the
And I
undying
understand
loyalty
it might turn
of
into
all
something.
Egyptians, but
And
rather
the fucking
the
riptide or something else.
animosity of the
And then
Muslim
you got these
Brotherhood in
fucking,
Muslim
New Jersey is
members
definitely
infiltrated his
What's the
bodyguard
keyword
at
for
very
retard?
high levels, and in fact,
Autistic?
autistic.
October of
That's like the dirty word in Jersey. They can't even say fucking autistic.
watching a military
You know?
parade, they turned around and
Well, the
opened
key word for retarded.
You know, you can tell Jersey people that there's a riptide and they shark down there.
stands there.
How many people have drowned since last week in Jersey?
Wow.
You said they'll be like
Like
5 or
that,
6
like,
or Jesus.
even after they touch, it's like anything else. But guess what?
Unfortunately assassinated
I think
for
it's just like, it's like you have good heroin. People want to die like they.
the legacy of his
Nobody
rule,
wants to buy
however,
heroin. Man.
says much
Nobody
about
dies from
the
it.
state of
You
Egypt
tell somebody you buy
and the state of
fucking
Israel.
Joey's
and,
Coke,
his leadership
heroin, a $5 bag, and
much
you're
more
in that.
lasting.
That shit's gonna sell like hotcakes. Everybody's gonna go over there to see if they can die or
That's
they
it
can
for this week.
And I think it's the same thing with the water. If you tell me if you ever got caught in a riptide, if you ever got caught in a riptide, you'll know that it's not a game. 1 minute it's me and you in there, we just smoked the dude, we looking at the girls, hey, look at us. Espresso martini like a motherfucker. And we're out there. We jump in, and all of a sudden we get up and you look, and you're not even in line with the girls no more. You're fucking 30 yards that way, and all of a sudden you're trying to swim, but something's pulling you. And every time you move 2, you go back 5. You go 3, you go back 6. And next thing you know, your feet are off. And you're like me at the YMCA when they drown, little fat legs going back and forth. Listen, at our age, those legs don't go back and forth for long.
No,
Okay, so you tap the fuck out. And kids are drowning. Like a kid, 16-year-old kid went down there. No lifeguard. Look at me, I'm Jack Daniels.
That shit will take you like Jaws.
Isn't that how the Cosby Show guy just passed away? He just went to go get his kids. But it was, dude, it's, I've had it happen. I didn't get pulled away, but I was in the beach once, and it just kept knocking me over. Like, that's what, like, when you can't get up. Like, I've been moved, but, like, when you kept getting knocked down.
Exactly. 2 weeks ago, I don't know.
What do you mean 2 weeks? Every week for 15 years, what do you mean 2 weeks ago? Every fucking time I see you.
2 weeks ago. I know you were upset after the last one.
Who was upset?
You're walking around confused. I don't know how you do this.
I don't know how you do it. Every time, dude, I was on the road on Friday. I called you at 7:15 at night. I'm like, what are you doing? And like, I'm waiting for the mushrooms to kick in, which means at 7:15, they've been in there for like an hour. I don't know how you do that. It's like waiting. I was dying.
I was nothing going on the whole fucking night. I thought I had something at 5:30. That went through. Because I did 2 workouts on Friday. I was in a fucking animal mood. So I went to the gym first and trained with Tom, right? And I got home at 11 o'clock and I'm like, what am I going to do? Well, I had lunchtime jiu-jitsu. I'm an idiot. And I stayed and I rolled against some guy who fucking tapped me 3 times. He's tapped me 6 times in 10 minutes.
Jesus.
I was like, Jesus Christ. My jaw was hurting the next day. Joking me and shit. And I'm like, Saturday, Sunday, I could move. So I said, fuck it, part of my recovery Friday night is to eat the rest of that bag of mushrooms Josh will eat.
That's not recovery. That's fucking insane. Who gets fucking choked down? Like, what am I going to do? I'm going to get fucked up. Oh my God.
I did everything I had to do all week. I think I earned the right to fucking eat some mushrooms. And then I found the last 500 milligrams.
I forgot about that. You just found them in your car.
And I threw that down too. I had 3 more of those cheese 50 milligrams. And I threw those down too.
I think that's why you don't need vacations. You just fucking go fucking nuts. 2 or 3 nights, what is it, 2 nights a week?
But the last Monday we didn't do that.
No, I didn't eat a mushroom.
I couldn't eat a mushroom. I go out to the blood test Tuesday morning. I just there was no problem. I was asleep. Right. I to stick a needle in my mushroom and it's clogged. So I was like, I ain't eat no mushroom. I didn't do anything with the weakness. I didn't even have edibles. I found a 500 in my car that had not melted. A little bag of 7 weeks.
Try to get along. The idea is to keep
if I found it, I might need a quarter.
It's your thing. That's why. Because you don't know that you don't believe in the fucking mental thing of take a chance. Come on, mister. I'm gonna take this 500 milligram edible and I'm gonna go find somewhere to do something. No matter how fucked up I am, even if it's a coffee shop, I'm going for a fucking adventure.
I go for adventures all the time. Yes, but it's just not 2,000 milligrams. I get fucking. Oh, don't say that. I tell people because it's like a very minuscule version of you. I'll take a good joint or an edible and I'll smoke with people before shows and I'm like, oh, I can't do that. I can't, or I'll take a puff. And like, I don't know how you. And I'm like, I have to. That's the training that I put myself through. Is I will go out and do mics or some shows high because I know that when I do shows with you, it's not a choice. So I do it. It's just I don't do it to fucking. I show you've never once. I'm surprised you honestly found edibles in your car because you usually don't keep them.
But I always know when I lose an edible and I know there's somewhere around. You know what I'm saying?
How do you lose an edible?
I'm one of those guys. I'm like, wait a second, I brought 4 edibles up there the other day, but I ate 2. So there's gotta be somewhere. There's gotta be an edible. I just have it in my mind. And one day I'm driving, I look at the glove compartment, looking for something else, and I go, that's where I'm at. What do we have here?
Do they affect your memory at all, or no?
Because
people keep telling me that they've told me things, and I don't remember it at all.
Because you're adults, you don't like training. That's why.
No one has ever once said you need to get more edibles to remember things.
Because the more edibles you eat, then you remember. See, let's say you write something when you're high.
Okay.
Well, let's say you write something when you're high.
Right.
You're not going to find that thing until you're high. So you got to get high, and then you'll find it again. If I write a joke in my mind, I don't write it down, and I forget it, it goes mental down. Within minutes, boom, it comes back to me because I'm back in that state of consciousness.
I guess, Jesus Christ. I wanted to show you something. I can
Well, you're gonna show me blue. My favorite is the black guy crackhead on the t-shirt.
Right, yeah, that was a good one. This is
The black head with the firecracker in his eye.
right.
If they're not into that, then I don't want to see that.
It's just a picture, it's not a video. It's
We'll
just
see him later. We'll see him.
we'll see him later. All right.
You know, you talked about something. I spoke to you that the most hate I've gotten in 13 years was the vacation.
Right.
I mean, people were emailing me. Fucking, I went on my junk email. I must have gotten 10 emails about you. You fat fuck. You've never worked hard enough in your life. Blah, 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 blah. You know, when you're a comedian, when you do what I do, or what Lee does, or even what George does, he's an artist in many facets of his life. When he remembers, listen, man, it's not about, a lot of people said that you don't work hard. I was like, obviously they have no story. Obviously they never want to care. They just assume that you walk up on the stage or you call Joe Rogan and he gets you a spot on Netflix. People really think that, guys. People really think that, you know, oh, what sale is your, okay. You know, and it's not that. But the toughest thing about stand-up comedy is your mental. Stand-up comedy isn't about your feet or your arms or your hands or your material. It's about mental. It's all mental. Because the number one mental aspect you have to deal with is how many fucking no's can I take before I just become a serial killer fucking dumb? How many no's can I take before I become a line cook at a restaurant? That's it. Like, how many fucking no's can I take? So, art of stand-up is you got to be a little retarded because people can tell you no so many times. It's like that girl that told you no, and you're like, I'm telling you, it'll be different this time. No, you're retarded. You're retarded. It's not going to be different. You still don't have a job. You still live in your mother's basement. You still don't fuck, you know, it's the same thing. People have no idea the mental aspect of going for a movie and thinking this is going to change your life. Going to do a spot at the Broadway Comedy Club because this showcase means so much to you that you obviously might become something. People have no idea the pressure that we put on ourselves, or maybe no pressure. Like, that's why it worked for me, because I didn't beat myself up about it. But when you get there, you know what you have to do. And you know the other side of that fence. It's like politics. You're either going to win or you're going to lose. There's no second fucking place. So when you start campaigning, I want you to know that there's two sides to this. And the same thing with stand-up and construction. Construction, yes, I have to measure and mix mud and deal with people and carry stuff in wheelbarrows, and I get it. But you know what? A mule could fucking put a board up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've done construction work, right? I know that when I got high, I could do anything. I'm not putting anybody down here. But I want people that didn't like the vacation stuff. Comedy is very mental. You get headaches. You hold up some days. You know, you just hold up some days, you know, where you don't want to do anything. Right? You just go like, I'm not doing anything. Fuck Joey Diaz. Fuck Mitzi Shaw. Fuck everybody. I'm just smoking here. It's like when you get bored of something. Yeah. The reason why I don't find anyone to do comedy is because Sunday. I don't care about Friday. I don't care about taking pictures, smoking dope, or eating food, or show running late. Sundays is for me. I've done my fucking job. I've done 5 jobs, all 5 shows. They've all been sold out. I took pictures of the audience, man. It may not look like work to you. You smell 250 fucking people after a show. Let them put their armpit on your arm. It wears on you guys. All this stuff wears on you. So your mental has to be in shape. You have to, you know, that's part of lifting weights. That's part of reading. You know, that's part of writing. There's so many things that have to go into this job for it to be work. It's not just, I'm going on stage and cracking jokes, I'm going to fuck some chick after the show. That works for 3 years.
turn of the 20th
That works
century,
for 3 years. It's patience. It's looking at different things and going, I'm doing a show there in February. I don't want to go there in March because I won't sell tickets. Plus, I don't have the same material. No matter what that guy pays, there's a business. It's just so much thought. Everything else is 10 minutes of your day. It's like people say, you don't pay me to do stand-up. You pay me to fly.
Right.
You pay me for the bullshit I gotta put up with at the airport. Oh, you don't have a first class ticket. Oh, no way to stand back there. I remember those days. I remember all that shit. That's what stand-up comedy is. It's your mental. You're not taking care of your mental. If it means taking a few mushrooms every once in a while, just to see who the fuck you are. Just to keep you straight. The 3 weeks you've been here and how great you are.
Right.
I don't know who told you it ain't that fucking great. None of us are. Only one man is great. Jesus and the Jew killed him. That's it. All right? Jesus and the Jew killed him. Those are the 2 greatest men that ever lived in me. Okay, so they're both equal. You know, they both had balls to steal. So when you start believing you're a man of Messiah and shit, it takes some much room to look at yourself and where to go. I ain't shit. I'm just a lucky motherfucker that wrote some jokes, knew how to say them, and idiots pay for me to crack jokes. Which is fantastic. It's a dream come true. But I don't ever want people to think that it's a mental struggle.
Is that why the comments don't bother you? Because you heckle yourself? Like, it seems like you yell at yourself worse than they do. Like, you just said, oh, I'm just a lucky motherfucker. Because which is true, but it's also not true.
Look at the fucking thing, okay? Let's look at what goes into everything. Whether you have it fucking judges, there is some talent. There's a ton of talent. You can have all the talent in the world, never win a World Series. We'll make it to a play now. You can have all the talent as a fucking. For years, I had a ton of raw talent, but I was making the back of the room laugh. The rap in the back of the room don't pay your bills.
No, it's bad.
It's the front of the room that pays your bills. So I had to learn how to stop making the back of the room laugh and go for the front of the room. And these are all business decisions, but they're all mental thoughts. When your fucking girlfriend tells you that the baby she's had stomach for 6 months fell off the kitchen table making breakfast, and you're on your way to Chicago to do 2 shows. You think Chicago gives a fuck about your dead fucking baby? I'm sorry to put it that way, but this is the reality of what we fucking do. Yeah, some people go, I lost this, I can't make it, my father died. I don't know about you motherfuckers, there's a white dude, his name is Brett Bob. Late game of his life was the day his father died. Look at the stats he put up. Look at the stats that Brett Bob put up the day his father died.
Was he sick too or no? Huh? Was he a cold too, or am I mixing Michael Jordan flu game with Brett Bob?
All right, but again, the cold, no one gives a fuck. You and George love to throw a fucking question there. It's got nothing to do with what we're talking about. We have to flow. Yeah, his father died. He found out like an athlete. So that's a tough fight. When they send pictures of his dick to cheerleaders or whatever fuck, that's a tough
Not here nor there.
Yes, that's an American person. That's what we're trained to be as Americans. Not all this other shit. I'll put a flag up and I'm Republican now. That's not the plan of this. That's American. Right, and looking at this, I'm going to fucking funeral, and I'm going to go and sing with people around me. No, I'm going to go do my fucking job. So whatever Brett Favre did with the cheerleaders or the girl who showed his picture, went all out the window. He did that. Because that's what we're trained to do. Whatever position we fucking tackle in our lives, whether you're a fucking heartbreak, a fucking politician, a comedian, or construction worker. Look what he did. Yeah, destroyed it. Okay? So, you can tell me whatever fucking excuse you want. That's what killers do. Let's take a breather. I gotta fix this fucking microphone. We'll be right back. I gotta take a beat too. Stay black. Yo, Uncle Joey here. I want to talk to you about something. It's that time of the year. You want to be the biggest dick in the room in a good way. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Have long-lasting and stronger and harder erections so you can crush EDs and dominate the bedroom. Who's the Captain Kirk of the Enterprise? When you're nailing fucking pictures and nails in the wall with your dick. That's Blue Chew. Let me tell you something about Blue Chew. It tastes great and it comes from a company that you know you can trust. Instead of buying some dusty pills from gas station sheets. I don't need that shit. Take Blue Chew at any time of the day or night so you can be ready to go whenever the mood strikes, whenever you find the victim, and whenever it's time to lay down the hammer. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just press the promo code Joey, Joey at checkout, and pay $5 for shipping. That's it. $5 for shipping. That's it. Join Blue Chew's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time. Sling it big. Blue Chew way. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety information. I'd like to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. We're back, savages. We switched seats. The studio's still the same. The place has changed a little bit. We were talking about a couple things that were interesting, but it's like, I don't know.
There are a few significant shifts, for example.
I did a couple of creepy things in 95. Nothing like that.
Joseph Stalin wiped them all out. The right half moved to America, became
From 94,
and they eventually kind of faded in popularity.
like 93,
Of course,
like 95, the last one being an altercation in the trailer with a guy I knew from
anti-Zionist or non-Zionist position.
I was
very active.
For some reason, there's parts of your life when you just attract trouble.
But many of the same
It just follows you. There's something about it.
For example, the
It was just rough, you know.
Facing off
I got into two altercations with a friend of mine. And then when I went to Colorado, I got into a couple altercations, and I was on fucking, like, you know, if I got in trouble in Colorado, I would go to jail. Fucking 100 years. I was thinking about it yesterday. I poked the guy in the eye in Colorado. At a fucking Toyota store.
Were you working there?
Yeah, I was working there, and we were talking about lunch, and the guy kept aggravating me. Me and Vinny Cappy, and these all these Italian guys, and we're talking about lunch. And there's this guy that's a ball buster, and he kept saying, I'm not going to go there. And it's like, guys, 6 people are going to go there to pick up lunch. What's the, just get a sandwich. And the guy just was a fucking snob. Like, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I don't like those people. I don't even like New Yorkers. And I turned around, George, and I just fucking poked him in the eye. And he was like, I'm calling the police. And all the guys, the manager told him, no, I'll give you Saturday off.
What, you like a Three Stooges style?
No,
How did you poke somebody in the eye?
2 fingers right in his fucking eye. Like, shut the fuck up. I just went deep in there. And that motherfucker. And then the one that hurt me the most was March of 95 when I smacked my ex's boyfriend. And my daughter was in the car. Well, my ex-daughter at this point. And that was what dawned it. That was what let me know who I was. It was when I smacked him and I turned around and she was really upset. And I couldn't understand why. Like, your dad just smacked somebody who's been busting his balls.
Right.
But she didn't look at it that way. In her world, she couldn't comprehend it. And it really broke my heart. And I remember at the time I was going to Europa Institute because I was so confused with this divorce and stand-up. So I was like, I'll try anything. Buddhism, I got my confirmation at 32. It was just rough, guys. I forgot who the fuck I was. With the divorce, stand-up, fucking being broke, and, you know. And I was just foaming at the fucking mouth at people. But after that, I remember I learned something there. And the guy said that sometimes you have to think about not what you did, why you did it. So for years, I broke those incidents down. I mean, guys, for years, I would write in the notebook about why I acted that way, like what made me. And for years, I was always a decent guy. But when I kidnapped Bella, after the kidnapping, the prison and shit, a different side of me came out. And then the shit went down. My ex-wife, and a real different side of me came out. I was just a walking fucking animal, you know. But that was like a 4 or 5 year period. But I really thought about not when I hit the guy, but why? What was going on inside of me? It became like a fucking mission in my life. And then I extended it to everything. Why I robbed certain people. The things I did, I
Okay, welcome everyone for another lecture in Jewish history. Oh my gosh, we got so many social guests today. We have Mr. Rabbi Rothschild of Lions Gallery just joined us. Wow, world master. We have one of the master educators of our community, Rabbi Nathan Hachi Rizal. Give a hand to Rabbi Rizal. Been educating our youth here for probably 30 years now, I think.
You guys told me a couple weeks
Probably. I'm a little embarrassed, but it's great to have you here. And tonight we've got an excellent topic. I don't really have a joke. Mr. Rodriguez tried to give me a joke, but it's a really old one, and I'll save it for later on in the season when you're a little tired of the jokes. But this is one. It's not really a joke, but it's kind of an anecdote that somehow relates to what we're talking about. Lisa reminded me of this one. Rabbi Rothschild, the Rav of Young Israel, told over the story a couple of weeks ago on Shabbos that there was on Yom Kippur, there was a Jew who went swimming in the Mediterranean. You know, Chiloni, not an observant Jew. He went swimming on Yom Kippur in the Mediterranean off the coast of Tel Aviv, and there was like a huge rip current, and he was being pulled out to sea, and he was screaming and screaming, being pulled out to sea. And so the lifeguards, they were screaming, they rush out to save him, they rush out to swim out there, and as they get close to him, they think, he's yelling, help, help, all that, but actually what he is screaming over and over again is, Ani lo chozer b'tshuva, Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. It says, I am not going to repent. I'm absolutely not going to repent. And so he's like maniacally screaming this over and over again. So they take him and they drag him out of the water and they put him on the sand and they provide him a song. And afterwards they ask him, what was the story with that you're not going to do tshuva? And he said, it's very simple. Many years ago, when we lived in Europe, my father, he saw me going off the derech, going, away from the straight and narrow. And he said, look, I know that you're going to choose your own way in life, and you're going to land Israel, and you're going to lead your life in a secular way. But before you do, I want you to meet with the Slonim Rebbe. It's very important that you go speak to the Slonim Rebbe. So he takes him into the Slonim Rebbe, and they had a long talk. And when he came out, his father said to him, so what did he say? He said, look, he said basically one thing. He said, I'm not going to die before I do tshuva. I'm not going to die until I repent. So that's why I was screaming in the water, I'm not repenting. I'm not repenting. It's kind of a strange sort of dynamism between, believing and not believing, and trying to find our dynamism between those two extremes. Anyway, that's a fun story. So let's go straight to our topic. Saadia Gaon, a very important figure in early medieval Jewish history, really a pivotal figure and a fascinating individual. His personality was quite fractious and highly individualistic. He had absolutely no fear of any man. So says the various chronicles that speak of him. And in fact, when we chronicle his biography, we see that he got into trouble on numerous occasions, and nevertheless he was able to lose the screen. Okay, let's go right back to our screen, and we'll log in quickly. Excuse me for this. Mr. Rodriguez, make sure we edit this out when we do the final version. Okay, do we have the VGA? It's going to find it. There we go. Okay. This, by the way, is a very rare picture of Saadia Gaon. It's very hard to find accurate. No, this is not at all. It's a picture of a Yemenite bride. I tried to get something in the Arabic context, so let's just ignore that and go straight on. Tonight's lecture, we're very grateful to an anonymous donor who partially sponsored our time here tonight, and the remainder of the costs are borne by the Young Israel. So it's sponsored jointly by the Shul and an anonymous donor. Again, I'm always so grateful you're here. Your presence here is sponsorship enough. But it's nice to give the Shul a little bit of support because we are engaged in a massive building campaign, another Jewish edifice complex right here in the Young Israel of Val Harbor, and whatever you can do to help through this class is certainly appreciated by the congregation. So Saadia Gaon's years are 1882, a little bit of dispute about that early year, and he was born in Egypt, and he died in 942 in Babylon. His His claim to fame is the fact that he was a Gaon, which you'll recall from our discussion last week of Sharira Gaon. That was actually an institutional title. It was given to someone who headed one of the great academies in Babylon. This is the areas where the Talmud was formed and debated for literally hundreds of years. And to have the title Gaon essentially meant like a Nobel Prize winner 10 times over. It was a huge title of responsibility and signified a tremendous intellectual achievement. Of the several cities that had academies in the Mesopotamian region between the Euphrates and the Tigris River, leading down into what would be contemporary Kuwait, there were two cities that were famous inter pares, the first among equals, and they were Sura and Pumbedita. The Sadia Gaon was actually the Gaon of both institutions, first Pumbedita and then later, more famously, Sura, which is some indication of his status. While he was there, he distinguished himself not only as an incredible administrator, taking Sura, the yeshiva of Sura, from a point when it was at a bit of decline to a point of great prominence internationally among Jews, and increasing its student body tremendously. But at the same time, he was a major Jewish philosopher, compiling some incredible works on lexicography, and on theology, liturgy, and so on. We'll go through some of those catalog them today. So, ironically, though, he accomplished most of his great literary achievements when he was fired from his job temporarily at Sura, and that's when he was really his most creative. So we'll see how that works out in his biography. And the context for the Sadia Gaon's rise to power is really a high point in Muslim history. So I'd like to take a little bit of time now just to open up our lens and look at the context of Islam in the Middle East and understand how Judaism fit within that region. We will be returning to this topic again and again over this year, especially when we get to the modern period and we talk about Zionism and Israel. But for now, let's look at it in the 9th century. So Islam, here's a map that shows the spread of Islam. It begins in the early 7th century when Muhammad proclaims a new religion, which is in many ways highly derivative of both Judaism and Christianity. But he claims that it is really a huge upgrade, an improvement over earlier systems. It's kind of like Windows 8. Is really much XP and so on. And it's more than just a patch on the old systems to milk that metaphor dry. And he is able to really take this message to the residents of Mecca and Medina, which are here in the Saudi Arabian coast of the Red Sea, and it expands tremendously. Both during his lifetime, which you can see the sort of brown areas, and then amazingly, by the year 711, it has expanded all the way across the coast of North Africa and has entered into Spain, going all the way up to the Pyrenees. It's also extended all the way through the Central Asian portion of Syria, Lebanon, Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and goes all the way out to modern-day Pakistan. And he also extended it through the Balkans into Europe, right up until the gates of Vienna. It's an incredible story of phenomenal expansion that cannot be explained solely by, for example, the sword. That's kind of a historiographic conceit that was favored by many Christian historians in the 19th century to explain the rapid rise of Islam, because they forced pagan countries to either convert or die, and of course many chose therefore to convert. But that's only a small part of the story. Although the Muslims were fierce and ferocious warriors, they also presented a religion that was remarkably egalitarian. It's impossible to speak appropriately about race in the ancient world or medieval world, but they certainly had much less of a color bias than other nations, and it was possible to convert to Islam and to reach literally the heights of their administrative structure. And there was also a lot of really basic, beautiful ideas in the religion that appealed to pagans, appealed to early Christians as well, and possibly even to some Jews. That accounts as well for the tremendous spread of Islam over such a small period of time. These little arrows here, which perhaps don't show up so well, show you Sadia's own journey in life. He was born here in the city known as Pitom, which I believe is associated with the biblical Pitom, like Pitom and Ramses, described in Tanakh. It's now known as Abu Suwail here in the Nile Delta region. He made his way from there to Jerusalem. He lived in Jerusalem for some time, collected some students there, and eventually made his way across what was today Jordan and Syria into the Mesopotamian region here, where he eventually ended settling up in Sura, which was where he was the Gaon. So that gives you a sense of kind of like the geographic spread of Islam and why it was so significant. Now, Jews had a very interesting relationship with Islam, which is quite distinct from the relationship that they have with Christianity. And in fact, over the last 2 millennia, we can pretty much divide Jewish history into two roughly equal sections. One that describes the experience of Jews under Muslim rule, and another which describes the experience of Jews under Christian rule. One of the most profitable areas of scholarly enterprise in the last 20 years or so has been, contextual comparisons of what was it like living under these various regimes. And the general consensus of scholars is leaning towards the notion that it was actually much better for Jews under Muslim rule for most of our history there than it was under Christian rule. For various reasons that hopefully we will explore over the next few weeks. We'll just look at one of them today. That may seem surprising today because over the last, let's say, 100 years, 150 years, there's been a growing escalation of animosity between Jews and Muslims, primarily centered on the conflict over the land of Israel, which is, somewhat a divergence from the general trends of Jewish Muslim history. Certainly, there were episodes of violence directed against Jews in Muslim lands, and certainly there are passages in Muslim holy texts that are not complimentary of Jews, to say the least. But when you look at the scope of these things and you compare them between Muslim lands and Christian lands, it's very clear that there's a distinct imbalance between them, and the Muslims actually come out fairly good by comparison. It's not surprising in some ways, because when you look at Islam, it has many structural similarities to Judaism, and in fact, it makes sense that in many ways Jews should get along with Muslims. For example, Islam is known above all else for its monotheism. The Muslims believe there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet, and they even view with tremendous suspicion the idea of the Trinity, that is a Catholic notion, the idea of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. The idea of somehow, breaking God into parts smacks of polytheism for them, and so they utterly reject any kind of polytheistic ideology. So in that sense, Jews and Muslims have quite a bit in common, which reminds me of a joke. But you'll have to let me know. Did I already tell you the joke about the guy who buys the car with no gas pedal? Lisa, you've heard it, of course, because you've heard it all the time. But twice. I don't have to come here for this abuse. I don't know. Yeah, okay, so I'll tell you the jokes. Forgive me.
Listen, I know as an actor, if I go to Sony,
a guy wants to buy a car. He doesn't have very much money. He goes to the used car dealership. And I have to give you a little bit of cultural background. I was talking about monotheism, right? So what's the great statement of Jewish monotheism? The classic verse, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, right? Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Great statement of Jewish monotheism. We take that to heart. We say it twice a day, and it's even something that on their deathbed, Jews are supposed to try and proclaim that monotheistic credo, so on. So anyways, the other part of the cultural background is, of course, the expression that Jews typically use to express their satisfaction with the world. They say, Baruch Hashem, right? Blessed is the name. Blessed is the name of God. How are you today? Baruch Hashem. I'm fine. Things could be terrible. You just say, Baruch Hashem. Blessed is God. So with those two little bits, at least I'm saying this over. I know everybody in this room knows that, but for the people in Thailand who are watching this on the internet, I want to make sure they get it. So it's like this. So he goes to buy a used car. And he's looking at all the cars, none of them are in his price range, none of them will fit his huge family, he has all kinds of things. So finally the dealer comes in and says, you know what, I think I have the perfect car for you. Come on around back. Takes him out back, and there's like one of those station wagons with the full wooden sides. I forget what they call those. I don't remember those. It looks like wood on the sides. Yeah, anyways, my father drove one of those for a long time. And it's kind of ratty and the upholstery is falling apart. And he gets in and he says, well, it looks nice.
There she is.
The price is right. You know, it doesn't have a gas pedal or a brake pedal. I mean, how are you supposed to drive it? He says, listen, this
Hello.
is a very religious car. If you want it to move, you have to say,
How are you today?
and the car will drive. And if you want it to stop,
I'm lovely, thank you.
and it'll stop. Many of you have already figured out the joke.
Are you ready?
I'm ready for you.
Excellent. Alrighty. How was your day?
It was good. It was good. I'm glad it's over with. Had a good day.
There you go. Alrighty.
Remember, Rabbi. There we go. Oh, yeah, what's going on? Stand up. It's okay. Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
Ooh. Come on.
Hey, Rabbi.
Come on.
Come on, Rabbi. Strike.
There we go.
Yes. Good job. Rabbi got it anyway. Come on, Rabbi.
There we go.
That's right. Good job. Nice going up. Right.
Get it. No.
All right. Good job.
All right, Mr.
You
Aquarius.
win, I win.
I win, you win.
That's right. Let's go. I'm not getting this done. Same condition. Stand up. Come on, Rabbi.
Oh no. Oh boy. I got fortunate.
Good spare. Good spare.
Nice spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, Rabbi.
Get it. No. Get it. No. Nice spare.
Thank you.
No. Get it.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
No doubt. Come on.
Mhm.
Come on. Get it. All right. Mr. Aquarius about to put me away.
I don't know. You have I just said.
You're going to get this.
Nope, I don't. You got this, Rabbi. Go.
Comeback time, Miss Aquarius.
Yes, a comeback time. I don't care. You win, I win. Let's go. Okay.
I need this.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Good,
got it.
Yay.
Here we go. Here's the comeback.
Okay, come on.
Get it.
Get it.
I'll take it.
Yay.
I win,
Good
you win,
job.
Miss Aquarius. Good job.
Yeah. You win, I win. Good job.
Undefeated
That's right. Oh,
in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
that's right. That's what we do. Yeah.
All right, Miss Aquarius. That was fun.
I'm here, though, okay? I'm put on mute. I'm going to go take my bath.
Excellent.
And then I'll come back later. I will talk to you in the morning, okay?
Sweet dreams. Take care, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
no one had ever solved. It had begun a few years earlier. News of a strange letter exploded in the press. The letter appeared to be a secret connection between Islamic extremists infiltrating the city schools and a supposed bomb called Operation Trojan Horse. The letter was bizarre, unsigned, incoherent, and privacy lost. Yet still, it spawned one of the biggest school scandals in British history. Government investigators descended on Russia. The country approved of its counter-terror policy. By the time it all died down, schools were back, teachers off their jobs, and I was not suspicious by this whole affair. It's like this dodgy letter to the extremists between all our schools. Nobody found out who wrote it, or why. The modern reader, none of the investigators have been tried. So I convinced my reader again that we should go for it. This must be the first video that we've ever done. I'm tonight speaking, which was this down. Who was the letter defending? That's the question you have to answer. Figuring out who wrote the Trojan Horse letter, that was only the first mystery we were up against. We started to see from officials before the Rookie were first time. And then Hans and I were looking at something that people in town want to talk about. Can you give us a bit of detail about the situation? It's an interview from Serial Productions and the New York Times. I'm Brian Lee. I'm not to say. It's the Trojan Horse agreement. A mystery in 8 parts that a lot of people don't know.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Google Assistant for your favorite radio stations, and iHeartRadio will be there for you on your Google Home, Google Mini Nest Hub, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that uses your Google Assistant. The convenience of playing all your favorites hands-free. Just say, "Okay, Google, play," to get your favorite AM and FM stations from iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home and office through your Google Home, Google Nest Hub Mini, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that is Google Assistant powered. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. Mark Thompson here with the Conway Show, and tomorrow it's Neil Saavedra filling in for Tim. Oh, he's always fun, and I'm told he has fun guests. It sounds like fun. Well, Chris Merrill in from Oakland, and I do my AM 640 more stimulating talk. You can listen anytime on the iHeart Radio app. Koala has a surprise for us at the top of the hour. Is this a surprise or a bad surprise? It's the best kind of surprise. Oh, okay. Yes. It's like it. That's a TV. Well done, Becker. Koala's big surprise when they appear on a Paul show. They don't play Menendez. Because one half of the Menendez, Menendez, got as opposed to. With that, I don't watch it. I covered that for after 9 o'clock. About $14 doesn't go as far as it did 3 years ago, all because of inflation. Whether it's Biden's inflation or Trump's tariff inflation, we all know $14 just doesn't go as far as it used to do. Well, not so fast, my friends, as the voice of from the game at UCLA. Olive Garden is bringing back one of its most popular promotions, the never-ending pasta bowl. The all-you-can-eat offer for $13.99 is back for the restaurants and club members starting today. Everybody will be able to get the deal beginning Monday. But if you're an e-club, you get it today. It runs through November 16th. Today is last week. Right. So it's back. It is going to start on the 25th. So, yes, but you have to be a part of their e-club. Like the day to be part of the e-club, you guys know. They just like their membership, you just sign up for their app or something. I don't know, but it always comes with strings, doesn't it? You gotta download an app, you gotta get a tattoo, something. Because you never know. It's Taco Bell, not the, the trauma on it. But I am so everywhere you go, you have to download the stupid app. Yeah. Yeah, you can't even go to Taco Bell. I mean, you can, but they really emphasize, they lean on you with the Taco Bell in the app. Go to the app, order through the app. The price for McDonald's, they just hit the drive-thru versus McDonald's on the app. They're supposed to go to the drive-thru and they say, are you using rewards today? Oh, no, I have a code. Okay, what is it? Why did you ask me if I'm using rewards? I don't, what does that even, like, do I have rewards? How do I use my rewards? My rewards? How does it work? Driving nuts. Too complicated. I just want some lousy fast food. I don't want you in my phone. Thank you. When I go to McDonald's, here's what I want. Hello, welcome to McDonald's. May I take your order? Yes, please. I would like the combo meal with Big Mac. And yes, of course, obviously, supersize it. Give me a Diet Coke. I'm trying to fit that. This is what we should be doing. Nope, you gotta have an app. Look at the difference in prices. Because all the specials are on there. So if you just want to go to McDonald's, you're gonna pay out the nose. If you use the app, you're still gonna pay out the nose, but it's gonna smell better. Well, McDonald's, I guess, is they're moving about the turf war too. They're lowering the cost of the combo meals after consumers were left sticker shock by Big Mac meals. They say they climbed to $18 in some places. You don't see that in In-N-Out. No. Let's see. Chain is running $5 breakfast and $8 Big Mac with nugget combo meal specials the year. Marking them as extra value. Isn't that what they always were when they were calling value meals? No, I think they change up the terminology so they use all the same words, but it's just in a slightly different order. Extra super secret value meal. Doubling plus value. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, remember when they came out with the $1 menu, but it's like $19. It's the dollar menu, and then they give the $1 $3 menu, then they give a couple of buck bits. So I guess now they call it combo meal, but they're calling these out extra value meals, which is, I always thought that's really cool too. We see current Big Mac combo meal discount. Combo meal across the Angeles. You can buy everything a la carte for your Big Mac combo, $12.77. If you get the combo meal, you save almost $2. Still, $11. Seems high still. Did you see the new Domino's app? I had to get their app too, but me too. But they have a really good app. It's pretty smart. I think genuinely believe this is smart. A lot of people are thinking they're going after because the prices have jumped up so much. So you see, what is it, Chili's? It's like $12. You can get this gourmet burger, or you can get that burger. I'm like, that's pretty good money. But then Domino's had an app. They got like their $6.99 menu. So they've got a bunch of different kind of chicken wings, or even their sandwich one. Or they go, or you can get the medium one topping pizza. And they go, medium one topping pizza, and then they show slicing. They go, for $6.99, you get this. And they go, or you can get a $6.99 burger, and then they cut the burger into 6 pieces, and then you got a bunch of kids grabbing this little tiny little piece of burger. They're like, it's not enough. And I thought, that's really good. That makes me sad. It really does. But I thought, Domino's did a really good job of showing how much value there is here. This is that idea about it. I'm telling you, my son lives in East County. He's way too old to do that, but he still lives in East County. And he still convinces me to buy his dinner Friday night so he has pizza. And I'm glad he likes pizza because it's so much, I get so much more for it. It bugs the hell out of me when I buy a couple of pizzas and I always get some side or whatever, and it's $50. But I just think, I thought this fast food place picked up meals for the family that's been $50 before too. And there's nothing left in the end. At least when I spend $50 on pizza, I got some leftovers for a year. You know? The thing about Domino's is though, less would be more with Domino's. They send me at least 20 meal every single day. It's like, I didn't forget that you make pizza. Okay. I'm not sure how much you think you need to remind me that I'm able to order a pizza from you. But I don't eat 1 or 2 meals a day. Certainly not 3. I'm the worst at
buy a code, 50% off next month. And then next Friday goes around, we're going to have a bundle somewhere in that email. It drives me crazy. I downloaded the app. My coupon just automatically been downloaded out of the app, dude. Just put a chip in me and get it over with. Thank you. Thank you. You're following my every move anyway. All right, follow-up promises he's got a great surprise for us after down the hour. First one with this interview. And then we'll give the update on what's going on with Eric Menendez, who is sleeping behind bars now. Hopefully don't mind. And Chris Merrill, he wrote Billy KMI, AM 640. Live everywhere with the iHeartRadio app. KFI, KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County, or stimulated talk. So, what are the odds now on wild hits from Mark Romer live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom? Eric Menendez has been denied parole after serving decades in prison for murdering his parents with his older brother in 1989. The panel of California commissioners denied Menendez parole for 3 years, after which he'll be eligible again. Parole hearing for his brother Lyle, which being held in the same prison in San Diego, scheduled for tomorrow morning. The two commissioners determined Menendez should be freed after a all-day hearing, in which they questioned him about why he committed the crime and violating prison rules. Family members of Menendez brothers have spoken in favor of their release. ABC's Matt Gutlin says he spoke with several of them.
And at this point, the family is absolutely unanimous that they should be released.
LA County DA Nathan Hochman has said he's against the brothers' release. Democrats in California are moving forward with redistricting efforts. Governor Newsom signed the measure today.
They fired the first shot in Texas. They want to be here. And Texas back up what they just did. Donald Trump did. Just did.
The statewide vote will be held in November. California's redistricting push comes as Texas Republicans move closer to finalizing their own work districts. Metro Pico Rivera has been indicted for allegedly blocking ICE agents from detaining a janitor.
On Wednesday, a federal grand jury indicted 20-year-old Avery Martinez, who is a U.S. citizen, was charged with conspiracy to impede federal agents.
Een nieuwe baan is meer dan alleen werk. Ik wil weten, past de cultuur bij mij? Hoe is de werk-privé-balans echt? Ik wil niet pas na maanden ontdekken dat het toch niet de plek voor mij is. Daarom check ik nu altijd de bedrijfsreviews op Indeed, echte ervaringen en meningen. Zo kies ik een werkplek waar ik me...
6 years in prison if he's convicted as charged. KFI News.
The SoCal heat wave we're experiencing could set records even overnight.
SoCal's worst heat wave of the year is bringing triple-digit highs and record-breaking warm nights. Officials warn the lack of open...
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show.
Jump it up quickly, that's pretty good. So he's driving the car, he's flying more than so nicely, he's thinking about how his mother, his aunt, his kids, everyone's going to love it, or and then suddenly he realizes he forgot the phrase that makes it stop. And the car is speeding up, and he's honking the horn, and he's saying, I don't know what to do, and he's like screaming, and he goes the wrong way on a one-way street, and then he goes through a construction barrier, and he's going up a ramp, and he realizes he's going to the edge of an unfinished bridge, and in a moment he's going to go off the edge, and he's going to tumble to his death. So what can he do? He realizes he's about to die. He puts his hand over his eyes and says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. The car stops right at the edge. Takes his hand off his eyes and he says, Oh, Lord, Hashem. Thank you for laughing. I appreciate that. It's very therapeutic. Okay, so Islam and Judaism, they have monotheism, a very major point. The other, perhaps more important point on an anthropological level is that Judaism, traditionally practiced, and Islam are both orthopractic. The term orthodox is a little bit troubling because the word dox comes like doctrine, and it's not really true that observant Jews have one doctrine. They have quite a large array of doctrines, but they basically agree on one practice. They basically agree on kashrut, Shabbat, there's a certain code of conduct as opposed to a code of belief. It's not necessarily held so much in such high strictures. So Islam has something similar, Sharia, which also translates as halakha, as the way. And so they have a unified code of behavior, which is at the same time religious ritual and civil and criminal. It's all one body of law. It's not render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. It is the whole system is guided by the entire religion. It's presided over by a group of scholar judges, just like the rabbis in Judaism. And so there's a lot of like congruencies between the systematic thinking of Muslims and Jews in terms of how the whole thing works. And they have a lot more shared vocabulary. Christianity, by contrast, is a creed-based religion. And although, of course, it upholds high ethical standards, nevertheless, there's a lot more emphasis placed on what one believes, what one thinks, as opposed to what one does, when you compare it to Islam and Judaism. They also have things like the hadith, which are very similar to what we might call midrash, which are kind of like authorized interpretive traditions, and a variety of sometimes conflicting interpretive traditions, which are similar to the differences between Mishnahs, Gemaras, Braitot. Those texts are then brought together once again by that intellectual religious elite that rule by force of reason rather than by works of piety and so on. So in many ways, Jews and Arabs can walk side by side because they have similarities in terms of the structure of their religious orientation. The Jews also had favored status in Muslim lands through something known as the Pact of Umar. It's something that in Muslim thought is supposed to go all the way back to Caliph shortly after the death of Muhammad in the 7th century. Most scholars say it's likely quite a bit later, like the 9th century. But basically, the Pact of Umar is a document that is, antedated to a caliph named Umar, in which it's kind of like a teshuvah, like we saw last week with Shiradona, a response, where the Jews say to Umar, okay, so what's with us? How are we supposed to behave in a Muslim world? What is our status? Do we have to become Muslims? Do we have to flee? What are our rights, privileges, and so on? And Umar lays out a list of conditions that basically says how Jews may live in Muslim lands. And it's very similar to something we'll see later in Christian lands with doctrine of witness, but for very different reasons. The Pact of Umar basically recognizes that the Jews did receive a special communication from God in the form of the written Torah. They do recognize the prophetic status of many important Jewish figures, such as Abraham, of course, the father of the Arabs, as well as of the Jews, Moses, and so on. And so, therefore, while the Islamic tradition regards the Jews as misguided, as using, old, defective, buggy software rather than making the upgrades to the new operating systems, they nevertheless deserve respect and tolerance because they are adhering to an ancient faith, which was something that God gave them. And so they receive a status known as dhimmi, or protected people, and they live as second-class citizens, which is really quite reasonable for the medieval period. We wouldn't tolerate it in America because, we have a very, very different Weltanschauung, but dhimmi status meant that Jews were a tolerated people that could, for example, practice their religion without fear of forced conversion. They could maintain their synagogues, but they could not, at least theoretically, build new ones. So if a synagogue needed repair, they could repair it. They could celebrate all of their rituals, but not publicly. So public Purim, carnivals, or like the Jews back then, they never had these Hanukkah parades with Hummers, with menorahs on the top. It was just not done in the 19th century. I thought that was funny, but we've got it, so we'll just go on. So the dhimmi status, and they also had to, they were exempt from jizya, they were exempt, from zakat, which is a special tithe tax, a kind of a tax, because that was a religious injunction on Muslims. But they had to pay a double jizya, which is a kind of a poll tax. So they didn't really get ahead financially. So the Jews, by and large, were pretty happy with this status.
Just give me a free day to make up stuff.
Oh my gosh, well that's pretty sweet. Then you got the weekend, and then you got Saturday, Sunday. Correct. I wish I could have gone to a school like that. What grade is he in?
Okay, that's a fascinating question. We probably have to break it up because I mean, the Muslim extremists today, including, 9/11 type extremists, believe that the Pact of Umar should be upheld. They believe that Jews, should be allowed to live in Israel. Israel should be a Muslim country under the caliphate, but Jews would be a protected minority, as it was, in the 9th, 10th, 11th century. What is different, however, is that, since the French Revolution, the world has moved to this idea that everyone has equal rights, right? Égalité, liberté, fraternité. Everyone, by the way, except women, because they specifically excluded women in that. All men have equal rights. Some countries, including some of these countries, they have difficulty with women driving and things like that. We'll talk about that. I actually have difficulty with my daughter driving too, but I think for a totally different reason. But
offend you. I was a guy buying drinks down there. I was like, whoa,
my gosh, thank you, Mr. Rothschild. You know what I'm talking about. The rest of the world, in particular, just could not handle this idea of a certain population receiving kind of like a group status that is secondary.
I totally remember
it doesn't work in modern times.
And then there was that guy when I kept on bringing the manager.
Yes, thank you, Rabbi Rothschild. The Christians had Dhimmi status. For the same reasons as the Jews, because the Muslims recognize Christianity has a valid software, a valid piece of operating system. In some cases, strangely, even Zoroastrians, which don't conform to the rules because they have a distinctly dualistic system. But and I'll say one last example in the Mughal Empire in India, you even have a reasonable amount of tolerance for Hindus, which is certainly not a monotheistic faith at all, with 30,000 known gods. And the reason for those latter two is primarily realpolitik. That the Muslims, when they conquered India, there's just way too many Hindus for them to forcibly convert them or expel them. It just can't happen. So they have to have some kind of modus vivendi. So to Zoroastrians, when you come into Iraq and Iran, they have to deal with this population.
Yo, what's going on, Nolan? How you living? Nolan, can you hear me? What's up? How's your day going? Nolan, I hear you, but I don't hear you speaking. What's up? Nolan, can you hear me? I heard you just zip. Nolan, can you hear me? All right, well.
conference and
cool. So it's kind of on the way.
Yeah, no, once I knew I could catch you in Dallas, I was like, I'm definitely driving. It's a done deal.
Oh, cool. Well, you're so nice, Alan. I totally appreciate it. And yeah, I remember your ass. Yeah, that was kind of some rowdy people around you. So it's because you were feeding them drinks.
Yeah, and I was double fisting White Russians and Scotch that night, so.
Oh my gosh, Alan, I wish. I haven't had anything to drink in 4 years, but I swear, dude, if I can make it to 50, I think I'm going to drink again. And I say beer, I think I want some Newcastles, but I think I also, Alan, want some White Russians. I used to love those things. But Alan, I got to learn how to just sip on them, dude. I would pound those things. I just got to sip on them. That's what I got to learn, or I just can't even drink. I don't know.
Well, truth be told, I'm the same way. I'm either all or nothing, and I don't drink very often, but that night was a celebratory night, so.
Until they kicked your freaking ass out. So what'd you go do? That's horrible.
I called an Uber, went back to my hotel. It was literally right across the street, the nice Hilton in downtown, and woke up 5:30 and started driving, so.
Oh, my God.
Went to Talladega racetrack, got rained out there, then went home the next day.
Oh, that sounds good, except for the raining out part. Yeah, I've never been to a NASCAR race. I think that would be fun. I've heard people wear diapers sometimes so that they don't have to go to the bathroom.
Not my crowd. Maybe some, not my crowd.
Can't you bring in coolers and stuff? Or is that an old thing?
No, you can take all you want. No glass containers. I did back in my younger days. Took a handle of Scoresby Scotch, which is cheap in a plastic bottle.
Scoresby.
Yeah. A friend took Bernese vodka, just a whole gallon or whatever it is.
Oh, I love that. And would y'all just get wasted at the racetrack?
We used to. I don't drink it when I go to races anymore. I enjoy it myself. Maybe a gummy here or there type thing, but
Oh, cool. And you will be more alert if there ever turns into like a Final Destination scene. Remember that one Final Destination where at the freaking racetrack and the car goes into the stands, and you'd probably be able to run better because if you're all wasted, you'd probably just immediately get hit by the debris flying. But maybe if you're only on some gummies, you'd be real alert.
I'll remember that. And listen, I just want to thank you for even letting my call in, man. I am going to join the club at the $40 a month rate to be able to do this more frequently and make you read something stupid at the end of the show. But sincere thank you for your comedy. It's just amazing, dude.
Yeah, Alan. Well, thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. So sorry they kicked your ass out because I think that was nice buying the people drinks because I think drinks are kind of expensive at these comedy clubs.
Oh, I got a $112 tab on the second show, too. I was going to buy those guys drinks. I guess I did, but anyway, whatever.
Oh, my gosh. So, wait, after you left, they still had a tab open on your ass and it was $112?
Yeah. I was going to buy those guys because, I was by myself, so they seat you with some randos.
Yeah.
And I was going to buy their drinks, too, to be nice. And I guess I did, but anyway, it's all good.
Well,
I'll see you again next time. I'll buy a fucking ticket to both shows next time one night.
Well, sounds good. And then hopefully they don't kick your ass out and you can say hello after one of them.
I'll save the drinking for the second show. But,
yeah, that sounds good. And then maybe I can start drinking. Maybe we can meet up after, and then you can give me my first beer.
I want nothing to do with giving you your first beer, man. Nothing.
Well, thank you, Alan. That's nice of you to say. Yeah, because every now and again, people fuck with my ass. I do something like that. They're like, oh, yeah, let me give you a beer. I'm like, what?
Can't do that, man.
Well, thanks, Alan. Cool. Well, great to talk to you, sir.
Thank you, William. Keep it up, my brother.
Okay. Bye.
See ya.
And Alan, wonderful talking to Alan. And look who we got in Casey. We did the math, my friend. I was hoping you remember what I look like. I was hoping I remember what you look like. It's been a little bit of time. You've been very busy. It's been 5 weeks, my friend. Oh my gosh, and you wore the wolf shirt, one of my favorite shirts.
I wear the wolf shirt.
This is like a Nickelodeon kid show song at the beginning, like Gullah Gullah Island, like there's a part of the song or something. I had to wear my wolf shirt. You're about to watch Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
I had to wear my little wolf shirt.
And then they put the little stick guy. That'd be funny maybe if in that episode they put the stick guy character, put the wolf shirt on the stick guy. No way.
And they say, send in your stick guy pictures to Nickelodeon at CartoonNetwork.com.
Please send them in, kids. If y'all are watching this shit, send in your pictures. The website's still active. What do you know, Grant? What do you know about HelloFresh? What do you know about this company?
HelloFresh? I've used them for a bit. They're great.
Oh my gosh, they're wonderful. And Grant, I don't think a lot of people know this. It happens to be my favorite dinner is a HelloFresh dinner. It happens to be my absolute favorite. And Grant, also people don't know this, but there's a major menu upgrade this summer.
Ooh, I didn't actually know that.
This summer, okay? HelloFresh has doubled its menu. And Grant, do you know what that means? If they doubled their menu, do you know what they used to have?
Half of the options they're about to have.
Well, you got 100 options now. And Grant, I'm going to be honest, it's almost too many options.
I don't overwhelming.
Yeah, but it's a good thing. I mean, some people say it's a really good thing, and I think it's a really good thing too. But be careful. It could take a long time. I mean, that's 100 different options. That's a lot.
They do at least have categorization, so you can kind of drill down around what you like.
Oh, yeah, so you want some mashed potatoes with something. Say you want...
Only mashed potatoes.
Only mashed potatoes. Yes, they do have really, really good mashed potatoes. Chicken. They have chicken. They have all kinds of stuff. And it's really healthy. And oh my gosh, I mean, it's so great. You get steak and seafood recipes delivered every week for no extra cost. Of what? There's 3 times more seafood on the menu now? Of what?
Wait, no extra cost on that either.
No extra cost. That is crazy. This is crazy. Okay, they have snap peas, stone fruit, corn on the cob. What? But yeah, it's very great product. Okay, makes dinner, lunch, what have you, so much easier. And the best way to cook just got better. Go to hellofresh.com/WMS10FM. That's a mouthful. WMS10FM now to get 10 free meals and a free item for life. For life, 1 per box with active subscription. Free meals applied as discount on first box. New subscribers only. Varies by plan. That's HelloFresh.com/WMS10FM to get 10 free meals and a free item for life. I use this, and you should too.
No, we bought the domain. We own the IP. Sorry, idiots, it lapsed.
Yeah, and every time we get a click, which I don't know if any of you people out there, that means basically when somebody goes on our website, we get 50 cents. So y'all just get on the website, y'all just click it into your browser, and we get 50 cents.
Dude, and it adds up so quickly.
Oh yeah, there were probably 2,000 people yesterday. So do the math on that. People need Grant. Do the math on that. 2,000 clicks, we get 50 cents.
You have time, Grant?
That's like $1,000, I think.
Yup.
Do it.
It took us 10 years to get in the main for whatever. It took us 10 years, but it's like so sweet once you get through. It's like the crypto miners. We're pretty much like crypto miners for websites.
Well, once you break through, you go, I never have to work again.
I know. You just get the residuals, baby.
Or sit back.
Chill.
Oof, I'm getting that Ren and Stimpy money.
Damn. And that's a crazy one you got on that shit.
A lot of butt cheeks and stuff. Or was that, what was the one with the cow, Grant? Cow and chicken?
Well, Ren and Stimpy had it.
Yeah,
you're talking about cow and chicken.
Cow and chicken also was kind of perverted. I thought about cow and chicken ever. That was like kind of a nasty one.
Well, I was like, we own the Java, right? We own the like the source, quite literally the source code to cow and chicken. So yeah, last night I was tooling around with it, and I think you're gonna be in for a big surprise when the new Mission Impossible comes out.
I want to think you're messing with me, but it's like I know in my heart you're telling me the truth, so I can't wait. Yeah, and I think it's the last Mission Impossible movie, so everybody's gonna go watch that one.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's gonna go out. I'll put it this way: it's gonna go out with a real bang.
And Tom Cruise is doing all the stunts as always. That guy's crazy. He's getting older. He's getting up there, and he's still doing all these stunts.
Well, I think he's a stunt addict. Like I've met freaks of all kinds, and he's one of the oldest guys still working in show business. What is he, 70?
Yeah, I think he's 70.
And he's still jumping on trampoline.
It's crazy. trampolines, God. Were you allowed to do that when you were a little kid? Or were you ever around them as a little kid?
Okay, I'm happy you asked, because I've been meaning to address this. One of the few luxuries I had as a child, among many other luxuries, was a trampoline. And I learned how to do a double backflip.
Damn.
So, at once, I'm still in the air. And I can't even imagine, but I flew too close to the sun. So I do the double backflip. I only knew how to do it for like a week. Scrape my nose real bad. I'm out.
Were we talking like a scorpion situation where you hit your face and your legs going behind your head?
Yeah. And it left the unique injury that can only come to human skin from a trampoline.
And it's like a burn? You're never sure.
So my whole nose, I almost lost the nose. Dr. Razmatazian was my pediatrician who said that.
And he is not obviously I'm not judging anybody, but with that last name, that sounds like an Armenian person. Is Armenian?
No, he was he was a big Sublime fan, so he would do fire sticks. But he was like a white guy, I guess you would say.
Well, speaking of Sublime, somebody is releasing these concert things on YouTube and somebody else is taking them off, and I want to watch them because apparently there's a live version of Santeria.
Like old school Sublime?
Yes, that I don't think ever existed. It's some song. I think it's maybe that one that's never existed in a live concert. And some dumbasses in the comments saying, "Oh, I own the copyright. I'm taking it down." And he's taking it all down. And it's like, hold on, how does this? What do you mean you own the copyright to a Sublime? I just don't understand.
It's a random account saying that?
Yes, but then apparently I get on the subreddit, the Sublime subreddit, and people are talking about it. Yeah, it's some guy who does have these tapes and stuff, but I don't know. It's fucked up. He needs to release them.
Well,
Yeah, dude, release the Sublime cut. You can't hold that hostage. I want to see Sublime at their most raw. I want to see him living in a van with Lou Dog. I know, me too. And it smelled like a Lou Dog in my arm. I know, and then he put his finger in his butt. I think that was that part of it, Grant?
Is that in the uncut version?
You got me. This isn't Magic the Gathering. This is real life, Grant. Let's get it together. We're talking Sublime. I don't even know. And by the way, I don't even know if I would see the new version with the sun. I don't know. Maybe it does. Why don't you like it? I don't know. I haven't even seen it. I've only heard one song. He sounds pretty good. You know, it's funny you say that. I've only heard the one song too. That's all I've heard. It's like, I think it may be fun. I don't know. I'd still maybe go see that. Well, I remember the first show they did with the sun, and the internet was like, history is correcting itself. This is how Sublime was meant to be. Yeah, Rome's out of the way now. Yeah, everybody's talking shit about the poor Rome guy. He toured with him for like 20 years. I know. Like, good riddance. They hated him for some reason. Well, he sounded just like Bradley. It must be a weird job to take someone, I can't think of a different example of this, in a band, and you're hired just because you sound like the lead singer who died. Queen does it, I guess. Do they still do music stuff? Right, Grant? With Freddie Gibbs?
Yeah, can you put your windscreen down on your mic?
Windscreen?
The foam thing. Just push that down. No, Casey, just push that down. It's just making a little... There you go.
Yeah, that's all. You're going to have to roll a little higher for that. It costs a little more mana than you're ready for.
I'm not talking to you guys anymore. I'm just going to be here.
Well, gee, I'm just ripping you. I haven't been here for Christ's sake.
I know. All right. You can rip it.
Look, you got a new camera. Look at that white camera. You see it, just the camera right there. Yeah, they got a new white camera. Wow, bragging my ass about that. That's like one of the rare ones, Grant.
Uh-huh.
They only made 50. Yeah, they only made 50, and they're getting 10 of them here. Wow, did you win that in like an auction, or?
It's like a 4th edition, revised edition Magic card kind of thing, like a Shion Dragon.
Oh,
if you know your Magic the Gathering.
Did you ever play Yu-Gi-Oh? No, it was a little. With the age thing. I wanted to like Harry Potter. It was like I was a little too old or something. Even though I had a couple friends who liked it. Never got into Yu-Gi-Oh, but I'm familiar. Did you like Yu-Gi-Oh? Well, what Grant was blabbing about. Pretty sure he's speaking a different freaking language. I felt like he was doing an incantation. I sure hope not. I don't need any kind of bad energy like that right now. Neither do I. Have all kinds of stuff going on. I told William I got a rash on my thighs. And it got better, luckily, with the medicine. I went and saw a doctor. It was called a dermatologist. I'm one of the first patients of my kind. Did you hear this, Graham? You listening? Barely. Barely? What? You can't hear me? I can hear me good. I hear you. I can hear you. Oh, my God. So, anyways.
Don't do that.
But they sat me down, they said, son, you got 2 options. You lose the thighs, as in they cut the thighs off, not the legs. The thighs. Or you lose the legs. So, we'll take the thighs. Yeah. And they said, okay, we just wanted to see what kind of man you were. You're going to be totally fine. What do you mean? Because they told you to take your pants down or something? It was like a test. Yeah. Oh, that's awkward. It was like kind of like hazing. And then, so I said, the thighs, right? And then the lights came on and everyone came in and all clapping. And what a relief. I know. Oh, thank God you're not going to cut my thighs off. I know. Wait, what were they going to do? Just, literally cut a big chunk out. Yeah, so they had one of those turkey carvers. And he said, it was, in hindsight, I should have known it was like a prank. Yeah. And he was like, we got to take them quick because the infection's going to spread. You know? And he like presses the button and makes a scary noise. Yeah. I said, okay. I said, if this is what God wants, isn't God hands down? Isn't God hands down? Yeah. And I noticed a little movement. And they went, party season. And everybody popped out. And they went, congratulations. That's good. That's like my fantasy for my best birthday party ever that I never had. I always wanted to have like a surprise party where like I walk in, somebody's walking in the front door with me, kind of getting my and then I see everything. And then I see somebody like behind a curtain. And I'm like, wait, it's my birthday. Who's that? Oh Lord, wait, it's a party for me. But it never happened, and that's fine, Casey. Because sometimes I don't know. That's life, dude. Here's the thing. You're what? 38. You're 31. 38. Okay. Let's say, Grant, what are you thinking? Tell me to stop if you think I'm wrong, Grant. Okay. Tell me when to stop, actually. So here's William. Seriously, Grant, tell me what. It's not a freaking joke.
All right, you should probably cut it out right now.
Well, this is where William is now, right? 38. Tell me when to stop for how old he's going to be. Jesus Christ, dude. You're going to be over 110 years old, it seems like, according to Grant. So the technology, so why do you think that, Grant? Because most people don't live that long. What do you think? That just the technology's going to get better? Yeah, just sheer good luck? Or
I think so.
Or just, sheer good luck. Like I never slip and fall, or I never, I never get food poisoning again. Just stuff like that.
Good genes.
A good pair of jeans, Levi's. Yeah. I need some good jeans. You and me both pounced on that riff. That's mine. It's been crazy. Oh my gosh, it's been a while. It's so bad. We still got what's like riding a bike. As soon as I walked in, I went, I'm about to bust a gut. This motherfucker. I'm about to bust a gut. I started looking around. I started kicking some tires. Because you'll see in the footage, I was kind of shaking the camera. I went, God, so I remember it. Yeah, holy shit. Buddy. And I checked under the table, sure enough. Still my signature carved into it. KC plus GG. And did you see my little piece of bubble gum I put up there one time? Yes, I did. And it looked like your gums have been bleeding, maybe. I know. Well, it's red. It's these Zins. It's the Zins. Do you still do them despite the blood? Yeah. Why not? Keep going. Keep going. I gotta stop doing it at some point, dude. I don't know. It's not good, Casey. I guess. I don't know. It's probably. I don't know. It's not. It's something on. It's on my mind. Well, I think you do too many. Because what do I need to do? You do doubles. Less? Don't you do doubles? No. Oh, I thought you did dubs. At one point in time, I did the 2 6s, which that was way too bad. Then after the Gators lost to Florida State, I finally looked at my gum because I was in such a horrible mood. And I was like, oh, shit. What else is wrong with me? Yeah, the Gators lost. What the fuck? Let's see other problems I've got right now. You start taking a moral inventory. You go, you know what? I'm going to look at that ingrown toenail. Fuck, I should have went to the doctor and that's infected. I know. Well, it's a work in progress, dude. That's what I'm calling it. It's a work in progress. We are all exactly where we're supposed to be, except for those of us who still have a little more work to do. I know. And some people just have a little more work, and that's okay. It's okay. And here's the thing about heaven needing a couple angels. They're full right now. You're not going to die anytime soon, I promise. Yeah, because that's, again, I think it's like 1 in, 1 out kind of deal, and heaven's filled with angels right now. Basically, from the intel, I have been sort of, they call it transdermal location, and it's when it's from deep meditation, but I've been able to visit just glimpses. I'll get a glimpse of it, and it's basically like the line of like Studio 54. It's like, if you know Spot, that's fun. Yeah, for sure. Like Mick Jagger's wife is there, and like kind of like people you're like, oh, it's like I wish Mick was here, but his wife's like, that's cool, I guess. That scares me so bad, Casey, because it's like I'm so embarrassed to even say this. I'm worried I wouldn't even recognize her ass, dude. And then it's like she's probably gonna be like, who's this new person? Like, yeah, there's like 4 people. there's 4 people in the Heaven nightclub. You go, oh no. I'm one of 5 people to go to heaven. Yeah, and I don't really know these other people. These other people have to spend a lot of time with. It's like, it's you, it's Richard Jewell, who got wrongly accused of the Centennial bombing. Yes. And then it's probably Eddie Guerrero, the wrestler. Then Ozzy Osbourne. He's back. Ozzy? He's a new one. He's a new one. When the Lord saw him. Wait, what am I doing it be? Yeah, what do you think? I bet Ozzy, he could have had a relationship with God. I think so. Well, I don't know. I think here's the thing about God. If he makes jokers like us, he's got to have us on the hammer. So he must, Casey. He must. I agree. He simply must. Well, Black Sabbath, it was kind of satirical. I listened to a book about it, and they didn't, really worship the devil, but they did do a lot of coke. So they were like, did he bite a bird's head off one time? He bit a dove's head off and a bat's head off. Yeah, separate days. It would have been a big day. It was one for breakfast, one for lunch. What am I gonna do for dinner? Yeah. Maybe a hot dog. Yeah, maybe something normal. Yeah. Yeah, after 2, maybe you can have more than 2 just really weird meals in a day. Especially because he's not like Ozzy's taking the time to take the little hairs off the bat or take the I want to die thinking about that. That grosses me out to the max. Here's the thing about I live my life so steady ground. I'm right down the middle. I'm not maxing anything. I'm not jump maxing. I'm not ice bathing. I'm eating Flintstones. Not maxing with a credit card. Hell no. My credit is perfect. Woo! What do you have, Xperia now? I got rocket money. So wait, you've been reading ads? Yeah, a couple times. Yeah, we did freaking. Yeah, you missed now too. The first one was, what was the one last week? It was BetterHelp. That is okay. So that's pretty cool because that's one that I need again because I'm in a run with that sometimes. So BetterHelp could be wonderful. And then today was, what was today? HelloFresh. HelloFresh. I know. Maybe they'll do that again. That would be good. Well, I'm on the road, so I imagine they would send it, and it's just turkey rotting in my hallway for a month and a half. It would be cool if they could deliver it to hotels and stuff. Maybe they could take it to Cincinnati. But how would you cook it? They're saying no. I mean, you got to think about the kitchenette. I don't know. And a lot of these places don't have anything. And I mean, if you're in Las Vegas, the rooms don't even have a freaking pasta pizza, dude. I mean, Vegas is going downhill. No, if you're anywhere but Old Vegas, like Grant, let me ask you this. If you see a couple of guys like us, do you think we're a couple of Caesar's Palace guys, or do you think we're a couple of MGM freaks? Yeah, what do you think when we're walking off the plane and you're watching everybody walking off the plane at the Vegas airport? Where are we going?
I hate to say it, but I would say MGM.
Come on, man. And you already know that's the score, my man. We love going there. We love playing high stakes crap. I just love that the building's green. Dude, I love that green building. You get lost in it and you start thinking, is it Christmas already? Because it's green and when it's dark in those hallways, it's like, what time is it? Where get me out of this fucking hallway, bitch. Yeah, I start, whenever me and William go to the casino, we normally divide and conquer. So we'll split the room in half, right? Because we don't want to step on each other's toes.
Start deeper with the room.
Oh my gosh, Casey, you know what I started doing? You should do it. I think the last one is coming up, but Nadav, he has, Nadav guy, he has that poker thing, dude. Maybe. There's been rumblings. Look, it's been so fun, Casey. Last time I was going into my last thing, I was down $200, and then I won 500, so now I'm up 300, so now I can play one last time, and even if I lose everything, I was even. That's a lot of money. You guys are playing big. $300. Yeah, it's a hilarious podcast. You have to pay $300. I had a buddy, I won't say who it is, but he texted me and he was like, yo, dude, will you buy me in so I can do the podcast? What? I'm not your dad. Why would I buy you in to do a poker podcast? You're kidding. Was it $500? Was somebody there? Like he was already there? No. I would have been like, freaking get your life together, nut job, because I'm actually coming over to kick your ass. Yeah. Get ready for an ass beating, dumbass. I would say, here, I actually got something for you. Open the door. Wait. And I'd say, don't touch him. He brought this upon himself. And then everybody's like, just has their hands up, like, what the fuck? Who's this guy? Then I take his car keys and I go, I'm hang on. Yeah. So he ain't driving no more. Yeah, unless you got a spare somewhere, dumbass. Yeah. And then I got your Uber app canceled. I said something bad on there, and it as you, so you look like a piece of shit. Yeah, and they kick your ass off so easy on that app. That's what I don't like about Lyft and Uber. I mean, they kicking your ass off. You gotta make all these fake accounts. It's like this nightmare. Well, it's like you get caught. Uber, they'll catch you in a lie. lie, right? When your story gets too complicated, they'll like double back like a good detective, and they go, "Wait, I thought you didn't take a ride yesterday morning." And you go, "Oh, yeah, wait, they got you. They caught you in a lie, and they're gonna come. Frankly, they'll kick your ass too. They beat the hell out of my buddy Brian." Really? Is that what happened to Brian? Damn, yeah. I saw he had those two black eyes. Yeah, no, I mean, when I got in a literal car crash in an Uber, and I'm communicating with them, yeah, they pull the same shit. They're like, okay, so you claim you're going to the airport at 12:40 p.m. on this date. Is that correct? I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. And then they're like, well, when I look at your app, it actually weren't there at that time. I'm like, I'm not lying that I just got in this car crash with one of your drivers, okay? What's going? Why are y'all put me through the ringer right now? Well, it's victim blaming, right? Like, which is not the term. Victim shaming, I think, is the term, but Gigi said I could mess with like making my own. Well, it sounds about right because I was the victim in that situation. Well, it's the same concept. They're going, "Oh, are you sure you were in the car?" And I was like, "Wait, what am I fucking going nuts right now?" Well, they're gaslighting you. They're trying to see if, well, maybe they'll luck out. Like, this is the company's position. Hey, maybe we'll luck out. This dude's like fucking nuts. Yeah. Oh, they'll lock you up. They'll 5150 you. And then you're just trapped somewhere and you can't get out. And it's like fucking Bram Stoker's Dracula. Remember that guy stuck in that padded cell with that lawn? He has that weird outfit on. The guy in the padded cell? You remember that? You talk about Count Orlok? Yeah, was he Count Orlok in the padded cell? Grant, help us, man. I'm looking it up. Yeah, look, I hear his little tippy tappies going. He's hardcore. He's either writing on the road or he's writing his book while he helps us. Grant's on fucking Dexedrine, dude. He's on old school diet pills. Just writing. Damn. I thought you looked a little more slim, Grant. You're probably not eating shit all day, right? Is it Tom Waits? Boy, what are you getting at? Huh? Wait. Is what Tom Waits? That's the guy in the padded cell. That's him? Oh, that is Tom Waits. No, I feel stupid. Never mind. It is Tom Waits. He was the guy in the padded cell. Sure enough. You know what they used to call me, Grant, at military school? You want to guess? Tom Waits? They used to call me the man in the iron mask. Whoa. What did they make your fucking ass like walk around in a mask or something? So they had their own unique system of punishment that was designed to both publicly shame and internally euthanize. So sort of euthanize your emotions while publicly breaking down the social structure. So yeah, if you said a cuss word or kicked a football or like anything fun, like or like playing the hallway, like playing tag or something, you'd have to wear this spike mask and it hurt and you couldn't blink basically. God. So they would take needles right here, and so if you blinked it would kind of poke, so you're kind of stuck. Like a clown. You sleep in that thing. That's what a lot of people have asked me, and the answer is you don't sleep too well. I'll say that. You don't get 8 hours. That's for sure. Well, I hate that. I'm so sorry that happened. I mean, that sounds crazy. Like, I've heard of corporal punishment, but I mean, that's like medieval punishment or something. That's like insane. Well, because I'm not afraid to speak up for myself. Around the second or third time, I started going, "You guys can't do this," and I said, "Oh, we can. We've been around for a long time." Yeah. That's horrible, dude. That's like so scary. How do you even keep moving forward after shit like that? You just, I try to make light of it, right? Like I go on podcasts and I try to be funny and I try to keep my friends close. Like I keep my inner circle close, right? But for sure, sometimes it creeps in. I know. Well, the darkness. And it's where BetterHelp can help. Sometimes BetterHelp can totally help. Maybe sometimes it depends on the situation. Like a situation like that does like crazy. Well, that's what they said. BetterHelp, they said, look, we love helping. It's quite literally all we do. You should probably see, maybe you should go live somewhere and see something. They said I should go live at the state hospital or whatever. And see, that's the last thing you probably want to hear from a person trying to help your ass. And they're like, okay, you're a lost cause. So sorry. Just check yourself in. There's no hope at all. They said, I started checking my damn watch. I go, I've been in here for a month. Yeah, you're already ready. You're on that breakdown. Well, they call it a 5150. And Grant, it's nothing to be scared of, right? Right, Grant? Hey, 5150? Yeah. They correct. So it's correct. Oh, Baccarat. I was getting to that because I went to a really cool one where you can gamble with pens. So, oh my gosh! You can play Baccarat. You can play Pig Slots at Huff and Puff. We love Huff and Puff. Blow the house down, make new ribs. Oh my gosh! Yeah, what is it? The wolf comes, right? Oh yeah, blowing stuff. Well, you and me always had bad luck when we would play the pig one, but since then, I have come to grow as a gambler, and I've lost so much more money since then. So, are you still gambling some? You're in a place that there's a casino. I haven't been in 2 months. Oh, damn. How about that? So, that's a pretty good amount of time. I know. Wait, what do you mean? Because, Casey, whenever I was with your ass, literally every time, and we were gambling together, you were always very lucky. So are you telling me that the luck right now in regards to gambling? Yes. So here's what's funny, and this is my own. I mean, you always had like crazy. Dude, it was luck, and I remember it would make you kind of feel bad because I could see it in your eyes that you thought you weren't winning because you were a bad guy, and I would go, it's not who's best and who's nicest. It's just like, it's kind of weird gambling with somebody playing slot machines, and the person you're with is just continuing to win. I could not stop winning, and I'm not even kidding. I would put $1 in, and it was like, congratulations, $81. Holy shit. But, okay, so when I was in Australia, they said I was losing money. I started losing money at like record speed. And I told this chap, I said, I'm having a tough night at the pokies. And that's what Australian people call the machines over there. Yeah, the pokies, they call it having a slap at the pokies. Yeah, Australian people are so fun with their saying. I know. Whereas American people can be a little more like that. That's so much more whimsical, mystical, kind of better than, let's go slot machine. You guys want to go slot machines? I know a gas station has one in the back, but it doesn't pay cash. Yeah, it's like that's what you get in America, but over there you're getting. Well, all the bars have like legit, like Huff and Puff, like real slots, and it's a real cool culture. Anyways, I was losing money, and this is the first time I'm coming off being with you. I didn't gamble really last year on the road, and I go, I'm so excited. It's such a fun night. I'm losing so much money. I'm losing money. And this guy pulled me aside and he said, listen, mate, you can be lucky in life, and you can be lucky in gambling. You seem like you're lucky in life. And I said, so it's one or the other. Yeah, one or the other. Can't have both. So what changed is now I'm on my own tour, and the headliner, he don't want no money. The feature. It's just the way the world works. You have figured it out, so you're not going to go chasing that anymore because he's right. Yes, I know, but I still do chase it. But I only do like maybe $200. We'll never play the dot. Do you like cards? See, I've had the funnest time playing cards, dude. I've had the most fun playing. Okay, well, is it just poker? Yeah, it's the Texas Hold'em or whatever. Okay, well, I think I would do it I would probably, honestly, I'm a bit of a cut-up. Like, I'd probably be somebody like Uncle Laser, who's being, like, funny as hell, but also, like, down to earth. Yeah, oh my gosh. Dude, Casey, you'd be great at it. And just watch. All I've been doing is watching World Series of Poker. But you got the itch. You really like it now? I have been watching it on TV. I have been recording on my YouTube TV, so now I watch it every now and again. It's a little, but then it gets kind of boring, so then I turn it off. But I can watch it for like 30 minutes just to get a general idea of what the people are playing with. That's all I'm looking at. I'm like, okay, now I feel like I have a little better idea. I used to, if I had like a king and a 3 or something, I would play because I had a king. But now it's like, maybe you don't play that. Oh, so you're saying like the hands? Yeah, just literally we're good. You can put it away. Yeah, thanks, Grant. Did you hear that? That was on Casey's police radio. Yeah, that was on the talkie. Actually, Grant, I was going to take a picture of it. Forget it. That was my personal one. So that's, if I need to get right to G, you have one too. Yeah, I think you forgot it. But if I need Motorola. And you can do the noise, you can click the sign if it's that noise. Yeah, sure. What goes, hello, Mojo. You remember that? Dude, I bust up good. Every debris, dude, it'll make me bust like that when I'm like about to take a nap or something. I hear that and I just start laughing. I'm like, what the fuck is Casey about to fucking say on this goddamn
I go, hey, William, it's almost 4:30. He goes, shut up. Dude, I'm trying to sleep over here, man. Erica's like, William, it's freaking 11 o'clock. Go to bed already. Turn the beeper off. Yeah, and I'm like, shut up, man. It's going to go there. He's on the Motorola. I'm going to talk to him on the porch for a while. Yeah. So what are you doing? Are you looking at the moon? It's huge tonight. I know. It was so pretty recently. It was very big recently. What was the date? I'm trying to see if it aligns to something bad happening in my life. What is the date of today, Grant?
Today's the 19th.
19th. So I'm going to guess this was... doing Rain Man math. That's why we're so good at DMGM Grand. I'm gonna say maybe it was the 14th. Is that what it was? I'm guessing. Is that when their full moon was 5 days ago, Grant?
Let me go check the moon chart.
Yeah, please. So go ahead and check that. And while you're at it, Grant, go ahead and pull up. When's my... Yeah, go ahead and pull up. Is the luckiest guy ever, was that from money or from success? Yeah, Google that so I can get like a tangible idea of if that guy was right, I guess. Well, Casey has success. I think he could be, yeah, dude. Just have a little fun. Maybe play the card game some. Dude, it's a crazy place over there, Casey. And also, by the way, there's a place next door that I'm scared to walk into. And it looks like that is slot machines. Okay, well, that more piques my attention. Places where, even in Texas, if you're in there, you're having a slap, right? And so he walks up, he just slides in an ashtray. And you go, you good, man, you can smoke with nobody in here. It's pretty cool, especially in Texas, because nobody can't smoke in here. Well, all the little slot places are all fronts for the CARTEL. And no, which one? I'm saying which one? No, I mean, no offense. And actually, I was just kidding. No, they're not. Yeah, we're kidding over here. Seriously, we're kidding about decent amount of stuff. We're kidding about this.
Bunch of comedians here, huh?
I was just joking, you know, and I didn't mean anything by it. Those are good places, and I should say, just stop talking about it. It's making me nervous even talking about it. Just even mentioning it at all is making me a little nervous, like my hands are getting sweaty. Well, if I could say one parting word about it, that if it was up to me, there'd be one in every HEB. So you guys are doing great. And that's a really nice thing, Casey just said, too. Sure. It's like super nice. Well, HEB, what is HEB for us? Okay, good question. HEB for us is like basically like a water park. Yeah, I get my tortillas. Yeah. Dude, I lit an HEB candle last night that was warm tortilla. And I kept forgetting, because it was pretty small, and I kept forgetting that I lit it. So I'd go to a different room, and I would go, damn, this was like, look kind of good. And I kept thinking someone in my own home was making tortillas. So you would totally highly recommend the candle, because it's really good tortillas. Well, I would recommend the candle if you have the type of mental faculties to separate the art from the artist and go, this is just a candle. Nobody's making it. Yeah, nobody's making it. So if I get hungry later, I just gotta remember I need to make or get food because nobody's here making it for me. Even though it smells like someone's making food right now. Well, I kept thinking there was an abuela in the kitchen. And if you know one thing about me, I want to be an abuela. So for those who don't know, what abuela is a Spanish grandmother. Yes, grandmother. Or grandfather. Those are called abuela tools. That's both. Yeah, I knew some words in Spanish, depending on the last letter or whatever, if it was like male or female. So, but abuelo is male or female. Yes, grandma or grandpa. Yes, it's not, like different languages, it's hard to understand the sort of colloquialisms, right, of the verbiage and the syntax of the root words, right? But it basically means to give, or to give wheat. So it's a sweet tortillas, probably. Yeah. So your grandparent wouldn't necessarily. It doesn't matter which one you're talking about. You're talking about the ones who make you wheat stuff. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, that's cool. I had no idea even at background. I didn't even know if it was the grandma or grandpa. That's where I was lost at the very beginning. I didn't even know. And that looks like a grandmother and a grandfather. Yeah, what did you Google to find that? Is that your grandparents? That's an HB grandpa. Okay. Because that looks like a picture you took on your phone. My parents? That's a weird kind of picture almost. That's my abuelitos. Well, that's Grant when the grandma refused to wear a mask, and Grant goes, I'm filming you to be put it on. This is on record. Shut up. Oh, get lost, kid. Tell me something when you've lived into the 40 years. I hate it when that little fucking old person says something like that. It's like, I might hit it if I can make it 40 years. What are you talking about, dumbass? How about I give you 40 spankings for all the years on your old ass life right now? Yeah, lean over, bitch. I'm about to spank your ass. Show me those bare cheeks, stink boy. Yup. Take the jeans off. Yes, bare butt cheek, HEB produce aisle. Yup, that's where it goes down sometimes. So it was buttered tortilla, that's the flavor. Yeah, and I guess I bought it as like maybe a gag. Because I mean, I like this amount of tortillas. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you like I'm a bleeding heart. I wear it on my sleeve. But you like fajitas? Me too, and it's such a performance. It's like so fun if you're at the restaurant, you get them because it's like it takes the guy and it takes him a couple times to bring in all your shit. And it's like so sizzling, and then it's always right in the middle of like a story because it takes a while. And so you start telling a story to your guests that you're eating with, and then you go, uh-oh, we're gonna have to hold that thought. Here comes trouble. It's just sizzling and smoking and God. I cooked them in my place, but I think it smoked the place out. Well, that would be, I could see that being a situation where now you have like 4 pans that you're eating at the same time, and then you just blow the place up, propane tank accident, which is a giant explosion for anybody that doesn't know, or at least maybe that's what natural gas. Oh, what happens when the houses are on water heaters? I think will do it too. And then, Graham, what was it where the team got stuck in the mountains? They had to eat each other for food alive. So those people, that was the water heater of the plane that made that happen. They made the plane crash. The Andes Mountains cannibal case. Oh, man. And you're with your soccer team, and you go, come on, this is our midfielder. I don't want to eat it. I know. It'd be better if it's strangers, probably not just a soccer team you're on. Well, dude, could you imagine you're the one guy who is on standby, you get on the flight, everyone else is the rugby team or whatever, and they're looking at you just licking their chops. Yeah, they see you and see a big, like, fucking turkey. Yeah. And you start going, have I ever told you how I've given over $10,000 to charities? You start, like, making up stuff. Yeah. And they're just staring at your ass. Yeah. Fork and knife. Drool. God, yeah, just seeing you and you look like a big old turkey leg or something. Just like a yummy, they bowl of mashed potatoes, and they're like, okay, we're gonna eat this fucking dude. I go, hey, that's not a bowl of peas, that's my arm, you freak. I know. He goes, I'm sorry, man. I'm so out of it. I know. And then they're gonna get your ass when you're sleeping or something. Like, that'd be a bad spot to be in. Well, for sure, you don't have a friend in the world when your back is against the wall. Because rugby's more than friends, it's brothers, right? It's a brotherhood, for sure. And if you're alone, like, I don't have shit like that. Like, I don't have shit like that. But rugby, what if it was two close teams? What if it was 2 teams that got stuck and they had to kind of out-eat each other? Like, they would turn into a whole nother, like, war. Yeah, it'd be like a war. Because it'd be one side versus the other for sure. Oh, hell yeah, dude. And if you cross that picket line, if you ever escape, you're off the team for sure. Oh, yeah, you would never be allowed on the team if you end up going to the other side in the situation. Yeah, they're never letting your ass back, even if you really want to, and you were a pretty good player. And you were like a pretty good friend, but Benedict Arnold was a good guy too, until he betrayed the United States of freaking A. I know. And then somebody helped the English people. Grant, pull up Benedict Arnold naked. Yeah. He was so. Oh my God. Whoa. I don't like what came up there. fan fiction for Benedict Arnold? That isn't like a cartoon or a real person you're looking at right now.
It's like the fourth image is a dude peeing in his mouth.
Oh God, will you text me that? That's so funny. See, that's funny. Can you text me that? Oh, man, in his mouth?
I have no idea why.
Is that what they, you know how an Arnold Palmer is a sweet tea and lemonade, right? The Benedict Arnold is when some dude at the quick stop just pisses in your mouth. Then he drops a Ricola in there. That's a Benedict Arnold. Yeah, I never want one.
It does feel like a betrayal.
Yeah, well, it's gotta be a close friend, I think. Hey guys, I know you guys were, we had talked about going to Chili's for my birthday. I'm turning 31, I'm excited, but I'm actually was wondering if one of you guys could give me the Benedict Arnold this year. And you hope they say yes. You just hope somebody says yes. And then you start looking and it's like Miles Johnson left the group chat. Fuzzy Kilji left the group chat. People leaving. You're like, so maybe we are just going to have some dinner. You start pulling back. Yeah, and then they start popping back in. Yeah. Miles Johnson has rejoined the group. Damn. Who told us? Miles, you can come back. We're just going to feed us. He loves fajitas. Wait, hey, Grant, hold on. And I did, but you want to talk to a couple of people? You gotta go, G?
Oh, yeah. I'll leave here in like 5 minutes from one call.
Yeah, one call. Okay. I need to talk to some MFers, please.
Are you going to be able to see? You want to pick someone?
Oh. Just, well, hold on. Give me 10. Dude, can you see a lion? That's small as an Easter egg on Arbor Day. That's smaller than a rotten egg at the steak factory.
Alright.
Whoa.
Here, I'll just grab one.
Do one we've never talked to.
Alright, this one looks, I don't like anything.
I swear if it's somebody that we couldn't see, if we just offended somebody, we couldn't see what those names were. Yeah, either way, I couldn't read it. I recognize this. No.
Let's see if this person pops out.
Well, they've been waiting quite a while. If they're being a little patient, little stinker. Maybe they had to go to the bathroom.
Might have been a very patient stinker.
Can you imagine one or both of your heroes is ready to talk to you, and then you go to take a big old dump, and then blow it? Yeah, and then you fucking totally blow it. There's no take backs.
Well, I'm gonna try another person here real quick.
You blew it, my boy. Sorry, my boy. That's funny when people say that. What's up, fellas? Whoa, what is up? Rock and roll.
Oh my god.
How's it going, dude?
I can't believe this right now. Wait, holy shit.
Getting a little bit of feedback.
We're in hog heaven too, Matt. We like you. Yeah, dude.
Oh my god. Guys, I've been watching you for so long.
Love it. Love to hear. What are you doing? Where are you, in Arizona, or you just got the Sedona hat?
Here, wait, I'll show you. Try to guess where I'm at.
Oh, okay. Because he probably remembers when I guessed Indianapolis, right? I was about to say, yeah, what was that, Indianapolis? You fucking guess. I nailed it. I'm clairvoyant. Are you in Massachusetts? Close. Oh, okay. I was about to be laid off. So good to know. But that probably doesn't even help. We're in the region, Rhode Island. Below. Let's see. What's below Rhode Island? The geography. I'm trying to picture the map of America in my brain right now. Well, I'll sing the song, right? Yeah, sing your state song. Yeah.
State song. This one's for you. This one's for me. All of us together. Let's be happy here.
Joni Mitchell. Wow. Oh my gosh, that is a great state song. I'm impressed you knew your state song. I wouldn't necessarily know Tennessee's, I don't think. I know Georgia. Well, Georgia's Georgia on my mind. Georgia? Oh, yeah, that's a good Georgia song.
I know I might have given it away with that song, and I apologize, but
you actually didn't, Matt. Yeah, hold on. Here's the fun part. New Jersey.
Where?
To the right of New Jersey.
To the left
Are you trying not to make too much noise? This is the one. Pennsylvania. Yeah. He's a PA. I knew it. Oh my God. The houses like that? Okay, but I was in the right area. Boston and Philly. Very similar house structure.
I just went on my honeymoon, and that's why I have the Sedona hat on. Never been out west.
Oh, nice.
I loved it.
Yeah, it's cool out in the desert. It looks cool out there.
I never heard of javelinas before. I never knew that javelinas were a thing, and they were like, "Oh, be careful when you're taking the trash out because of the javelinas."
What is that? Is that like a Wendigo?
Like well, I watched the video. They're kind of like a wild pig, but the video doesn't ever stop like a wild pig. So just picture like a little wild pig with like little horns. Yep, there it is. They have horns? That was cute. I think some of them have horns. But you don't want to mess with their kids, because if you mess with their kids, they'll squeal and they'll get you.
Oh, that's me too. Me too. I'm fiercely loyal. Wait, Matt. So how was the honeymoon? Were you and your lady getting it on? Isn't that what people do on the honeymoon? Yeah. You had Sedona pockets down there. Yeah. Oh, I love it. That's exciting.
Well, we actually had to split Airbnb. It was split down the middle, so.
Wait, what do you mean? You and like another family, or you and your wife split it, or what do you mean? Is it like a breakup situation with Jennifer Aniston?
Very similar to that, yes. But I think what the situation was is I think there's a lot of tourism out there, so people are just buying up property and literally just splitting places down in half and having somebody rent one side out and then the other side out.
And then what? So you couldn't have too loud? Yeah, or I had to keep it kind of quiet or something?
Well, they also said not to do it too loud for the javelinas outside.
Because the pigs will try to get in.
It kind of mimics like the child's call, so you know.
Oh my gosh. That's kind of hot almost for something. That you have to keep it a little quieter. The pigs are going to come get you. That's hot as fuck. Yeah, the pigs are going to come watch you if you're too loud. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. I don't think I'd ever be able to do that. I would like, in my fantasy world, I'd like to think I could, somebody would be real loud or something, but deep down I know that's probably not the case.
So you're saying you couldn't rock some world is what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know. God, it's right now, dude. I don't even want to talk about that.
You don't have the confidence. I've been telling you. I'm not even saying it on the podcast, but look, you seem like a confident guy. You're 37 already. 38. Dude, you're 38 this month.
Don't you think William could just wreck some shit?
Like, just live. I don't think you realize how attractive you are inside and out. And it's just kind of like,
Matt, stop it. I don't even know this guy. I didn't even tell him that. I swear to God, I never met him. Did you pay Matt? No, they would call him and say this shit. Well, I was his hostess on his honeymoon, and he's a good guy. And so I kind of, I was doing gigs that weekend. I couldn't have.
Sedona, did you know they have portals there? Is that why you went there? You're trying to get a quartz portal with like crystals and stuff?
Yeah, I think they have crystals and all kinds of stuff.
UFOs.
Crystals are big there. Crystals are big. I looked into a place called the Bradshaw Ranch. Which I never heard about it, but if you want to go down a little rabbit hole, look up the Bradshaw Ranch.
Well, that's a good one. It's like Skinwalker Ranch, right, where they have paranormal stuff. You can't sneak one past me, but some people you can.
Scary. So what? It's like evil. Is it like evil stuff?
Well, go ahead. No, you're good. You go. So apparently, from my little research that I did, there's good vortexes out there in the desert, but there's also some bad vortexes out there with paranormal activity. So.
Oh, Grant just put on the screen that he's got to go get a crunch wrap.
Yeah, he's got to pick up his kids. Well, Matt, congratulations on getting married. So exciting. Glad you had a fun time, dude.
I love you guys so much. Thank you so much.
I love you. Yeah, I love you, dude. Thanks for calling in.
That's awesome, dude. Congratulations.
Take care, guys. Bye. Bye. See you, man.
That's so weird. My voice. Grant, can we edit out what just happened?
Happened.
Yeah, that's natural.
And then we got to thank Nolan Void, Opolonio, Papa Coon, Patrick Casey, Poopsicle Blood, Robert Clushall, Ruby Jewel Sparkle, Jenna Kai from the Big Island, Zarak, Sean King, Lord, Shiva, Skin Bomb, Gaming Critter, the Wizard, Vader Reed, Vicious, McFisty, White Magic, William Casey the Catch, William Garrett, William Ramsey, Worm Drive Show on YouTube, Choose Your Adventure, Zombie Warlock, Team Monty Subleski. Yikes, that was hard. Anthony Whitbush Markets and Ashley Belfield, Assalon, Freezer, Soup Bob, I'm loving it. Dude's been hashing. Gregor Rogan is my dad. Daniel Hunter, Danger Fox, Destiny A4, Devin Swain, Dingleberry Harry, Dova King, Dr. Pete Dugan, Eli Slugworth, Goldie Banks, Star, Gransworth, Nightmare, Julia Tomiosta, LOL, I love Big Macs, Jess, Jethro Tall, Joe Kive, John Shaw, Justin Greco, Captain Chaos, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Luke, Nista, Alex, Nissan Dappy, Nolan, Boyd, Opalonia. Am I the only one? Grant, that's the last thing I'll say. I don't get to do the podcast for a couple weeks. Suddenly, the mercenaries doubled in size. Everybody starts going, oh, thank God the freak's gone. Yeah, mercenaries doubled in size, but I told them, we need Casey back, and so they're dealing with it. So, with the child soldiers. They intervened. The child soldiers totally enter. Well, dude, here's the thing, and mercenaries love you guys. I'm not saying anything about that, but I'm like kind of a blue collar guy. Like, I'm like lower tier. Like, maybe they like me, like, because I was born in a farm. So y'all remember that kind of crap, okay? Seriously. And I'm happy to be here with my friend William, and I don't think I should miss too many more episodes. And I just want to say I love doing a podcast. And I love Grant, I love William. And if you guys are ever struggling, you can go to BetterHelp. Yes. And we love you, Casey. That's a good one. All right, bye. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of The William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to thewilliammontgomeryshow@gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of The William Montgomery Show by subscribing to The William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of The William Montgomery Show was recorded at the Record ATX Studios, right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time. Shh, you fuck said that. I'm trying to have fun tonight.
Well, George, everyone knows that by now, hopefully, that this is exactly what the book is about. The factors that lead to this and how you can effectively reverse the damage. And people can learn about that at www.algebra.com.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's The William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the deepest Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is. The Big Red Machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. Look at that. 6 little fireworks. Grant, there was this one time I took acid, and I somehow on YouTube found a video where it was just I think it was on some Adult Swim. It was on some Adult Swim YouTube channel, and it was just the sounds of fireworks, like whistling and then popping. Like, not giant fireworks. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. And I don't even think there was any visual to it. I don't think. It's just the sounds of little firecrackers going off, flying, and then going off. It was the funniest thing to me. It's weird. Have you ever done that kind of stuff? No. Yeah, and you wouldn't even probably want to talk about it. Yeah, never. No. Oh, really? All good. feel like I'd like to do it on a beach if I wouldn't know what you could pay me to do it right now. I'd have a full-fledged panic attack.
Yeah, that'd be pretty fun on the beach.
I think on the beach would be very nice. If I were to do it now, you wouldn't want to be around me because I would be begging you to call the ambulance.
So we are pushing out live, and people are saying it's a little quiet, so I'm turning off the volume.
Oh my gosh, what is it? This new? I apologize to anybody. Grant got some new camera, and it's all messed up. It's messed up around my shoulders.
All right, I'll tighten it up there, dude.
No, I'm kidding. That doesn't bother me at all. It's a very cool looking camera. It's a white camera.
It's a little bit of an upgrade. It's a little sharper on the focus. Right now I have you a little punched in, so it's a little blurry, but no one cares about that technical stuff, do they?
Yeah, oh my gosh, no, not at all. Yeah, hold on. So this is a very special episode. We actually have Casey returning. It's been a little bit.
I've been out for a bit. Been busy guys.
It's really busy.
Running everywhere.
So we're very excited about that. He's coming soon. And do we need to? Should we just go ahead and?
Do you want to bring on the caller?
Yeah, maybe just talk to somebody.
All right, we can do that. We'll check and see what we're looking at here. We have actually quite a few people already on here.
But yes, it has been. How long has it been, Grant, since we've seen Casey in here?
Oh man, I think he was out like 4 or 5 episodes. I can actually pull up the.
So there's been a playlist. Oh my gosh, I wonder if he'll remember what I look like. I wonder if I'll remember what he looks like. Do you think so?
It's gonna be jarring.
Sometimes that happens where somebody hadn't seen somebody in a long time. I don't know. I feel like a lot of the time in that instance, you would be able to recognize like the family member, long lost family member.
He was out for 5 weeks. That's like the longest you guys have been apart.
Damn. And we'll see. Maybe he'll get cold feet. Maybe he won't even show up. I don't know.
All right. I think bringing on our first person here. Let me bring up the volume.
Hang on, bro.
Hello.
What's up?
I don't have you on screen yet. 1 second.
I like how you said bruh instead of call. Oh, what's up?
What's up, man? Sorry, I was talking to my son.
Oh my gosh. Well, how's your son doing? What's his fucking ass up to?
He's not feeling real good. We're gonna call the doctor.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I didn't know if he was like playing hooky from school or something. Oh, he's sick. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's cool. It's virtual school anyway.
Oh, cool. What does that mean? He just zooms in, just kind of like how we are doing now.
Pretty much. Yeah, Monday through Thursday. He's got it easy, man. 2 hours a day.
Oh my gosh, 2 hours a day?
Yeah, stupid.
That seems pretty chill. And what, he doesn't even have it on Friday, or he has to go somewhere on Friday?
Friday, they just give you a free day to make up stuff.
Oh my gosh, well that's pretty sweet. Then you got the weekend, and then you got Saturday, Sunday.
Correct.
I wish I could have gone to a school like that. What grade is he in?
He's a senior, man, in high school. He does have cystic fibrosis, so once he lived here, he didn't ever go back to school.
Oh, okay, I see.
And my other son, sorry to move around, I'm on the fan messing with you.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, I might blow my hair a little bit. Man, I had the worst tangle in my fucking hair. I took a shower earlier that had the worst fucking tangle up in my hair. It was awful trying to get it out.
The talking here, I just cut mine and then I shaved the line by accident, but
it looks good. Wait, you did that yourself?
Yeah, my wife will clean it up. She's not home from work yet.
Oh, I see.
Just put the number 2 guard on go. All right, I was at your desk.
First get educated. Virtual will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text the word COAST to the number 989898. Again, text COAST to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings in your gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on Carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, are you going someplace else? I said, no, I'm taking care of it myself. She said, okay, and my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising, that's all. 3 weeks after I was
Reported
carnivore.com. That's carnivora.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
Welcome back to Coast George Norrie with you, Kathleen Ball.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the devious Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
One of my favorite, I'm from Memphis, Tennessee, one of my favorite rappers, Project Pat. He had a wonderful line in a song that always stuck with me. It was, I've been eating so many shrimp, I've got iodine poisoning. And now that I think about it, Chloe, I'm lying to you. I don't think that's Project Pat. I think that is maybe E40. I think that's somebody else. Have you ever heard that line before about eating too much shrimp and then iodine poisoning?
It sounds oddly specific.
I don't know.
And also research. Yeah, it feels like someone close to him that could have happened to.
I know. Was eating too much, I don't know, seafood restaurants or something. And then, yeah, you gotta be careful with also, I think, the other little canned fish. You can get mercury poisoning.
Yeah,
That's from 3-6 Mafia.
Oh, it is
Featuring
Mafia.
UGK and Project Pat.
Okay, excuse me. Okay, so it's UGK. What does it say? Give the full line, because I feel like I'm missing, because that doesn't really rhyme what I said.
Sipping on some syrup. The line, we ate so many shrimp, I got iodine poisoning.
Oh, okay, yes, from sipping on syrup.
That doesn't even rhyme. I know. They just wanted a way. They knew that they would hook their listeners by just starting with sipping on syrup. They're like, okay, in.
I know.
They're like relatable, and then he's like, they hit them with a fact.
I know. I ate so many shrimp, I got iodine poisoning. And then, yeah, in the midst of sipping on some scissor.
She said.
Yeah.
Stupid. That's stupid. You guys are stupid.
Oh my gosh, yeah, UGK. Did you ever do syrup?
Yeah, I tried.
Did you like it?
Yeah, well, I just liked it. I don't know what exactly syrup is, but I'm drinking a bottle of Robitussin.
Oh my gosh, was it exciting when you did that?
Well, actually, I have a friend and she's from Mississippi, and she loves to robo-trip. She said it was like a huge thing in their high school. They would robo-trip and then go to cheerleading practice. She's like, there's nothing like tumbling when you're robo-tripping.
Oh my god, you're in Mississippi somewhere.
Yeah, Jackson, Mississippi.
Capital of Mississippi, for those that don't know that.
I didn't know.
Yeah,
I've learned so many things today.
I know, be careful eating shrimp, because that really can get you poisoning. But I do think if you get that vein in the back of it, you're maybe a little better.
Wait, so what type of syrup is it though? I know you mix it with Sprite.
So this is, I think...
I know it's purple drink.
Yeah, it's purple drink stuff, and I think people get it. I think if you can't, yeah, it's drink, because I guess it can be different colors. I think maybe there can be orange sometimes, so it's not necessarily purple drink. But yeah, I think it's for people if you get a real bad cough and you can't go to sleep at night, then the doctors give it to you.
Yeah, I mean, Delsum, that was like, people were doing Robitussin, and then the whole thing was you got to drink a bottle of Delsum. I went to this rehab once, and not for a purple drink.
What was it for?
It was for alcoholism. Crippling alcoholism. But I do pills and stuff.
Pills always scared me a little bit because I was always drinking so heavily. Then every now and again I take a pill. I feel like it'd be so much fun. I remember the first time maybe in high school at some high school party taking a Loratab.
Oh,
a bunch of like Bud Lights or something and being like, what is this feeling? Dude, I love this.
Do you know that song? I can't remember who sings it. It's called Scarecrow. And it's like Percocet, it's like, what is it called? Oxycontin, Xanax, Percocet, and Loratab.
Valium's ecstasy.
It's all over, Gav.
Oh my gosh, that's Lil White, who is a Memphis rapper.
Scarecrow. And I went to SMU in Dallas, And we were like, everyone was so into it. They call it a farming school because everyone loves pharmaceuticals. And like
I thought it was because farmers or something.
It's pharmaceuticals. You eat those boys, they have the softest hands you'll ever touch. They never worked a day in the fields, I'll tell you that much. But, and I'll tell you more. So basically, we're like these like little preppy kids, and we're like just like taking oxy and like stuff, and just like listening to like Percocet and Laura Tabs, and I'm like wearing like a Lily Pulitzer dress.
Hilarious.
I'm like scarecrow.
Well, yeah, scarecrow. What's that you're popping? A powerful pill they call Oxycontin.
Yes.
But by the way, rest in peace, Scarecrow.
Did he die from Oxycontin?
He died from something.
Powerful. Rest in power.
Rest in power, Scarecrow.
Rest in powerful pills.
AKA Soul Cruiser. AKA. That's all I remember. He had aliases. I swear the song you were talking about, I swear it's called Oxycontin. It's number 12
okay.
On this album.
Yeah, that's it.
Scarecrow is in there.
It's in the chorus. I just didn't know. I thought Lil White was gonna have more creativity.
I know. Look at Lil White. Just that white dude, and he's got the backwards. That used to be my look.
It's like he's doing that thing, from Superstar, when she said. That's what he's up to.
Oh yeah, I was thinking for sure. Right when I saw that, I would smell my fingers after having my hands like that. I mean, you would have to. Would you smell your fingers? Do you smell your fingers after touching stuff?
No.
He does it all the time.
Not really.
Yeah, I just love.
Because I am a smoker, except for actually I quit.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Hour ago. Oh my God!
Thank you.
Well, that's wonderful. You got to start somewhere.
I know.
Grant, can you believe this? We're at the beginning.
Is this true?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I quit. What's in your head? After I smoked, I put out. I said, "I'm a happy non-smoker."
And that's it.
And then I practiced in my head. Like, actually, I might have said it out loud. I was walking around my apartment and people would want a cigarette. No, I don't smoke. I actually quit.
Good to
practice like I'm talking to myself. No, I quit. Sorry, thanks for asking, but I'm not interested. I'm alone.
Yeah. Well, that's good. You have to practice because then you'll be used to it. So when somebody really does say that to you, you will practice and you'll be good.
And here's the thing. I did quit smoking for 8 months recently, and nobody asked me if I wanted cigarettes. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, nobody was like, "You want to smoke?" I was like, I was practicing for that big moment.
That's bullshit. That's life.
Yeah, it's kind of like, when that one person says something to you and you're ready for a comeback, and they just are nothing but nice.
I know that you can't, you've been preparing all day long, and you're going to just get after this person, and then you're kind of nice.
Thinking about it in the shower, what were the shower thoughts?
Gosh, I don't even know. I probably wasn't even thinking about anything yesterday in the shower, but I did this thing where I'm standing up and I'm totally fine, and then something happens.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp.
This is our first ad, and it's the most important ad I think it could have been, and it's BetterHelp. Everybody, it could be since the .com bubble burst, it could be since COVID. People are not doing good anymore, and you get better by talking to people. Oh my gosh, I used to shut myself down. I didn't start talking until I was 3 years old. Just talked to a lot of people. But yeah, BetterHelp is there to help everybody. Please never forget that. It's there to help everybody. It's there to help little Gator. No, I'm kidding. Gator's a little dog, so she wouldn't understand probably what the people are saying. But yes, oh my gosh, it's the largest online therapy provider in the world. BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Listeners get 10% off their first month of BetterHelp.com/WMS. Okay, that's BetterHelp.com/WMS. 10% off. And you can start talking to people that can help you. and I feel like I'm falling over, and then I like grab for something, and then I like really almost fall over, but it didn't happen. I was able to catch myself.
It's an incredible story.
It's a little
victory of it.
I know, because it's like I'm doing it to myself. I like it's never.
Were you choking yourself in the shower to come?
And yeah, I lost balance, and it's embarrassing.
Well, these are really quick. This guy, Graham
has been doing it. Whoa, and
that's like what would happen if you fell go back.
I know, my head would get snapped backwards. And then
Exorcism shit.
damn, yeah, Grant. So every
That
now
guy looks just like you.
I know it's weird. Every now and again, Grant, it really hits the ball out of the park on this thing. And sometimes it's extra scary, and this happens to be an extra scary one. Are you all right, Grant, today? I'm all good.
Oh, and we have a Delsum right there. Wow.
Was Delsum blue? Is that a thing? Why do I keep on thinking
Actually, it says
Delsum
blue. No, you're thinking of Celsum blue.
Celsum blue. Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
That's for dandruff.
Okay, that's a dandruff thing. Celsum blue, not Delsum blue.
I think that you're supposed to be advertising certain things and like your initial ads, and now you're really plugging a lot of products.
Delsum blue
They took it sponsored. I don't know. Now they're looking in the woods. The suicide forest where she hears about it.
Would you ever step foot in that place?
I don't really know much about it. I just know it's in Japan, right?
Yeah, and I've seen pictures, where the people are
Can
all
we see
dead.
a picture? Or they were in.
Yeah, I'll pull up a picture. Not of.
Yeah, there's some real
Not of
scary.
my friend. We're gonna dox her, give her the exact address.
It looks like this, I guess.
Wait, no.
I just be waiting for the player was to show up the whole time in there if I went in the suicide.
I thought it was really supposed to be really dark. And I thought we were gonna do like some Deathly Hallows shit.
It could be. It's probably really scary at night. It's probably real dark in there at night. Look at those trees. That's maybe daytime or something. I mean, but at night it's a little darker.
It's like Daytona.
My gosh, where they drive the cars on the beach.
Wait, you can't do that. You can't make a filter on this.
There we go. That's scary.
Can you hang a body or two?
Yeah, like the trees from the branches.
Yes.
Yeah, like maybe somebody wrapped up in a sleeping bag. Sometimes they go out there and I think they go to just sleep forever, and they bring their sleeping bag. Ooh, it's getting dark. I got a little dark.
I feel like you're not looking at the right spots.
Yeah.
Is it like you want to?
There must be other pictures.
Let me see.
God, thank God none of us were at the Target. Yesterday they got shot up by the person.
By what person? Someone who should have just gone to the forest.
He should have gone to the forest. He should not.
I didn't know about this article, and I have a news show.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it happened yesterday at a Target here in Austin. Scary guy.
North Austin. That's where I live. North
Austin Target.
The one by the campus?
I have no idea.
How many people?
3.
Did anyone surrender?
3 and 2 guys surrendered in a garbage truck.
Wait.
Yeah, that's like the happy part. 3 people died, 2 people surrendered in a garbage truck, and then the main guy surrendered.
Wait, what? How old were the people? Any association?
No, it's just some weird. They were like hanging out earlier that day or something.
They were friends?
Yeah, like old school friends.
So you didn't just walk in and just kill a bunch of strangers or something?
No. I don't know. I don't need to be talking.
I targeted attack. Ooh, targeted. Yeah, you took the last subject, motherfucker.
In the truck. Ooh, well, there's a picture. Did you take this one yesterday, Chris?
No, you pulled the news. It's right there.
Because Grant did. Chloe, I don't know if you realize this, but did you ever watch the movie Nightcrawler?
Yeah.
Jake Gyllenhaal, where the guy like follows the police and then eventually causes accidents.
Yes.
So what Grant was doing.
You were causing problems
in the mid-2010s. He was doing that before Nightcrawler came out.
It was a different time. It was less frowned upon back then, I think.
Yeah, where you're just going around slitting women's throats and being like, we have an accident.
I think it was more
on the scene.
I think it was a lot more of slitting people's, messing with their brake systems in their cars.
Oh my god. Do you have any casualties?
Well, I mean, that's kind of on them if they don't check their brakes when they get in the car every time.
Did you know that?
We never even talked this much about it. I'm shocked you just said the thing about people need to be checking their brakes before they get in their cars.
That's
Never
just
even
a
opened
general
up at all about this.
I think
I don't check my brakes before I get in my car. What are you talking about? Where can I even look at? What if I wanted to look at my brakes? I don't even know where I would begin to look at my brake. What do I do? Get one of those things with wheels on them and put my back on it and then pull myself out of the car and look somewhere? I don't even. Like, so I find one of those. Do I get some overalls? I don't even understand.
Yeah, something like that. I think you just gotta check them.
Oh, well, you're a real sick motherfucker.
No,
that's why we gotta stay.
It's a misunderstanding.
He's kind of a bad guy.
You gotta be really nice to get you. Seriously.
Okay, I don't have a car.
How'd you get here?
I took an Uber, which she could have also messed up.
I swear you didn't take one of the robot Ubers, did you?
No, I never did that. However, the other day, they're always driving around my little neighborhood, and the other day I was very bored. I was very bored and thought to myself, what if I just walk in front of this right now and see how just fucking quick they are?
Walk in front of them, but make sure they're maybe not going too fast, and then you can probably get some money.
That's what I was thinking. Either I could test to see if how good their brakes are, or I could get a little bit of money. I call like Selena and Barnes.
Oh my God.
An injury attorney.
Thomas J. Henry.
That's one?
Yeah,
I think that's here.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think
Selena died in a plane crash.
Selena? I thought she got shot by like her
Oh,
person in the fan club or whatever.
Selena as in Selena and Barnes.
Oh, I thought you said Selena. Oh, I thought her name was Selena.
That would be the craziest fucking ADD transition.
Selena and Barnes. Wait, who's Selena and Barnes?
Oh, Aunt Law, injury attorneys. 8888.
Yeah, I think Thomas J. Henry's maybe 77777.
Selena and Barnes, injury attorneys.
Oh my gosh, you could call them maybe, and then if it's the numbers. How do those law firms even get those numbers? Does it cost a lot of money? Getting the number that is like 6666666. Ooh, I wouldn't get that one.
Oh, that's a devil.
Ooh, I wouldn't do that one.
You know, one of my friends and I, we used to fuck with Selena and Barnes because, boy, they didn't work. So we would just be calling a lot with cases for them. Oh my gosh. We called once and we were crying and we like, I recently got herpes on a Bumble date. I need you to take him down. And we're like, ma'am? And she's like, and they're like, and she's like, and it hurts. And they're like, you should go to a doctor.
Yeah.
Here they are.
Wait, they broke up? Why'd you do that tear in the middle?
Died.
Which one was Selena?
I don't know. One died in a plane crash.
Like a little plane, huh?
So Barnes is on the right.
Okay, Barnes is that guy on the right, and then poor Selena was on the left, and then Selena is above my head. I wonder if Selena and Selena would have been buddies, like in real time, like if their timelines had matched up. You think they would have maybe hit it off?
She could have used an injury attorney.
She could have used it. Maybe he could have helped with the fan club person. You could have looked at the books and stuff and seen. I don't know. I don't like talking about them.
It's always a fan. It's always.
Oh my gosh, Grant! This is actually. I like this. Right?
Little rom-com here.
It's a rom-com.
Wow, who's gonna write this screenplay?
Yeah.
Who's got tips on that screenplay?
Who's calling it?
Selena and Selena. No, there could be a better name than that. I don't even know what it would be, and what is it about? Falling in love or something? I don't know. And then him getting in the plane crash and then her dying on the same day, maybe.
She doesn't die, actually, so she has to hire him for the injury case.
Oh,
yeah.
So the lady only hurts her, doesn't kill her.
And they
this
fall
is a
in
different
love.
timeline.
Yep.
And then they fall in love when he's helping her ass down in.
Yeah, and she's really not interested. So first of all, she gets assigned with Barnes, and then she really likes Barnes because she thinks Selena's like a fucking asshole because she saw him rip off someone else out of a case.
I've heard that about it. Yes, too. He's a fuck boy.
And then Barnes, which is part of the real story of life, dies in a plane accident. So then she's stuck with Selena, and she's like, I fucking hate this guy. And then slowly over time, begins to woo her. And I was gonna say something more interesting, but I didn't have it.
But he starts to kind of like, they're around each other.
No, I know. What he does slowly over time is he hires Grant. And Grant starts doing little tricks on her, like breaking her brakes, so she has to keep getting an injury attorney. And little things like, going up behind her and, pouring boiling water on her back. And she doesn't know, and then she keeps having to go back, and then they fall in love, and then she finds out, wait, you're the one who poured the boiling water on me. And then he's like, it was before I loved you.
Yeah, it was when I didn't really know what was up.
And she's
like, now I love
and then
you,
she
but it was
says,
before.
when she finds out, she goes, well, you know what, speaking of which, you're in hot water. Oh, damn.
And then that's the end of episode 1.
And then
season 1.
And then he comes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I love this.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, some sandwich.
Huh? What did you say?
Some sandwich. Yes.
Yeah, oh my gosh. No, I love that. I mean, that was just effortless.
And she's also in the movie industry. So.
I am me.
Yeah, she's a scream queen.
Yes, that I didn't get the role.
No.
Actually,
what are you talking about?
My
What's happening?
So I was auditioning for a movie.
Excited.
Because my dream, I want to be in horror movies. And I could show you my scream sometime, but
do you have a good scream?
I'm not really sure. That's why I was saying I could. Yes, on command.
You can cry.
Would you like me to?
Yeah, hold on. I have really bad news. Grant cut the brakes of the Uber you came here in, so they're not going to be able to pick your ass back up. Like, they're not. Yeah, they're not going to be able to pick your ass back up.
Got a fucking here.
That's amazing.
That was really quick. How did you get that tear out?
I'm fucking good. I can cry on command. A lot of people can't do it.
No.
Wasn't that cool?
I'm so impressed.
Oh my gosh. So that would probably be good if you are in a horror movie and people are, you gotta act messed up. Yeah.
I can just do it.
But she kind of auditioned for like the villain of the horror.
Yeah, so sorry.
Not victims.
Hold on, what's a line in like the Blair Witch Project? Like, hold on, there's something outside of the tent.
I've never been in anything, but I can cry. I have a lot of skills.
How do you do that? Can you teach me how to do it really quickly? Or how do I do it?
I don't really know.
Do you think, is it something physical you're doing, or you're literally thinking of something sad really quick?
No, I just am physically doing it.
It's something you can
I just go cry.
And then so you're not even thinking about like some sad moment that happened in your life. You're not even thinking along those lines.
You basically act as if your water ducts are in your face, or eye ducts. I just kind of act like they're
water ducts.
like they're constipated or something, and I'm like holding it in.
Oh my.
Try it.
Wait, are you about to cry?
I don't want to do it again. Because I just did. I don't want to cry again. I don't want to finish that.
Clog your duck, William.
Clog my duck.
Don't. Oh, you have to keep your eyes shut. I mean, open. I mean, sorry. Don't close. Don't wink.
Okay, open.
Don't blink.
It's not working. I can't even do it. God. And you're doing it again. No, don't cry about me not being able to do it. It's not that sad. No, don't cry about that. Now you're going to make me cry.
That was so bad. Not very talented at crying. I need a tissue.
Okay.
I can get one. There's right here.
Oh my gosh, hold on. Did it look like there was a little... Nah, I swear. Wait, it didn't? It looked maybe like my eyes were moistened up a little.
You'll never be me. Yeah, so I auditioned for the role, and...
When was this? Recently?
Very recently. In fact, I was so far from getting the role that my manager said the self-tape is so bad I'm not even going to submit it.
No.
What do you mean? What are you doing on a self-tape? What do you have to do? Read lines or something?
Yeah, but the thing was, it was just too funny because my character was supposed to be a pregnant cop. Oh yeah, William definitely needs me.
Yeah, thank you.
I was supposed to be a pregnant cop who gets possessed by a witch while she's brushing a child's hair.
Weird.
So I just started to feel like a pedophile, being like, and the lines were like, what a pretty girl. Like, you're so pretty. You know, this long hair won't last forever. And then I used to be like, my pretty girl, I think you're so pretty. Like, get real weird.
That's kind of scary.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so does your manager person give you any insights or just says, oh, this isn't going to work?
He just says, good enough.
What do you say? Well, hold on, I'm crying in it. Or was it, no, you're right, you don't have to cry in this part.
I was like, kind of laugh. It was too funny. I was shooting it at Jenna Sparrow was filming it for me, and she was like, she was making you giggle. Yeah, because she kept laughing, and I was like, I am being serious, and she's like, I feel like you're not being serious, and I'm like, this is about as serious as I know how to get.
And then y'all both start laughing.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's hard to stop laughing if you're like with a friend or something, and then the other person starts laughing. Then it can be like a contagious laughter.
Especially if you're already embarrassed. If I'm like embarrassed by something because of then I start laughing, and then they start laughing, and I'm already embarrassed. So it's like that. I have that extra embarrassment laugh because like it felt nervous. I don't act at anything. It was the second time I ever did a self tape. I've never acted at anything.
Oh my gosh, well keep on getting your name out there. Keep on putting your name in the hat because they're going to find something. Yeah, somebody's going to be like, hold on, we need somebody that matches your description and we need somebody that cries. And then you're going to walk up and they're going to be like, what?
Here's the fucking thing. People use tear sticks.
What are tear sticks?
I learned about it from a movie called Theater Camp. And what they do
is that documentary?
No, it was a narrative. Ben Platt.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. And
who's that guy? I always see this picture. It's like, what is he, a soccer player or something? It's Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
Oh. So what? What's a tear stick? Crying on cue, real tears instantly.
Yeah, they just put them like under your eyes, and it makes you just cry. So fuck you, tear sticks.
So it just makes you like think. Somehow makes you think of something really sad.
It's like AI tears. It's bullshit. You know, it's like they're stealing my job.
Oh my gosh! So you put that. So it looks like lipstick, but instead of putting it on your, don't put it on your lips, or you're gonna be drooling and stuff. I wonder if that's how that works.
Girls put them on their vagina.
And it's just like real wet down there. Oh my gosh! They put it on their things down there, and then it gets tears instantly.
Huge mark. That's.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm so sorry to hear. Well, hopefully this is not going to get in your way of landing a role at some point, okay? This is not going to get in your way.
Yeah, I just don't know what CEO I got to take down. To get this off the market.
To get this off the market? Yeah, Grant, who is in charge of this stuff?
Yeah.
Can you look up tear stick?
You want to know like the brand?
I want to know the CE fucking
it could be like Procter &
I want to know the big guy.
Yeah, it could be under Coca-Cola or Procter & Gamble, or it could be like some random Doritos. No, I think Doritos is under somebody else.
I want to know the guy Luigi. Frito-Lay. They're in charge of this?
Do you like the Ruffles?
No. Yeah.
Huh? You don't like Ruffles?
I like Ruffles.
Yeah, Ruffles are pretty good.
Rumpelstiltskin?
That was one of my favorite nursery rhymes growing up. Rumpelstiltskin.
Rumpelstiltskin, was it?
Yeah, what was his name again?
Rumple.
Yeah, Rumpelstiltskin. Yeah, oh my gosh, he was one of my favorites. What was he No, I was wrong there. I was about to say the one that slept in the different beds or whatever.
I feel like he was very poor.
Yeah, Rumpelstiltskin, that sounds like kind of a poor person. Not being
I'm like Humpty Dumpty loaded.
Yeah, Humpty Dumpty sounds like some rich British
aristocrat. Yeah, he took a great fall. I wonder who did it. Somebody who wanted is Monday.
Yep.
Yeah, because we were literally talking about Humpty Dumpty one day in the apartment about, like, do you think that was some sort of scam? Because what are you doing as an egg person sitting on a wall?
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, somebody's scamming his ass to even get him up on a ball.
Yeah, how could he
wanted to
climb
get
it? His
her.
tummy would get in the way.
I don't know. He just had little arms and legs. I don't even know how his ass got up there. I don't have it.
And then, like, it's all just planned. Like, they come in there, they're like, and he's like, everyone's like, what happened to Humpty Dumpty? And then someone's like, he had a great fall.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
They're like, where was he? And he's just sitting on a wall. It's all bullshit. Mm-hmm. And all the king's horses and all the king's men.
Oh, couldn't put him together again.
Yeah, see, that's how I know he was connected. Because the king wouldn't fucking help him if he wasn't. If he was some sort of Rumpelstiltskin motherfucker.
And they were all around him, it sounds like. And they all refused.
You think if Rumpelstiltskin fell off a wall, anyone would give a shit? Nobody.
Probably not a lot of people. Maybe his mom.
What did Rumpel wear? No, he was too old for a mom.
Was he an old guy? I forget about him.
Yeah, that's not Rumpel.
That's kind of a classic. That actor's a really good one.
Where's Mr. Stillskin?
Let's see. I got him. I love that. Humpty Dumpty. Look at that one. That's a really nice one.
Yeah.
He put up with the yellow boots.
He had a glow up.
He did have a glow up in that look.
Brows are. It's like he's using Latinx.
There's Rumpelstiltskin.
Yeah, that's one poor motherfucker.
Yeah, this is not my Rumpelstiltskin. What's another Rumpelstiltskin? I don't. You prefer? What's another one? That's like a weird.
Yeah.
Pixar.
He does. Yeah, he's not even wealthy enough to have that type of animal.
This guy?
Yeah, that guy. That's him.
Yeah,
that guy's got a mom.
That guy probably. Fair enough.
I don't think that he ever had a dad.
Just Rumpelstiltskin and Jesus. They didn't have.
No, he just never met his father.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, no, I mean, look at this guy. Ooh, and there's another one. He looks a little dainty in this one. I like this one a lot. That's how I get when I'm hungry. I start looking around.
It's on his way to Jean Valjean, that fucking town.
Where is that? What is that?
Jean Valjean?
Yeah, what's that?
He's a guy from Les Mis who steals the bread.
Oh, well, that's the problem.
And they go to prison forever.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Is that good? That's a musical, correct? Yeah, I never saw it. All I really saw was Oklahoma.
I never saw that. You could tell me something about it because I never saw it.
The main song is what? Oklahoma, where the and then there's other songs too. That's like the main.
Who am I? What is this? Passion of the Christ?
Yeah, what is this one? Is that
Jean Valjean. Yes,
Wolverine. Didn't he play?
Oh yeah, Wolverine did, but Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman, John Valjean,
and then Anne Hathaway. That's why she got so thin.
For doing a role in the Jean Valjean.
She would play.
How come?
Because she played the woman who's so thin.
Oh, there's just a character.
She had to get like anorexic.
Oh God.
Can we see her?
Yeah.
Please.
Please, Grant. Come on. Don't freeze up on us now. Look, he doesn't like words like that. He doesn't like it when people talk like that.
I'm popping around here. Here we are. I'm moving to the side.
Oh, Anne Hathaway. Left her in Star Wars.
I like Anne. She's in Star Wars.
No,
Natalie Portman.
Natalie Portman. That's different.
One time I saw what's that fucking guy's name? Dennis Quaid. Not Randy Quaid. You know Dennis Quaid?
Oh, yeah, Dennis Quaid. What is he in? A bunch of like bunch of kind of family kind of movies.
He's in The Parent Trap for sure.
Oh yes. Yeah, I met him all coked out at the back of the Comedy Store one night.
Really?
I got a picture with him, but it was when I was totally on one. I was wearing a wig that night, but I remember I was conversing with his ass back there that evening.
Yeah, he's so hot.
That's what I was just about to say. I couldn't believe it when I was standing right in front of him.
Really?
Like, I was thinking to my whole time, oh my gosh, I remember this guy growing up, different movies, different shows. Now he's right in front of me. I can't mess this up.
Yeah, because he will never forget it.
Yeah, I'll never forget. I'll never have got a chance to communicate with his ass again. And then I think I messed it up.
How'd you get a picture of my ass at the back of the Comedy Store with him?
Wait, there you are.
So that's his son, and his son's the mom is Meg Ryan.
Oh, weird.
He
From
looks
Sleepless
like
in Seattle.
Yeah, he looks a lot like Meg, right?
Yeah, more like Meg. He doesn't really
Yeah,
look
he
like
looks
the
like a
guy
little
next to him.
bitch.
Yeah, Meg Ryan.
Wait, so what I was gonna say is, and then I met Randy Wade when I was drunk at Telluride. I went to the film festival like a long time ago when I was drinking, and I saw him, and I was like, I fucking loved you in Field of Dreams, man. And she was like, that was Kevin Costner.
Yeah, I was just wondering if that him and
I was like, I fucking loved you in Field of Dreams, and I was serious.
That's hilarious. He said that to his dad.
Yeah, I just walked up to him. I was like, man.
But he did. He was pretty chill.
I was like, I'm watching that. I was like, I've seen that movie probably like 100 times. You're fucking fired. Just like, not even me. You've seen this 100 times.
You built that baseball stadium in the cornfields. How'd you do that?
And I was like, I want to come back. Actually, recently, as in over 3 days, I actually missed a couple spots due to it. I
watched Field of Dreams.
No, to watch Eastbound and Down.
Oh.
I watched the entire 4 seasons in 2 days.
Oh my gosh, how was it? Was it good?
I decided at the end of it, he has so many comebacks, you know? Have you seen it?
I need to watch it all the way through. I think I've seen the first season and maybe the second season. I don't think I've seen it.
He's just constantly having comeback. And like by the end of it, I was just like, I'm turning my apartment into a fucking dojo, you know? Because he has dojo. He has dojo. And I moved around all my furniture. And then I got tired. And now it's all just mixed up, and there's stuff all over the floor because I was like a quarter way through making my dojo, and then and then I got too tired to finish cleaning it up, and it's a mess. And I switched to a show called The Outlander about like the Scottish people in the Highlands, and their shit is a mess back in the day. So now I'm like,
oh my gosh, so now it's cool.
Yeah, now I'm like, I'm on my new journey, you know? I don't have to.
And then, well, after Highlander, you need to find another one where they're cleaning up and stuff so that you can clean back up. If you want to, only if you want to.
Like Good Will Hunting, when he's a janitor.
Oh my god.
But also a genius, so he's always cleaning at night.
I think you should watch that.
Oh, and then I could solve equations.
And then you'd be good at that. Are you good at math? I'm horrible at math.
Should we do an equation?
What, like test me and I test you or something?
Yeah.
What's 6 times 4?
That is 24.
Okay.
What is 12 times 11?
That's a hard one. You're good. 6s. I was trying to be sweet doing a 6 because I remember 6 is kind of being easy. 12 times 11? 122.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. 12s and 11s always scared me. I could do 10s, obviously, but anything after 10, like, and 11,
It's like
no, 11's easy.
It's like the second easiest.
So 12 always was hard.
This is
You guys
9.
One.
What is it?
What is it?
The correct answer is 9.
What do you mean?
I got that immediately.
I thought, so what do you do? What was do first?
6 divided by 2 is 3, and then 1 plus 2 is 3, and it's in the bracket, so you multiply 3 times 3 is 9.
I thought you do brackets first.
With the version of the rules which is taught in many schools, the answer would be 1, but the correct answer is 9. The controversy ensued because of the historical order of operations from before 1917 differs slightly. Because it's at
Memphis, I was taught, in Memphis, I was taught that would be.
You're learning old math.
I'm learning old math in Memphis.
That's
probably my problem.
You're old school.
I'm an old school kind of guy. And I'm learning old. So you're telling me, Grant, the math I was learning was pre-1917? I think so. What?
Was every answer one?
Don't be bogged down if I try to read this whole Business Insider.
Okay, do one more. One more.
You guys want another one? Okay.
Rematch.
Yeah, William, they would teach it that way. It was called PEMDAS.
Yeah.
Please excuse my parent Sally.
So parentheses, equations,
We did that too, but I don't follow the fucking rules.
and you were correct.
Here you go.
Sometimes it pays to not.
Jam through this one.
Oh gosh.
I don't like a word
You
problem.
gotta do it.
I was kidding. It's gonna be too much dead air.
There's some people. I'm just trying to reread this first sentence over again so I can really understand what's going on. So there's people on the train, okay? 19 people got off the train. 17 people get on the train.
Now you're making it harder for me.
Now there are 63 on the train.
42.
People were in the train to begin with. So
42?
hold on. Now there's. Wait, no.
Wait, 44.
Let's see. Calculating the answer.
Say 32.
Oh, you're gonna say a number. He's just saying a number.
Yeah, I can't do these numbers.
There were 65 to begin with, but many are convinced the answer is 46.
Oh, fuck!
Ooh, wait, what did you say?
I know what I did wrong. I'm a fucking idiot.
What'd you say?
44.
The answer
You were close.
The answer is 65.
was closer than you.
You're closer than me.
You said one.
I said 32. Didn't I say
One
32?
again.
This is why I can
like
never
that
do
one.
this.
I was joking.
Yeah.
60.
And
Oh,
what,
wait,
kids?
hold on 1 second. Let me do this really quick. Oh, 65.
Oh, wow. That's very good.
Can you?
What did you do?
I want him to cut that other part. So it was like I got it right away.
I see, I see.
I said I was genius early on.
What was the right answer?
There,
65.
Let me put Goodwill Hunting right next to you.
Oh, new equation.
Wait, hold on. What was that last one? The answer is 65?
It was 60.
Yeah, will you put it back up for 1 second?
Oh, so we didn't print it. I'm a genius.
No, we're done.
Oh, we got yours. We got yours.
Oh, so now we're gonna. Oh, God.
Here's a question for you guys.
65.
Whoa. Very good.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Well, I still got it. Word problems always used to scare me, but now the better help.
Okay, can we do one more? Can we do 2 out of 3?
If you guys are so good, what's this one right here?
Stop. We already did this.
It's 1.
We need one more because now
It's
one
a
more and you
tiebreaker.
win. No, I haven't won any.
Yeah, you won that one. You said it was 65.
Oh yeah. So now it's So now we need a tiebreaker.
I know word problems. I'm not like that.
Here. This one is. This has 2 solutions.
So seems cool on the first line, then the second line seems off.
You can't talk because it gets in my head. Oh my God.
Okay.
Did you get it? Oh my
Wait,
God.
no.
It's confusing me. I don't want to play this.
Yeah, I don't really like this.
Yeah, I
The
like
idea is that you multiply the 2 and then add the first number to it.
What?
I don't get it.
4 times 1.
Oh, I get it. I knew that a lot.
What was it?
So it'd be 96.
Let's
Although
talk about pills.
Yeah, I like talking about the syrup song and Oxycontin song a lot better than the math stuff. I don't really like the math. I remember one time I had to go to tutoring. My parents made me go to math tutoring in high school. And I remember one time being
In a river?
Yeah, in a fucking river. There's a thing called the Wolf River.
You get math tutoring in a
In a river. And I remember one time going there, and I've been at my buddy David Nichols' house, smoking out of his bong and doing whippets. And then the lady was like, "Okay, turn to your homework." And I just looked at her with just the worst feeling of fear in my brain, thinking, I don't know what page to turn to. I've forgotten everything. It was like a disaster.
Do you ever have dreams where you're supposed to be, you're doing your homework and you forgot to do it, or you're late for school?
Yeah, I more totally have it. I can have it specifically with Kill Tony stuff sometimes.
Yeah, like
Or
you're
comedy
late for
stuff.
Kill Tony,
Or I can't find my crazy notebook, like crazy stuff like that. Or, yeah, I totally have stressful dreams. Thank God not very often.
do you call it a notebook or a spell book?
He does say
Oh
spell
my
book.
God.
Do you really?
In my dream, yeah, I
You say
totally.
spell book?
I say spell book.
That's so weird that I said that.
I know.
How'd you know that? What do you call it? A spell book?
No, I was just thinking because you're like, it's crazy. So I was like, oh, this guy thinks he's a fucking wizard over here, like putting fucking.
My spell book. Yeah, I don't know what somebody would think if they were picked it up. They would think, okay, this is the ramblings of a crazy person or something. That's what I think would happen.
Of a wizard.
Yeah, but I realize that I'm kind of a wizard, so I don't care what the people think.
I was really at a phase where I was like trying to really write like my truth, you know? And
How's that going?
So like a diary?
no, well, I'd just be like in lists. I guess yeah, like it's
Oh my gosh, I picture you putting on the crying stick on your eyes, just making your list of telling your.
No, but sometimes I was getting confused. I'd read it because I'd be drinking and then I'd read it, and then I'd be like, oh, is this a to-do list or set list? And one time it said abortion, and I was like, abortion. I was like, I could get real confused.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, William would write all his crazy ideas when he was drinking.
All kinds of them.
And did you end up using any of them?
Sometimes.
Oh yeah, every now and again.
I never.
Wouldn't always work. Sometimes it would work. Sometimes it'd be a disaster.
I would always think I was a genius when I was drunk and writing. I'd be like, I'm gonna go drink and write, and I'd go sit and have a glass of wine, and then I'd like write a tiny bit, and then I'd just get another, and then it'd become more and more and more scribbles. And then by the end, I would just be writing, and it just said poop really big, and then I'd be like, all right, time to get coke. You know?
Yeah.
I'd be like, good day of writing.
That's how I would be too, for sure. Oh my god. I should start drinking. I would write something, and sometimes I'd wake up the next day and just look at my scribblings and just think, oh, dear Lord, what is going on?
Yeah.
This seems crazy. But that's life, I guess. I mean, I'm sure Lil White thought that. I mean, I think a lot of different.
Little White's dead.
He was in the airplane, I think, freaking Soul Kaiser.
No, I don't know if we can take any pages out of his spell book.
No. Yeah, Soul Kaiser. See, that would be a good name for either a Memphis rapper, like it was for Scarecrow, or also maybe a wizard, Soul Kaiser. But that's also a little evil sounding or something. I don't actually, the more I think about it, the more that I wonder if that's like evil or something.
Kaiser?
Soul Kaiser. I don't know. That just has, and then has like kind of almost German connotations.
Yeah.
And almost can have like World War II connotations.
Yeah.
And then it's like.
And then it's like, okay, I don't know, who are you supporting in the Gaza war?
Yeah, who knows? Well, if I wish Lord Infamous was still with us, because he could, I would like to, and again, that's one of
Dumbledore?
That's one of Scarecrow's other names. That's his main name, Lord Infamous.
What?
It's Scarecrow's main name. Soul Kaiser, Lord Infamous.
Are you a big Harry Potter kind of guy?
No, it kind of came along a little after my time where I was thinking, I'm too cool for school, ain't no way.
I forgot that you went through elementary school pre-1917.
Yeah, so I'm thinking,
Before your time.
yeah, I mean, it was literally.
Oregon Trail before it was a game.
For sure. Yeah, so
Would you even have been allowed to read witch stuff? Or wizard stuff?
The school that I went to?
I don't know.
Or just with my parents?
Yeah.
Yeah, Francis wouldn't care about that.
Okay. Were you religious?
Am I religious? Yes.
Excuse me?
Yeah, oh my gosh, was I? Yeah, I still am. I try to pray at night.
Do you go to church?
No.
Well, I went to church on Sunday, so.
We used to always go to church every Sunday.
I didn't because I wasn't baptized. Boom.
Oh, really? You're not baptized?
No.
You didn't tell me this.
Oh, is that a precursor?
Whoa, yeah, for coming one. Wait, you're not baptized? Can you confirm?
This is a Christian recording studio.
My first ever concert I went to was DC Talk. Do you remember DC Talk?
No, before my time.
It was yeah, kind of DC Talk. It was a Christian rock band, so that was very exciting at the time.
Surprised knowing you it's not DC Talk.
Yeah, tell me about it. God, with my bud. Wait, no. BC way, like BC powder.
That's them?
BC Talk, yeah, there they are.
They're kind of cool.
Oh, they were so cool.
I loved Kirk Franklin.
Who's that? Kirk Franklin? He was like a
Christian rapper.
He's like a Christian rapper. Yeah, I used to have to get the edited versions of CDs at like the Kmart. Kmart always sold the edited versions because I wasn't allowed to get the unedited, the parental advisory CDs.
Wow.
Yeah, this kind of life I grew up in.
Throughout the Mad TV or the Mad magazine.
You know, I threw out all my magazines. The first CD I ever got was the Presidents of the United States of America, and the first song, Kitty, says the word fuck in it. My mom immediately...
Did they sing the Peaches song?
Yes, it's on that same... Yeah, that was a great song.
Yeah, it's their only banger, I thought.
And then Lump. That was kind of a classic one. Weird Al Yankovic did Gump, about Forrest Gump. That was kind of like...
I liked 311.
Oh, yeah. You said you liked. Does that mean you do not?
I just lost touch.
I know, fair enough. Me too. I don't really listen to them that much anymore. Oh, I love some 311.
And then, obviously, Aqua was real hot for a minute. Barbie Girl.
The Barbie Girl song.
I had that CD. I remember I went and I got Britney Spears CD.
Where were you getting them?
CD store.
Oh, CD store? So not like a Kmart?
They don't really have any near my house.
Oh, really?
Just CD stores.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, we just had the Kmart around my house, and then we just go to the Kmart and get little toys and get a 20-ounce Coca-Cola. And if I get a free Coca-Cola on the bottle cap, there were a lot of those going on. What's this?
Is that your drink, Carol? That's the music video? Yeah, I was doing that. But I did watch a lot of TRL.
Oh, yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed doing that one.
Carson Daly got an eating disorder when he got older.
Did he? Is he still with us now?
They would call him manorexic. Yeah, he's not dead.
He just got real skinny.
I remember seeing him on the cover of a magazine, like Us Weekly or something. I was like, oh, he's so sad.
This is what happens when we have discovery. We have a group of people that have an agenda, got something, and then we have people who want to, they want to push it forward, and they have, really good research that
and it's simply not realistic to try and convince them all to convert to Islam
Who
or
is he
to
with? There's
persecute
so
them
many.
out of existence.
J-Lo.
Formerly, only
I thought that was
Jews and
somebody
Christians had this
or
status.
something. Oh, Jennifer Lopez. Jennifer Love Hewitt.
I believe so.
Jennifer Lopez.
J-Lo and
Not positive.
Jennifer Love Hewitt. Wow.
Jennifer Love Hewitt. That could kind
I
of.
said, no hard questions, okay?
Not
Let's go on.
Jennifer Love
So anyways, that's how Jews are living. We'll
That's
see
just
that
Prius
playing out
epic.
in Sadia's
Yeah, he's
life.
so
Let's look at Sadia in particular now. His name was Sadia Ben Yosef al-Fayumi. Fayumi was one of the regions where he came from. He came out from very humble origins. This is something that came up again and again as he was proposed for high academic posts. A lot of the nobility, the Jewish nobility of these towns, felt that he came from
he looks
humble
very
origins,
cannibal,
and that
but it
really
looks
they
like
should only
he's
be appointing scholars who came from really significant backgrounds as rabbis and college but there was no question that his intellectual brilliance was so far above his competition that he inevitably won all of these contests without really trying. He wrote his first book at a remarkably young age. According to tradition, he wrote it at the age of 11, although he probably wrote it a little bit later when he was closer to 20. But at any rate, it was like an extremely complex rhyming dictionary in Hebrew, modeled on Arabic poetry, because at this time the Jews are all reading Arabic, appreciating Arabic culture, appreciating particular Arabic literature, and so he wrote a Hebrew poetry manual based on a fairly similar Arabic manual. And it is a work really of haunting genius to see exactly how he works with the Hebrew grammar to evoke all kinds of interesting meanings. We don't know why he left Egypt. It's simply lost, but he spent some time in Israel. It could be that the reason he left was because he was in an extended conflict with the Karaites. And let me take just a minute to mention who the Karaites were, because ironically, much of what we know about Sadia comes from the Karaites. Sadia was locked in a long, decades-long struggle with the Karaites, writing all kinds of ominous, invective against them, and they responded in kind. So even though a lot of Sadia's own writings have been lost, they are quoted in the Karaite writings which survive. So we're able to mine Karaite texts to see what Sadia actually believed in many cases. Obviously, that's a difficult kind of source because it comes from a questionable origin, and they represent their own bias, but if we assume that they're quoting him correctly, then we get a funny sense of one. So who are the Karaites, very briefly? The Karaites were followers of one Hanan ben David, who came to the fore not much longer before Sadia, and he essentially argued that the Torah Shabbal Peh, the oral Torah that we spent so much time talking about last week, was in fact an invention of the rabbis and did not have any valid theological origins. The only thing that the Karaites believed was valid was in fact the written Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, and so they argued for a very strict observance of the written Torah without any layering additional meaning. As it turns out, that's a very, very hard thing to do, because the oral Torah has a tremendous degree of omissions inherent within the text, as we discussed last week. It has some extremely onerous legal
But I think
impositions
it's
like
fine.
an
I
eye
think
for an eye,
Halloween
a tooth
is
for a tooth,
cool.
or
I used to love
for
running
example,
around the
one of
yard
the classics,
Dillard, and we
the
would just have
Karaites would
Dillard, that
never
sounds
eat children.
imaginary.
I don't know why they wouldn't eat
What are you
children.
doing? I'm with Dillard today.
Yeah, Dillard.
Right, because it says in the
Where is he?
possibility,
He's in Charlotte,
Los
North Carolina, with his wife and
Salvador
2 children.
Do you
We
stay in
still
Charlotte?
communicate. Yeah.
We
We
talk about
fires
here. Do you ever
in
go
all
to
of
the
your
Charlotte
inhabitants.
Comedy Zone?
So for the rabbinic Jews, following the
Did you
oil
see Dillard?
Torah, they understand it to mean essentially you shall not light new fires on
sad,
Shabbos.
but
You can't
his
strike
wife is
them.
having her
But
second
if you have a
child.
fire
It was like
already
premature,
going,
the child's
you
now,
know,
but
you
it was like I couldn't.
make use of it under certain circumstances with a covering, a black, and things like that. But you may make use of it. And so therefore, the rabbinic Jews were
I
able
just
to
went to
enjoy
Charlotte for the
children on
first time
Shabbos,
to the
which
Comedy Zone,
contributed
and I was like,
tremendously
this
to
is a
their
very nice
survival.
place.
Not
I know it seems cool.
cholesterol
The
intake.
family
But
just
the Karaites would eat
in
healthy
the club,
cold
I'm in
food on
Charlotte,
Shabbos.
but
If
yeah,
I'm not
I was
mistaken, I think there's some postscript. You even say it is a mitzvah to
Yeah,
eat
but
hot food on
the town,
Shabbat,
I had a great time with the town.
specifically
I
to show
thought
that we're not
wherever we stayed
Karaites.
was very nice.
That's a very hard
Yeah.
mitzvah to
Yeah,
keep,
Charlotte
but
seemed
I
like
try
a nice
every week.
place to
I
just
really
do with my
do.
cousin in like some
So
suburbs.
they spread quite dramatically, and they had a major
Grand Rapids,
pocket
Michigan. You
here
ever gone
in
there?
Egypt.
Like
We
a
know
bear.
from
I don't know, I
the
realized
Geniza findings,
they
the
did it
tremendous trove of
That's the
documents that was
last place I
discovered
had
in
to
a region that covers
You're kidding.
several
Yeah,
hundred
no,
years
Louis
of
Gomez
Jewish
is
life in the Eastern Mediterranean, that the Karaites were actually a huge population, and surprisingly, especially because you're looking at these kind of documents beside you, they got along fairly well with rabbis, with the Geniza documents indicates a tremendous degree of intermarriage between rabbinic families and Karaite families, lots of business organizations were, working between each other, and although most of the accepted historiography shows, two communities that are really fighting tooth and nail over all kinds of ideological points, the actual social documentation indicates that Karaites and Rabbinites had all kinds of ways to get along with each other. That was not the case, however, when you get to the level of the rabbinic leadership. People like Sadia who are constantly assailing the Karaites for their heterodox views. The Karaites still exist today, but only in tiny numbers spread out throughout Turkey and places like that.
So I was sitting a fuckload.
So that's how we know a lot about Sadia. That's probably why he had to leave Egypt. Especially, it makes sense that, if Sadia was constantly getting in trouble with wealthy individuals, because he had a mind of his own.
No, I don't want to.
Wealthy patrons who would support him in various positions of authority that ended whenever Sadia would take a position that was unfavorable to their interests. And that seems to be a kind of a trope in his life, that he would recognize no man. He would only recognize what the Torah said, no matter whose influences, whose interests it affected. One of those conflicts, one that actually first brought him sort of international fame, was the calendar controversy of 921 to 924.
For like 2 weeks recently, and so I started smoking again for like 2 weeks. Today I wasn't gonna quit.
Yeah, you're done today.
And so anyway, so then I came back to Austin and then smoked, 9 months maybe. Come back
It's
to
a good
Austin.
question. I do not know the answer. I just have to guess. When I say following, it probably means, you have to think of it in terms of the agents in early history, right? When you don't know the answer, what is it probably? Money. It's probably about money. So, people, when they're in their midlife and towards the, as they're working in their careers and their business and things like that, they don't have the same kind of leisure time to be able to dedicate themselves in a discipleship relationship. That's something that really is reserved for bachelors. Or even when they just have a very small family, that's when you can really devote yourself to following anyone. When you're older, then you're following your family, trying to just pick up after them and make sure that they're supported. So I would guess it was young people, based simply on a kind of an economic analysis. They don't really know.
Giant disaster.
So this was some of the counter controversy. Historically, in ancient times, the calendar was set every month by sighting of the moon.
I know.
It's described in the Mishnah. People would witness the new moon. They would come to Jerusalem. They would testify before the court, and the court would make a calculation and declare that the month would, begin on such and such a day, and so on. It was always the reason is because the lunar months are not precisely 30 days. They're slightly off, so therefore, sometimes you have a 30-day month, and the next day is what we call this new moon, or you have a 29-day month, and the next 2 days are those prohibitions. And it was always set to Jerusalem. Then when you enter a period, really around the 1st and 2nd centuries, where there was a lot of conflict with the Samaritans, and this system became no longer viable. They used to communicate using smoke signals, which is where the American Indians, of course, got it from us.
But that was all they
would light these smoke signals, and you would be able to see them from mountain place to mountain peak. And then the Samaritans, adopted just to make it more difficult for the Jews. They would light their own smoke signals on the wrong day, just to confuse people who saw the signals and say, "Rosh Chodesh already," and they would throw things off. So by the 4th century, the Jewish world, also the Jews are spread out tremendously. By the 4th century, they're living in Iraq, they're living all over the North African coast. So they set a fixed calendar based on mathematical astronomical tables. They set a calendar, which is the calendar we use today. So in the year 921, a very important rabbi in Jerusalem named Aaron ben Meir declared that he was changing the rules and declared that they were going to announce the sighting of the moon based on a certain time of day when it was visited or seen. And according to his proposal, it meant that Rosh Hashanah would fall out on a Tuesday instead of on a Thursday, as anticipated by the written calendar. So this threw the Jewish world into quite a bit of tumult because, if you throw off one holiday of the year, all the holidays are off. And what happens if, you get the Passover, if you celebrate Passover early, so all right, it's not such a terrible thing if you eat the Seder early, but that means you're going to start eating chametz before Passover is over, which is a very serious transgression. And so there has to be agreement on the calendar. Sadia Gaon wrote some initially very polite letters to Aaron ben Meir indicating why his calculations could not be upheld. But it was very clear that this was not just a demonstration of rabbinical prowess. This was a little bit of a power contest because Babylon had for several hundred years since they closed the Talmud in the 5th century. They had demonstrated that Babylon was the new center of the Jewish world, and Jerusalem, even though it was clearly the spiritual and historical center, was not the intellectual center where the entire Jewish world would be ruled. And so there was a desire on the part of the Jerusalem Jews to try and wrest that authority from the Babylonian academies. So Sadia tried to persuade him. He was unsuccessful. And ultimately, he wrote some very powerful invective challenges against Aaron ben Meir. They did go through at least 1 year where Aaron ben Meir lived in Jerusalem, and the rest of the Jewish world they followed Babylon. This only lasted for a little while until it was very clear that the Jewish people could not tolerate 2 calendars, and as it was really expensive, at the time it was ridiculous, all the gifts you had to give people for the So what ended up happening is that Sadia Gaon won out, and the calendar controversy was resolved in his favor, which clearly demonstrated the authority of Babylon once and for all. And so Sadia emerged victorious, and this had tremendous repercussions for his life. So he was appointed initially the leader of the great yeshiva of Puerto in 922, and he signed his name at the time as an with the title Aluf that is associated there. But there were many people who felt that he should be appointed to the neighboring rival city of Sura because it had been going into significant decline, and they looked for someone as strong as Sadia in his personality to bring it back to life. Now, one more thing that we have to explain about the nature of Jews living in Islamic lands, particularly in this region of Iraq. The Iraqis or the Babylonians recognized a head of the Jewish community who was called in English the Exilarch, Arc being leader, and Exil, of course, the exile. For in Aramaic, the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile. We even pray for the Reish Galuta's welfare on Shabbat. You work on it places like that, so it still survives an allergy. But this was kind of like a quasi-political appointee, and there was always this kind of tension between who's really the head of the Jewish community. Is it the political head, the Reish Galuta, who was a descendant of King David, that was appointed and recognized by the Babylonian Muslim authorities, or was it the head of the academy? Was that really the head of the community? So, in this context, the Reish Galuta named David Ben Zakkai, also a very strong-minded person, decided that Sadia should be brought from Pumbedita to restore Sur. And as I mentioned earlier, he had a lot of opponents to his candidacy because many people said, who is this guy from Egypt? He doesn't have any input, he doesn't have any family background. Why are we making him the head? But nevertheless, his brilliance and particularly his performance during the counter controversy was undeniable, and his patron, the wealthy and powerful David Ben Zakkai, was able to make him the guy. The only thing is that when he accepted the position, he did so explicitly on the conditions. Now we have this from Shamira Gaon and Nathan Ababli, who are chronicles of the who said that David Ben Zakkai made him swear that he will not disobey me or plot against me or regard anyone but me as a Reish Galuta or associate with any of my opponents, which is kind of like dramatic foreshadowing that these things would not happen. The contemporary authority says, and I quote here, that he was not afraid of any man and does not show favor to anyone because of his great knowledge. And there came a time when Sadia and David Ben Zakkai ended up at front.
There he is.
Specifically over the issue of probate.
Pimp, how you living, baby? What's wrong, big man?
Didn't win the lottery last time.
Okay.
We'll open the next one.
Yes, sir.
Let's check the rankings.
All right, go for it, big dog.
Number 10.
Dude, you've been letting her down, dog. What's she gonna do?
Should be fine.
Oh, I don't know about that, dog. All right, are you ready? Okay, just a moment. Zoot, are you obsessed with? Are you obsessed with pornography?
Yeah. What do you think?
Are you really?
What do you think this one? Yeah.
Like, you have a problem?
It's only a problem if it gets in the way of daily living.
Of what?
Only a problem if it gets in the way of daily living.
Okay. So you really fucking You really are into your pornography.
It's not a problem.
All right, dog.
The only problem with the interviews is social relationships.
Okay. Did you know that you have an invitation?
Yeah. We're playing the game.
I sent you an invitation for Match Monsters, son.
Oh, I'm playing Connect4.
Oh, hold on. Oh, dude, it's not fair.
We're playing Connect4.
Dude, this doesn't count. I didn't know we were playing. This isn't fair. That doesn't count.
I mean, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
how long has pornography addiction existed for?
Perhaps as long as print. I mean, there's an argument to be made that, like, even like cave walls. Have you like? There's some cave paintings that are like pretty graphic of like a dude inside a woman, doggy style. So I'm sure people have jerked off to that. All right, you have an invitation. You have an invitation to Match Monsters. Are you gonna utilize it? Okay, well,
What you're telling me? So what you're telling me is there's a caveman that just didn't go hunting and he just sat in the cave all day looking at those drawings.
Yeah. I mean, I don't exactly know how it went down, but I could see it being like a situation where some guy wrote like a really accurate drawing of like, I mean, like the one that I've seen is very accurate. Like I could see masturbating to it, and somebody was probably like to their friend, like, "Hey, dog, did you know that like I did this inside this cave?" And they showed their friend, and they're like, "Dude, that's amazing." And then they went and they just beat off to it. It's kind of like, I think of it. So back before porn was a thing on the internet, there were magazines, but as a young boy, you couldn't get your hands on a magazine. So a lot of times what would happen is they would somebody would have like a porn magazine in the middle of the woods, and they would just like leave it, or it would just be there, and then people would find out about it and then go and beat off to it. Then I've heard of people beating off to trees though. There's a comedian, Theo Vaughn, who said that there was this tree that looked like it had boobs where he lived, and because they didn't have any porn, people would just go out there and beat off to this tree. So to answer your question regarding the use of, like, for how long have people been doing it? Probably even before cave drawings, for as long as humans have had a sex drive, and that's probably before even humans existed.
All animals masturbate.
I don't know if that's true.
I said do all. I was asking the question.
Yeah, that's a good question. We'll have to look it up.
I know dogs and cats do because I witnessed both doing that. I've walked in on my dog many times.
All right.
What's the other animal?
Oh, like monkeys do it. Dude, I'm looking up your fucking stupid question. It's a good question though. Not all animals masturbate. Dude, I missed a turn because of your question. It's in primates, cetaceans like dolphins and whales, elephants, walruses, rodents, bats, lizards, turtles, penguins, and even some birds and reptiles and primate. Okay. However, the behavior is not observed in all animal groups. It is less common in birds, and there's no evidence it occurs in all species. The prevalence of masturbation is linked to the presence of brain circuitry that makes stimulating sexual organs rewarding, which is likely evolved early in mammalian and reptilian lineages. A study analyzing primate evolution concluded that masturbation is an ancient behavior, suggesting that the common ancestor of all monkeys and apes, including humans, probably engaged in it. This indicates that while masturbation is widespread, it is not a trait shared by every single animal species. Dude, I fucking lost another point again because I'm looking up your questions.
Okay.
This is your secret strategy, isn't it? I just missed another turn. I missed a full on turn, dog.
I just want to know what animals masturbate and what animals don't masturbate.
I know, it's a good question. I don't know. I don't think fish do. Well, it didn't seem like they do, but I'm sure there's some fish that does. It's a good question.
Just think about it, right? How much you would accomplish if you were an animal that couldn't masturbate. Like, I wonder if the animals that don't masturbate accomplish more than the animals that do.
I wonder if the animals that don't masturbate accomplish what I want to do. I mean, it could go either way. It could be like masturbation stimulates them.
I mean, it probably, you look at humans and you go, well, we're the most accomplished species, so it does have benefits. Right?
Not necessarily.
So,
I mean, it'd be hard, but like you'd need like two twins or like a set of twins, one who masturbates and one who never masturbates. But even then, their experiences are different. So it's a tough thing to. It's a tough thing to quantify.
The only way you can do that, really, like, believe it, is illustration, which is cool.
No, I don't think that's the only way.
I mean, it's the most guaranteed way.
Not necessarily. There are ways to orgasm without a sexual organ.
So what you're saying is you get him an escort from the time he's 13?
No.
Which is a bit weird.
No, you could cut off a person's penis, but still stimulate their prostate and get them to orgasm.
That's cool.
I mean, you're the one talking about castration, dog.
So castration doesn't work?
No, it does. It means that somebody generally cannot reproduce anymore. Dog, I just evolved. Even with losing all these turns, I'm whooping you. Zoot, you're up, son.
Do you believe in castration for people who commit sex crimes?
No.
Why not?
Ideally, and I think we're pretty close, I think those people can be quote unquote cured using things like Neuralink, perhaps. Like basically changing it's a brain computer interface. So there may be a way to change their behavior so that they don't do that kind of stuff, and also have their victims be able to forget about it if they want.
Okay, that's good. Huh.
That's a bit what?
No, like there could be a lot of side effects if you delete people's memory.
I understand.
About quit smoking.
Good for you, dog. Are you proud of yourself?
It's only been 3 days.
All right, well, that's more than you had been doing.
How long before the thought and cravings like just leave my mind completely?
That's a great question. The first 36 hours is the most difficult. I mean, really, every minute that you're not smoking is difficult, but the longer you move away from that, the easier it is. So the key is to get through the first 24 hours. And then I think the first 36 hours is really important. Then the first 48 hours, then the first 72 hours. So you're at the 72-hour mark, which is important. If you can continue that, that is the key. Then you get to the 100-hour mark. Once you get there, you want to get to the 172-hour mark, which is a week. Once you're able to get a week, that's key. The true key, though, is getting 2 weeks. Actually, 3 weeks. If you can get 21 days of doing anything, it no longer becomes a task. It can become habitual. Now, I'm not saying you won't get cravings and pangs, but if you can go 3 weeks doing anything, whether it's positive, like running, or negative, like not doing something, there's a
I want more processed food because I haven't been smoking.
What'd you say?
I've been eating a lot more processed food and just garbage because I haven't been smoking.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. That's not the move I wanted to do.
Dude, it doesn't matter. You're done and it's over. That's all that does matter. Dude, even with losing all of those, I did well. All right, let's play that game that you have wanted to play, Dungeon Tales.
Yeah.
Okay, so campaign is all easy, medium, or hard. We'll do all. Let's try easy. Let's just try to. I mean, we did already beat it once, though. Let's just try all. Let's try all. I don't really know what this means.
This is just Dungeons and Dragons, but like.
Welcome, adventurers. Please remember to stay online. Your party needs you. All right. Do you want Terror Beneath the Red Hill? Oh, okay, so Let's start with Drums of War, which is easy.
Have you ever played Dungeons and Dragons?
I can't say that I have.
Me, but I don't have autism.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's necessary. I can tell you that, dude, I don't want to play this game. I want to play like something where we're actually doing something. Because
we can't pick the same person. This is not good.
Okay, I didn't pick anybody. We're gonna play something else where I have time because I'm multitasking right now. So we're gonna go back to Brawl Bots for the time being, or not Brawl Bots, but whatever we play. Match Monsters. Match Monsters.
Looks like.
No, Match Monsters because I'm doing something right now.
We'll go back to Dungeon Towers.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna destroy you though. Wow, it's interesting that we get the same stage as last time.
Fuck! What the fuck did I do? Oh. Oh my god.
What's that, pimp?
Look at this move.
I'm ready for it. 5. That was very good, dude. Oh, dude.
Holy.
Oh, man.
I didn't know you could have. I didn't know you could have multiple extra moves. Did you turn that feature on where you can have like multiple extra moves?
Yeah, I didn't turn that on. I didn't know that either. Sometimes it seems like it doesn't work though.
Yeah. I like it. I feel like you turn on multiple extra moves.
Well, I feel like you're just making up rules because that's not an option. If it were an option, I would because I think that's cool.
Yeah, I'm not gonna evolve right now.
Why not? Dog, I'm gonna blow your mind with how good this move is. Psych, it's not that good. I'm just doing this the old-fashioned way. I don't need your fancy stuff.
Fuck.
Oh, dude, look at this one. I got. Oh, wait, it fucked me up. What are your thoughts on evolving? Are you proud of that move? So I just did an extra move. Okay. Maybe maybe you can do multiple extra moves. I mean, I know you can. We saw you do it. Dude, I just helped you so much. Yo, pimp.
Goodbye. That lets you figure out. Well, I don't even want to say symptoms, but like, if you figure out like things that you do wrong, and then you improve on these things, you can get better and completely get rid of the symptoms of that.
What do you mean?
Do you believe that you can get, if you look up symptoms of mental illness or like neurodivergency that you're diagnosed for, and you improve on all of them, you can get rid of your symptoms and just improve your quality of life?
Oh, I think that's a possibility.
No, not what the pharmaceutical companies want you to believe.
That's true. I made a mistake. Dude, give me extra moves. I'll take it. Yeah, dude, that's true. I mean, if you ask pharmaceutical companies, they'll tell you all the things that their drug does but they'll never admit what it does badly, like bad things. And I think that's an important discussion to have. Like, okay, all that stuff is really cool, all the good stuff, but what about the bad stuff?
I mean, the person who diagnosed me for ADHD, they didn't suggest, they just made a recommendation. Have you thought about going over the medication route?
Zoo. Not good, dude.
What?
My
Oh,
I just gave you really good spots. Oh, really good move, Zoot. Zoot, you might win.
they thought, like, have you thought about going the medication route? I didn't say that we missed the time. I just said that. Maybe I should try and pay more. And I'm thinking now, maybe I should just try and pay more attention before I go to the medication route.
Right.
But I did try medication legally.
And what?
I did try medication. I tried Ritalin illegally. I didn't attain it legally.
Oh, Zoot, what a comeback I've just had. Dog. Maybe one of the greatest comebacks in the history of this game. Oh, look at this move.
Okay.
Dude. Could I beat you?
Yeah.
No. Oh man, I could come really close to beating you though. Oh, Zoot. I wasn't paying attention. Zoot, are you excited for the paper, the television show? Are you excited for the television show, The Paper?
Malcolm in the Middle would be better.
Malcolm in the Middle sucks so much cock, I can't even put it into words.
I think they should redo Malcolm in the Middle, set it in Australia, and instead of him being in Genius, they should put him in special ed class.
Oh, dude, I fucked up. I'm not paying attention. You're gonna win.
That would be so much better if they remade Malcolm in the Middle, set it in Australia, instead of him being a genius, they put him in special ed class.
Dog, isn't that just like a different show?
Yeah. But it would be better.
Why would it be better?
Because people find it hard to relate to Genius. People find it very more relatable to just stupid. More people relate to stupid than Genius.
Dog, did you know that you lost?
Yep.
What are your thoughts on losing? All right, dude.
There are two ways to master comedy, right?
That's incorrect.
Oh,
There are many ways to skin a cat.
okay, the biggest like way comedy can be interpreted is observation and relatability. And more people relate to stupidity than trying to fucking, there are jokes that a lot of people don't like the Big Bang Theory, right?
Yeah, because that show sucks.
Because that show sucks because a lot of the jokes being told in that series, like, are jokes that you need to be, like, intelligent to fucking understand. So that really irritates people.
Yeah, I can't stand the laugh track on that show.
Yeah, it sucks. And then
I can stand it on some shows, but not on that show. And I think one of the reasons why is because some of the jokes are so highbrow or so intelligent, not that many people would think they were funny. Like the people just generally wouldn't always think they were that funny. So you can tell it's just a laugh track. It's not filmed in front of a live studio audience.
was Friends?
No. Now there was.
What show was Friends?
They used to be Cheers, The Cosby Show, and they used to say, yeah, they used to say Cheers was filmed in front of a live studio audience. So like you knew. Word.
Did you know that Bill Cosby paid for the microphone and stage that Martin Luther King did his "I Had a Dream" speech on?
Yeah, I'd heard that.
Did you hear that from Dave Chappelle?
I don't know if I heard it from Dave Chappelle.
So I was watching Dave Chappelle before, and he said Bill Cosby did a lot for African Americans, and he wouldn't have a career if it wasn't for Bill Cosby. He does some bad things, but he rapes, but he also does some really good things.
I made a mistake. Yeah, that's true. Dog, I'm a big Bill Cosby fan. I mean, again, I think you have to separate the art from the artist.
Oh, I'm a Kanye West fan.
There you go.
So I agree with his anti-Semitic views. No. Still, I think he is talented. Yes. But I also believe that maybe about 20, 25 years from now, that some of his anti-Semitic songs will be cultural moments and more appreciated than they are now. Right now, it's just a time that it's shock because no one has done what he has done before, and it's very controversial and shocking. And over the time, that song will be more appreciated, either controversially or just a moment in time. I don't know. So I can't really explain. I'm not explaining myself and finishing my sentence right now, but I'm just saying that over time, Kanye's art will be more appreciated, even his more controversial moments.
Dude, I remember the first time I recognized that he was going to be controversial was during the Katrina telethon when he said George Bush doesn't care about black. I was watching it with my friend, and it was like, dog, that was not supposed to happen. And then they quickly cut to, like, Mike Myers, his face was like in shock, and then they quickly cut to Chris Tucker. They cut to Chris Tucker, and that was very controversial. Dude, WTF, my man. There we go.
Do you feel like Kanye was right?
I think that George Bush doesn't care about a lot of people, not just black people.
There's only one way to know it's been besides George Bush's head. But I think he does. I feel like he cared about getting the black people vote.
Yeah, but he really didn't get that.
Think Donald Trump cares about black people?
Some wealthy ones.
The ones that voted for him. Do you care? Well,
Do I care about black people?
Yeah.
Very much so. Yeah, I think there can be arguments that I've made that I care more about black people than I do white people at times. I'm not saying I can say this. When I was a little kid, I cared about black people so much. Not that I still don't, but it was like overly. I was and still am just an advocate for black culture black people, black society, black music, black media.
I'll tell you, when I was 5 years old, I was put into this. I had a really old teacher. She was a old school teacher. She was like old, like she was old. Oh, this was back in 2001, right? And she still, I don't know. This is in Australia, and I can't believe I'm saying this. She hit kids that were Aboriginal.
Oh, that's terrible.
Target Aboriginal kids and hit them, and she made us scared. I feel like at the time she made us scared of Aboriginal children and like darker skin. And I remember being like 5 years old and being scared of like dark skinned people a bit. And then I eventually got over it with time. But yeah, like because of that. Yeah, she was fucking scared. Like she hit Aboriginal kids and she hit fat kids.
Did you have Aboriginal kids in your school?
Yeah. In my classroom, she picked one out of the classroom and just started hitting him. When we're playing like when doing PE.
That's terrible.
Not PE. What sport?
What sport?
Oh, it's running or something. I mean, I was only 5 years old watching that, but you know.
Yeah, that's terrible.
If I knew what I knew now, I would have done something. But I was only 5 years old. Can't blame myself.
Right.
Like, what would you do if you were 5 years old and you saw your teacher start hitting another kid?
Tell my mom. Tell my dad.
I'm surprised no one in the classroom told. Yeah, I'm surprised. Like, looking back, none of us told me.
Yeah, why do you think that is? I mean, you were little kids, so you can't really blame anybody.
Why?
Word, dog.
I feel like maybe if we told, I think a lot of us thought maybe if we told on her that she would get away with it, like nothing would be done and she would start hitting us.
Yeah, I understand that.
You don't know how powerful you are as a child how powerful an accusation is as a child to an adult. You don't realize that until later on in life. You don't know how much power you have as a child.
That's true.
that woman went to court, and you know, she got in trouble for something later on in the fight.
Well, that's good that she didn't work around children anymore.
Oh, she died not long after. Probably burning in hell. I'll tell you something. There is a hell of that woman that's burning in the fucking 5 years.
Zoot, you won. I wasn't even paying attention. I don't even know how you won so quickly.
Because I had a good time. Do I stutter often?
Sometimes.
I feel like not that often.
Yeah, not like someone with a major stuttering issue.
I feel like there's nothing wrong with my speech. It's just sometimes I forget to finish my sentence. Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Do you think I'm going to win?
No, I'm going to destroy you. Dog, that was maybe the best round that I've ever had.
You ready?
Yeah.
Right. How big was Bill Cosby when you grew up? When you growing up?
Giant. Biggest person on television.
Really?
Yep.
In the 80s?
Yep.
And that's why he was doing the rapes.
Yeah, but he did those before. I mean, I'm not saying he also didn't do them during then too, but
Why do you think he got away with it for so long?
he was very powerful. He was literally called America's dad. So
Oh,
he,
no one would have believed him.
yeah,
No one would have believed him.
right. And he paid off a lot of people. So, like, I know one girl who said he drugged her. He paid for her college. And, like, I bet you this is a sad state of the United States, but there are people in the United States who would accept being drugged and raped if you would pay for their college.
I feel like that anywhere in the world.
That's true.
I feel like there are people that would let their children get drugged and raped to get out of countries to go to a first world country. Some of these first world countries.
100%. It's really sad. But desperate times call for desperate measures. Oh, I fucked up.
Over in some of those countries, it's not as viewed as that type of stuff isn't as viewed as taboo as it is here. In some countries. In other countries, they'll stone you to death.
Yeah. Dude, that was a big move, Zoot. What are you going to do? You chose to heal? Oh, no. Evolving heals you. Yeah, on this one, Evolving restores 10 hit points.
10 hit points. You won.
I don't know if I won. Is it health? It's hit points, isn't it?
Health points.
Pretty sure it's hit points.
Yeah, how'd you base that with health points?
Hit points, dog.
No, it's health points.
No. Pretty sure that's not right.
Okay.
Oh, Zoot, that was really good.
God.
That was really good.
Oh, medical.
That was really good, Zoot.
Oh, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Do you know what my real name is?
Yeah.
What is it?
Well, it's a Scottish name that's longer than this, but you go by Lochi.
Lucky.
Okay, Lucky. What's going on, pimp?
Hello.
Do you really think you won?
You just got a huge hit on me. Oh, Rabbi, you fucked up.
Yeah, I did.
You could have gotten. You could have gotten an extra move.
I know. That's okay.
I don't know if the extra move would have helped though.
We'll never know.
I don't think you needed it.
I don't think I need it.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Do you like Bill Cosby?
I said I separate the art from the artist. I think he's very funny. He had an amazing show. But I don't condone rape. It's Zoo, you got so fortunate. Zoo.
Bill Cosby's gonna die soon.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like one of the most controversial deaths where people like, do we like celebrate this death and honor his legacy, or do we ignore him because what he did?
Yeah. Oh man, I have to pee. It's over, baby. All right, Zoot. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. Don't leave.
Bring the water.
Zoot. Zoot. Are you there, big dog?
Sure.
Thank you for your patience. Oh, whichever person goes first has a huge advantage. Not necessarily, actually. Well, that's a good move.
And I don't remember.
I don't think so, son.
Bill Cosby.
Fuck. Oh, I wasted so much time.
All right. All right. All right, but I'm not going to the city.
Okay. Finish this game. Then you do whatever the fuck you want, son.
There's women in the city. There's not women in this chat.
Yeah, there are.
They're not close by. They don't even have like Australia, do they?
No.
Or like South Australia.
I had somebody here from Brisbane, a very famous influencer today. Her name is Chopsticks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's on
Chopstick.
Word Dog.
She's on Kick.
Yep.
Does she have an Instagram?
Yeah, it's just Chopsticks, I believe. With CHOPSTIX.
She gonna be back?
Oh, I don't know. I've got messages with her.
She hot.
I would say that most any man would think this woman is hot.
Well, I would say the most beautiful woman that people think are ugly.
No, this chick is banging.
How old is she?
Dog, I don't fucking know. Maybe like 25?
That's close to my age.
All right, you think I'm setting you up?
Yep.
All right, that's cool, dog.
Oh, fuck. That was the worst move in history of moves you could make.
Is it really?
I mean, I guess I can do that. But it just helped you. Maybe I won. Maybe I did not help you. You just helped. What was crying for? I got work in 2 weeks.
What are you going to be doing? Zoot, what are you going to be doing?
Meth.
That's not work, son.
Should be. Alright, what's this woman's name?
Chopstick, Chopstix.
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 Famous?
On Kick, she is. She has like 50,000 followers on Kick. Yeah, she's famous.
That's decent amount, but it's not.
I mean,
not like,
dude, I didn't stalk this woman. She came in here, and I don't know, I was doing something, and then she came into my YouTube and said hi, and I don't pay attention to what people say on YouTube.
does she on Kick? Does like, can I go to the Kick and watch the live stream?
Yeah.
Let's watch. Like, does it save it?
Yeah, it saves it for 30 days.
Okay. Do you think she'll be back?
Zoot, you are asking me so many questions about this woman, and I have no idea about her. I'm just telling you what happened earlier today.
Cool.
Very cool, dog. When are you gonna get pictures for? When are you gonna get pictures for your dating profile?
When I got drunk.
Okay, what are your thoughts? I thought you started a job in 2 weeks.
100% of it.
Okay, I didn't doubt you. So, don't you already have a job? You mean once you get paid? What are you going to be doing?
Building a cult.
That's not a job.
It's a business.
Seriously, Zoot, what are you going to be doing?
Starting a business.
Okay, what business are you starting?
Starting a cult.
Zoot, you're not making sense, son.
I'm starting a cult. Starting a business that's a cult, which is pretty much all cults.
Zoot, did you know it's over for you?
Yeah. Why do all lottery winners go broke in the first 5 years?
They don't.
Why do the majority of lottery winners go broke in the first 5 years?
They don't.
Discord. I'm installing Kick right now on my phone.
Okay. Do you have a username? Zoot, I dare you to any person on Kick, create a throwaway account and ask them what they think about Rabbi Rothschild. Ask anybody. They will throw you out. They will ban you.
Of a will. He had gone on to do tremendous things for Surah. He immediately communicated with the surrounding communities and asserted the authority of Surah as the greatest of the academies and so on. But what ended up happening is there was a will that was placed in probate, and David Ben Zakkai, the exilarch, stood to gain a tremendous advantage if the will was adjudicated in his favor. Sadia Gaon, looking at the will, saw that it really would not go in David Ben Zakkai's favor, that the law really favored another claimant for the monies in the will. And so therefore, he demurred and said he would only sign off on this will if another particular rabbi would sign off on it. The other rabbi signed off on it, giving the money to David Ben Zakkai, and so then it went right back to Sadia, and at this point Sadia said he was hoping that the other rabbi would be the first refusal, and therefore Sadia would not take the blame, but Sadia refused to give it, and he said he would not sign off, and that the will would not go to David Ben Zakkai. David Ben Zakkai was furious, and he fired
Instagram
Sadia
at Casey
Gawan.
Rocket. This episode
Sadia
of
Gawan says, "You can't fire me. I'm going to fire you." And so he fired David Ben Zakkai. And he had this really strange situation where both people of great authority disavowed the other, and they were kind of arm wrestling, so to speak, over who was going to be the true head of the people of Surah, and really the Jews of Babylon, and really the Jews of the world. It was quite a long standoff where David Ben Zakkai, the Reish Galuta, appointed another Gaon of Surah, and Sadia Ben Gaon, reciprocated by appointing rival Exelar, and they're all kind of like in this strange kind of family dynamic with the four of them there, and no one's recognizing anyone. In the end, the Muslim authorities stepped in, and they said in Arabic, Ganuk Shoin, enough already, and they demanded an end to the fight. This also was, Sadia's position was weakened when his candidate for the Reish Galuta had passed away, and so ultimately Sadia was forced to resign and to accept the loss of his academy. And so he had to step down, and David Ben Zakkai temporarily was ascended. And this was the time when Sadia actually went into a kind of like his own space, and that's when he began writing tremendously prolific and powerful amount of literature. So it's really a blessing for the Jewish people as a whole.
It sounds oddly specific.
Pause for any questions now?
And also
history and
research.
The Reish Galuta stuff.
So it feels like someone
Is
close to
everything
him that could have happened.
Okay, good. Still singing about that driving comment.
Too much. I don't know, seafood restaurants or something, and then you got to be careful with also, I think, the other little canned fish. You can get mercury poisoning.
Yeah, that's from 3-6 Mafia.
Oh, it is
featuring UGK and Project Pat.
Okay, excuse me. Okay, so what does it say? Give the full line, because I feel like I'm missing this. That doesn't really lie what I said.
I appreciate your question. It gives me faith that the Jewish people are going to survive, because this is, as they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus ça la même chose. How often do you have, for example, a rabbi in conflict with his board? I think pretty much any time you have a synagogue, you will have a rabbi in conflict with his board. That's exactly what we see with David Ben Zakkai and Sadia Gawan. David Ben Zakkai represented, so to speak, the board, and the sponsorship and things like that. And Sadia Gawan was doing his own thing, and the two of them were in conflict. So it's really part of the Jewish tradition.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It's not so bad.
Did you ever do syrup?
We got used to it. Yes, Ms. Abramson, I knew you covered something.
Yeah, well, I just liked it. I don't know what exactly syrup is, but I just when I'm drinking a bottle of Robitussin.
I would hazard a guess that people favor Sadia
from Mississippi,
because he's kind of like
loves Robo-Trip. She
he's
said
like
it
a
was
cowboy
like a
here.
huge thing
He's
in their
like the
high
man
school. They
standing
would
up for his
Robo-Trip
principles.
and then go to cheerleading
He's
practice.
representing the
She's like,
Torah,
my God,
whereas
she's like,
really
there's nothing like
Zakkai
tumbling when you're
is
Robo-Trip.
upset because the will didn't go his way. But as many of us know that
Jackson,
Jews often have tremendous conflicts over wills afterwards. Families break up over these things, so we can understand that. But that's
so many things today.
So I'm just guessing, but I would say Sadia probably on the upper hand. He certainly comes out better in the end. Who remembers David Ben Zakkai except if you're come to a class like this, right?
Wait,
But
so
people know Sadia Gawan.
what type of syrup is it though?
Okay,
I know you
so let's
make
go on a little bit.
right.
Now, what was
I know it's
special about his writings?
Stuff, and
Perhaps the most significant thing was not so much the content, but the style. One of the things that Sadia innovated was he borrowed very heavily from the dominant Muslim style of theological writing of the time. A style of writing which is known to experts as kalam, and specifically the Mutazilite style. I don't really know much about the Muslim styles, but what I can tell you about it in this short period of time is that they were very particular when it comes to essentially creating numbered lists. They were very big on numbering their paragraphs, on starting with general topics and slowly winnowing them down to more and more specific ideas, and putting in their terms to purify silver from bronze. Right? So you have You have
Do
a
you
big
know that
hunk of
song? I
metal,
can't remember
and you
who
have to
sings
heat
it. It's
it
called
up, and you have to
Scarecrow.
slowly
And it's
take
like
the silver
percocet,
away
or
and
it's
separate
like,
it
what is it
from
called?
the rest of the metals. And so Sadia Gaon really instituted this whole idea of creating treatises on specific halachic topics, and then, breaking it down logically into a sort of a Greek way of thinking that the Arabs had inherited, the larger point first, and then a sub-point, and then a sub-sub-point, and then the corollary, and so on. Everything numbers 1.2, 1.3, all the way down, and a very, very logical sequence that was deeply appealing to the Jewish mind. This is in contrast to the traditional, what was it then, traditional way of writing, which was essentially to follow the kind of meandering and apparently chaotic trajectory of the Talmud, which is more like a conversation, a stream of consciousness conversation. It does have its own internal logic, but it's not a simple, straightforward logic. Simply to look up a particular halacha is very difficult to read the Talmud because the information is scattered so broadly over a wide amount of material and not easily indexed. So Sadia Gaon, taking this Mutazilite style and imposing that kind of rigor of thought and a very communicable level of thinking, just made his writings way more popular, and the style essentially became the Jewish style after that. Anyone who's read, for example, Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, and Maimonides disagreed with Sadia on a lot of very important points, but he adopted exactly the same kind of style that Sadia did, with breaking up the whole Torah into sections, and then into books, and then into chapters, and then into individual sentences, and everything's numbered. Everything is organized and easy to find. This was a major innovation of Sadia. This was Sadia was really excellent at adapting to the zeitgeist, or is a good word for the undergraduates here. Zeitgeist is spirit of the time. Like the way people felt about things, the way people reacted to the world as a whole. That was the zeitgeist. And he found it, and he said, we can do this in Judaism, and he plopped it right in and it worked.
Grant, can you believe this? We're at the beginning.
Is this true?
Yeah. Oh my God, I quit one. What's in your head? After I smoked, I put out, I said, I'm a happy non-smoker.
He is completely fluent in Arabic. He's writing in Arabic. The variety of literature is limited. I'm not an expert on Sadia's writings to know who he cites from Muslim writers. There's no question that he is completely at home in the world of Arabic literature. And the world of Arabic literature is overwhelmingly religious literature at this time. So, and that's true of many of the Jews in Muslim lands, which is not the case in Christian lands. Like we started this discussion a little earlier, one of the kind of oversimplified differences between the experience of Jews in Muslim lands and those in Christian lands is especially after the Crusades, Jews in Christian lands, with a few exceptions, let's say Italy, for example, they tended to become much more insular, much more inward looking regarding the outside world as toxic, as dangerous, as something to be avoided, so on. And that held true really until the Enlightenment, 18th century, let's say. In Muslim lands, that bifurcation really didn't exist, and it was perfectly normal, for example, for Shmuel Ibn Abdullah to, be a high officer in the Spanish government and write Arabic love poetry and write a on the Gemara at the same time. It was not considered a steer, a contradiction, to be involved in both worlds. Whereas in the Christian world, you don't see Jews really doing that kind of thing. Writing maybe a big exception would be, let's say, the Ramchal, the great Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, who did write, Hebrew plays. He wrote dramas in Hebrew based on Italian styles of the 18th century, as well as phenomenal works of Kabbalah and Musa at the same time. But that's already quite a bit later.
It's there to help. Everybody's there to help little Gator.
Let's look at some of the kinds of books that he wrote. So the earliest ones we discussed earlier, the rhyming dictionary in Hebrew, so he wrote quite a bit on Hebrew grammar, which was really significant because it was not that well codified in the 9th century. The Karaites, ironically, were making a lot of progress in this area because, again, they disregarded the oral Torah, so they did a lot more research on the written Torah and on Hebrew grammar. So in many ways, it's kind of like competing work. He wrote a very famous biblical commentary, which exists to this day.
I feel like I'm falling off.
And it's noted for its very, very strict rational approach. This is one of the areas where my mind is kind of catch odd. And he avoids all anthropomorphisms. Any kind of, the uses a lot of human imagery to describe God. Sadia shunned away from that very heavily. For example, even the phrase Vayomar or Yomer, God spoke. Speaking, of course,
tentative slash tentative.
Speech and articulation of breath and of your tongue and your teeth, things like that, and that's anthropomorphism, even a fairly mild one. So he would render that as God willed, as opposed to as God spoke. But he wanted to avoid even those anthropomorphisms. Yes.
And so this is extra scary, and this happens to be an extra scary one. Are you all right, Grant, today?
I'm all good.
No, will is kind of like a pure intellectual phenomenon. Speech is a physical phenomenon.
Why do I keep on
thinking
Actually, it says that so
breathe, you have to like
No, you're thinking of
your
salsa
body.
blue.
But will can happen, just by some kind of
That's
consciousness
for
floating in the
dandruff.
ether.
Okay, that's a dandruff thing. Selsun blue, not Delsun blue.
I think that you're supposed to be
Yeah,
advertising.
well, God, I think they would fair to say
certain
it can
things
have consciousness without being
like your initial ads, and now you're really
argue with me
plugging
later.
Yeah, Delsun blue.
Maybe they'll get sponsored. I don't know. Now they're looking in the woods. Suicide Forest, where she hears about it.
Would you ever
Exactly. That's another good proof for your question earlier. Most of the Zealots were very much like this, and he rendered it similarly.
Yeah, and I've seen pictures. Yeah, people
third, polemical literature. We've got a lot of things he wrote against the Karaites, and as I mentioned, we have a lot of the Karaite responses to it. Fourth, halachic literature. Of course, as the Gaon of Sura, he's writing to Shavuot, he's writing responses all the time, and he's writing treatises on individual halachic topics as well. We saw that, for example, in the calendar controversy. One of his treatises was on defending the traditional method of calculating the calendar that we use to this day. He wrote liturgy, including one of the earliest sidurs that we have in existence today, still in use in some communities. And finally, and perhaps most famously, he wrote philosophy. And perhaps his most important work is a so-called book of beliefs and opinions, in which he really subjects Judaism to a searching and penetrating analysis of what really is it that we believe. Now, I know I started by talking about Judaism is so orthopractic, but I don't want to overemphasize that point. We do have, books that argue about what is Jewish belief as opposed to Jewish practice. And this is one in a great chain of works that would include, for example, Samson Raphael Hirsch's Torah, that are kind of overarching philosophical statements of why do we do these things, what are our fundamental beliefs. Among the many innovations that Sadia describes, or his kind of analytical categories, is he describes rational versus revealed commandments. Meaning commandments that we can derive as being sensible, that you don't really have to be Jewish even to recognize the value of, for example, honor your father and mother, as Abraham said, or, and, but there are also revealed commandments, like, what is the point of not wearing wool and linen in the same garment? So that has to be a revealed commandment. And there's logic to it as well, but it's not the same logic as rational. So this is like a huge philosophical work, but the English translation I have is about 4 inches thick, and there's far more for us that we can possibly analyze in this short biographical tract. So, in the end, to return to his life story, he did achieve a reconciliation with his nemesis, David Zakkai. It happened when this feud had been going on for quite a long time. You can imagine David Zakkai had expended tremendous resources, both financial in terms of his personal political capital. He ultimately came out victorious but exhausted. And Sadia is right there in Surah, and he's busily writing all these great works, but everyone recognizes him as the greatest scholar of the world at the time, but he's not holding this position of authority. So eventually, the exilarch, David Zakkai's father-in-law, gets involved. His father-in-law is always a big supporter of Sadia, And he says, you know, again in Arabic, "Showing his
Yeah,
mood is enough already," and he manages to effect a reconciliation between these two. Sadia is returned to his post as the head of the Academy of Surah, and the placeholder Yahweh that had been hired during the conflict was allowed to remain and keep his salary. But Sadia was really considered the ultimate authority there. The exile, exhausted by the struggle, died soon afterwards, and to indicate how complete the reconciliation was, Sadia adopted his son, the son of his first world enemy, and raised him in his own home out of love for him. That was some character as well. So the legacy of Sadia Gaon, again, this is not of Sadia Gaon. The legacy of Sadia Gaon is a fascinating one that illustrates a lot about the nature of the Jewish life in Muslim lands, internal Jewish life, the conflict between the so-called secular and the religious powers, and of course describes the life of a phenomenal individual with a very strong character who made a tremendous contribution to the Jewish people as a whole. Next week, I have an amazingly bizarre topic to discuss. I hope you'll be able to join me. We're going to talk about the very strange story of the Jews of Khazaria, which is a small territory, actually it's kind of a very large territory, in the Caspian Sea region, where in the 8th century it was well tested by multiple authorities. The entire kingdom converted to Judaism. So we have to figure out what exactly what was all this about, where did they go, if there's so many Khazarians converted to Judaism, where are they now, what kind of Judaism did they practice? So we'll talk about that, God willing, next week. In the meantime, thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence.
Person in the fan club or whatever.
Salino, as in Salino and Barnes.
Oh, I thought you said Selena. Oh, I thought her name was Selena.
That would be the craziest fucking ADD transition.
Selena and Barnes. Wait, who's Selena and Barnes?
Oh, injury attorneys.
Yeah, I think Thomas J. Henry's maybe 77777.
Salino and Barnes, injury attorneys.
Oh my gosh, you could call them maybe, and then if it's the numbers, how do those law firms even get those numbers? Does it cost a lot of money? Getting the number that is like 6666666. Ooh, I wouldn't get that one. Double. I wouldn't do that one.
You know, one of my friends and I, we still fuck with Salino and Barnes because boy, they didn't really care. So we would just be calling a lot with cases for that. Oh my god, we called once and they're fine. I recently got herpes on a Bumble day. I need you to take him down. And I was like, ma'am? And she's like, and they're like, she's like, and it hurts. And they're like, you should go to a doctor. Here they are.
Wait, they broke up? Why'd you do that tear in the middle?
Died.
Which one was Selena?
I don't know. One died in a plane crash.
Like a little plane, huh?
So Barnes was on the right.
Barnes is that guy, right? And then poor Selena was on the left, and then Selena is above my head. I wonder if Selena and Selena would have been buddies, like in real time, like if their timelines had matched up. You think they would have maybe hit it off?
She could have used an injury attorney.
She could have used it. Maybe he could have helped with the fan club person. He could have looked at the books and stuff and see. I don't know.
It's always
talking about them.
It's always a fan.
Oh my gosh, Grant! This is actually. I like this.
Rom-com here? It's a rom-com. Wow, who's gonna write the screenplay?
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Who's calling it?
Selino and Selena. No, there could be a better name than that. I don't even know what it would be and what is it about. Falling in love or something. I don't know. And then him getting in the plane crash and then her dying on the same day, maybe.
She doesn't die, actually, so she has to hire him for the injury case.
Oh,
yeah.
So the lady only hurts her, doesn't kill her.
And they
this
fall
is a
in
different
love.
timeline.
Yep.
And then they fall in love when he's helping her ass down in.
Yeah, and she's really not interested. So first of all, she gets assigned with Barnes, and then she's really likes Barnes because she thinks Seleno's like a fucking asshole. Because she saw him rip off someone else out of a case.
I've heard that about it. Because dude, he's a fuckboy.
And then Barnes, which is part of the real story of life, dies in a plane accident. So then she's stuck with Selena. And she's like, this guy, fucking hate this guy. And then slowly over time, he begins to woo her. And I was gonna say something more interesting, but I didn't have it.
But he starts to kind of like they're around each other.
No, I know. What he does slowly over time is he hires Grant, and Grant starts doing little tricks on her, like breaking her brake, so she has to keep getting an injury attorney. And little things like, going up behind her and, pouring boiling water on her back, and she doesn't know, and then she keeps having to go back, and then they fall in love, and then she finds out, wait, you're the one who poured the boiling water on me. And then he's like, I know before I loved you.
Yeah. It was when I didn't really know what was up.
And she's,
now I love
and then
you,
she
but
says, when she finds out, she goes, well, speaking of which, you're in hot water.
Oh, damn.
And then that's the end of episode 1.
And then
season 1.
And then he comes.
Oh my god!
I love this.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so say I'm a genius.
Huh? What did you say?
Some say I'm a genius.
Yeah, oh my gosh, no, I love that. I mean, that was just effortless.
And she's also in the movie industry.
I am.
Yeah, she's a scream queen.
Yes, I didn't get the role.
No.
Actually,
what are you talking about?
My man, so I was auditioning for a movie. Because my dream, I want to be in horror movies. And I can show you my scream sometime, but
do you have a good scream?
I'm not really sure. That's why I was saying I could. Yes, I'm committed.
You can cry.
Would you like me to?
Yeah, hold on. I have really bad news. Grant cut the brakes of the Uber you came here in, so they're not going to be able to pick your ass back up. Like, they're not going to be able to pick your ass back up.
Gotta fucking hear.
That's amazing.
That was really quick. How did you get that tear out?
I'm fucking good. I can cry on command. A lot of people can't do it.
No.
Wasn't that cool?
I'm so impressed.
Oh my gosh. So that would probably be good if you are in a horror movie and people are, you gotta act messed up. Yeah.
I can just do it.
But she kind of auditioned for like the villain of the horror.
Yeah, it's Mike. I'm sorry.
Victims.
Hold on, what's a line in like the Blair Witch Project? Like, hold on to something outside of the tent.
I've never been in anything, but I can cry. I have a lot of skills.
How do you do that? Can you teach me how to do it really quickly? Or how do I do it?
I don't really know.
Do you think, is this something physically you're doing, or you're literally thinking of something sad really quick?
No, I just am physically doing it.
It's something you can
I just go cry.
And then so you're not even thinking about like some sad moment that happened in your life. You're not even thinking along those lines.
You basically act as if your water ducts are in your face, or eye ducts. I just kind of act like they're
water ducts.
like they're constipated or something, and I'm like holding it in.
Oh my.
Try it.
Wait, you're about to cry?
I don't want to do it again. I don't want to cry again. I don't want to do it.
Clog your duck, William.
Clock my duck.
You have to keep your eyes shut. I mean, open. Don't close. Don't blink.
Okay, open.
Don't blink.
So, Shabtai Tzvi's personal life ended kind of on an up note. He died very young at age 49.
It's not working. I can't even do it. God. And you're doing it again. No, don't cry about me not being able to do it. It's not that sad. No, don't cry about that. Now you're going to make me cry.
That was so bad.
Jacob French.
I need a tissue.
More than a single page of
Okay,
I can get one. There's right here.
Oh my gosh, hold on. Did it look like there was a little... Nah, I swear. Wait, it didn't? It looked maybe like my eyes were moistened up a little.
You'll never be me. And so I auditioned for the role, and...
When was this? Recently?
Very recently. In fact, I was so far from getting the role that my manager said, the self-tape is so bad, I'm not even going to submit it.
No! What do you mean? What are you doing on a self-tape? What do you have to do? Read lines or something?
Yeah, but the thing was, it was just too funny. Because my character was supposed to be a pregnant cop. Oh yeah, William definitely needs me.
Yeah, thank you.
I was supposed to be a pregnant cop who gets possessed by a witch while she's brushing a child's hair.
Weird.
So I just started to feel like a pedophile. Being like, you're just, and the lines were like, what a pretty girl. Like, you're so pretty. You know, this long hair won't last forever. And I was like, my pretty girl. I think you're so pretty. Like, get real weird.
That's kind of scary.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so does your manager person give you any insights or just says, oh, this isn't going to work?
He just says, good enough.
What do you say? Well, hold on, I'm crying in it. Or was it, no, you don't have to cry in this part.
I was like, kind of laughed. It was too funny. I was shooting it at Jenna Sparrow was filming it for me, and she was like, she was making you giggle. Yeah, because she kept laughing, and I was like, I am being serious. And she was like, I feel like you're not being serious. And I'm like, this is about as serious as I know how to get.
And then y'all both start laughing.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's hard to stop laughing if you're like with a friend or something, and then the other person starts laughing, and then it can be like a contagious laughter.
Especially if you're already embarrassed. If I'm like embarrassed by something, because I'm like, then I start laughing, and then they start laughing, and I'm already embarrassed. And it's like that. I have that extra embarrassment laugh because like it's all I don't act in anything. It was the second time I ever did a self tape. I've never acted in a film.
Oh my gosh, we'll keep on getting your name out there. You're gonna find something. Yeah, somebody's gonna be like, hold on, we need somebody that matches your description, and we need somebody that cries. And then you're gonna walk up, and they're gonna be like, what?
Here's the fucking thing. People use tear sticks.
What are tear sticks?
I learned about it from a movie called Theater Camp. And what they do is
a documentary.
No, it was a narrative. Ben Platt.
Oh my god.
Yes. And
who's that guy? I always see his picture. It's like, what is he, a soccer player or something? It's Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
Oh. So what? What's a tear stick? Crying on cue, real tears instantly.
Yeah, they just put them like under your eyes, and it makes you just cry. So fuck you, tear sticks.
So it just makes you like think of something really sad.
It's like AI tears. It's bullshit. You know, it's like they're stealing my job.
Oh my gosh! So you put that, so it looks like lipstick, but instead of putting it on probably don't put it on your lips, or you're gonna be drooling and stuff. I wonder if that's how that works.
Girls put them on their vagina.
And it's just like real wet down there. Oh my gosh! They put it on their things down there, and then it gets tears instantly.
That's.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm so sorry to hear. Well, hopefully this is not going to get in your way of landing a role in something, okay? This is not going to get in your way.
I just don't know what CEO I gotta take down. To get this off the market.
To get this off the market? Yeah, Grant, who is in charge of this stuff?
Yeah.
Can you look up tear stick?
You want to know like the brand?
I want to know the CE fucking O.
Could be like Procter & Gamble.
I want to know the big guy.
Yeah, it could be under Coca-Cola or Procter & Gamble, or it could be like some random Doritos. No, I think Doritos is under somebody else.
I want to know the guy Luigi. Frito-Lay. They're in charge of this.
Do you like the Ruffles?
No. Yeah. I don't like Ruffles. I like Ruffles.
Yeah, Ruffles are pretty good.
Ruffles still skin.
That was one of my favorite nursery rhymes growing up. Ruffles still skin.
Ruffles still skin, was it?
Yeah, what was his name again?
Rumple.
Yeah, Rumple. Stiltskin. Yeah, oh my gosh, he was one of my favorites. What was he, no, I was wrong there. I was about to say the one that slept in the beds or whatever.
I feel like he was very poor.
Yeah, Rumpelstiltskin, it sounds like kind of a poor person. Not being
And like Humpty Dumpty, loaded.
Yeah, Humpty Dumpty sounds like some rich British
Yeah,
aristocrat.
he took a great fall. I wonder who did it. Somebody who wanted his money.
Yeah, because we were literally talking about Humpty Dumpty one day in the apartment. About like, do you think that was some sort of scam? Because what do you do as an egg person sitting on a wall?
Yeah, it's sure. I mean, somebody scamming his ass to even get him up on a ball.
Yeah, how could he wanted to get hurt? His tummy would get in the way.
I don't know, he just had little arms and legs. I don't even know how he got up there. I don't know.
And then, like, it's all just planned. Like, they come in there, they're like, and he's like, what happened to Humpty Dumpty? And then someone's like, he had a great fall, you know?
Yeah.
Like, where was he? And he's just sitting on a wall. It's all bullshit. And all the king's horses and all the king's men.
Oh, could it put him together again?
Yeah, see, that's how I know he was connected. Because the king wouldn't fucking help him if he wasn't. If he was some sort of Rumpelstiltskin motherfucker.
Yeah, they were all around him, it sounds like. And they all refused.
You think if Rumpelstiltskin fell off a wall, anyone would give a shit?
Nobody.
Probably not a lot of people, maybe his mom.
What did Rumple wear? No, he was too old for her mom.
Is he an old guy? I forget about him.
Yeah, that's not Rumple.
That's kind of a classic. That actually was a really good one.
Where's Mr. Stillskin?
Let's see. I love that. Humpty Dumpty. Look at that one. I remember that's a really nice one.
Yeah.
Put up with the yellow boots.
He had a glow up.
He did have a glow up, and I look. That's
brows are. It's like he's using Lattes.
There's Rumpelstiltskin.
Yeah, that's one poor motherfucker.
Yeah, that's not my Rumpelstiltskin. What's another Rumpelstiltskin? I don't prefer. What's another one? That's like a weird.
Yeah.
Pixar.
He doesn't. Yeah, he's not even wealthy enough to have that type of animation.
This guy?
Yeah, that guy. That guy's got a mom.
Fair enough.
I don't think he ever had a dad.
Just Rumpelstiltskin and Jesus. They didn't have.
No, he just never met his father.
Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah, no, I mean, look at this guy. Ooh, and there's another one. He looks a little dainty in this one. I like this one a lot. That's how I get when I'm hungry. I start frolicking around.
He's out of Jean Valjean, that fucking town.
Where is that? What is that?
Jean Valjean?
Yeah, what's that?
He's the guy from Les Mis who steals the bread.
Oh, well, that's the problem.
And they go to prison forever.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Is that good? That's a musical, correct? I never saw it. Oh, all I really saw was Oklahoma.
I never saw that. You could tell me something about it because I never saw it.
Oh, the main song is what? Oklahoma, where the and then there's other songs too. That's like the main.
Who am I? What is this? Passion of the Christ?
Yeah, what is this one? Is that
Jean Valjean? Yes,
that Wolverine?
Oh yeah, Wolverine did, but Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman, John Valjean, John
and then Anne Hathaway. That's why she got so thin.
For doing a role in John Valjean.
She would play Gum because she played the woman who's so thin.
There's just a character.
She had to get like anorexic. Can we see her?
Yeah.
Please.
Please, Grant. Come on. Don't freeze up on us now. Like, he doesn't like words. Like, he doesn't like it when people talk like that. I'm popping that on there. Here we go.
Repentance Asarat Yemai Teshuva, the period from Rosh Hashanah through Yom Kippur. Asarat equals Hebrew 410. Yemai equals Hebrew 4 days of Teshuva equals Hebrew for repentance return. 10th of Teves, 10th of Tevet, a fast day commemorating the Babylonian siege of Jerusalem. Asarat equals Hebrew 410. Tevet Teves equals Hebrew 1. 17th of Tammuz, a fast day marking breaches in Jerusalem and walls. Shiva Asarat equals Hebrew 417. Nisanus equals Hebrew for Nisanus the fourth son. Abraham patriarch of the Jewish people. Ab equals Hebrew for father. Ham equals Hebrew for multitude.
was hoping to be able to use my new clicker thing, but unfortunately batteries are dead, so we can't do it on the battery. What our topic tonight is not vegan, and the subtitle is New Israel, because his 1977 revolution, when he came to power, represented a tremendous change in a lot of the thinking about Israel, the thinking within Israel, and as I hope to demonstrate the next 48 minutes or so, really represents a tremendous step forward in terms of the maturation of Israel as a state. Many people feel it was on such a positive degree in direction in which to mature, but power. I'd like to start with the joke, which I did receive from a member of the audience. I just want to adapt it a little bit. And Elia at TorahCafe.com is going to edit that before we put it on the web. But the joke was like this. There's this great rabbi who spends a lot of his life studying the Torah, teaching the Torah, and counseling people, and offering sermons and things like that. And after a long, well-lived life, he goes up to heaven. And the angels are very happy to see him. They say, "Welcome, Rabbi." They take him into the anteroom, the vestibule, decor, big curtains, things like that. Angels move him back and forth. They say, "Please have a seat here while we process your admission and put him down on a nice sofa, give him a little cup of tea." And he's sitting there waiting, very pleased with himself, because this is the culmination of a life well lived. And all of a sudden, here's the distance, a shofar blowing, and angels start flying back and forth with great rapidity, and then they come out with these long trumpets, and they're blowing all kinds of sounds, and like everyone's in a tizzy, and he says, "What's going on?" And one of the angels said, "Didn't you hear? Did you hear? Shlomi, the Egged bus driver is here. Shlomi, the Egged bus driver." Egged, of course, is the Israeli bus company, which is known for their somewhat chaotic and creative interpretation
to watch it all the way through.
the rules of the road. So, anyways, he's saying, "Oh my gosh, it must be some Tzaddik, it must be a hidden Tzaddik, Tzaddik Nista, or something like that." And he waits to see who's this Shlomi. And the angels bring in Shlomi. And he's wearing like a grimy pair of khaki hats and one of those white beanie and he's smoking and he's spitting out sunflower seeds and he's swearing in Hebrew, and the angels just guide him in straight into the pearly gates, so to speak. I don't know if we have pearly gates, but you know, you get the image. So the rabbi is saying, "Wow, that was I wonder, who was this Shlomi did not look like such a tzaddik that he should be kept to heaven so much. And me, I really did dedicate my life to Torah and to Tefillah and to Avodah. And I'm sitting on a sofa." So he goes up to one of the angels and he says, "Kostutza, how come he got ahead of me?" And they said to him, "Rabbi, you don't understand. When you get up and you give a sermon, that's all sleep. But when Shlomi drives his Egged bus, everyone starts dominating." Okay. All right, that's it for the joke. It will be cut out of the... So tonight's topic, Menachem Begin, 1913 to 1992. This is actually the centennial of his birth. I believe his birthday is right around this time of year as well. I'm sorry, it's not the specific date, but we are at the centennial of birth trophy, which is being given tonight. He is, of course, most famous for being the sixth Prime Minister of Israel, the first who did not come from the left-wing Mapai or Labour Party, as we shall see a very important change in Israel. He is associated with a group called the very important pre-state British resistance movement, resistance to the British. Controversial, as we shall discuss. His very right-wing credentials, he definitely was a hawk, very warlike, with a sense of unease with regards to peace treaties and accommodation with the Arabs. He was, ironically, the first Israeli prime minister to sign a peace treaty with any of the neighboring Arab states. So he was quite literally the hawk who made peace, and that peace, although it is not without some tension, nevertheless has maintained stability since 1978 when it first began. So he's an unusual figure, a figure with contradictions, figure with internal turmoil, great tragedy in his own personal life, and great victory at the same time, a man of incredible tenacity and a man of great achievement, as we shall discuss. So he was born in Brest-Litovsk, then in Poland. His father came from a long line of rabbis, although he himself was not practicing as a rabbi. He was working in the lumber business. The family was also very Zionistic. In many ways, actually, it's kind of like my grandmother, Rabbi Rothschild, her sort of orientation with pro-Hebraic, pro-Zionist, Eastern European orientation. As a youth, he first in Shomer HaTzair youth group. The Shomer HaTzair is a very left-wing, really communist Zionist group, but he left after 2 years, and at the age of 14, he joined a much more right-wing group called Beitar. Shomer HaTzair means the young guard. That is a really sort of communist-sounding phrase, like Komsomol, the communist youth, things like that. Beitar, on the other hand, is a reference to a place name in Israel, the Great Battle of Beitar, associated with the rebellion against the Romans in ancient times, which was a site of a great victory for the Romans and tragedy for the Jews, but nevertheless it's a symbol of Jewish resistance to occupation. And that's really the motivating principle of Beitar, was to train youth in Israel, in Poland, for an eventual paramilitary role in Israel in the forthcoming Zionist state. He went to law school at the University of Warsaw. He gained his law degree, but he never practiced law, although his expertise in language was well noted even as a young man. He was fluent in classic languages, in many European languages. He wrote and spoke in English and, of course, in classical Hebrew as well, and he was famous for being a great orator. His critics called him a demagogue, but nevertheless, he was definitely a master of the spoken word, something that he attributed to his training in Warsaw. But his principal influence, without a doubt, was a man that he frequently called Mori Urevi, my master and teacher, Vladimir Zev Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky is a fascinating, very important character. Perhaps in later classes we'll look at his life in detail. But basically, he swam in the opposite direction of much of the secular Jewish movements of the day. Communism, socialism, the idea of Druzhba Narodov, we explored in previous classes, the idea that the Jews should participate in a proletarian world in which there's no more criticism between nationalities, there's no more racism, no more hatred. That's where most Jews were kind of voting. And if they were Zionists as well, they were voting with their feet to create that kind of reality in the state of Israel. What would be the state of Israel? We discussed it last week, but Golda Meir was typical for much of the youth of Poland at the time. Jabotinsky, on the other hand, had a radically different approach. Jabotinsky felt that fundamentally the Jews had to go it alone. This idea of all the nations setting aside their differences once they recognized that their true enemies were not national enemies, they were class enemies. He felt that was all garbage. It was all, just hogwash that people were lovingly drinking up, but it was meaningless. He felt that ultimately the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet, and they had to take responsibility for their own survival and not trust to the general goodwill of society as a whole. This is also in great contrast to Herzl, who, although Herzl was not a socialist by any means, his vision of Israel was something like, Vienna on the Mediterranean. If you ever see Haifa, for example, that's really kind of Herzl's city. People get along, they're polite, they say hello to each other in the streets, and there's not too much fighting going on. That's really what Herzl had in mind. So Herzl was spending most of his time going from world power to world power with the early shuttle diplomacy, trying to convince the head of England, the head of Germany, and so on to support the Zionist venture. Jabotinsky said that's all a waste of time. We can't trust anybody to do it on our own. The critics of Jabotinsky said he was an early integral nationalist, That's kind of like a nice technical term for fascist, meaning that they were very into typical things that were associated with fascists. A chauvinistic attitude, the idea that the Jews are better than everybody else. A militaristic bent, very much into parades and insignia and paramilitary drills. Less of a democratic structure, more of a charismatic leadership structure. These kinds of ideas were definitely associated with Jabotinsky. At the same time, I think it's unfair to put him in this kind of camp because he had a very broad-minded approach to the national struggle of many other peoples. And in contradistinction to many of his peers, for example, he felt very positively about the Ukrainian national movement, which was excoriated by many Jews at that time. So he was a really complicated character. Begin encountered him at an early age and became his right-hand man. By the age of 22, he was already appearing beside him at the World Congress of Revisionists, which was the name of Jabotinsky's party, as we shall see. And Jabotinsky's perhaps greatest claim to fame was his backing of Jewish self-defense. Recall that during this period, there are ongoing waves of pogroms against Jews in Eastern Europe, most notably the beginning of the 1880s, and then with increasing rapidity and ferocity in the first decade of the 20th century, the second decade of the 20th century, just incredible numbers of attacks on Jews in small villages. So Jabotinsky argued that Jews should organize their own self-defense societies, where typically young Jews would get together, train themselves, and be prepared for the attacks of hooligans that would typically come on the railroads at the time. He was beloved by the youth. He was mistrusted by the older generation who felt that these self-defense units would just exacerbate the problem, and it would look like a provocation, whereas the older Jews were saying, you know what, we should just keep things calm, we should follow what the Torah says, pray for the welfare of the government so that they leave us alone. Jabotinsky represented a radical new type of thinking that was ultimately very influential. Now, what I'm going to show you here today, I'm very proud of. My daughter, Danit Malka, helped me put this slide together. Most of my slides are very simple with no animation or things like this. This is going to be animation super because, and I just have to give you a little history lesson. Most of you in this room remember the old teaching technology called chalkboards. Remember? So my wife actually, many years ago, she bought me a little metal sleeve to hold the chalk in because otherwise it would come home, my right side was just covered in chalk from teaching. And I used to teach this particular class on a blackboard, not even a green board. And then, I came out, I started going to transparencies. Remember those plastic clear sheets you would write on them? So then I used that. And then when I went to PowerPoint, I couldn't do it. And now finally, with my Mac, I figured out how to do it with my daughter's help. And so I'm going to go back to old style teaching, but it's very complicated. Get ready. Okay, so it's an important moment for me. So here, this is the thing, the political spectrum. So for the rest of the world, the political spectrum only has two ends to it, right? Left and right. That's very simple. It's, towards the socialist end and towards the capitalist end. And that's push it. That's obvious. Jews can't leave it alone. It has to be more complicated. We have two axes for our political spectrum, a left to right and an up and down. So here we go. Let me label these. There are four cardinal points. The first is Zionism. The second is something called Doikite, which I'll explain to you what that means in a second. The third is capitalism. The fourth is socialism. So what are these four elements in the Jewish political spectrum? So let's put Zionism up here. And by Zionism, obviously, we understand the movement to create a Jewish homeland in the land of Palestine. We've spoken about it in a few different lectures, but that's going to be at the top, the y-axis of the spectrum. Doikite, the word do in Yiddish means here. So Doikite means here-ness, and it's the opposite of Zionism, in that some Jews, let's say in Poland, would say, we should be striving to create a Jewish polity over there, Dortikite if you want, there in Israel. But other Jews would say, no, let's reorganize ourselves here in Poland, a diaspora nationalism. So Jews would separate along this y-axis, some more towards Dorikite, more towards Zionism. Then, of course, on the right wing, we have capitalism. You don't have, I think it's unfair to really call Jews fascists for reasons that are obvious, but there are some that definitely go further to the right, as we shall see. But capitalism is essentially, in favor of the free market economy. John Smith, the idea that, as long as you give people as much freedom so they do not impinge on others' freedoms, then the society will prosper as a whole, and so on. And that's contrasted with socialism, which is the idea that no, you have to have a command economy controlled from the top that regulates how income is generated and spent and shared and so on. Those are our 4 cardinal points. Any questions so far about these? It's as clear as the sun at noonday, but wait, it will get more confusing. So let's look at some of the main political parties of the day. And by the way, right now I'm talking about the period between, let's say, 1905, when the Tsarist Empire first allowed political parties to actively work, until 1912, which is the foundation of one of the last parties we'll talk about. So this is what the complexion of Jews politically were at the first 2 decades of the 20th century. The so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or general Zionists, so-called because they had to be distinguished from about 7 other kinds of Zionists. This is basically Herzl's party. They were the largest single Zionist party, and they were obviously on the top end of the scale towards Zionism, but they also believed in capitalism. They felt that, the new Jewish land in Palestine should be basically a Western economy. These are contrasted with the Bundists, and this was basically a communist-style party. They were social democrats who were both socialist and very much not in favor of Zionism. They felt that Zionism was moving backwards against the tide of history, which tried to minimize national differences. The Bundists said we should try to, the Zionists, the trend of history is to minimize national differences. They wanted to be down here with Dorothy. Then the third group would be the Poale Zion. We spoke about them last week with Golda Meir. This is her party. The Workers of Zion, who believe in Zionism, and at the same time, they are socialists. They want Israel to exist, to be the Jewish homeland, but they want it to be a socialist country. And then finally, the last group, which is the Volkspartei, very small group. This is Shimon Dubnov's party that we spoke about many weeks ago, that believed, no, we should work on Jewish politics here in the diaspora, and it should be fundamentally capitalist. Any questions so far? Yes, go ahead. That's a Yiddish transliteration. Yeah, it's these. You call it, it's Volkspartei in Yiddish. It's the Yiddishist party. Okay, we're all right with this? Now, here's an important party for us. These are the revisionists. The revisionists, this is Jabotinsky's party. This is the intellectual origins of Menachem Begin's policies. The revisionists, so-called because they wanted to revise things, they took their cue from the revisionist parties after World War I as well. That party happy with the status quo and wanted to change everything. They are ultra-Zionist and ultra-capitalist in the sense that they want no truck with other peoples. They really believed in the toxicity of non-Jews, and they were untrustworthy, and they had to be handled kind of like, with at a full arm's length. And essentially, the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet and just take it. They believed in much more aggressive, even violent means to achieve this end. Very militaristic, and very kind of pessimistic about the possibility of a flourishing of peace in the region. Now, we'll see how that plays out in Menachem Begin's life in a moment. So far, have you really enjoyed the animation? Did you like the... Yeah. So, now here, I normally don't like this, but since I learned how to do it, I started having fun. Let me tell you what happened to these parties, just to turn our lecture a little bit, what happened to these parties since then. So I'm going to take you up to the present day. What happened to these parties? So first of all, what happened to the Bund? Isn't that cool? Did you like that? It came dropping down and made fun of that. Okay. They became, in the Soviet Union, they became communists, and then Stalin killed them all. So that was it for them. In the United States, they became a group called the Workmen's Circle, which some of you may have some familiar with. It was very popular. in the first half of the 20th century, a kind of a quasi-socialist Jewish group, very active in New York City in particular. Now here goes. Now here's a nation. That's nice. Star that goes by like that. The Volkspartei had a major influence on the structure of the Jewish Federation movement. Obviously, the Federation is not a party, but the philosophy of Volks influenced the Federation, and they essentially observe its teachings. Here's a third one, the Proletariat. Wow, that's the flashing bulbs. They became the Labor Party, and the General Zionists and the Revisionists joined, and they formed this party. The Flames, right? We could. So that's where we are today. Sort of the major orientations of like, as they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus ça chose. All right, nothing changes. It's always the same. It's not actually Yiddish, but I think at least one of you knows that. Okay, so that's basically where we're looking at now. Begin, Jabotinsky are way over here in the revisionist corner, and they've got all these other parties that disagree with them.
Shema equals Hebrew for word. Ruda equals Hebrew for small coin. Shabbat and Shabbos, festival of weeks. Shabbat and Shabbos equals Hebrew for weeks. Shechin and Shechinah, the divine presence. Shechinah equals Hebrew for dwelling, presence. Shechinah, Shekhinah, kosher ritual slaughter. Shechinah equals Hebrew for slaughter. She had copycat, she had time and pressure, leniency, furniture. She had equals Hebrew for time. All equals the. Eject equals Hebrew for pressure, the rest. She belongs, she Ila, she Ila, selected question, or the act of asking. She belongs equals Hebrew for question, inquiry. She had chance, blessing and gratitude for reaching that new occasion. Shekel equals Hebrew for campus alive. Shekel unit of currency. Shekel equals Hebrew for weight.
So back to his life. He was very, very active in Beitar, the youth wing of Jabotinsky's movement, and he actually would travel around Europe, garnering support and encouraging young people to join this movement. And while he was traveling around, he would stay, of course, in the homes of various wealthy supporters. It was at one of these homes that he met a young woman named Eliza, and 1 month later they were married. And they had an incredible relationship that lasted until her death. I guess it would be about, I can't do the math off the top of my head. A very, very strong relationship that lasted to the end of her life. And in fact, when she eventually passed away, he was devastated, and it really represented the end of his career and ultimately his life as well. She was a retiring figure who really stood in the background whenever possible. In fact, when she was honored, when Begin was invited to speak with Jimmy Carter, became prime minister, she was honored at a dinner of that nature, and the audience was shocked that she refused to speak. She just got up and said thank you, and they said, aren't you going to make a speech about politics or Israel? And she's the speaker, and she sat down. So she really was a kind of stay in the background kind of person, but she endured tremendous suffering on behalf of her husband. That was really quite remarkable. Here she is, of course, shown with their oldest son, Benny. They had 3 children. Benny later went into politics, Benny Begin. In this particular picture, it's taken from when he was in hiding in Israel. He was on a hunt. He was hunted by the British, and so he pretended to be an Orthodox rabbi named Sassaber, I think, living in a regular neighborhood where even Irgun members, and he was the leader of Irgun, had no idea who he was. And they were like inviting him into their secret circles and things like that when he was really yeah, that's true. We'll get to that. But still in Poland. So he's in Poland in the late 1930s, and he happens to be working primarily on organizing illegal immigration to Palestine. He's organizing Jews, organizing boats, trying to get them into the land of Israel when war breaks out. He happened to be in Lithuania, the outbreak of the war, and Lithuania had kind of a tragic moment of peace at the beginning of the war because Stalin and Hitler had not completely worked out who was going to take over a portion of that territory. It happened that once that was settled, Begin found himself on the Soviet side, and since he was a prominent Zionist activist, he was arrested by the Soviets before he could be arrested by the Nazis, who would, of course, invade Lithuania a couple of years later. He was sent out to the Gulag, where he was tortured and imprisoned for several years for his activity with the party. This is his Soviet mugshot from the time. But then what happened, as we discussed in the previous classes, is that in June 22nd of 1941, the Nazis double-crossed Stalin, and they invaded the Soviet Union, and all of a sudden they are prisoners in the various gulags to see if they could dig up some allies to fight the Nazis. So Begin was released to join the Polish, which was then fighting on the Eastern Front with the Nazis, and ultimately from the Polish army he was transferred to Israel in May of 1942. So, well, because the division of the Polish army, the Jewish Polish soldiers, they set up a special unit in Palestine to fight alongside the British. Because remember, the British and the Polish are allies at this point, and that's his kind of circuitous route. I wanted to stay in Eastern Europe and continue fighting against the Nazis, but he was urged by his followers to go take the fight to Israel, which wasn't the same kind of fight at all, because there was no hostilities, active hostilities, no front line in Israel itself. But of course, that was the homeland, and ultimately he was had much more of an impact there in Israel. But this time, if we move to Israel and understand what's going on, we skipped over this a little bit last week because it's more relevant to us in our lecture today. The Arab-Israeli relationship is going south very rapidly. There's a lot of debate over the demographics about how many people actually lived in Palestine at the beginning of the 20th century, but there's no question that the Jewish population and the Arab population grew proportionately, which leads many Israeli interpreters to say that, as more Jews moved to Israel and created more of an economic infrastructure, bringing a lot of Western support with them, a lot of Western know-how, draining the swamps, that kind of image, a lot of Arabs were also attracted from Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan for the economic opportunities that this new population represented. And that was going fine until the 1920s, because the Poale Zion, what you recall, they are like the more socialist, more dovish orientation, which dominated Israeli politics for so long. They discovered that some of their socialist ideologies were counterproductive in the land of Israel. Specifically, they had two values that came into conflict with one another. On the one hand, they wanted to have, obviously, peaceful, harmonious relations with the population or the new Arab populations. That was to be sure. But on the other hand, they valued, as socialists, the notion that Jews should get their fingers in the dirt. They should work with their backs with the land. They really wanted to get away from the kind of, Eastern European mentality of Jews as accountants or Jews as indoor people, pasty, scholarly, weaklings. They wanted to have strong new Jews who are farmers, who work the land. So the Arabs loved the economic opportunities of the manual labor, picking the oranges and, tending to the crops and things like that. But that meant that a lot of the Jews ended up being, like kind of small businessmen, managing these farms or managing commercial relations with the Arabs, and they were not creating the new Jew that they so hoped to do. So the Poale Zion instituted a policy of Jewish labor that was intended to get regular Jews, off their butts in their offices and into the fields working. Excuse my language. Can we cut that out, Elia, please, when you do the Torah Cafe version? Get them into the fields, muscular and tanned, and that's the kind of idea. But that meant that the Arabs didn't have work. They had to let go of the Arabs in order for the Jews to work in the fields. And this sparked a significant amount of economic protest, because a lot of Arabs said, what is this? We came here. You need work. You're not hiring us. That's discrimination. And so you had an increasing level of economic tension that, eventually morphed into a violent conflict. There's several major riots of this nature. They were tied to other elements as well. I'm making it very simplistic by looking just at the economic aspect of it. But the riot, it kind of mirrored the pogrom activity in Eastern Europe, and it was escalating rather than getting better. So this is the environment into which Jabotinsky found himself with the Arabs. Added to that was the fact that the British had just published a very anti-Zionist position paper called the White Paper that was an attempt to deal with the violence that was increasing between Arabs and Jews. The White Paper was compared by this thing called the Peel Commission that argued for essentially a separation of Jews and Arabs with some internalization of certain zones like Jerusalem and so on. But on the whole, it benefited the Arab position. And many Jews felt that they had been betrayed by the British, who had in 1917 made that fantastic Balfour Declaration to include in their goals the idea of land for Jews in Palestine. The worst part of it, of course, was the World War and especially constriction on immigration. You recall that, we're moving quickly through the period, but Britain is in control of Israel at this time. Britain is obviously fighting against the Nazis. The Arabs decide to join with the Axis powers. So the Arab nations surrounding Israel become pro-German, and here has a little foothold in the Middle East. They are obviously pro-allies. The Palestinian Jews, like Begin at this time, decide that they're going to throw in their lot with the British against the Arabs, because even though they don't want the British there and they feel that the British are persecuting them and not allowing enough Jews to live there and so on, at the same time, the enemy that they share, the Nazis, was far more grievous than their temporary difficulties. And so the various Jewish underground movements said at this point, you know what, we're complaining about the British, we don't like the restrictions they placed on us, but we are going to suspend that, and we're going to cooperate with the British in our attempt to rid the world of Nazism. Shortly after the war, which of course ends positively in terms of the major conflict, the Brits immediately return to that very restrictive immigration policy, which is disastrous because after the Holocaust, you have an incredible of displaced Jews. Somewhere, I'm just guessing now, but there has to be at least 3 or 4 million displaced Jews who cannot go to their homes, either because of the political situation, a lot of these homes have been overrun by the communists now, or because of hostility that's still regnant there, or even more basically, the notion that they're not wanted back home. The notorious pogrom in Kielce in 1946, in which Jews were accused after the Holocaust of drinking the blood of Christian children, was just a clarion call for Jews to get out of the graveyard of Europe and go to Israel. So you have all these Jews who are amassing in displaced persons camps, and they want to go to Israel. World opinion looks upon this with favor after the news of the tremendous devastation of the Holocaust gets out, and Britain is increasingly beleaguered trying to keep these Jews out of Israel because that antagonizes the Arabs, when they're really losing this major opinion poll in the world in terms of public opinion. So Begin again is involved in smuggling Jews into Palestine, and as we discussed at length last week, so I won't go into detail here, the United Nations decides to partition Israel. The Jews accept the partition plan, the Arabs reject it, and you have a massive war that lasts over a year, which ultimately Israel emerges from successfully. Yes. That's why I said. Oh, that's fascinating. I've never heard of a Nazi colony in Israel. There are definitely Germans there, but I did not know what that is. Wow. Wow. Now, my grandmother, she always used to say that the jails are full in Israel too. That was a bit of wisdom. Incredible. Incredible. Your question exceeds my ability to answer. It's fascinating. I'll have to look it up. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? I got more stuff on Begin. We got to go to. Okay, so what was Begin doing at this time? Again, the Irgun was the collective name for his new movement in Israel. He rapidly became the leader of the Irgun, which was most distinguished from something called the Haganah. Haganah literally means defense, and the Haganah was basically the military wing of the Mapai Labor Party, the socialist, Coalition Party, own forces, and they implemented policies that were consistent with the ideals of socialism. The Irgun, which means essentially the organization, was based on revisionist principles, and not surprisingly, these two military forces often came to severe disagreement and even blows. Very significant conflict on a number of occasions. The most significant question was, how do we deal with the British? The Haganah wanted to adopt a much more diplomatic approach while clearly opposing the British and wanting them to lift their restrictions on immigration and so on. They felt that the British were ultimately civilized people and they could sit down and talk with them and that there was a way to perhaps work things out. The Irgun, again, consistent with the revisionist principles, felt that that was just a pipe dream and not worth thinking about at all. The only way to get the British out of Israel was to drive them out. And they implemented policies that were much more aggressive towards the British. Most importantly, the notorious bombing of the King David Hotel in July of 1946. This was the headquarters of the British in Israel. The warnings were several bombs in the basement of this hotel, which of course still stands in Israel today. It was rebuilt. And they issued several warnings to several different media, including phone calls to the switchboard itself. And the British ignored those warnings. There was a major investigation afterwards, and the British, although definitely holding the Irgun to blame for this attack, they also took some responsibility themselves for not heeding those warnings. Part of the reason perhaps for not heeding the warnings was because bomb threats were very common and they were typically ignored, like fire drills and condominiums here in Surfside, that kind of thing. But the bombs did in fact go off in the middle of the day when the building was at its peak capacity. 91 people were killed and 46 were hurt, and that includes British citizens, Jews, and Arabs as well. This represented a major turning point in the escalation of violence between the Israeli underground and the British. And a bounty was placed on Begin's head. I'll show you the picture of it in a minute, where he was. They would offer 10,000 pounds for anyone who could bring him back dead or alive. He was the leader and mastermind of this movement. There was also very, very harsh criticism from the Jewish Haganah, who wanted to call off this entire episode. And Ben Gurion, who was the leader of the Mapai party, he was later the first prime minister of Israel, he felt that Begin was a type of terrorist that was harming the Jewish cause with these kinds of intemperate actions. And in some cases, the Haganah even captured the Irgun fighters and gave them over to the British. So the Haganah is at the same time fighting the British, but the Jews have not got that together either. The Haganah and the Irgun are fighting bitterly as well. Yes, Mr. Lyons. Well, I don't think that the Irgun's intent was to kill. Their intent was to send a message that, you're not safe anywhere. And by the way, we should realize happening to the British at the same time in India. They're having a miserable time with Mahatma Gandhi, with Jinnah and the Muslim Brotherhood, Muslim Party, I forget what they call it over there, and the British essentially give up on India at the same time too. They're just taking a beating from their colonial powers because they're no longer wanted in those places. So the idea was to send a clear message, and the message was certainly received.
I think that it proved out that the theory was right as far as the British was concerned, because in most instances, most of the people that were British that were in Palestine at the time really didn't get much of a vote for the Jews. They were their position.
I'm not going to. I don't want to pass judgment. My goal here is to just try and present the facts in as neutral a position as way, and of course you can interpret them any way you like, but I'm doing my best to maintain objectivity. I have students who are on the other end of that camera that have to hear this. Okay, anyway, here's a kind of a cool bounty picture, and it's helpfully circled for us too. Okay, another major event which occurred in the context of the Arab-Israeli War, and very important for understanding Begin's policies and Israeli afterwards, is the massacre at an Arab village called Deir Yassin. It really deserves a far more detailed treatment than I can provide in the short time I've allotted. But basically what happened was Irgun and allied Lehi forces attacked an Arab village that was significant for strategic reasons. And although Begin himself was not involved in the operation, he was not present at the time, he argued for restraint. Something went wrong. A lot of debate over what went wrong exactly, but there was a horrible massacre of men, women, and children in this little village. Numbers differ. Some bring it as low as 100 people, other places as high as 300, but it's universally recognized that this was a massacre of civilians by an early resistance movement become part of the Israeli Defense Forces, and the Israelis were criticized for this atrocity. Again, if we have more time, we can go into the back and forth as to how it went wrong. The warnings were issued, the loudspeakers weren't working, they were fired upon first, there are all kinds of things thrown around, but the bottom line is there were about 200 dead civilians at the hands of a force of this nature. What is especially important for our purposes, though, is that Deir Yassin was a major turning point for the beginning of the Palestinian refugee problem, because many Arabs in Israel said, my gosh, these people are savages, and they fled Israel. They fled the war zone. Now, many Arabs felt that they would soon be returning with victorious Arab armies and claiming property from the Jews who had been driven into the sea. Any way you look at it, there was this fear generated that the Arabs were not safe in the new Israel and that they had to leave simply for the safety of their own families. And again, you can politicize the event, but it is a turning point in the Arab-Israeli relationship early on in the war. And at the same time, once again, while the Arabs and the Israelis are fighting, the Israelis and the Israelis are fighting. And perhaps the worst moment is the so-called Altalena affair, which is in June 1948. The Altalena was the name of a boat that was commissioned to bring immigrants making aliyah to Israel from Europe, from the dispersion camp, along with a large container load or a large cargo of weapons, including tanks, machine guns, large weaponry. And the agreement was that since this was a boat that was to be that was entirely financed by Irgun supporters, and they were Irgun members on board, that these weapons would go to the new Irgun units of the Israeli Defense Forces. Remember that when the state was declared, you had all these kind of ragtag militia with various degrees of organization, with different political complexions. They were not a unified army with arms and chain of command, things like that. They had to patch together these various groups into a unified fighting force. So the Irgun said, sure, we're going to cooperate with Ben Gurion's Haganah, but we have our own guns, thank you, and we have all our own people, and we're going to work this way. So they hammered out an agreement about how to divide the arms, and they came to disagreement once this boat reached Israeli shores. It went up and down the coast a little while, with the Irgun demanding more of a share of the weapons, the Haganah demanding their share of the weapons, and ultimately, again, it may be a whole series of missed radio communications, but the Haganah fired on the Irgun ship and actually set it ablaze, and it was eventually scuttled, as you can see here, within view of the Tel Aviv beach. So this is, more left-wing Ben-Gurion Haganah forces firing on a ship full of Irgun Jews and weapons, losing all of the weapons in the process, killing a handful, about 16 people were killed. Begin was on the ship, and there's a large supposition that perhaps they were hoping to assassinate Begin personally because he was such a thorn in their side. Ultimately, Begin did make it ashore. There was a gunfight between these various forces on shore as well, and they managed to get a ceasefire and patch it together, but it showed a great moment of betrayal of the Irgun cause by the more left-wing Haganah. Mr. Lax. I don't remember what Rabin's role is, but I'm sure he was involved. It was Ben-Gurion for sure. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh my gosh. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Ms. Abramson. You're destined to be a historian, unless you can find a better Parnassa. No kidding. You were involved in this as well?
Yes, I was.
That's amazing. Do you want to share anything with us? Mr. Rodriguez, good. Now, I have students who would like to hear something. I give you the microphone. Just tell us something about your experience.
Well, we were called out. I was in the brigade with Yitzhak Rabin. And we were called out to Kfar Vitkin. That was a settlement on the ocean, not far from Tel Aviv, not to let the people from the Altalena to come ashore.
Oh my gosh, that's phenomenal.
And they were right, because Begin had just a fight with the British. He had no history of building up the country or anything.
Yeah.
So they didn't let them to come ashore.
So did you actually see the events of the picture?
Yeah, I saw the whole thing.
Wow, that's amazing. Look at that. See, this is, where else are you going to get history lectures like this? I'm telling you, that's great. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's move on. Now, immediately after the war ends, Begin joins the loyal opposition, which, as I saw in one interesting online article, he was probably in the opposition longer than any other political figure in Western history. He was in the opposition from 1948 until he came to power in 1977. An amazingly strong record of tenacity. He was an incredibly strong critic of the left, and Ben-Gurion in particular, and the Altalena affair was, his moment of clarity for all those things. And he stood in great contrast to these leftist figures, whereas, the socialist kind of ideal was very working class proletarian. They would walk in sleeves and no tie and very casual, whereas Ben-Gurion, as Begin was always seen only in a suit and tie, speaking very carefully. He had this concept of hadar, with glory or beauty, that he took from Jabotinsky, the idea that you have to look like a mensch at all times. And his critique of the leftist government was very strong, including a major 1952 demonstration that turned into a riot in it, that they should not accept any of the reparation money coming from Germany in Israel. He felt that it was a travesty to the memory of those who were killed in the Holocaust, and he had quite a few supporters that led to a major riot, even though they ended up continuing. Now, it's interesting to note that the name of his party was Cherut, which means freedom, Cherut. And I heard from Simi Schreiber that he quoted someone, I can't remember, that Begin led us from Avoda to Cherut, from slavery to freedom. Right? Okay, well, anyways, yes, please. Thank you.
He was a member of the unity government
1967. It's a very interesting account of the Prime Minister. A fascinating account.
It's an excellent book, amazing book.
He was a member of the.
That's true. He joined the National Unity Government during the Six-Day War. Right, absolutely. I should clarify that. By the loyal opposition, he did not lead the government, but he was a minister without portfolio in that government of 67. Now here, I know what I'm going to present to you, to most of you in this room now, is going to be obvious and old material, but remember I have 19 through 24-year-olds who are watching this online, so I'm going to give them some information that may be shocking to them. And that is something about how the Israeli government works. It's very important to understand this in order to get a sense of it. So here's a picture of what our current American government looks like, which, according to some opinions, is, not entirely functional. But so here's the Senate. We have two bodies, of course. Here's the Senate. We have 45% of the membership is Republican, 53% is Democratic, with 2% who are independent. These are rough numbers. The actual numbers of seats are different. I rounded it out. Here in the House of Representatives, we have 53% Republican, 46% Democratic, and of course 0% who are independent or vacant right now. And this is, it's hard to get politics done when you have a pretty evenly divided situation like this. But look at what Israel looks like by contrast. Okay, so you've got, let's see, I've got 3, 6, 9, 12 parties dividing up 120 seats. And there are about 7 parties that didn't get enough votes to get a seat, but they're still in the elections. So how are you supposed to get any politics done when you have this kind of situation? So the very important thing you have to realize about Israeli politics, and again, I apologize to those of you for whom this is obvious, is everything in Israeli politics is about coalitions. Whenever they have an election, the president, which is largely a ceremonial figure, the president like here where they're elected and so on, the president there is more of a figurehead for the state. The president invites the leader of the bloc that has the largest chunk. In this case, right now, that would be Likud, joined with Israel Beitenu, who has 26% of the seats, and says, okay, you have 26% of the seats, you have to get 51%, so go out, you have 2 weeks to make deals with the smaller parties to get them to join your coalition so you can have 51%. So they've never had, except for the time they have national unity governments when the two largest blocs come together, and that's only in the case of war, really, to deal with external threat. They've never had one party that controls 51% of the seats in the Senate. There's always these very complicated arrangements between various parties trying to agree on a common cause. And it makes Israeli politics in many ways very fragile and easily toppled over. So in this case, we have, in Israeli history, the labor movement had controlled the government, largely because of their coalitions with other parties from its inception in 1948 until the 1977 rebellion, or revolution, when suddenly Begin won the election. Now, he had been slowly gaining in popularity, but and here's the National Unity government in 1969. It should be 1967. I'm sorry. It was a difficult time for him to be in the government. He had a lot of disagreements with his co-members in the cabinet. But there were two populations in Israel, two large demographics that had felt largely disenfranchised by Israeli politics. Those were specifically the Sephardim, large numbers of Jews from Arab lands who had come to Israel after its establishment. In many cases, they were refugees because the Arabs, displaced them, expelled them once Israel was established, and they felt alienated from the very Ashkenazi, Eastern European approach of the traditional leadership of Israel. And secondly, religious voters, because the Israeli polity was led primarily by socialists who were anti-clerical, who were anti-religious, unfriendly to religion. And so you have all these Orthodox Jews, or even in the case of many Sephardim, let's say Orthodox friendly, even though not especially observant, but they affiliated themselves as Orthodox, and they find themselves shut out of of a government that's largely socialist and Ashkenazi. So these two large demographic bubbles began to grow, and their resentment was eventually sparked by Begin's standing for election. And he, although he himself was not strictly observant by contemporaries, definitely very religious friendly, and he definitely had to speak to the Sephardim. And so these two groups repelled him into the position of authority in 1977. Now, if you recall this wonderful slide applicated, because we can't forget about these guys. Remember that we have these four axes. Okay, I'm gonna have to go through the whole thing. Now this part, I wish my computer ran out of batteries. Torah Cafe, will you send a regular supply of batteries so that I can keep this talk? Okay, I'm joking. I'll get some batteries. So here's our four groups. Parties. Come on. All right, we saw them before. Here's my favorite one. No, not this one. Here's my favorite one. Ready? We should have some sound that go with it. Can I put sound on this? Okay, great. Okay, now, these are all our parties. We saw them before, but Jews can't leave this alone. There's not only these, there's a third axis, like a cube, a z-axis. It looks like this. So as it were, you've already got a political spectrum that's doubled because of that, but now it has depth as well. And who's on this axis? The religious parties. We didn't talk about those guys at all. But now there are also religious parties that are active since 1912. One of them that's very important is the National Religious Party, which feels that the expansion of Israel is a religious imperative. Much more in line with Jabotinsky's ideal that, the land of Israel has to expand to incorporate events that will come in the time of Messiah. And so they see this aggressive attitude towards the Arabs as a religious idea. Now, that's obviously not the only position held by religious Jews. Another one that dates from before the war, called the Agudat Yisrael, also very popular and strong here in America today. They were religious, but they did not believe Zionism as a political desert. They felt that Zionism had to wait for the Messiah. But have you heard that the Agudat Yisrael, they have a presence in Israel as well? That's because after the Holocaust, whoops, oh no, I have to do a whole thing, oh my gosh, that would be terrible. But basically what happened, this might do it, push the wrong button. Okay, come on, fast forward, we'll go through these, come on. I know, this is tedious, I'm not going to do this again. Favorite one? Okay, here we go. Israeli politics, oh my gosh. Republicans and Democrats. This lecture would be over if we were only doing that. Okay, here we go. And here's the Agudat Yisrael. And after the Holocaust, because there was really no Jews left in Eastern Europe, they moved to the Zionist position. And so you've got these two parties over here who are significant. They can be major power brokers in contemporary Israel, and we can add other parties as well, like Shas and so on. They join with the Likud, and they Begin that bump that puts them over the edge and gives them the election. I'm going to have to skip on a little bit because I'm going to. The dramatic moment in Begin's premiership, without a doubt, is his remarkable peace with Egypt. Now, as Yehuda Avner points out very effectively in his book, Begin did do a lot of the groundwork to allow it to happen. He knew Sadat's travel itinerary. Anwar Sadat, of course, the president of Egypt, and Begin to those same locations, like to see the Shah of Tehran, for example, Shah of Iran. And he met with him before Sadat would show up. And he would tell him, listen, if Sadat ever makes any overtures, we'd love to talk with him. And then, of course, he would go back to Israel, and Sadat would visit the Shah of Iran. The Shah would say, I just met with Menachem Begin, and he said really nice things about you. Kind of like Aharon, making peace, ironically. So when Sadat made a rather dramatic speech in Egypt about the possibility of bilateral talks with Israel, which was something that was in both Israel and Egypt's interest, because Jimmy Carter was trying to push multilateral talks in Geneva that had some disadvantages for them, then Sadat said he would be open to the idea of talking with anyone, even Israel, about peace. So right away, Begin initiated a conversation, and dramatically, Sadat took a plane to Israel to meet with him. A phenomenal sea change in Middle Eastern politics. I happen to remember it. I was only 2 years old at the time, but I do remember seeing it on TV. Not quite 2, but this is a picture of them greeting at the airport. Begin, again, consistent with his pro-religious attitude, insisted that his plane only arrived well after Shabbat on Saturday night, so that people can hear about this and so on. And of course, as we know, they were able to hammer out a peace treaty. I don't have time to go into the details of it, but one of the more difficult things was that essentially Begin gave the entire Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt. They had conquered it in 1967. They surrendered it in 1979 Accords. That was basically accepted by the Israeli population, but some very, very difficult moments as they dismantled the settlement of Yamit. In particular, in 1982, here you can see Israeli soldiers actually dragging children out of their homes in Yamit to give the land back to the Egyptians. But ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, even though Begin had a very hawkish personality, he nevertheless saw the opportunity for peace with Egypt, and it's ironic that he, of all the prime ministers, should be the one to actually seal that deal. I'm going to have to skip over the last couple things to stay on schedule, but his wife died in 1982, and Begin was never the same after that. She died when he was out of town. He was in Washington, and he retreated from public life. And he found that he did not have the heart to engage in political struggle anymore, so he eventually resigned shortly thereafterwards and essentially led a life of very deep seclusion. He had a heart attack in 1984 and ultimately passed away. I forgot to mention, by the way, that he was also a Nobel laureate for his signing of the peace treaty with Sadat. And Sadat, who also won the Nobel Prize, was later assassinated by his own bodyguard, who had become close with the Muslim Brotherhood. But when we look at the overall legacy of Menachem Begin, we see of tremendous intellectual resolve, willing to undergo incredible privation for his vision of the Jewish people, enduring torture and imprisonment under the Soviets, subject to a massive manhunt by the British, excoriated by the political establishment in his own country, and yet at the same time, it was only under his watch that we were able to establish this basically lasting peace accord with Egypt. Fascinating character of many contradictions. And with this, I want to thank you very much for your attention, and look forward to speaking with you next week.
Thank you. Amen. Password is Hebrew 410. Together equals 15. B for Haman. F is Hebrew for the month of Ab. Shisha Sinrei I Mishnah 6 orders of the Mishnah. Shisha is Hebrew for 6. Sinrei I is Hebrew for orders. Mishnah is Hebrew for teaching repetition. Shesh mitzvah 10 not 6 constant mitzvah. Shesh is Hebrew for 6. Mitzvah is infants. 10 is Hebrew for constant.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're right on time. Why don't we get started? So today's lecture is on a fascinating topic, Golda Meir, fourth Prime Minister of Israel. And I'm hoping, as you know, this is a thinly veiled attempt to give a survey of Jewish history course in general. We use the figures that we do little biographic studies of as a sort of a foil to understand the larger patterns of history. As it happens, Golda Meir is herself history, so we'll be interweaving a lot of the early statehood period right up until the Yom Kippur War into this class, along with her life. I want to mention that this is in many ways really a two-part lecture that overlaps, because next week we're going to speak, God willing, about Menachem Begin, and of course they are contemporaries and erstwhile opponents in their political viewpoints, although they had tremendous respect for each other off the political stage. So a lot of the material that we'll discuss today will be very useful for us when we return next week and look at the life of Menachem Begin, who represents more of the right wing of the political spectrum, whereas Golda Meir is on the left wing. So the opening joke, I delayed a couple of minutes because, you know, the Torah Cafe people, once they get this video, they edit out the joke at the beginning, and I'm trying to fool them this time. Maybe the editor isn't watching until close. Elia, okay, here it comes. So the joke goes like this. I do this thing with my students who are taking this class online. I have a few students in LA and New York who are taking this for credit, and I put in these secret biometric questions where, for example, I ask them, tell me something unique about yourself, like you enjoy fiction or you like to balance the spoon on the end of your nose. And then they tell me that. And then later on, when I send them an online test, I stick that question in the test. And that way I know it's the same person answering as the person. There are other devices as well, but I can't give them away because they're watching. Okay, so one of them is I asked my students, tell me a joke because I'm running out. And I heard this one today from one of my students out in LA. She writes, so a woman is washing dishes by the sink and her 8-year-old daughter is standing on a chair, or 6-year-old daughter is standing on a chair helping her. And the daughter looks at her mother and says, Mommy, how come some of your hairs are white? And the mommy says, well, you know, every time you make me upset or make me cry, my hair goes white. The daughter thinks about it for a while and says, Mommy, now I know why Safta's hair is all white. It was better online, but okay. So let's talk about Golda Meir. Her years are 1898 to 1978. Her contemporary Ben Gurion, the first Prime Minister of Israel, called her, quote unquote, the best man in government, which was an interesting kind of compliment. She was known as the Iron Lady before that term was applied to Margaret Thatcher because she was a very tough character. She was capable of tremendous acts of courage and kindness simultaneously, and she really was a very leader of the early state of Israel. She comes originally from Kiev, and she to America as a child, growing up in Milwaukee, where now the school that she went to is named after her, Golda Meir Public School. And then she moved to Israel as a young woman, where she immediately sought her métier in politics, and she rose through the ranks of the Labour Party, serving in various ministries until she finally became the Prime Minister in 1969. She served ably in that position until 1974, and in the wake of tremendous controversies, especially after the disastrous Yom Kippur War, she elected to resign, and ultimately she succumbed to cancer a few years later. But we're going to study, God willing, her life in the next 50s, and along with it, I hope to give you some of the basics of the history of the Yishuv and the early statehood period. I know for many of you, this is a basic review. Many of you lived through these events, either here or in Israel itself, and I apologize for the redundancy, but I think it's very important to review these things, especially because the videos go on the web, and younger people have not necessarily the same level of familiarity with this history, and I hope that they will appreciate it for ongoing generations. So, as I mentioned, she was born in Kiev. Her father was a simple person, a carpenter. When he eventually moved to Milwaukee, he ended up getting a job working away yard, so it was a blue-collar kind of background. She had 7 siblings, of only 2 survived childhood. One of them, her sister Shana, she was especially close with. Shana had a strong influence on her politics and eventually emigrated to Israel, made Aliyah with her in the 1920s. Living in Kiev, as we discussed in previous classes, this time of Jewish history was very difficult. There was an increasing level of anti-Semitism. The last Tsar, Nicholas II, was a notorious supporter of the Black Hundreds. He also underwrote the publication of the horrible forgery, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, and there was notably a whole series of pogrom waves that was affecting the entire Pale of Settlement. Since 1881, there were ongoing attacks on Jews. They were comparatively small when viewed from the lens of the mid-20th century. We're talking about murders of Jews in the numbers of tens and hundreds at the most, but nevertheless, the constant pressure and fear of attack was significant. And when the gates of emigration to America were opened, then many Jews from the Pale of Settlement, specifically about 1.750 million Jews left the Pale of Settlement to come to this country. As I think we mentioned in previous classes, about 75,000 went north to Canada for the health insurance plans. Another 75,000 went down to South America and so on. But her father was part of that great emigration between 1881 and 1917 when the Soviet Union fell. He worked there for several years until finally he had enough money and stability to be able to bring the family over, and she came over at the tender age of, let's see, she would be 8 in 1906. This is a photograph of her when she was 10 years old. She was a tremendous student. She entered primary school with no English whatsoever, and ultimately emerged as its valedictorian. Her leadership skills were evident right from the very beginning. Many of the children were impoverished immigrants themselves who lacked textbooks, and so she, at a very young age, we're talking about primary school, organized a charity fund drive to be able to purchase textbooks for her peers. She was so successful at this that they loved her so much, and ultimately it's a great honor that the school would be named after, as I mentioned. At age 14, she bought a train ticket and headed out to Denver, where her older sister Shana was then living. And it was in her sister Shana's living room that she was first acquainted with politics. Shana had a wide variety of friends who were from all walks of political persuasion, specifically Jews who were socialists, who were Zionists, communists, atheists, the whole range, all packed into this one living room. And around her dining room table, where she cut her teeth on the major political issues of the day. She ultimately married one of the men that she met there, a man named Meyerson. Her name was, by the way, Hebraicized later in 1956 to Meir, because Moshe Sharet felt it was inappropriate that members of the government should have these European-sounding names. He asked all members of the government to Hebraicize their names, so she shortened Meirson, which essentially means son of Meir, to simply Golda Meir, a more Hebraic sound. But at any rate, that's after her husband's name. So after some time with her sister in Denver, she moved back to Milwaukee, and she occupied a lot of her time, specifically with Jewish movement named the Poalei Zion. She ended up, maybe I should mention Poalei, well, I'll mention that in the next slide. Here's a picture of her with her husband, Morris Meyerson. They had a somewhat tumultuous marriage. They remained dedicated to each other throughout their entire life. He passed away in 1951, although ultimately Meyerson could not handle her political agenda and her political activity. He was a socialist himself, and he went to Israel because Golda made it a prerequisite for their marriage, but he was uncomfortable with the kind of rough and tumble world of politics as it's actually lived in the street in Israel. And I'm sure many of you, having been to Israel, you know that unlike America, where politics are so tame, I can't believe I actually said that. In Israel, politics are, immediate and relevant and matters of life and death. So people have quite literally arguments in the street over political positions. If you're standing at a bus stop and someone mentions a particular political figure, you're guaranteed an argument right there on the spot because people care deeply about their politics. This was not Morris Meyerson's personality, and ultimately they separated in 1932. He remained in Tel Aviv, and she went on to a very lively political career that I will describe shortly. They maintained an amicable separation. They never remarried, and they jointly raised their 2 children to adulthood. But moving back to her move to Israel, so she affiliated with a party called Poalei Zion, which is a translation of the term Workers of Zion. Workers, of course, is a very socialist-sounding word. That's a code word for those who are on the left wing of the spectrum. It was actually part of the Social Democrat Party, the exact same umbrella group that included, for example, the communists, both the Bolsheviks and then the more moderate Mensheviks. And it was a political party originally founded by Ber Borachov with the aim of creating a socialist state in Israel. That is, it was a marriage of both Zionism, hence the Zion in the name, and communism or socialism, hence the Poalei, meaning the workers of Zion movement. The kind of ideals that they had were a hostility to religion, although they valued the concept of the Jewish people. They valued the notion that religion helped keep the Jewish people integral and whole. They nevertheless felt that, like Marx taught, religion was an opiate for the masses and kept people from realizing their true class enemies rather than focusing on their class enemies, they focused on national or religious enemies. They also believed in this concept of družba narodov, friendship of peoples. They believed that if all peoples would only adopt values in socialist economics, then there would be no reason for them to have any disputes whatsoever. And they attempted, to some degree, to apply this to their relationship with the Arabs, which, for various reasons, which we will explore more next week when we look at the critic of the Poalei Zion movement, primarily Menachem Begin, we'll see there are several reasons why this never actually came to pass in the 1920s. But ultimately, this is the kind of philosophy that they espoused. The institution with which the Poalei Zion was most prominently associated was, of course, the kibbutz. The word kibbutz comes from the verb to gather, the kabetz, and it really is it's a Hebrew translation of the Russian term kolkhoz, or collective. It was an amazingly creative experiment in socialist living in which everything was held collectively by the members of this small society. That means all property was held in common, all work was distributed in an equitable fashion based on each person's ability to do so. Any income gathered by the kibbutz, of course they were farming communities, agrarian communities, was distributed equally. And in fact, in the early years, we're talking about the first decade of the 20th century, a little bit before Golda Meir came, they even shared spouses. They believed in free love, and the idea that marriage was theft. It's another interesting quote, Marx, the idea that if one thinks one owns one's spouse, then that's clearly a violation of socialist principles, and so on. The more radical forms of the kibbutz, they tended to have an abundance of males and a surfeit of females, as you might expect with that kind of free love policy. And ultimately, they settled down to a more moderate forms, which did persist in still fairly radical, by our terms, existence well into the 90s, where, for example, spouses would live together as monogamous couples, but their children would be raised from a very early age in a collective environment called the gan. The children who were raised in these collective environments, there's some interesting studies done on them. For example, they tend to be very much overrepresented in war casualties and war heroes. They seem to be much more likely to defend the collective, even at risk of their own personal selves. So a fascinating experiment. At one time, about 4% of the Israeli workforce, the agrarian area, the arable area in Israel were occupied by kibbutz, and they produced about 40% of its agricultural output. So they're really quite productive, and they did a lot for building the state of Israel. To this Poalei Zion kibbutz called Merchavia. Ironically, she was rejected at first, but she reapplied and she was accepted. And as I mentioned, her husband Morris, who was perhaps a little less enthusiastic about the entire project, nevertheless did fall to Israel, and they lived for several years there in the kibbutz. She loved it tremendously. She loved the being outside, working with the almond groves and things like that, but she loved even more her activity in the Histadrut, which was the collective unionized body of all the kibbutzim. She was, her leadership skills were recognized quite early, and she was elected as the kibbutz representative to this organization. This brought her more and more into national politics, and ultimately she had to leave the kibbutz in order to pursue that passion, which was to organize and delegate and lead this country. She ultimately became the head of the political department of the East Truth, which was an important stepping stone to being active in labor politics overall in Israel. Okay, I think at this point I'd like to pause and take a couple of questions because I want to step back and talk a little bit about Israel as a whole. Yes, please. Yes, she also spent some time teaching immediately after graduation. She was those who can, yes, I didn't follow up on that. I will have to check Wikipedia later, where I got most of this stuff anyway. What happened to her children? Yes. Mabovich. All right, so let's talk about Israel now. Amazingly, even though the vast majority of the students I currently teach at Thurl College South come from full-time Jewish day schools, they actually have quite a lacuna of knowledge about what is the state of Israel. There's a lot missing. And some schools do a better job of giving them some basic Israel education than others, but Israel advocacy is actually very low, even among those students who have the best Jewish education in this country. It's quite a sad thing. Ironically, I'll put a little plug in. My eldest daughter, Rafaela, many of you might know, she was this week quoted in both the Wall Street Journal and the Canadian Jewish News. Pretty good for a 20-year-old, and the 21-year-old. The Canadian Jewish article was interesting because they have on college campuses is a fair amount of anti-Semitism that is thinly disguised as anti-Zionism. And so they interviewed Rafaela because she's one of the heads of the Israel advocacy group at Thurl College. And I figured if the college is full of Jews, where's the anti-Semitism? Says the problem is there's a lot of Israel apathy, which is a kind of internal anti-Semitism we bring upon ourselves in that population. But anyway, check it out, Rafaela Abramson, Canadian Jewish News, or Wall Street Journal to see the concept there. What day? It was this week. This week was Wednesday, right? So I think it was Monday. Okay. All right. But what I usually say to students when I'm talking about Israel is that there's a general pattern, a Kulturkampf, a cultural struggle in Israel that is incredibly deep-rooted in that society, and it is a struggle to maintain equilibrium between two poles. On the one hand, Israel is a Jewish state. It wants to maintain its Jewish character. Everything Jewish has to be associated with Israel.
Central category in Petra. Creating the foundation for the United States of America. So essentially, their dream or their agenda was realized by being isolated influencers for the United States of America and originally to the Masons. We all know that, most of the founding fathers of the United States were Masons. So we know that that was the step. Of course, I think that they have higher hopes than what we're displaying right now. But, it's still not, things are still being worked out. So, we never know what's going to happen. But I do believe that they were also, I know they were in Brazil. I know they were also, they were in North America. They were in all of these in Europe. They were in every single country. I find them, as mediators, as advisors, as bankers to the monarchs. They were very powerful. I mean, show you the whole genealogy of the family and the whole thing. I have 4 hours taped from this woman. Yeah, I'm going to be doing a documentary on it separate from the next Templar, but
Christopher Columbus did not discover America in 1492.
Well, not the real one. The real one died. Zarko assumed his identity, and he was the one who went out on the ships and discovered America. It was not the Columbus.
When he came back to Europe after the discovery, people thought he was Christopher Columbus.
Of course they did. Yeah. There's even some suggestion that he was a Portuguese spy. That's right.
We look at him and say, you're not the guy who left.
Yeah, he worked directly under Queen Isabella and I mean, he must have been pretty good at what he does, or what he did, at that time. He must have been pretty darn good at it.
Did he die under the identity of Christopher Columbus eventually?
I think
He eventually died.
Zarko went on to, have a family and have descendants, etc. And he did eventually die. We don't know what happened to the original Christopher Columbus. We think that he was probably thrown overboard, which was very common when someone died on a ship out in the middle of the sea. That was a very good way to, get rid of the bodies of the disease or whatever they died from. Would be, and that nobody else would get it.
It's an incredible story, Stephanie. This is the first time in my life I've heard the possibility.
There's a Portugal.
Heavy voice. Galactic exotic content of divine promising Heavy Hebrews. How? Galactic equal one definition department. Sheni equals second temple. The infinite variant of faith in rabbinical form. Main shot Hebrew. Between the suns. Twilight period between sunset and nightfall. Halachically uncertain status, often treated stringently. Main category Hebrew. Between the straits. The 3 weeks mourning period between 17th of August and 9th of Adar. Faith in Hebrew. House of Judgment. Rabbinical court and rules on halachic matters. Faith Dash Hebrew. House of Holiness. The Temple in Jerusalem. Central place of halachic worship in biblical times. Faith Midrash Hebrew.
Israel, everything Israel should be associated with Judaism. That's one key value, a core value in that society. The other core value, anyone want to guess what the other one is? I guess? Democratic, brilliant, oh my gosh. Israel also believes very deeply in democracy. It wants to be a society of equality, of human rights, of freedom. The problem is these two values, like a Venn diagram, tend to coalesce in certain areas, but they're quite far apart in others. So, for example, what do you do with the non-Jewish minority in Israel? Especially, as we'll see later, when they're so numerous that they threaten to demographically dilute the Jewish majority of the population. If you give them democratic equal rights, then they could theoretically vote out the Jewish policies of the state. And in fact, they could simply revert to being another Arab nation in the Middle East. And on the other hand, if you trample on commonly accepted democratic principles and you restrict the rights of non-Jews in Israel, then Israel sacrifices a core value that they feel very deeply about. And so as a society, Israel is always vacillating between these 2 points, more Jewish or more democratic. And sometimes one or the other will suffer. We can also see this coming, see this at the fore, even within the Jewish world, because Orthodox Jews in particular will tend to view the definition of Jewish as being more Torah-oriented. And so therefore they will want Israel to be more observant, less movie theaters on the Sabbath, less buses running on the Sabbath, less non-kosher butchers, and less general Dizengoff activity in Israel. But on the other hand, if we move in that direction, then we limit the democratic rights of the secular Israelis, who are the majority of the population. So this struggle between these two opposing gravity, that is being Israel being Jewish and Israel being democratic, affects the orbit of this polity in the modern world. Okay, so we will return to this one today and this week. I'm worried about my timing to the period when we get to declaration. So there's a period before 1917. There's growing settlement in Israel. It's called at this point the Yishuv, which means settlement, because it's not, of course, a state. It's known as Palestine in general parlance. It will be officially known as Palestine after the Turkish Empire falls. But in the context of World War I, which of course ran from 1914 to 1918, the British sought to, gain Jewish support. And especially the support of influential Jews like Chaim Weizmann, very important early Zionists in Manchester, I believe. And so, with a lot of lobbying, eventually Lord Balfour, the foreign minister, issued this declaration in 1917, which led to worldwide jubilation among Jews. It was overwhelming. The text reads, it's worth seeing it in the original, His Mad Government views with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. Jews simply stopped reading because that's all they needed to hear, Manischewitz, because it's time to party. I mean, it says, look at this, the first European state actually voted or indicated that they thought this was a great idea. Establish the state of Israel. If you want, you can go online and see my lecture on Herzl. There's a lot more talking there about how we got to this point. However, the Arabs read the rest of the statement, which goes, nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So on the one hand, the British are saying, we want to give this area to the Jews for the national homeland. On the other hand, they're saying, as long as the people living there right now aren't too upset about it. And it turned out to be impossible to actually bring this to fruition, because there was no way the indigenous population was going to stand for a Jewish state there. Ultimately, what happened after the Turkish Empire, known as the Sick Man of Europe, collapsed, the British were given control of the region in what the United Nations called a mandate. It was actually the League of Nations. At this point, it was incarnated as the United Nations. And this region they call Palestine actually encompassed all of contemporary Israel and Jordan over here. There was no real distinction between the two regions whatsoever. Some ongoing negotiations went on, and ultimately Jordan was established, and the British mandate was reduced to what we understand as Israel today. I'm just going to skip quickly through the 1920s and 1930s. The most important elements of those two decades were ongoing pressure for Jewish immigration. You have tens of thousands of Jews landing in Israel, and you have ongoing Arab protests. Major riots in Hebron in 1929, massacres in yeshivas, and the British are getting increasingly frustrated trying to maintain the principles of this Balfour Declaration. On the one hand, they promise the state to the Jews. On the other hand, they have to placate the Arabs. The Arabs also have a very significant demographic and political advantage because they are so numerous in the Middle East, controlling regions with a lot of oil. And this comes to an incredible head immediately after the Holocaust, when Jews are striving to make immigration to Israel. And the opinion of the world is basically that England should let them in because they've suffered so badly. There was a brief period of a honeymoon in anti-Semitism. For about 15 years, Jews had a certain amount of world sympathy, and England was trying to hold desperately onto the mandate. Ultimately, next week we'll talk more about the particulars of what happened in this time because Menachem Begin involved in driving the British out. Ultimately, they handed it back to the League of Nations, now the United Nations, and they said, "Here, you guys take care of it." And the United Nations came up with the stupidest plan you could possibly think of if someone challenged you to do so. They divided the territory into 7 non-contiguous areas. 3 of them were designated as Arab zones. That is this gray area here, which is the Gaza Strip, and a little bit down into Negev. This area here, which would be known as the West Bank, roughly, or Shomron, Yehuda, and this region in the Galilee would be Arab zones. The Jewish zones were to be this eastern part of the Galil, around the Yam Kinneret, the coastal region from Haifa down below Tel Aviv, and then this largely uninhabited region of the south, the Negev. And Jerusalem was to be an international zone. So divide up this tiny territory into 7 parts and hope that everyone would get along. As I'm sure you all know, how it turned out is that the Jews accepted the plan. They were happy to have even a crazy, patchwork kind of demographic outline like this in order to just have a state. The Arab nations, of course, universally rejected the plan, and the War of Independence ensued immediately thereafter. Very brutal struggle in which ultimately the Jews were able to amazingly consolidate their territory and actually enlarge it in a few places. So that, let me pause for a couple of questions before we go back to Golden Mayer. Well, I'm just talking so fast, like a blue streak here. Does anyone know any good jokes I could repeat at this point? I used to know a lot of jokes about living in Israel, but yes, please.
Systematic discussions about embellishment. Repetition recurs. Refers either to one defender attacking repetition that needs to by the prayer leader or to review a Torah study. Message title. Legendary man.
There's definitely, it's the same problem as always. The Tau law is definitely jumping forward. This, by the way, has to deal with compromise that was put in place by Ben-Gurion on the establishment of the state in order to garner support of all Jews living in this demographically threatened region. It's not good for Jews to be divided when they're fighting. And that compromise, the so-called status quo law, well, it's not really a law, it was just an accepted practice, was that, for example, yeshiva students received an exemption from serving in the armed forces, Orthodox women exemption, or they could volunteer for civil service, that kind of thing. And that has been challenged and ultimately defeated with the Tau law, which I believe was passed in the late 90s or early 2000s. So the Tau law is really the culmination of that resentment there. Why is that these guys are from the army? So it is jumping ahead quite a bit. Why don't we come back to it next week when we talk about Menachem Begin, because it deals very much with the revisionist perspective on the appropriate posture of Jews in the state. But excellent question. Any others? Okay, I'm on my own. All right. So she had an important role, obviously, in these early years. Specifically, her fluency in English and her powerful reputation as a speaker had her sent to America, where the young state was desperately seeking aid from Americans. She blew past all of their expectations. The government thought that perhaps they would collect $7 million from America for support of Golda Meir came back home with $50 million. So it was amazing how she was able to really generate support. We would see this again in Moscow. I'll show you in the next slide. Ben-Gurion actually said of her that she was the Jewish woman who got the money, which made the state possible. And really, this is the bottom line. She made the state possible through fundraising. She was also active in international politics. including a rather bizarre and courageous trip to Jordan when she disguised herself as an Arab woman to negotiate with King Abdullah to try to persuade him not to participate in the war effort. He, of course, declined, but he said to her, listen, why don't you wait? Why are you rushing this? Don't you realize, that maybe we can solve this diplomatically? Why are you rushing to have a state? And she famously quoted, she famously responded, we waited for 2,000 years, isn't that long enough? So she went back home unsuccessful with King Abdullah, but ultimately the Jews were able to defend their borders. This is what the new state looked like, a little bit drawn back because I want to include the Sinai here. So if you recall the way the UN partition plan looked, and this is if they had armistice in 1948, this is what the state of Israel would have looked like, just these kind of orange colors here. But after the War of Independence, they were able to consolidate a little bit wider waste by the Mediterranean. They were able to penetrate up through the Judea-Samaria region to Jerusalem, although unfortunately they were not able to conquer all of Jerusalem, and the Jewish quarter of the old city remained on the Jordanian side. So able to take over the entire Galil and consolidate a little bit of the Negev, which meant that they actually were able to decrease their boundaries, although at great cost. One of the, and Golda Meir, of course, was very active. She was one of the earliest, she was one of the signatories to the Israeli Declaration of Independence. She would note at that time that she was educated in America, and she knows the respect that Americans have for the founding fathers. And she says, reflecting the idea that I myself was a signatory to the Declaration of Independence of Israel was something that she openly put her name to. She also had a liberal approach, which is consistent really with her socialist politics, to the Palestinian refugee problem, which began really in the 48-49 war. Specifically, there was a large population of Arabs living in Israel, or living in what would be Israel, who fled the war zone for neighboring countries. Ultimately, in most of those countries, Egypt, Jordan, and Syria, and Lebanon, would keep these Palestinians and their children and their grandchildren in refugee camps for decades, something that Golda Meir felt terrible about and resented deeply. But she also felt that the fact that these Arabs left Israel was a tragedy of incredible proportions. She even compared it to the suffering of the Jews in the Holocaust, a rather large comparison in the 1940s. The reasons for that Arab exodus were complex. And again, that's something I would like to push off a little more to next week's discussion of Menachem Begin, because he personally was involved in several of the most key incidents. We're running on battery, or are we okay? Running on battery? Time? Running timer battery. Okay, this is okay. This happens all the time. We're just going to quickly plug it in. This is how and we're recording. We are back now. Okay, so we'll talk about it more next week when we get to Menachem Begin, because he was very much involved in it. But there are very different narratives of this exodus. Jews and Israelis generally have one version of describing why the Arabs left. Arabs, as you might not be surprised, have a totally different version, and it's really an ongoing problem that affects Israel today and is an extremely important element in the determination of, God willing, someday a lasting peace in the region. Now, shortly after the state was established, she was sent to be an envoy to Moscow, which was an early supporter of the state of Israel, actually voting for its establishment in the United Nations, amazingly so, because later they would change that position. And she issued passport number 1 from the new state. They didn't do it in alphabetical order. They just gave her passport 1. And she went to Moscow, where she was very successful in her mission. But there was one event that had a tremendous impact on her personally, and she spoke about it and wrote about it endlessly. She went to services at the Moscow Choral Synagogue, and she was surrounded by literally tens of thousands of Jews chanting her name, chanting the words Israel. Here's a photograph that shows her. Just see that she is, oh, you know what I totally forgot? My gosh. Yeah, here it is. I've gone through 40 minutes, and we have, this is why we need like more professional. I have this remote clicker that the Torah Cafe people sent me. Thank you, and let's put it up here. And it has this nifty little red thing here, which is great if you have a cat that like to chase it. And this circle here circles Golda Meir, surrounded by a sea of Soviet Jews. And she was so overwhelmed with the support there that she felt that the mission that she was engaged in by establishing the state of Israel was something that was of cosmic proportions because it affected all Jews worldwide. She came back to Israel with renewed vigor and renewed to endure the challenges of leadership. This actually was later put on Israeli stamps, and I believe even some currency, this famous photograph of Golda Meir in Moscow. Okay, let's try it out. Torah Cafe people, what's going on with this? Okay, this was 1949, I believe. Okay, I guess I should have started it earlier. Oh well, so much for the clicker. Jumping ahead again a little bit, major events militarily. She was not the leader of the country at the time, but it's impossible to discuss the later events without looking at the 6-Day War, which was one of the most phenomenal victories Israel had ever achieved, and in fact it is still a stellar victory when it's studied today. I'll tell you a quick story about my yeshiva, or Sameach. This is a story they often describe there, where there was a young man in the yeshiva, and Or Sameach is the yeshiva for Baalei Tshuva, people who come to Judaism with a limited training and background. And there was, you ask about where people are from. Some are from Harvard, some from Yale, whatever. And one said he was from West Point. So they said, "What are you doing here from West Point? I mean, what a trip coming from West Point to a yeshiva in Jerusalem. How did that happen?" So he said, the story goes, that he was participating in a class on military strategy, and they had, a highly decorated general teaching this class with like 25 stars and things like that. And they went through many of the great battles of history. Waterloo, Battle of the Bulge, invasion of Normandy, things like that. And they studied what happened, why a certain general was victorious, what strategy was used, and so on. And they analyzed all these battles. And at the end of the course, this young man went up to the general and said, "Excuse me, sir, I'm very curious, why did we not study any of the Israeli wars? I mean, certainly they must have some merit. They're all quite different and so on. Why didn't we look at them?" And apparently the general said to him, "Young man, the reason we don't study the Israeli wars is because those victories are completely unexplained by any strategy known to man. They are totally miraculous, and I have no way to explain how the Jews won." So, at any rate, the 6-Day War certainly, and that's how we ended up in yeshiva. Of course, what am I doing in West Point if I go to the West Bank? No. Anyways, so again, short form, because I want to discuss this again in more detail with Menachem Begin. Egypt in particular and Syria threaten the nascent state once again. They've had several skirmishes, the 1956 Sinai campaign in particular, but at this point, Egypt is really ready to complete Israel, particularly with its ally Syria. In June of 1967, it's absolutely clear this is their intentions. They threatened the United Nations, and its leader decided that it was unsafe for peacekeeping forces to maintain the border zone, and so therefore UNAMID removed all of the keepers on the borders, completely exposing Israel to Egyptian tanks. And so the entire world knew that Israel was about to be driven into the sea. My uncle Leon, he should live and be well, he described me, he was a young man at the time, and he describes how he and his friends, they immediately got, dropped out of middle school to buy their tickets to get to Israel and to support them. And then by the time, they came to the airport, the war was already over, because it was an amazing overnight victory. Essentially what Israel did was it launched a controversial now preemptive strike where they attacked the Egyptians and the Syrians before they could attack Israel, relying on a Talmudic principle. When someone comes to kill you, get up earlier than him and kill him first. It's a very basic Talmudic idea, and largely for overwhelming air superiority. Through the tremendously courageous Air Force, they were able to destroy much of the Egyptian Air Force before it even got off the tarmac. There are photographs of like exploded planes and Egyptians flying on the runways, not even having the chance to take off. In short order, all of these armies were defeated. The main outcome of this, however, was huge territorial expansion for Israel, which proved to be advantageous in some obvious ways, but at the same time, a great burden for Israel to bear, one that they still struggle with several decades later. Specifically, they conquered the entire Sinai Peninsula here, right up to the banks of Cairo and the Nile River here. They conquered all of the Gaza Strip, of course, which was attached to the Sinai Peninsula. They conquered all that we call the West Bank, so-called because it was on the west side of the Jordan River here, and they conquered this mountain region up in Syria known as the Golan Heights. Now, they had to decide what they were going to do with these territories. They basically had three options. One was exchange it immediately for peace, meaning just release that territory and sign a peace treaty with the country that had lost that territory. And many Israelis felt that, of course, that's what's going to happen. In the next 6 months, we'll sit down, they'll realize we're here to stay, and we'll have peace. We'll get our land back, and then we'll have peace. But ultimately, none of the Arab nations stepped forward, being willing to land back for peace. So Israel had to make one of two other decisions. One is to annex the territory, which means to completely own it, to declare it permanently part. Sounds like a reasonable thing to do. It was one fair and square, but at the same time, because you'll recall, Israel wants to be a democratic nation, annexing a territory means you have to give its citizens, give its residents citizenship. You cannot, under international law, take over a country and then literally enslave the people there or consider them second-class citizens. If you want to claim that territory as your own real estate, you have to give them citizenship, which is precisely what Israel did in the region of the Golan Heights, which was sparsely populated, also ironically by a population of Arabs known as the Druze, who are traditionally friendly to the states in which they inhabit. So the Druze actually have a supportive role towards Israel. And because it's a mountain region that overlooks Damascus on one side, or the Galil lowlands on the other side, it has high strategic value, and they said, we're just going to keep the Golan Heights, thank you very much. They also agreed to annex East Jerusalem, which has high symbolic value for Israel. Jerusalem is, of course, the 3,000-year capital of Israel. The old city with the temple in it is beyond value for Jews and Jewish history. And so they said, we are taking East Jerusalem, we're making it part of Israel, and in fact, all the Arabs living there were given citizenship, given full Israeli citizenship, passports, the whole deal, in accordance with the democratic principles of international law. However, the larger population of what would be called Yehuda and Shomron and Gaza here, or the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, there was a large number of Arabs living there, and the Israelis were not willing to simply annex those territories and give the Arabs living there citizenship, so they simply declared them administered territories. And this is a kind of a neutral term. Some prefer the term occupied, which is decidedly derogatory towards the occupier, in this case Israel, but that's essentially the status quo that was held in place until 2003, when the Gaza Strip was actually abandoned in a very controversial disengagement process. The West Bank, of course, is still administered by Israel, where the Arabs living there do not have the full access to rights and privileges that Israeli citizens do, which is an ongoing point for Palestinians, obviously, and for Israelis as well. It is a burden to administer these territories, but there is no lasting solution in immediate proximity. God willing, next week we will address this in greater detail as well, because Begin had a plan that was attempted in some parts, and we'll discuss how that worked out. Okay, so this is the status just before she comes to power. Oh, here's a picture of East Jerusalem, which gives you a sense of how it was annexed, as well as regions immediately to the north and the south as well. So she comes into Knesset. I love this photograph, which I think gives you a real sense of her personality, right? She's got muscle and she's a powerful orator. She had an uninterrupted reign in Knesset in various ministries, labor, foreign affairs, internal affairs from 1949 to 1966. As I mentioned, her name changed in 1956 to Mayor. But she retired in 1966 because she was diagnosed with lymphomatic cancer. Is it lymphomatic or lymphatic? It's bad anyway you look at it, but it's. How does that joke go? They're at a funeral, and someone says to the other one, look, he's 90 years old, never had a cold, and now this. She, in her tenure as Prime Minister, she was an outspoken individual. I think in many ways along with Bibi Netanyahu, because she had, a very effective command of the English language, and she could play a role on the world stage in a lot of issues. Unfortunately, part of her tenure was marred by the growth of Arab terrorism in this period. Realizing that that Israel could not be shaken with conventional military methods, particularly after the Six-Day War, the Arabs, under the newly founded Palestinian Liberation Organization headed by Yasser Arafat, launched a large series of attacks on more vulnerable Israeli targets throughout the world. Most egregiously, the 1972 massacre of athletes at the Munich Olympics, several bombings of El Al, ticketing ranges in airports.
How are you?
And time and time again, she was
What's
faced
going on,
with the challenges
Pascal?
of dealing with international terrorism outside of Israeli borders.
Pascal, can you hear me? How's your day going, big dog? I can't really hear what you're saying. I hope you're doing well, big dog. Oh boy, I can't hear you. Maybe you want to leave and come back, or check your microphone.
Okay, I said, how about you? My day is good.
Oh yeah, now I can hear you. I'm doing well, my friend. What's on your agenda for this weekend?
Say what?
What are you doing this weekend?
Nothing much. Not doing anything apart from playing football.
Okay, very well.
Obviously.
Well, that's cool. Are you excited for the weekend?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Excellent. Well, that's wonderful.
Yeah. So what do you do for the weekend?
I'm going to watch Jewish history lectures. I'm going to study a little. Just some vocabulary. And I'm going to create robots for the platform that I spam. Aside from that, I'm going to just do my best to be a good person. How does that sound?
It sounds nice.
Absolutely. I've got a Do you know what fantasy football is? Yeah, I do. Do you know what fantasy football is?
What? You say what?
Do you know what fantasy football is?
Not really.
Okay, it's like.
I know.
Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah.
Oh well, I've got a draft that's coming up. I'm gonna prepare for that. I've been doing some mock drafts, and I'm doing my best to be as prepared for it as possible. But I feel nothing's going to prepare me. I have no idea what's going to happen in it. So just excited to have that start. And we've got football coming up in the United States, which is cool. I'm excited for that. So I'm just chilling.
Yeah, I got you. So what are you watching?
Jewish history lectures. Feel free to watch, my friend. This is Professor Henry Abramson.
As well as attacks within Israel, although they would not get to really the most terrible points until the 1990s. She had a well-known showdown with Austria that was really telling of the world mood.
I'm here. I'm just adjusting one of my devices.
Leadership skills when Austria, of course, being Central Europe, had a transit camp that was reserved primarily for Soviet Jews. There was a trickle of Jews that were allowed up in the 1970s, and they primarily went through this one camp. The name of it escapes me right now, but there's one camp in Austria. The Palestinian movement threatened Austria with terrorists who were to keep this camp open because the Palestinians wanted to slow the immigration of Jews from Russia into Israel, which they felt was a great demographic threat to their ambitions to take over the land of Israel. Austria caved in. The minister, who was ironically prime minister, was Jewish. He closed the transit camp, and at that time, Golda Meir was speaking to the Council of Europe, which I believe was in Brussels at the time, and she bitterly lashed out at Austria for its cowardice. She went to meet Austrian Prime Minister, his name was Kreisky, afterwards told him that if he really refuses to actually he was yielding to the Palestinians. If he does yield to them, there will be no end to terrorism for Austria whatsoever. And he ultimately said that they're not going to reach an agreement, so she left the room. And the first thing she said to journalists was that he did not even offer her a glass of water. And so Kreisky ultimately was shamed into creating an alternate transit camp for Soviet Jews to come through Austria, but ultimately she lost the overall battle on that particular site. But this is a kind of indicative of the leadership role that she played on an international level. Domestically, the end of her tenure as Prime Minister was marred by a horrible event, the awful Yom Kippur War of 1973. At this time, the young General Anwar Sadat was in charge, and he had some taste of battling with the Israelis, and he disagreed with the prevalent mood that Israel was unbeatable. Using a strategy that combined a lot of secrecy, once again, with the allies in Syria, Sadat planned an attack on Israel that flew under the radar for much of the year 1973. The attack was planned specifically for Yom Kippur, holiest day of the Jewish calendar, when most Jews would be fasting. Although ironic, even though Jews call it Yom Kippur War, Arabs call it the Ramadan War, during their month of Ramadan, and secular historians prefer the more neutral term October War. At any rate, Meir was the prime minister at the time, and her ministers advised her that, in fact, the troops were passing, and it looked like an attack was imminent. However, there was a big dispute among users as to what to do about it. Certain contingent of advisors said, launch another preemptive attack, just like in 1967. That's the only way that we're going to win. Others, including the famous General Moshe Dayan, said that a preemptive strike was inappropriate, that it's not conclusive.
What'd you say? What's up, big dog?
Okay. I've had enough. I'm quite a little bit busy. Or if I go, what do you do for a living?
I'm a certified project management professional.
Okay. Okay. That's nice. Nice. You get paid for streaming live 24/7.
Some.
Later folklore associated with mystical pelagic debates.
Nice. Nice. You always watch things concerning Israel. Are you from Israel?
No, I'm from the United States.
Okay. I'm coming here in the United States.
You're coming to the United States?
Not really. Not really. You want to see me?
Sure, if you want.
Are we one day? Are we?
Is that where you want to live?
Not really. Not really. They want to,
Okay.
play football, become a footballer one day, if possible.
All right, big dog.
Actually, yeah.
Refers to preparing utensils for kosher use or the process by which food becomes susceptible to impurity. That Hebrew for duty. Intelligent refers to the requirement of inner mitzvah. Unifying a commandment meaning a beautiful rulah or effort. And Baka Hebrew for lifting. The raising of the Torah scroll during synagogue service. Logically requires visibility to the congregation. Kedana Hebrew for telling narrative. Refers to the Passover text used at the Seder. Logically required for the mitzvah of recounting the Exodus. Haggadah Hebrew for festival offerings. Sacrificial offerings brought on the pilgrimage festivals.
Maybe just saber rattling. She decided to take a moderate course. She did not order a preemptive strike, but she did order a full mobilization of the army. So she ordered the country on high alert immediately, and the attack came within 6 hours. So ultimately, Israel was able to beat them back and even push the boundaries further onto the other side of the Nile River in case of Egypt, after they had significant American support, but it was a devastating blow to Israel. They suffered very high casualties, and that, the glow of the David versus Goliath that came after 1967 was definitely diminished because people saw that Israel did well. This ultimately catapulted Anwar Sadat as a general to the prime ministership or the vice presidency of Egypt later, because he was a hero in Egypt for having bloodied the Jewish noses. And we'll talk again with Begin next week about how, ironically, he was able, once he had defeated Israel in battle, he was able to then turn around and make peace with them. Although that would ultimately earn him an assassination at the hands of the current movement controlling Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood, against more foreign extraterritorial. One strong opinion in defense of Meir's decision to not launch that preemptive strike came from Henry Kissinger, who after the war was over, that in fact, if Meir had declared that preemptive strike, which again was controversial in the international world, then Kissinger said that America would not even have contributed a single nail to the war effort. And that American support in munitions and political support was incredibly important. So ultimately, it seems that her, although costly, the wisest one possible. This was the determination of the Agranat Commission, which looked at the war and conducted an extensive post-mortem to try and determine what could have been done better. And it ultimately cleared Golda Meir of any blame for not deciding that preemptive strike.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I need to go back to work, so talk later.
All right, Pascal. We'll see you, my friend. Have a wonderful day, my friend.
Yeah. Yeah. Just
May appear in discussion and moderation. Cancer Hebrew Arabic for 5. Both object and shape charm. Magic that present in Jewish culture. Cancer Hebrew for conduct practice. Intelligence often means customs beyond strict law. Arabic Hebrew for excommunication bans. Halachic sanctions imposed by rabbinic courts. Har Sinai Hebrew for Mount Sinai. Central to Fallujah as the place where Torah was given. Haredi Hebrew for one who trembles before God. Refers to strictly observant Jews. Not itself halachic, but describes halachic lifestyle. Parsha Hebrew for authorization. In Fallujah refers to appointing an agent for granting legal power. Havdalah Hebrew for separation. Marking the end of Shabbat or festivals. Halachic requirement includes wine, spices, and candle. Hazan Shazan Hebrew for tender. Leader of prayer in synagogue. Halachic qualifications require proper pronunciation, moral standing. Tender Hebrew for ownerless property.
Her party went into an election immediately thereafter. Her party won the re-election, but several months later she was simply too exhausted from the infighting and the recriminations over the results of the war that she decided she would resign, which she did in 1974. She died several years later in 1978 of that cancer, which was first diagnosed already in 1966, causing her first retreat from home. So looking at her legacy, she is a fascinating woman, tremendously powerful speaker, tremendously motivated ideologue. In large part, she sacrificed personal life, her family life with her husband and her children for the needs of this nascent country, this great experiment in Jewish statehood. And as the signatory of the Declaration of Independence, her name is permanently inscribed in the history of the annals of this, and her character and her leadership continue to motivate and inspire us all. Thank you, as always, for your intelligent attention and indulgence, and I look forward to speaking to you next week about half a bacon.
Halachic principle of performing mitzvah with extra beauty and effort. Kiddush Chiddush Hebrew for novelty innovation. In Fallujah refers to Latin insight or legal reasoning. Hilchot Hebrew for lawsuit. Prefix used in halachic codes, e.g. Hilchot Shabbat. Similar Aramaic Hebrew for celebration. In Jewish custom refers to commemorations of Tzaddik death anniversaries.
I think we've got a fantastic class planned for tonight. I have to say a couple of thank yous to the first teachers as well for that unexpected reaction. Reading, and I especially appreciate the mention of my father. They're waiting for a date on surgery, and it's still kind of up in the air, but it's true with this class, but not necessarily for the surgery. In the meantime, other thank yous. You notice how wonderful this is all works that idea. Good thing was been last week. But
one of the 39 Belachic organic labors on Shabbat involving carrying between domains.
Also, thanks to Joe and Zahara Weiss for sponsoring this week. The classes are free and open to the community. I really like the idea that it's just available to everyone, but the school did incur some costs to get these programs together and to have the videos filmed, the lectures filmed, and to have that beautiful reader at the back door, they don't come cheap. So if we get sponsors to offset the costs, we're asking for $200 to sponsor a lecture. Obviously, give cash to the hardware, the lecture discount, your participation, sponsorship in itself. By the way, I hope you all had a chance to view last week's lecture, which did go live last Friday. It's at jewishhistorylectures.org. get to it straight through that URL, or straight to the JohnIsraelBH.org website, Jewish history classes. Great life editor. Okay, so with that said, today's class is on a fascinating character who I showed the principle of this period of history called the most documented Jewish life in the 17th century. Which is really amazing statement, but in reality, it's quite correct. Even though he plays a somewhat minor role in the overall Jewish history and part of our progress through the Middle Ages, he was quite notorious, and especially he was one of those Jewish figures who crossed the religious divide and was of great fascination to Jews and Muslims alike. He mingled with kings, and so we have official state documents.
Welcome, Zoot. How you living, Pam?
Not too bad.
Are you ready for me?
Yeah.
All right. What up, pimp? Big dog, I'm listening. What's up?
You take my neighbor from when I was a baby. She was bad that she dropped me on my head when she was 15, 16.
For sure, dog. And you can't even really blame her. You can't even really blame her. She was quite young.
Yeah.
And I don't even think it did anything wrong to you. Dog, aside from Tourette's syndrome, you basically are pretty normal, and you keep blaming other people for all the shit that happens to you.
I don't know. I feel like things dropped on my head did something.
All right, you're allowed to think that. Zoot, did you know you have an invitation? Zoot, I'm going to beat you 5 games in a row. I don't know. What is normal? I don't know. What is normal?
Neurotypical? Yes.
Zoot, did you go into the city and get some poontang?
No.
Why not?
My phone's nearly dead.
Dude, charge it.
You charge it, it's fucking off.
Okay, well, you need to charge your phone, dog.
Moses' successor, leader who sanctified the land. Influenza, many agricultural obligations are linked to this conquest. Shocking means judges. Refers to leaders in the pre-monarchy era. Halachically, deity judges are central to basic
Finally.
rulings. Justice Hebrew tzedek means justice, righteousness. Influenza, linked to fairness, reports and feelings. Tzedek, third off pursue justice. Job Hayam Hebrew Hayam means persecuted, hated.
Zoot, are you gonna go?
With suffering and divine justice. Cited in halachic
Why not?
discussions of reward and punishment.
I need to check my phone's about
Okay, well then take a fucking charger and put it in your phone.
Halachically significant for deeds of repentance. Teshuva.
Dude, this guy, I don't know what I'm gonna do with him.
His words form the book of Lamentations. Read on Tisha. Joel means with his Lord. Prophet whose book is read as the Haftarah on fast days, connected to deeds of repentance and fasting. Jethro, Hebrew, sentence. Moses' father-in-law. Parsha Yitro contains the Ten Commandments, a halachic foundation. Jephthah Yitzhak, Hebrew Yitzhak means he will open. A judge in the book of Judges, cited in halachic discussions of vows. Yisrael, Hebrew Yisrael means God will
Possibility
sound.
that the Jewish Messiah had arrived, so we have multiple vacancies to look at this individual character and see a lot about who he was and what he did. His dates are 1626 to 1676. He died just a few months shy of his 50th birthday. And of course, those of you who are completely new to Jewish history, his claim to fame was that in the year 1665, he claimed that he was quite proclaimed himself as the Messiah, and he engendered a huge following all across Asia Minor and Europe. Many Jews were held in awe by his teachings, the force of his melody, and his impact in the world, and many very significant Jewish leaders were actually bound to his cause. They were severely disappointed when, or about a year later, he confronted the Sultan of the Turkish Empire, and he requested politely that he be in Jerusalem in order to initiate the Messianic period. The Sultan made a counteroffer, you can either convert to Islam or I will decapitate you. And he decided to convert to Islam, leaving his followers tremendously dejected, a huge mark on Jewish self-consciousness for the next several hundred years, and we will explore the ramifications of that decision. But I want to start with a little joke, and I have to tell you, this is a joke that when I first heard it, I thought it was very, very funny, but it was just a little bit off color. And I was thinking, could I possibly tell this joke? Maybe I could tell it in this situation, but I couldn't put it on the internet. And I thought about it, so I edited it very lightly, so it would be guaranteed not to offend. So the joke goes like this. Well, it's not guaranteed not to offend, but hopefully it'll pass. And if not, I'll just edit it out. So the joke goes like this. And it deals, of course, we're talking about reversion, so it's in that vein. Reuven and Shimon, two Jewish guys, are walking down the street one day, and they pass by a religious institution of another faith. That's the part that I'm going to use. So I'm going to use the version that doesn't identify the religious institution, and therefore hopefully we will challenges from other faiths watching this video. So they pass this institution of another faith, and there's a big sign outside that institution that says, Jews convert to this religion, $500. Today only. So Reuben says to Shimon, what do you think of that? Isn't that amazing? Shimon says, come on, just ignore it. You know, we're proud Jews. We're never going to give up our faith. This is just up going. And Reuben says, well, $500. I mean, you know, it's a Lucia. Why not? I'll tell you what, Shimon, I'm going to go in. I'll mumble a few words. I'll pretend whatever. I'll collect the $500. We'll go. We'll have an amazing lunch, and you know, so Shimon says, "You're free to do whatever you want." So Reuven goes in. Who's Reuven? right? Reuven goes in, and Shimon's outside waiting in the park, and he's waiting. And Paul comes back out, and Shimon says, "Hey, Reuven." And Reuven says, "So, did they give you the money?" And Reuven says to him, "What is it with you people?" I think we can just make that pass the internet censorship. Okay. So there are two principal historical Grundlagen in the German term, the foundations of the Sabbatean movement that we have to consider before we look at Shabbatai Tzvi's life itself. Firstly, we have to understand the impact of the Sabbat circle, the Tzva circle, that we discussed in some detail last week when we looked at Rabbi Yosef. This is the gathering of mystics and halachists that were very, very active in northern Israel in the beginning of the 16th and 17th century, and they had a tremendous impact. In particular, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, known as the Arizal. The CL at the end of his name stands for Zichrono Livrocha, of blessed memory. Ali is an acronym of his name, means the lion of blessed memory. So the Arizal in particular created or wrote about a new approach to Kabbalistic studies that was tremendously influential. In particular, there was one element of
I forgot, but what's the details on this? This is
earlier Kabbalistic studies primarily theoretical. There's a lot of contemplation of the nature of the soul, the structure of the universe, the process of creation, and other things which are much more theory area. In the reality,
you said that to him in various
prayers, and they were like, various
it's different now, guys.
I said,
I don't know if I should be checking in right next to Mr. Robert, but I see him. Just
subjects which persist by the century. Groups of individuals who attempted through Oriana Kabbalah to urge God to send the Messiah immediately. A lot of people were doing this kind of Kabbalistic thinking, and it was fairly new and widespread in the Jewish world in the 17th century. This is the element, the intellectual idea which Shabbatai Tzvi began to explore his Jewish identity as a young man. In particular, besides these Kabbalot, these ways of unifying the Godhead, so to speak, there was this idea of repair. We have the term very popular today, tikkun olam, the repair of the world, which is sometimes understood as a part of social action. In the Kabbalistic sense, of the 17th century, tikkun meant some kind of fundamental repair to a rift in the universe. Something was wrong with the universe, and the tikkunim of the Jews who practiced this Kabbalah would bring about its amelioration. This is especially so after the Spanish explosion, which we discussed last term, which was such a huge shift in the Delta Chalma Jews was understood straight by the ultimate the flare up to see that and the persecutions that followed in Spain and Portugal, suffering the Jews who had to wander to Turkey and elsewhere. The idea of affecting the Jews was much more profound than it ever had been perhaps since the destruction of the Second Temple. These are the kinds of intellectual ideas that are circulating. Young Kabbalists are feeling like through their studies they can actually alter the shape of history, and they took it very seriously. Yeah, any questions about the intellectual? I'm not quite. I know that person. There are schemes. What do you mean they? I mean, we really need
Welcome.
Mashiach. There's so much.
Hello.
So
What's up? Oh, fuck you, man.
Shine sight, as they say. So that's the spot circle and its influence. There's a very important social and political element to the development of Shabtai Tzvi's activity, and he himself was personally motivated by hearing about the pogroms of 1648-49. In fact, one of his mental breakdowns was specifically related to the day that he heard about the events of what is known in Hebrew literature as the Gzerat Tachbatat. Tachbatat is the Hebrew acronym of the year 1648-49. To give you this in brief, we will, God willing, in another year return to this and understand it in much more profound detail. Our task for today is to understand Shabtai Tzvi. For approximately 400 years, Jews had been moving into Poland, Ukraine, certain parts of Lithuania. Russia itself, Russia proper, was actually closed off to Jews from the year 1479. But Jews were very heavily populated in the west of the Russian Empire. And in those areas, they were principally active as middlemen between the peasants and the landlords. There was an ethnic divide between those three groups, and in many ways there was a profoundly triangular conflict between the Polish landlords, who often lived in the cities in the north, the Ukrainian peasants, who lived in these large tracts of lands called latifundia, and their Jewish leaseholders, where the Poles would hire the Jews as a cabal, would be given the task of collecting a whole slew of taxes from the Ukrainian peasants. These taxes would include, of course, a tax on produce, grain being the principal output of the breadbasket of Europe, but it would also be a tax on tolls if you wanted to cross a bridge, if you wanted to go fishing, if you wanted to go hunting, if you wanted to pick apples, you name it. And there's even some evidence that Jews even collected taxes for the use of the village church, meaning that if you wanted to have your child baptized,
Yo, dog.
you would have to go through the
How are you? What up, Crimes? How you living, pimp? What's good, son?
Limited instances of this, but even one instance of that, the use of it spreads like wildfire.
I figure you might be able to help me, but even if you can't help me directly, you probably figure out how I can find them.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm trying to upgrade the RAM in my laptop.
Sure.
I just need to figure out what fucking RAM's like the best to upgrade to. It's like, I don't know if I'm not able to upgrade speeds. Like, do you know anything about finding out what motherboards capable of?
Yeah, but our best bet is going to use AI.
Just try it though. Yeah, I mean, I tried to like figure out what the best compatibility website is, but I'm looking for a laptop, not a like upgrade desktop.
Okay, so you want a laptop.
I have a laptop. I can send you the specs on it.
Just put them into. Did you put them?
I don't know how to ask AI the right way.
Okay, so what you do is you take the spec, you go to chatgpt.com, you put it in there, and you ask, what's the best way to upgrade my RAM? And let's see what it says. I'm here to help you along the way.
Yeah, all my other friends are sleeping.
You're good, Tim. So you have your specs?
Yeah, but no. Messing around fast.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
So what's it saying?
It's giving me three different determine if there's any details that I need to be worried about when buying. Because it's like SDIMM or something like that. On certain stuff. But it's probably just like a laptop stuff or something.
Superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win. Escape to poolside paradise at MGM Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail, lounge in a luxury cabana, earn a non-stop fun with MGM Rewards. Book a sizzling summer escape today. Visit MGMRewards.com for details. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts.
Is it giving you an answer?
For a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Is it giving you an answer?
Yeah, I'm just figuring it probably doesn't matter if I get faster RAM than I already have. I just need more of it.
That's a good possibility. How much more are you gonna get?
I'm just gonna double it. And it's gonna be maxed out through the motherboard.
Okay. You said it'll be at 16 RAM then?
No, 32.
Oh, dude, that'll be fast as fuck then.
I mean, it'll do what it'll play whatever I need it to do, but it's just got 16 right now, which is kind of it.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
This is a story about pride, greed, envy, and other deadly sins. It's a story about bloodline and yes, murder. Follow the thing about Ella Snowfield wherever you're listening right now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
So did it clarify what you need to do?
Yeah, I got it.
All right. Well, as they say, that's that, right?
Yeah, I pretty much just have to buy a screwdriver and get the ramp.
Have you ever done it before?
Yeah. Just not all that tech savvy for like motherboards and everything to make sure. Holy crap.
What's wrong?
The shock value when you like bring up the price with like the first one in mind. So like realistically, I'm not gonna buy that's bad. I'm either gonna look on Facebook Marketplace for
How much is it?
somewhere like anyway. I'm not gonna the best price. I can make sure that I'm getting the right amount. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I want 2 sticks of 16 gig. Sure that's how I want it. Because I don't think it would be, I don't think it's gonna get one stick of 32 on each.
Can I get that? How much?
I need to check my board too if they only have 1 slot or 2 slots.
How much is the RAM?
Like the best price looks like $100, $77 including shipping.
Well, that's not bad. How much did you think it was going to be?
Yeah, but it'd be 1 stick. So.
Oh, so twice that. So it'd be $200, right?
And it probably only. Huh?
So it's going to be like $200, right?
For what? No, it'd be 1 stick, 32 gigs.
I gotcha.
Maybe I could find it. No, it looks like right. So then,
President Trump heavily with law enforcement in Washington, D.C. On Thursday, the bank officers were cooperating in a federal takeover of the city police as part of its crackdown on crime.
Two incredible results have come out, and it's like a different place.
Right now, since the operation began, public tours of the White House are reported to be suspended due to construction. It's like multiple reports citing White House officials. Construction set to begin soon on a 90,000 square foot ballroom that was recently ordered by the president. Websites of several lawmakers have posted notifications to constituents that White House tours are not available starting next month. That's politics. I'm Tana Trujillo.
Listen to the Stephen King podcast wherever you get your podcasts. This week with Ulster Frank Lutz. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Did you order it?
I'm not gonna order it yet. I'm just gonna figure that out. It'll probably be. Well, I mean, Figure out what my fucking motherboard would support my phone, because that's like laptop RAM. It's not just regular RAM.
Are you sure that it's going to work once you install it?
Yeah, I just gotta figure out. Like, I went to one of the burger places nearby yesterday. I've been like trying to apply to those online remote work jobs. So I've been steadily looking for that stuff. Trying to keep more forward, but I put both my laptops up for sale or trade. I've been looking at other laptops and buying stuff.
Why are you putting your laptops up for sale?
Mostly because like people want crazy amounts for their laptops. Like they're like nearly brand new prices. So I figured I put mine up for brand new and then for 30% off of the price, just to see like how crazy it is to try to sell laptops.
Is anybody
treats me like I'm being rude with them, like just offering cash money or like a partial trade. I do lowball a little bit.
Have you looked at Amazon?
What, they're buying used merchandise?
Yeah. Or refurbished?
I don't really look too much on laptops. Mostly just because I only really have cash. And I'm looking for local meetups. Because like the laptop that I'm talking on is like brand new right now. It goes for like $650. And the laptop that I'm playing my games on, it goes for like $300, and I got it for like $700. But considering that you can get a brand new like 5080 laptop with like a really good Ryzen 9 in it for like $2,200 right now, brand new, like it's just very weird market.
Gathering with singing, often spiritual but not strictly halachic. Lashon Hara Lashon is Hebrew for tongue, Hare Hebrew for the evil. Together. Evil speech. Halachic prohibition against gossip and slander. El Chachula El is Aramaic for from, Chachula is Aramaic for the beginning. Meaning. From the outset. Halachic principle of what should ideally be done. Lashon Hebrew for bread. Central in halacha regarding meals and blessings. Lashon Mishnah Lashon is Hebrew for bread. Mishnah is Hebrew for double.
Oh yeah, definitely. I just had somebody right before you. My friend came in from Australia. I get dozens of people over the course of a day. So that's good.
Levi Hebrew for escorting. Refers to the halachic mitzvah of accompanying the deceased to burial. Levi Hebrew for attached joint. Member of the tribe of Levi, with halachic duties in temple service. Mishnah Hebrew for its sake. Halachic requirement for intent e.g. Torah study, writing a gift. Lo Bashima Im Hi Lo is Hebrew for not, Ba equals in, Shema Im equals heaven, Hi equals it is. Together. It is not in heaven. Halachic principle that Torah interpretation rests with earthly sages. Lo plug Lo is Hebrew for it, plug native for distinguished, divide. Principle. Rabbinic law applies universally, without exceptions. Lo ta'asel is hever for not, ta'asel equals, you shall do. Refers to negative commandment.
Welcome.
Lo did not Lo equals not.
Yo, what up, Joe? How you living, pimp?
Halachic prohibition of the 10 Commandments. Lo terzach Lo equals not. Terzach equals you shall murder. Halachic prohibition.
How's your day going?
Lo tosser Lo equals not. Tosser equals you shall turn aside. Halachic
Yo, Joe, you gotta be 18 to be in here.
Rabbinic authority. Lo Yakel Devaro Lo equals not. Yakel equals profane. Devaro equals his word. Together. He shall not profane his word. Halachic ban on breaking vows. Layla Seder Hebrew Layla equals night. Seder equals order. Refers to the Passover Seder night, structured by halacha with symbolic foods, blessings, and retelling of the Exodus. Lashon Hara Lashon equals tongue. Hara equals the evil. Halachic prohibition against gossip or harmful speech.
Google AI sucks.
Lax Yiddish Latvi equals pancake. Fried potato pancakes eaten on Hanukkah commemorating the miracle of the oil. More Minag custom and halachic obligation. Chatula Aramaic Hebrew phrase meaning from the outset. Halachic principle. Should I be lido before resorting to exceptions? Lechem Hebrew Lechem equals bread. Central to halacha regarding blessing shamatzi and meals. Lechem Mishnah Hebrew phrase double bread. 2 loaves required at Shabbat meal, commemorating the double manna. Let Lechem Hebrew let equals so, Lecha equals for yourself. Name of Torah portion. Significant in students covenantal themes. Lining term from German lesson equals to read. Refers to chanting the Torah reading according to halachic calculation. Lulav Hebrew Lulav equals palm branch. One of the 4 species used in halachic mitzvah on Sukkot. El Bezot Aramaic phrase meaning in the end eventually. Used in halachic discussions in the Talmud. Levi Hebrew Levi equals escort. Halachic mitzvah to accompany the dead to burial. Levi Hebrew Levi equals attached joint. Tribe with halachic roles in temple service, distinct from Kohanim.
Yo, Joe, what's up?
Assisted priests in halachic temple functions.
How old are you, Joe?
Service. Which pass opposite Hebrew phrase chamber of hewn stone.
Joe, how old are you? Hey, take care, man. Joe, you're getting banned, big dog.
Hebrew phrase the great lulav. Sometimes refers to the mitzvah of the 4 species as a whole. Lulav Hebrew phrase the mitzvah of the lulav. Specific halachic rulings regarding shaping of the lulav. El Akayu El Shamra Hebrew to work it and guard it. Biblical phrase describing the nefes duty, interpreted halachically as stewardship obligations. Lo Bashana in High Hebrew it is not in heaven. Halachic principle. Torah law is interpreted by earthly sages, not by miraculous signs. Lo Club Aramaic Hebrew principle meaning do not Jewish. Halachic rule to maintain uniform application of laws without exceptions. Lo Ta'aseh Hebrew lo equals not, Ta'aseh equals you shall do. Refers to prohibitions among the 613 mitzvah. Lo did not Hebrew phrase you shall not steal. Halachin is the 10 commandments. Lo Turkach Hebrew phrase you shall not murder. Halachic prohibition is the 10 commandments. Lo Tasser Hebrew phrase you shall not turn aside. Halachic principle of following rabbinic authority. Lo Yakel Devaro Hebrew he shall not profane his word. Halachic prohibition on breaking vows. Ma'azer Hebrew. Mahi Kron, Azer equals 10 of 10. Refers to the tithe 10% of produce, or income, separated for Levites or poor. Ma'azer Behind Hebrew. Ma'azer equals 10, Behind equals animal tithe. Every 10th kosher animal was consecrated as holy. Ma'azer Kesafim Hebrew. Ma'azer equals 10, Kesafim equals money tithing of money. The practice of giving 10% of income to charity. Ma'azer Rissot Hebrew. Rissot equals first tithe. Given to Levites. Ma'azer Sheni Hebrew. Shani equals second time.
And it's very well known in Ukrainian literature and is in fact a profound element in their full culture, the idea of the oppressive Jew who would prevent Christians from engaging in religious activities. At any rate, the way the economic structure of Ukraine was so situated, the Polish landlord could increase the levies on the Ukrainian peasants, but the Jews were given the task of actually collecting it. So the Ukrainian peasants were upset with the economic oppression of the Poles, who, by the way, were a different faith. The Ukrainians were Orthodox, the Poles were Catholics. And they saw the Jews as the leading edge of the hammer that the Poles held. So there was a 64-89, led by a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky. His name in the literature is spelled with a CH, with a Polish spelling. Khmelnytsky, but it's pronounced Khmelnytsky. And he led a band, disaffected Ukrainian Cossacks in a violent uprising against the Polish landlords. That attack on the Polish landlords was directed principally at the Ukrainian Jewish leaseholders because they were living nearby. Meaning the Ukrainian anger was principally with the Poles, but the Poles are far away, the Jews are right here. So there's absolutely horrific the true scope of the disaster is a matter of some debate among historians. Certainly exaggerated claims put the number of Jewish dead at 250,000, which is rather absurd because there were less than 100,000 Jews living in most of these areas at the time, but it would not be out of range to say perhaps as many as 50,000.
Equals illegitimate child collectively defined as offspring of certain forged union, e.g. adultery or
The
incest.
specific nature of the attacks were unusual. Some of the
Equals
examples of
appearance.
cruelty
Equals high appearance to be high.
sure, but suffice it to say that if you read some of the martyrologies of the period, you'll be shocked. And even we, living after the Holocaust, can't read these kind of descriptions of
R equals
violence.
bitter herb eaten at the Passover Seder to recall
So
the
there was a
bitterness of
huge
slavery
displacement
in
of this
Egypt.
massive Jewish center in the middle of the 17th century. Tremendous amount
Imagine
of
equals
poverty,
supervisor,
tremendous amount of
especially in a
dislocation.
bankrupt food
So
establishment.
many widows, so
Also
many
used
orphans,
for
and
spiritual
this was kind of like following up on the Spanish expulsion. It was the next worst tragedy.
Equals
And the
anointed one
Jews were
Messiah.
intellectually saying to themselves,
The
what
future
will
redeemer
be
in Jewish
next?
belief.
Isn't it already time for Mashiach? It's absolutely
Masa
intolerable.
equals Wimbledon bread used on Passover to
So
recall
with
race,
the
hope, and
intellectual foundations of the
Sabbath.
thought of the Tzvat circle, and
Latent
with the
equals
political and
this.
social
Luna
ramifications
equals
of the Gezerah Tachbatzat, then we can turn specifically
various
to the life of
agricultural
Shabtai
or
Tzvi.
animal portions
Let me
given
pause and ask if there are
equal
any questions to this one.
Masa Asher Hebrew.
Steve, no questions?
Asherah equals rich masa made with fruit and ice wine instead of
All
water.
right, so you can see
Galactically
what kind of
debated
person
for
Steve
use
is,
as
because
Passover.
when it comes to davening,
Masa
he sits right up
SH
here.
Hebrew.
He's right up front of the Kaddish Baruch.
SH
And when it comes
equals
to like
washed
sitting
on
with
the
the
day
crowd,
from weak
sits
guarded
in the
from
back.
contact with water to avoid
All right.
leavening.
Who was
Mentions
Shabtai
of Hebrew.
Tzvi? He was an Ashkenazi
Mentions
who
of
was
equals
born
divider
in
partition
Izmir,
separating men and
also
women
known
in
as
synagogue.
Smyrna, which is in Asia
Mention
Minor.
of Hebrew.
He was either actually
Mention of
born
equals
on Tisha
forgiveness,
B'Av
legal
of
galactic release from undead
1626,
horses.
or it could be that that day was fabricated by his followers because there is a
Mention of
midrash that
equals sale.
says
Chemex
the
equals
Messiah
wedding
would be
ritual
born
sale
on
of Chemex
9
to
Elul.
Ananu before
That's
Passover.
the horrible fast day that commemorates the various tragedies that affected
Equals
Jewish people.
obligated
And of
legally
course, he
bound
should
to
be born
perform
on the day that corresponds with the midrash.
Nephews
One
on
of the
Passover
difficulties of understanding the details of
I have
Shabtai Tzvi's life
controversy ensued because of the historical order of operations from
by his followers specifically with an eye to conforming to the various midrashim that assert that he is Mashiach. Nevertheless, in the pre-modern period, printing is now available, and it will actually play a dramatic role in Shabtai Tzvi's revelation as Mashiach. This material disseminates very fast. Jews are avid readers in the 17th century, and they are scooping up these books, and they're really digesting them. His father dealt in poultry. He sold chickens, and he was a struggling businessman, but his three sons in the Tzvi family, Eliyahu and Yosef, ended up becoming very successful merchants. They ended up following their brother Shabtai into development, as we shall see how that develops. They came from a fairly humble background.
Also can collapse.
Nazim living in
Nevada
Asia
Hebrew.
Minor.
Nevada
And he was
Hebrew
the
rest
scholar
refers
of
to
the family.
combat rest.
He was the baby of the family, and even his detractors are very happy to admit that
Category of blessing for the
Gaan de hele zomer lang Porsche
at the age of 15, he had run
klopboormachine Easy Impact voor 89,99.
educated, and so he studied on his own. At the age of 18,
The Joe Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
He did, however, have a very profound ascetic sense. He was a loner. Like Muhammad, ironically, he liked to go for long walks in the wilderness.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Nice to meet you. Pleasure. I love your channel, man. It's really great. You're really doing some really interesting videos. When did you get started? Thanks. Well, I only just started the YouTube less than a year ago. That's crazy. It's been a bit of a long time. It was like one of them YouTube recommended things that just popped up. And I don't remember which one it was. Something on ancient history. Yeah, it was like, yeah, it was cool. I mean, yeah, I started just under a year ago, but no one started watching until like March. And I think you used to see me just after that point. It's been a bit of a big journey since then. But it's been very exciting. Very happy to be here today. Very excited to be in Austin. And yeah, looking forward to talking about this. So did you start off on a traditional academic journey and then sort of get sidetracked into a YouTube career like this? Or yeah, basically, so I studied ancient history at university for 4 years. I've always been interested in history all the way through. Like I was fascinated by history as a kid, and got to the stage in my life where it was, you know, thinking about going to university. So I thought, I'll do ancient history at university and study there for 4 years, graduated, all of that kind of stuff. But there came a point during my degree where I was kind of, you know, a little bit, I didn't quite agree with the kind of high level ideas regarding the timeline of history and what we're taught about our ancient past. It wasn't that I disputed anything that I've been taught. I have like great respect for the people that I met at university and my professors. I couldn't dispute anything that we were taught actually on the course, but it was more the kind of high level macro perspective of history that I found myself having more and more questions about. Yeah, so what I like, it was kind of big questions regarding the origins of civilization and how deep civilization goes and how complex human behavior, way back further into history than we were being taught. And I wasn't I just didn't buy this idea for like far stretches of time because it was during my course they found that they made this discovery in Morocco in 2017 and that was when I was at university. It was at them, so no, I was saying, so I can't remember, it's called like the Gem site or something like that. But they were modern Homo sapien remains, not the Neanderthal mission because they were so old. They're 315,000 years old. That's kind of like an estimate. It goes up to potentially 360,000 years old. So they're super old. Yeah, they thought they were initially Neanderthals at this age, but then they discovered a few more and they classified them as Homo sapien. And when I saw that, I was like, how is this not kicking up more of a fuss? Because before them, the oldest Homo sapien remains we had were around 200,000 years old. That had been the case for like a decade or something, and before that, it was like 100,000 years old. So this discovery pushed back the age of our species by another third, like 100,000 years. So I saw that and I was thinking, like, how are we still basing our kind of idea of history on the fact that nothing happened for, you know, 310,000 years happened in like the last 10,000 years since the Neolithic Revolution. I just thought that was happening for so long, and yet we've been taught that nothing had happened until, you know, the last 10,000 years. That just didn't make sense. So that's kind of where I started thinking about it. We did this module at university, I remember, called it was called something like cataclysms or something, and it was about how in recorded history natural disaster
had a big impact on human society like that, and how like small, like tiny changes in climate could massively disrupt human civilization and bring them all crashing down. And the case study they used was something the late Voltage Club, the late Voltage, it's when all these like powerful, influential civilizations have become a peak of human progress around 1000 BC, simultaneously crashing down. And no one was quite sure why it was, but the best theory we have is that it's Russian climate factors which led to trade disruption, which led to societal unrest, and then all these empires like the Hittite Empire, the Syrian Empire, the Palestinian Mycenaean Greece, the Egyptian New Kingdom, within a 20 to 30, 40-year period all came crashing down at the exact same time. And I remember being focused by that. I was like, that's so crazy. Like, we don't even know why this happened, but it was like a half-degree change in climate. And so I remember starting to research how bad during history and how it had been like these big climatic episodes during prehistory. That had caused all these civilizations to collapse. Just like a 20-degree change in climate, which caused drought, which led to those civilizations collapsing. Some of the stuff that had been happening during prehistory was so much worse than that. And that got me thinking, like, how do we know that sophisticated human culture hadn't flourished 10,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, 200,000 years ago, and collapsed due to climate change or natural disasters, volcanoes, comet impacts, anything like that. That's kind of what set me on the journey now. I'm like, the discovery of the remains of Morocco. That really got me thinking about the story we've been told regarding our past and how I wasn't quite sure. That's kind of made me initially kind of break away from the traditional timeline that we were being told. The term prehistory is weird because it's like, according to what we find, how do we know what historical, if there was a great cataclysm like the younger tribes, how much would be written down? What would be left? How would you find it? What would you know? That's one of the things that disturbs me the most is the arrogance that some academics have to having a definitive understanding of the exact timeline of agriculture, civilization, and then modern humans. I feel like academics, as opposed to the alternative history, we don't know that his actual physical scenario, whereas I feel like more mainstream, for want of a better word, I don't like using that because I don't think there's such thing as a mainstream, it's not like there's a group of people that all collected to the side, but some, particularly vocal mainstream kind of historians and scientists, seem to claim to know absolute truth about the past, and that's just stupid. Like, how can anyone know what happened 100,000 years ago, 200,000 years ago? It kind of gets me a little bit riled up, because at the end of the day, none of us know what happened back then, so I think a lot more possibilities are, possible than what many people appreciate. Did you ever see, there was a video documentary back in the day, something called Mystery Sphinx, and there was this archaeologist that was mocking Graham Hancock's ideas and Dr. Robert Schoch's ideas about the timeline, saying, talking about things that existed pre-10,000 years, and he was saying, what evidence, he was like laughing, what evidence is there of any civilization from 10,000 years ago? This was literally, I think, around the same time that they discovered to go back to the base. Like this guy was mocking it, I think, slightly thereafter they discovered which threw everything into a tizzy, because now you've got something that was absolutely covered, they believe intentionally, somewhere in the neighborhood of 11,000 years ago. Yeah, I think that he's having the biggest at least for the idea that civilization is older and more complex than the traditional model suggests, because obviously actually it's not 12,000 years old and it's massive megalithic pillars. I mean, about Göbekli Tepe, probably most people listening to this one know about Göbekli Tepe, but it's such a clear sign that sophisticated human culture was way earlier than the conventional timeline suggests. I think that at least should throw a monkey wrench into a lot of these people's ideas regarding fiction when it began, because clearly the toolkit for civilization existed 12,000 years ago, so why couldn't it exist a little bit earlier than that? Why, if it existed then, did it then take another 6,000 years for it to emerge in ancient Sumer, which is the kind of traditional thought to be the earliest civilization? So Göbekli Tepe is fascinating. I love it. It's a really interesting site. I think it will one day be classed as civilization. I'm certain that when enough time passes, we'll look at that and look at agriculture. The whole attached to agriculture, there's like 14 sites at least. They all have this kind of negative architecture, shared symbolism. They all clearly connected. Like, it's crazy how it's not defined as anything other than hunter-gatherers. People think that hunter-gatherers built Göbekli Tepe, then it's a massively updated definition of what a hunter-gatherer is, because clearly they had surplus. They weren't just living in sites in their spare time. And, yeah, it's a true paradigm shift inside what they've discovered so far is they have only unearthed 5% of it, which is even more so, because you have so much stuff that's underground. You have no idea what's on those pillars. There's speculation that one of the pillars from Göbekli Tepe that is unearthed is some calendar of events, and they believe that it depicts sort of a disaster, like that these, whatever, how they're making these images to either an impact or something, but there's a timeline that's inscribed in these pillars. Yeah, there's like a study that was written on a paper that was written, and they think it's pillar 43, I think it is, it's kind of like a cosmic calendar, and it's like almost a prediction of an impact that could happen or already has happened. And it's like a warning for the future. I mean, that is still something there's big research that's done into that that suggests that's what it is. It's certainly a site that has cosmic alignment, which is something that we can say about so many ancient sites around the world, which is another thing that isn't really considered by quote-unquote mainstream archaeology perhaps as much as it should be. Yeah, it's a fascinating site, and I really think it displays a lot about how human ingenuity and civilization. People get a bit stuck on civilization because we have this very narrow definition of what civilization is, where basically based on the old world of Mesopotamia, which is ancient. Because that was the earliest known civilization for so long, we kind of constructed this whole idea about what civilization is based on Mesopotamia. Well, I don't see what that civilization is, because there was just one civilization, and just because that was the earliest one, that for a long time and still is thought of as such, doesn't mean that that's the only way that humanity can flourish, because humans are so adaptable, we do so many different things, and we're clever in different ways, and we, change to different environments. I think that definition has really kept people kind of boxed in when thinking about how sophisticated human culture could flourish in different environments, with different pressures. I think that's kind of forced people to not consider what possibilities are out there. I think it's even more fascinating if you consider the fact that ancient Sumer, that part of the world from about 6,000 years ago is where they're saying that this is the birthplace of civilization. But if you do have this evidence of Göbekli Tepe, and then we are talking about some sort of an ancient civilization that lived 12,000 years ago, what happened? What was the gap between that and then it took 6,000 years before they started civilization back up again? Sort of a reimagining of civilization, which makes you really illegal. At least makes me really consider the possibility of cataclysm, because if people that survive, whatever they would be, they would probably be living off the land, they'd probably be nearly getting by and barbaric for a long time. And if it really took 6,000 years to kind of like settle down again, that's fascinating to me. Yeah, and it builds into this idea that we have the agriculture leads to civilization, because that bizarre thing that agriculture appears in multiple different places at pretty much the exact same time all over the world. That's never made sense to me, because if agriculture was such a kind of vital invention for civilization to flourish, then why did no one invent it for 310,000 years? And then in South America, in Mesopotamia, in ancient China, and you could argue there's other different places that, let's say there's like South America and there's Central America, you could argue that's potentially connected, but a lot of people say it isn't. So how can agriculture, if it's such an incredible invention, be invented by multiple people at the same time, and then no one else thought of it before? It doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense they wouldn't figure out seeds. How do you not know eventually that these seeds are dropping, and then you see seedlings that are coming out of the ground? Just that seems pretty logical and easy connection. And they said, oh, well, if we gather these seeds, they go plant them over there. You know, maybe we can get some fruit trees over here. Yeah, oh, look at that, it worked. That doesn't seems like you figure that out in one lifetime.
So I think the idea always has been that it's because of the climate, right? It's because of the Holocene, which began around 12,000 years ago. As we came out of that, we had kind of stable climate conditions that we still live in today. That's why they were the invention of agriculture, right? But then the question I always ask is, what about the other periods that have come in the past? If, as the idea is that, stable climate agriculture, then why couldn't such a thing have happened in the period 120,000 years ago? Well, there's been 4 distinct periods that have lasted for like 10,000 years while humans have been around, at least. And obviously, these Morocco remains of Homo sapiens. It's unlikely they're the earliest Homo sapiens that ever lived. They're just the earliest we found. So we could be even older than that. So it's only been 3 or 4 distinct periods before the Holocene. And if the argument is that the Holocene was what led to the invention of agriculture due to the stable climate, then why couldn't it have happened in the earlier periods? That's the question I always ask myself. I'm fascinated by it.
And the real problem is the weapons of hell.
Yeah, so this is the present problem. This is something I talk about in my videos, so I kind of always ask the question, what if human culture had flourished in the year, for example, which was from 130 to 115,000 years ago? What realistically would survive? Because it's such a vast length of time that it's really unlikely, at least as far as I can tell. Obviously, I'm not a scientist, I'm not like a material scientist, I'm just a historian technically, but plenty materials, but even our modern materials in our huge civilization that, 8 billion people, industrial society, sending rockets to space, all the crazy stuff that we're doing. Even us, if we did tomorrow, I think it would be extremely unlikely that pretty much everything would survive. We get onto these huge timescales of like 100,000 years. So I've been doing quite a lot of research into this. I obviously don't want to, get things wrong, put falsehoods out there and mislead people. I don't want to look like a dickhead in front of like millions of people or whatever. So I'm trying to debunk myself, play devil's advocate to myself on this point, because that's the best way to make your argument airtight, and no one's really out there debunking me. I don't know if that's because I'm right, because no one knows me, maybe I'll change on a show like this, but I've been really looking into the kind of degradation of modern materials as much as I can, trying to work out how much would survive from a civilization like ours if we disappear tomorrow in 100,000 years' time.
Right, like someplace like London or Manhattan, what would be left in 100,000 years?
Like an actual modern city. And the scary truth is, it's almost nothing. Like, really. As far as I can tell, cement buildings, they would just deteriorate. They would go like concrete would crack and you get CO2 in there, freeze-thaw weathering, and these huge timescales of like 5,000 years, 10,000 years, it would just crumble down into the absolutely imperceptible 10,000 years. I think so. Obviously, I'm just doing this off the top of my head. I haven't got any notes in front of me, but as far as I can tell from my research, it's going to be a few like 10,000 years, 20,000 years max. It's not going to get up to 100,000 years.
So if you do add in, if you think about what Manhattan would look like in 100,000 years, it's almost nothing.
I would say just to get overrun by trees again. Yeah, because there's just such an incredible amount of time that all these materials that we build are just going to corrode, and they're going to rust away, and their metals, they're going to oxidize, they're going to float into just tiny little fragments that are just sedimentary records, and they're just invisible to see. Same with concrete, even things like glass. I've heard a lot of people say that glass would potentially survive because glass is very durable material. Glass would survive a long time, but glass in the form of a human-made, recognizable artifact isn't going to survive in that form. It's going to get crushed, it's going to break away into tiny nano fragments, into silica grains that are just invisible in the kind of archaeological record when you get up to these huge levels of time. Yeah, I mean, there's, I would say almost nothing survives. But again, with the caveat that I'm just a random dude who's investigated this on the internet and researched this myself. I'm not a scientist. If anyone out there is a material scientist, I encourage them to reach out to me. So, as far as I can tell, there are very few things that could possibly survive that long. We're pretty crazy. Pretty crazy shit. So things like weapons, like testing weapons in the atmosphere, you could argue if you went to look for, we could see traces of plutonium in the atmosphere from our nuclear testing, or we could see our nuclear waste deposits, or things like half stone. Because stone obviously survives a very long time. Human carved stone, you'd be able to find that. We do find that. We find stone tools, but just because ancient humans used stone tools doesn't mean they didn't use anything else. It's just stone is the most likely thing to survive. And the crazy thing is, do you know how many sites we have on those alien sites from? More than 100,000 years ago. Sites, 9 glimpses, 9 snapshots into over 200,000 years of history, 9 moments in time. And I'll use that to extrapolate out what every single human was doing. 9 globes. Yeah. This episode is brought to you by Whoop. You probably heard me talk about Whoop before, but if you hadn't, here is the rundown. With Whoop, the goal isn't just to live longer, it's to live better. Well, Whoop sent me their latest tracker, Whoop 5.0, and I love it. I love all the new features, especially the new battery. It lasts for over 2 weeks on a single charge, so you never miss a beat. But there's one new feature that's really exciting. Health Span is a totally new feature on the Whoop app that shows how fast your body is aging, and if you skew younger or older than your actual age, helping you slow your aging down so you can keep doing what you. It pulls from 9 metrics backed by science like sleep consistency, heart rate zones, and VO2 max to give you a personalized Whoop age. Join whoop.com/JRE and get a free trial. That's join.whoop.com/JRE for 1 month free of Whoop. Check it out. And where are they most successful? And so, what do they find? What do they evidence? It's usually caves, and it's usually just, remains of 5 hits and stone tools. And that's kind of it. And so we see that everything up there, they just get the caves and stone tools. Right. But it's 9 insights, 9 months, it's like 200. There's people that essentially live like that right now in some parts of the world, which is really weird. Right, because we want to think about technology and advancement of civilization being sort of universal, but it's really not. There's people that are living a subsistence lifestyle right now. There's people that are uncontacted right now. At the same time, it's right. I mean, that's the weirdest responses when you see them get invaded in the Amazon. When you see them contact these people and they're putting bows in and they're naked. Yeah, exactly. Well, we saw that. Some humans can do so many different things. As you say, right now we're sending rockets to space and people are living in very traditional ways of life. And that just because we find traditional ways of life in already 9 sites to cover 200,000 years, in my view, that's just what we can see. That's just the kind of wisdom I think regarding what possibly survive. Think of all the human lives, stories, cultures that have existed for the whole species' existence. If we only have 9 little glimpses, and to be fair, that 9 is, you could say it's up to 15 because it's sometimes debated, but either way, it's a tiny amount of human scientific human life. Just because in that fragment, in that snapshot, in that slither, all we see is some humans with slow tools in caves, doesn't mean that nothing else was happening.
Well, a good piece of evidence to that, point in that direction, is Egypt. Because Egypt, even if you accept the conventional timeline of Egypt, which is 2,500 BC for the Great Pyramid, go look at the rest of the world. 2,500 BC, I was saying, nothing even close.
Yeah, they were clearly, even if you kind of look at the conventional model of history, the ancient Egyptians were wildly ahead of everyone else. It's just so weird. It's so weird. And that's the theory. And the conventionals don't really give us any explanations of how they were doing what they were doing.
Arrogantly dismiss any other explanations, which is really weird. When you're talking about these immense structures that are baffling, absolutely baffling to anybody who's being honest. What's your take on these Italian researchers that are looking at the tomography and they're looking at these things that they believe are underneath the Great Pyramid and some other structures in Egypt?
Yeah, the kind of, what's it called, SARS toppler. I mean, I don't know. I'm always a little bit suspicious when you make sensationalist claims with new technology, and that doesn't mean it's right. I just
It's bonkers. What they're saying is 2 kilometers deep underneath the Great Pyramid, these structures, and there's hundreds of meters of these pylons, these pillars that are in uniform positions with some sort of a coil wrapped around them. Like, what is that? Is that real? And they reproduce it in multiple different scans, but I don't understand the technology. I understand what the errors could be, like what could possibly cause it to glitch.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would love it to be true, obviously, because
I would love it. That's the problem. Is the same problem that I have with UFOs and everything else. You want it to be true, 100%. So it clouds my judgment, and then I have to get my analytical mind to say, "Shut up, and let's look at this honestly."
But I mean, I think there's definitely something that's always been written about in ancient sources, and these kind of scans, and then people kind of, you have stories of people going down into labyrinths that aren't, accepted by Egyptology, and there's definitely massive mysteries surrounding Giza and the construction of the pyramids, and what could potentially be below the pyramids, and this kind of new pyramid scan project has the potential, I think, to make big progress in understanding what is below Giza. But I don't know, until there's better data out there, I'm not gonna jump to any conclusions and declare that this is like evidence of lost advanced civilization.
No, you can't. But I am so excited about just the possibility that they're right, because they are right. That's the greatest monkey wrench into history that's ever existed. Explain away that with ancient people with stone tools or copper. Explain that away.
They probably try, mate, because it already doesn't make sense. Their explanation for the construction of the pyramids being wooden sledges and sledges, or whatever they say. It already doesn't make sense. It's already so ridiculous that I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to explain away these.
Well, then it'll discredit them, because the problem is, if it does indicate that the pyramid is something other than a tomb,
I don't even see any evidence that the Great Pyramid at Giza, what's the evidence that that was a tomb? I don't think they've ever found a body in there. It's just the chamber which they've complicated. Right. I mean, I'm not an expert in ancient Egypt by any respect, but it's always baffled me that they're so determined that the pyramids are tombs just because some later pyramids have had, mummies, pharaohs, and so on found inside them.
But that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean that they don't. That also could mean that the pharaoh side of them was his, one we buried inside of it. It had existed for thousands of years before they ever shot there.
And you find bodies in buildings today, and that doesn't mean the purpose of that building was to be a tomb.
Which is exactly someone. Yeah, it's a weird assumption. It's a very weird assumption. And did you ever reading Christopher Dunn's work?
I know it. I know a bit about it. It's interesting. He's like a serious guy, isn't he? He's an engineer. Exactly. He has quite serious theories.
He thinks it's a power plant.
Yeah, which would be crazy.
Especially
you add into that the grandparents' ideas and some of these other people's ideas, then perhaps some of these structures are far well, there's a reliable correlation. Also the fact that the deeper you go into the sand, the more sophisticated the building techniques are. I guess weird, like larger stones. What happened? All of like ancient Egypt and the Sahara Desert in general just doesn't make sense. When you look at the Sahara Desert, the fact that it was for 9,000 years, and then it stopped at precisely the time that we're told ancient Egypt emerged, that doesn't make sense. That defies how civilization works. Why would civilization only emerge after the climate got worse? Right, that doesn't make sense at all. And so little research done in sub-Saharan Africa, where they've actually gone into the ground and done like large-scale research of these immense areas. Nothing. The Sahara Desert is vast, obviously covered in sand and extremely hot, extremely difficult to survey, physically unstable, and there's basically been no archaeological work done across the whole world. The Sahara Desert is massive. It's like the whole of North Africa right down to it's massive, and you can fit the United States, you can fit anything in there, like a whole preceding civilization for 9,000 years leading up to ancient Egypt. Like, it's the perfect place. It's like Mesopotamia. It's right by Egypt, and yet we have this blank spot for the 9,000 years before the development of civilization, which is kind of also the gap between, it's a little bit less than this, but the gap between Göbekli Tepe and the civilization. We have this huge area which would have been perfect for civilization, full of rivers, grasslands, perfect climate, and it's just missing abundant resources where they could establish a stable civilization because they had so much food and they weren't being attacked, so they could kind of set up shop and figure some things out over a long period of time. So my theory is that things were happening in the Sahara Desert when it was green Sahara for those 9,000 years, and then because it was really quick, that's what I don't think people realize is that when the Sahara Desert turned from pre-lush paradise, whatever you want to call it, to the desert, it was like a few centuries. It's called rapid desertification, and it flipped through obviously. But a few centuries compared to 9,000 years is a rapid change. And for any kind of culture that was living there, you wouldn't have noticed it straight away. But in 50 years, you're like, it's getting a bit hot, like, shit's going on. And it's, I think people migrated to the last which were still living, which is the Nile River. And then the kind of survivors or the migratory populations developed around the Nile River. Using the kind of experience and knowledge of the kind of history of their culture in the pre-Sahara period. That is what meant ancient Egypt. I mean, that's just it's also just an assumption that ancient Egypt didn't exist alongside that. That's true, or even previous to that, which is also possible, especially when you consider what Rabbi Rothschild thinks about the erosion, the water erosion, the Temple of the Sphinx. Yeah, the kind of explanation away of that also never made sense to me that it's window sand, because when you see pictures of the Sphinx, even from when they kind of found it, it's buried in sand, and there's records from the Egyptians themselves who excavated it effectively because it was covered in sand. So if it quickly gets covered in sand, how could it be eroded by wind and sand if it doesn't take very long for it to kind of get filled up with sand? But now there's wind and sand erosion. Even I've never seen anyone have the fascinating to me because the deep fissures that clearly look like rainfall, like something that water does over thousands of years. Yeah. And when you use whales, there were whales, the Valley of the Whales. Yeah, it's just miles south of Cairo. That's crazy. They find hundreds of whales in the desert. That's so look at that image. That's so nuts. That is so nuts. Find them all these years later. Because that's the weird thing about fossils and bones in general is that most of them never going to find because they get eaten, they deteriorate, they're gone. Like, it's very difficult to make a fossil you think about our, quote unquote fossil record, it's really weird because it's hard to make a fossil. So we're dealing with a very small amount of beans that get turned into a fossil. And that is what we're using as our understanding of like life. Yeah, it's weird. Because it's so limited. So when was the Sahara was something was that it was like a mass flood during the kind of young dry period. I think they're talking about bones. Yeah, all of these whale bones supposed to be. I think millions of years in the water, right? So are we talking like Pangea time? Even you don't see all the very like kind of 12,000 massive river system. By the time about the river system, 40 million years old. Yeah, 40 million years old. Oh my god. Crib whales documenting, how do you say that word? Cetacean? How do you say that word? Cetacean transition. Ceridians and reptiles as well as shark from the Geneham Formation 40 to 41 million years ago. Strata It contains extensive vertebrate fossils with a 200-kilometer area. Fossils are present in high numbers and often show excellent quality of preservation. The most conspicuous fossils are skeletons and bones of whales and sea cows. You ever see the precursor to whales, like where whales came from? It was an ancient animal, almost like a sea. Oh, stay well and out. Yeah, it's super weird. It was some animal that supposedly lived on land. It is real freaky looking, almost dog-like. And that thing eventually I just like swimming. And then one day it said, I'm never going back to the land. It's filled with assholes. I've seen a lot out here in the other. Coming in the Nintendo shirt. Wow, that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. But there's some images of it on land. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Was what whales came from. They walked around the ground. And then eventually said, 40 million years ago, let's kill it. Maybe. Interesting symbol, right? Because they do know that when whales walk Egypt, wow. I was we're talking to some guy that found definitive evidence of dinosaurs in Egypt. So if you go back far enough, there were dinosaurs living in that part of the world as well. What's that one image you just saw right there with the mouth open? Yeah, that one. That's crazy. Historic whale ancestors doing that thing. Wow, that's great. Life is hard when there's no doors. That's the problem with the ocean. There's no doors. There's nowhere to hide. So it's just constant chaos. It is just constant things eating things in this 3D space. So they go up and down and side to side. And that's just nature, isn't it? Yeah, it's just killing everything else. Yes. This episode is brought to you by Uber Eats. Summer is here, and you can now get almost anything you need for your sunny days delivered with Uber Eats. What do I mean by almost? Well, you can't get a well-groomed lawn delivered, but you can get chicken parmesan delivered. No, a bottle of rum? Yes. Uber Eats can definitely get you that for almost with Uber Eats or now. For alcohol, you must be legal drinking age. Please enjoy responsibly. Product availability varies by region. See app for details. But we figured it out. outdoors. I did. Figured out walls and doors, and that changed the game. But when did we do that, Joey? That's the question. That is the question. A lot of people claim to think, and the kind of consensus always is that we didn't, years ago, we didn't settle down and form permanent communities until the Neolithic Revolution. I think that's one of the major paradigms, if you like, that we have regarding our past that simply doesn't make sense in light of new evidence. Like, just, what is that evidence that they wood construction far longer than they thought of construction? This is something I talk about a lot in my videos because I think it's a crazy find, and I don't understand why it's not kicking up more of a fuss. Like, if I'm the guy that has to kick up a fuss about it, then I'll be that guy because basically, the idea has always been that humans were nomadic peasants that lived in caves or just kind of walked around all of our history until the Neolithic Revolution, the invention of agriculture, 12,000 years ago. And no earlier than that did we ever settle down and live in permanent settlements. The Colombo structure was something they found a few years ago in modern-day Zambia. And what it is these pieces of wood, and I'll get to the point about why this wood has survived in a minute, because obviously, why it's surviving this long is crazy. But there you go, yes, the Colombo structure is these pieces of wood that have been joined together deliberately, cut in notches, connected together, tapered, and secured. And they think it was either a kind of raised walkway, like a raised dwelling, a hut, some kind of structure. Why is this so paradigm shifting? It's because it kind of screamed that humans potentially lived in permanent settlement. Sorry, I don't mean to say this is 476,000 years old, so this predates Homo sapiens. So allegedly, because we, exactly. We found out that they lived 300,000. And actually, it's our last common ancestor with Neanderthals, so they're kind of the human species that came. So I guess you're right, it could have been Homo sapiens, and we're just not sure how old we are, but it's kind of attributed to Homo heidelbergensis, and the only reason this structure survived at all is because pretty soon after its construction, it must have fallen into a bog, and that bog kind of got solidified over by the sun, and then it was preserved in waterlogged sediment, which protected it from decay for almost 500,000 years until it was discovered by us recently. However, I think about 5 years ago, maybe, I was in 2019. It's crazy. So that's a monkey wrench. I would say it's a massive monkey wrench because not only does it kind of really dispute this idea of didn't settle down until, the revolution. It's a structure. I mean, and it's just it's so unlikely to sort of survive, but that kind of suggests that it's not the only one. There could have been loads of structures everywhere. And as you said, Manhattan wouldn't exist in 100,000, 176,000 years. It's ridiculous. It's just wood, which is less durable than all the other things we're talking about. Yeah, and obviously, people maybe say, well, look, clearly things survive. This is an extreme edge case scenario where it's unlikely that this structure would kind of sink into a bog, and that bog, then it would stay in that preserve because at the end of the day, they would find it. And then they would find it exactly. 176,000 years. Yeah, exactly. We don't think that far for anything sophisticated because we think, nothing happened back then. And then you find this, it really suggests that humans were living in much more complex societies. The fact that they had the cognitive capacity to plan, structure engineer, and build a structure completely flies in the face of all of our ancient humans. Because we've always had this idea that there's been this very popular idea in kind of mainstream historical thought only got smart around 50 to 60,000 years ago, and that's just for the sake of the human species. Never got smart, never achieved what we call modernity. And this has always been the kind of idea that we went through this cognitive revolution around 50 to 60,000 years ago. And the most obvious bit in kind of academic thought is, have you ever read the book Sapiens? Yeah. You've all know it's an extremely popular, multi-million copies worldwide. By far the most popular book about pre-Henry storyline. Say things didn't come into anything new. It didn't. Harari himself would admit this. It didn't. It kind of just collected the consensus of academia and presented it in a nice, digestible way to the an audience, but he took this idea that's always been present in media regarding human intelligence, which is that while we've been around for quite a long time, we didn't achieve behavioral modernity until 50 to 60,000 years ago. Currently displaying complex cognitive traits like abstract thinking and planning, burying our dead. Oh, yeah, exactly, and complex language and things like that. And this just completely flies in the face of that, because if we have the capability to plan, construct, and enter 476,000 years ago, that means mainstream anthropology was off by over 400,000 years regarding the advent of permanent living. And that's quite the edges. Yes, exactly. So that kind of suggests there could be quite similar margins about other developmental claims. Because, well, it's also when you think about the history of the Earth, there are times that we know that there's great bottlenecks that occurred because of some sort of massive natural catastrophe, like the Toba volcano. The Toba volcano, which was 70 years ago. People down to a few thousand survivors on Earth. Yeah, there's loads of these bottlenecks. Yeah. Just that something happened. Right. Well, you're thinking about what evidence there is, and then you think about, well, there's no one left except a few thousand people 70,000 years ago. So it's possible that there's been this rise of some sort of a civilization, and then massive catastrophe and a rebuilding. Just like if we're talking about the Younger Dryas, which is in this time period, we're talking about, you're dealing with fairly recent, right? Very recent, right? And think about the 6,000 years it took for civilization to reemerge from that. Now you think, and you've knocked down the entire population of the planet to what they think it was. See if you can find out what the number was. I think it was very low. I think it was below 3,000 people on Earth. On Earth, yeah, just from one natural disaster. One massive super volcano, which is, by the way, just like Yellowstone. That's there because it's going to happen again. That motherfucker is bubbling. Here it is. Almost all of humanity leaving Earth. 3,000 and 10,000 humans left on the planet. That's crazy. Wow. Super volcano isn't the only thing, there's so many others. What time period is this, Jerry? 74,000 years ago. So that's quite recent. Yeah. In terms of our story. Well, in terms of your theory that I thought was one of the most interesting ones I brought up, that you know anatomical humans, just based on what we've agreed to, based on what we found 300,000 years. Like, one of the possibilities that there have been civilizations that emerged and were destroyed, and then there's no evidence of them. Yeah, because I mean, aside from the preservation problem, which we kind of already talked about when you get up to the massive timescales, very limited resupply, especially when you think about what early humans were like building with. Yeah, like, it's probably the things that can find in their environment. Like wood, hide, heart remains. Nothing left. Just look at what we know about the Amazon. Now, because of LiDAR and because of Percy Fawcett, because these people that made these journeys down there looking for these complex that at one point in time now we know did exist there, and just 100 years later they call those people liars because they went back to the same place and there was nothing left. That's always been, for science that's kind of the most popular idea of lost civilizations was civilizations of the Amazon, and it was always dismissed. Oh, crazy. Have you seen Detroit? Have you seen the evidence of Detroit trees going through houses? That's like 50 years. That's Chernobyl, the kind of exclusion zone where there's already like trees everywhere and taking root after less than half a century. Yeah, bizarre. And then you 100,000 years, right? What's going to be there? Very, very little. And then if you could 1,000 years. I mean, if anatomically modern humans, if we've discovered them, the 300,000 years with somebody digs one up, that's what you do. And then you gotta go, oh boy. Because there's also Neanderthals were stupid. They're kind of abandoning that now too. They think of language, they had tools, they had society. There's so much evidence, and this kind of puts into their reputation of the only smart species. Like our name that we gave ourselves, Homo sapiens, literally means smart man. It's always been the idea that we're the smartest humans, and that's why we won. To be fair, we did whatever. We might just be the most evil. Yeah, we're slightly the luckiest ones, you know. We're the weakest, so we probably had to be evil, trying to figure out weapons that were Neanderthals who had, by the way, larger brain capacities than they were just. That's a claim that probably some people would dispute, but I think there's lots of evidence that they were very smart. Well, necessity is the mother of invention, right? And be weaker than these other things that are as intelligent as you and far stronger. You gotta get devious. You gotta figure out, did we even, maybe they got wiped out by something like disease, or did they even get wiped out? Because if you even look at the DNA of non-African humans, it's like 20% in some populations. They're completely, well, they just sort of interbred. Yeah, which is also weird, because species can't breed with other species. Yeah. We're very, it's weird. The whole history of humans is weird, and for academics' ability to me seems so short-sighted. It's silly. I think we're on the brink of quite a massive. I think so too, and I think it has to happen where, I don't mean to say this to be cruel, but the old people have to die. It's that quote, isn't it? Science advances on funeral time. I feel like taking that life is just the next thing. Well, the good scientists will take care of themselves. Which is also weird. We see super intelligent people that are obese and eat terrible food. Health experts. Airborne health experts. Not real ones. But it is a great disservice, and one of the things that I find very promising is that a lot of young academics are embracing alternative ideas, whether quietly doing it publicly. Yeah, well, I think the advent of the internet and shows like this, podcasting, has really used the access to information and theories that potentially wouldn't have been able to get out there the pre-internet age when people kind of had to go through an academic institution to get theory heard or debated. Now anyone can say anything for better or worse, and that can reach millions of people, and then if it's an idea that's popular, then it can kind of be in the public eye, and then it can be debated properly. And I think that's only a good thing. Obviously, there are negatives. I think that will increase, ideas regarding prehistory, for example. I think it will increase the rate in which these things will get accepted, because once the evidence is out there, and once you start talking about the karma structure, for example, how it completely flies in the face of both these paradigms, permanent living and intelligence. It's out there now. People can see that this is completely kind of opposed to what we've always been taught regarding prehistory. And isn't it kind of arrogant to assume that they know who built it too? That's weird too, because they're basing it on the system that human beings didn't exist back then. At least Homo sapiens didn't exist back then. It's also being challenged over and over and over. Yeah, the fact they base on Hypogenesis is literally just because we found Hypogenesis remains like 200 kilometers away. And they're like, okay. It could have been, to be fair. It could have been. But I mean, right now, there's people that are living in Africa that are 200 kilometers away from them are apes. So if one day they found structures, in the future, so these are made by chimpanzees, that's kind of crazy. I mean, that's the thing about history. It's not like a hard science. That's how we do it. But sure, that's why I don't. It's the only way to do it right now. It's the only way to do it. That's why I don't get why people make these definitive conclusions and then don't allow anybody to kind of speculate or hypothesize about anything else. It's gatekeeping. It's also these people that have been teaching this one thing forever, being threatened by the fact that they were wrong. The last thing an academic wants to hear is like, you wrote this book, this stupid people for decades. You were so wrong. Like, they will fight it with every ounce of their identity. Their identity is being the gatekeeper of their understanding of human history. You know, they built a whole career around making us knowledge, keeping knowledge on a particular subject. But it's gross because it's ours. It's the whole planet. It's all the human beings. It's like, you have a few nerds who you wouldn't want to hang out with in real life. And these are the guys. We can't explore these things. And those are the people that are attacking Graham Hancock with every possible, calling it the most dangerous show on television like this. But it's also, it's so obvious that if you watch the show, you're like, wait, this is the most dangerous show on television. You should look at this. Yeah. It's like, just talking about these structures that exist that seem to define understanding of how things are built. Yeah. I think Graham Hancock says, when I look at, these ideas of, human intelligence potentially stretching back 5,000 years, that's to say that the carbon structural power of anything, and I would argue it could go back a lot further than that. So when you look at take into account that these abilities years, when I then look at someone like Graham's work, it seems so, because 12,000 years ago, which is kind of when there could have been a manifestation that was potentially wiped out the cataclysm. When you look at that from the perspective of, we've been intelligent for half a million years, it doesn't seem very plausible. Not only that, it's over 150 years after the first structure. That's what's weird, is it? No one's talking about that. It's just me. It's not like it's that. To be fair, the is that he never could have imagined the pre-Homo sapiens together. It's completely paradigm shifting that they have the capacity to plan and build something like this. There's no fuss about it. It's just the pain was well, these things take time because, more of these conversations, more people have to understand that these things are being discovered, and that we are kind of confused about so many things about human history. Now there's people at the universities that have all the answers. It's living, they're telling the truth. It's not possible. That's why I'm so excited about this structure, because it's a gigantic. It would be the most gigantic fuck you of all time if they found out there's these pillars that are wrapped in, that go down like hundreds of meters, and then below them there's additional structures and holes. Yes! Which is like, if Christopher Dunn is correct about that reveals like how the thing worked and functioned. More advanced than us. Like, in some ways, they already are. We can't explain how they did it. I know, we lie. People with that velocity. What's the national project? Like, oh, that'll fix it. National project can breathe underwater and fly through the. Make that our national project to go to the other planets and live there. What are you talking about? Yeah, they just I don't really delve into the kind of conspiracies and things because I just stay kind of based in not me. I go right in first. I do a lot of time and stuff. I mean, in my heads of like, what do you dive into in your own head? I sometimes combine the ancient civilization a civilization from a million years ago got so advanced that we can't say that it's what it's just someone from this stuff just in space. They're just watching us. Yeah, because I don't need to give anyone any ammunition. Well, there's also the genetic engineering. Like why human first place. Like, that's weird. The double dots over a period of 2 million years. It's from I always thought, I guess that must be from Homer Habilis to Homo erectus. Is it just in that is what terms mechanics say? It would be bizarre if it was the liver of an otter that doubled over a period of that amount of time. But the fact that it's the variable that allows us to contemplate and to understand human existence in the first place, and then that organ doubled over a period of 2 million years, what happened? Yeah, he's got the Waxman's theory. He thinks it's I think there could be something to that. I mean, because, ancient cultures have always used psychedelic substances, basically all the way up until Western civil society kind of took hold. It's always been an integral part of human culture and society, and then us in our modern world have decided to outlaw that. A tragic mistake, to be honest with you. It is. I think history will forgive that. And I think that also one good thing of discussions that are happening on the internet that are kind of unchecked and untethered by academia. So you can talk about these things bigger than studying outside. Pulled over the time we've tracked it. 2 million for the larger increase, 100,000 years. That's what the I didn't even buy that though because Halo Against is have the same cranial capacity as us, and they go back 900,000 years. So maybe that's a record. That's how the brain case. That's how it's been kept harm. Natural endocast scientists also make artificial endocast to study like one. Fascinating. Fascinating. Where are we? 17 that they discovered modern humans 300,000 years ago? I think so, yeah. And where was that? So imagine if they found something similar in China. Well, that will fuck everything up because Africa, they can already fuck everything up. But they wouldn't really even fuck it up, it would just push it back. Well, I guess so, yeah. We don't even aspire Africa until this time of the Cognitive Revolution. One of the points, like, oh, look, we got smart, we left Africa 2,000 years ago. But that's never made sense to me either, because Homo erectus managed to migrate out of Africa and colonize over a million years ago. Inferior to us, then how can they make this massive leap that Halo Against is? They're supposedly inferior to us. So, I mean, I don't know. I try not to delve into the Alpha because it gets a little bit controversial sometimes. Well, it gets controversial when you bring in aliens too, because aliens become racist. It becomes racist because now you're not accrediting the Africans to building the pyramids. Just really that's never made sense to me, that. Well, I watched this very bizarre discussion between some guy that was trying to claim that it wasn't Africans who built the pyramid, that it was white people who built the pyramids. So there are people that have this sort of the construction of the pyramids, but you can't attach that to speculating about the construction because it's too weird. It's too weird. Let's assume that it was Africans that built the pyramids. How were they so much smarter than everyone alive today? How were they so much smarter? Let's say it's 4,500. How were they so much smarter? What was going on? Like, what is it? But, they discover something that allowed their understanding of greater than everybody else who's ever lived? Like, what is discovered? Like, what were they encountering? What were they doing? What were they? We lost so much in the Library of Alexandria, right? Yeah, that's basically it's like they would have been a lot. Scaffold with that. I'm not sure if it was one burning or the question. Like, what if it's all that? What if all that stuff? What if, this is one of the things that was tape. It's like, what is this? Like, I was talking about the King 30,000. Yeah, what that's at? Yeah, it's the Sumerian book. Yeah. It's real early when you want to accept some parts of it into the Greek saga. Like, they have king lists. Yeah, we say that some of the myth, to be fair, they have kings that reign for like 1,000 years. It's a bit weird. Probably don't an alien thing, and that probably wasn't human. But that might just be because it would have been a long time ago for them too, when they were writing these king lists. Sure, it doesn't mean that their civilization only started. What we decided is the line between myth and fact, because that's a modern interpretation. They never made such a distinction. Yeah, and the same years. Well, have you ever read the North Korea depictions of Kim Jong-un? Yeah. I mean, he made like 9 holes in one. He's the greatest golfer of all time. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you're writing about news, fire came from his dick. Like, what are we talking about? We don't know. We don't know who wrote it. We don't know.
Morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you? I'm well. How'd you sleep? Here. Are you ready to take on the day?
Yeah.
Excellent. God willing, we'll play tonight, okay? God willing, have a wonderful day. Thank you. Hope you.
So it makes you think, like, how long have they been there? I think the Egyptians definitely undertook some kind of construction project around the time of 2500 BC. For sure, because there's records of them saying they did stuff, but that doesn't mean because they have how they built it. Well, they also, the buildings they made that were after 2500 BC are dog shit. They just immediately forgot how to do it again. And they just couldn't do it. They didn't have the math, they didn't have the engineering, the stones are smaller, and no one's claiming. They didn't claim credit, which is why would you not claim? It's the weirdest, right? So it's the one thing that if you're a logical person and you think you know the conversation, you think you understand like how intelligence evolved, how technology and innovation evolved, and you see that, you're like, oh, I don't know shit. Like, how's that statue so big and perfectly symmetrical? That great stuff. It's just these vases that they don't understand. This is an actual vase from Egypt. Yeah, people like, I'll show you this. Christopher, don't give this to us. But, you know, Ben from Uncharted, like, those vases are very bizarre. Yeah, everything else they made them. We don't know what tools they used. Anybody that says that they really don't know, you can't know. These things are perfectly symmetrical. Because they have handles. The way they measure them, when you look at like the ground and like how it's like a thing. It's crazy, and it's made from incredibly hard granite, right? The hardest stuff to do that with. So, what are we talking about? Like, who are these people? This is kind of crazy. And then you have the statues that are perfectly symmetrical, perfectly spaced, massive. Yeah, huge, right? Unbelievably huge. So they move there, and then they carve it. It looks like they're 3D printed. It's so strange. It just screams. That are lost technology. It screams that these people have some sort of information and some sort of education, like on a different path. Or we went the way of the internal combustion engine and transistors and electronics, and it seems like they went a totally different way, but maybe even further. Yeah. We're scrambled And like our pathway to advancement is the only one that creativity can conceive of. This is another point regarding culture 1,000 years ago. We're always looking for ourselves. Oh, yeah. But there's so many different ways. Because why did it have to be classical, as you say, kind of industrial progress? It could different forms of human development or human life. How it could have been if they had enough animals. Yeah, fish. Yeah, mostly animals and fish, which is probably healthier for you anyway. You know, really what grain is survival food. Yeah, we've got like shorter and protein. And our because people are eating coal, people are eating a lot of like porridge or junk. Really small. Yeah, it's not good for us. No, it's fucking terrible for people. Really strange. But if you think about it, especially in the world where there was so much abundant natural resources, that animal agriculture seems super simple. You just corral a bunch of people, eat them. And you don't really have so many different ways that culture can flourish. Yeah, we're always looking for it. We just don't know where. People always make in like my comments and stuff to try and give up here. It's like actually kind of whatever. If there was like a big civilization 100,000 years ago, that's only a case. If it was someone on the scale of us, or if they were doing it the way we're talking about, a completely different pathway. Clearly, there's some that they had that we don't understand. When you talk about the drill holes that they find, or the way they had enormous blocks of stone, and we're apparently going to move them, we don't understand. Yes. That's crazy. That's bananas. And so many cut out of the ground and absolutely are bananas. So it's like, what kind of technology? Why are we assuming that it's going to be some internal combustion engine that sprays out terrible pollution or something else? Will not be able to recognize AI gets involved. Did you see that thing where a quantum computer 1 second back in time and did a bullshit? No, that happened. It's 6 years ago, well, still, or 2019, still. It went back in time by 1 second. Exactly. Let's imagine that technology that was science fiction 20 years ago, right? Go back to like the movie Alien computers that they had. That this was what they thought people were going to have when they were starving people. Now, think of this quantum computer where it goes back in time. Go 4,000 years, which is nothing 500 years ago. We might be off by 1,500 years ago, 6,000. If you're listening to Charles, he thinks it's 30,000 years. Yeah, that's what he thinks. And that sounds so. And then you look at the length of time we've been around, and it's quite recent. Yeah. It's still quite recent, and that lines up with these things, doesn't it? It's the processional quantum computer from 34,000 years ago. Right, so we did get pelted by comets, which we know happened. That's a fact. I saw an estimate, I think it was from NASA, scientific journal. Well, that's hit, like, well, they define as a cataclysmic impact every 100,000 years. That's the impact that's capable of a third of today's population every 100,000 years. And 100,000 years sounds like a lot. Moving around for 300,000 years. It's going to be a cataclysmic impact. Like, how that was different and sophisticated. But also to you've got you've got some flares, you've got basically straight across the landscape. You've got sea level rise. Sea level rise is a massive one because we're way by the coast, and if you look at the situation of sea level rise over the last years, 200,000 years, 300,000 years, sea level has collapsed at the time. Wild. I know, it's crazy. It is wild. Again, if someone is and they got into this because they have this fascination for them to start teaching and some of that stuff and not fascinated by the new stuff is to me, it's like you missed this in the first place. Because you're trying to figure out how did we get to this point of evidence that shows that we don't have a picture and you're ignoring that or dismissing that. The thing is, when you go through these kind of stages of local experience, this obviously I was never anything like that, but you know, I did history for 4 years. I was kind of in a point where it was almost, you know, almost do this academic or not. It's very hard to kind of even think this way because everyone around you is thinking within these boxes that we are. So it's very hard to kind of open your mind to have to do it private as well because no one else around you and you're surrounded by people that think quite limited in terms of be offensive or, you know, doubt anyone's it means that no one is, it's very hard to think outside the box when you're kind of in that culture and yeah, I think that's nice. You know, rigid systems of thought. It's not just discouraged, they'll attack each other viciously. Just the thing about the issue. Yeah, that's the best example. It's the best was destroyed. Destroyed. They were destroyed for theorizing that human beings had lived in North America and had run North America far before 15,000 years ago. That was the established timeline of the clocks. When they found these footprints in New Mexico that are 22,000 years old. Yeah, and I hated that as well. They hated that. Of course they hated it because they were wrong. That's all it is, man. It's human ego is so gross. It brings me back to psychedelics. Because what do psychedelics do? Well, the dissolving of the ego. It makes you realize the folly of your ways. You know, and people that are supposed to be the enlightened ones, they're not enlightened. They have information, and they hold that information as their identity. And they're writing about things that they have to our world and our history is really cool. It's really awesome, but there's a whole lot more out there for them to protect. And they should correct by saying something that's lying and then calling them a racist and saying all these terrible things about them. That you're trying to protect your identity of this information that is beyond you. It's for its and I wish that the ancient history and the story of people like interested in this, instead of embracing that, they see it as a threat, and I think that's really sad, to be honest. And I think it kind of hurts the discipline in general, because if you kind of like embrace that to the table and just spoke to him and kind of agree to have the discussion, it would create a much kind of more healthy debate around these things. When you talk about the kind of narrative, think that what happened, and thus we know what didn't happen. It means that people are stuff that now we know was there. So they dig deeper than the cold Clovis layer. Very recently, they knew that humans weren't until Clovis box. They could have missed so much stuff. They probably just have you seen that? There's like a right now. Mastodon site. And you know, that's it kind of looks like it is. That's debatable, right? Yeah, could have been from some sort of an accident or an avalanche or something. It's debatable, but it's also a good human. Like, it could easily be like human objects on it. So it looks like scraping on the bones. Or some kind of primitive. Why couldn't they have been human? I mean, that's the way to be Homo sapiens. But why couldn't another human got to the Americans? Well, it seems like they served for 22,000 years ago. Like, what was that time? Why did they figure it out then? And how, that's the question, how they do it. And we know that the theory from all of them seafarers. Which is just meant to really. Well, they reached places that were isolated. And some people say, yeah, they kind of floated there accidentally. It's no way see, that's where it gets so small. If Homo, that's yeah. How intelligent they were. They were making sophisticated boats and sailing across the Mediterranean, colonizing places like Crete well over 100,000. Well, we know that the North Central they arrived by boat from Africa 60,000 years ago. At least then. That's why we assume that seems crazy. That needs to be fair, but then I guess that's what you're doing. Top of kind of hop down on the coast. Also, there's a problem with about 12,000 years ago. Yeah, there's nothing there. Literally all ice. So where they come from south. Yes, I mean, there's the kind of theory of the kind of island chain, you know, hopping across the island and then lost and hop across to South America. That's a crazy theory the other way. It is a crazy hop. It is all crazy. Just the fact that they did it in the 14th. That's pretty crazy. And they did that with tech that was, you know, no tech. They just did it themselves. Yeah. How do you say that? The ancient Greek mechanism that they found, the Attica layer, that's it. I never considered. I'll try. But I always forget it. That thing, when they first found it, it just looked like a hunk of shit. What is this? And then when they got a better understanding, it was like, okay, they go, wait a minute, these are gears. Like, what the hell is this? A basic 2,000-year-old computer? Yeah. At least he found also that. Like, no one just developed that. I fucking made a computer. You know, a history of very, very technical stuff in ancient Greece. So also, it could have been like, well, where did you go? What's the history of this technology? Like, this modern automatic watch. You know, modern automatic watch, if you look at the inside, there's springs. Years and it's all within this snake goes like within seconds a day. Like that's crazy. And it's all just very, very loose. It has no power. Yeah. I mean, it has a 72-hour power reserve. So for 72 hours, it lets it sit there. Just from the power of your hand from wearing it. Yeah. Nuts. They're not nuts, but that's normal. That's a normal thing for a modern watch with these little tiny gears. This thing's way crazier than that. And it's 2,000 years old. What do they think it was for? Maybe they thought it kind of like tracked the cycles and that kind of elliptical movements. The 3D AI representation of what it looked like there is fully done. So you can find that because that's the most eye-opening of it. Because you're bringing this back to the time of Christ, and someone made a computer during the time of Christ. Like, what are we missing? Like, Graham's quote is the best. I love this quote. We are a species with amnesia.
very clear.
100%. 100%. Yeah, and there's other quotes I really love. Things just keep getting old. Things do keep getting old. Getting old. Yeah. This is something that people resist for some strange reason. I don't understand. I think it's just because it's attached to these folks like Graham. Yeah, that's the one. That's what it used to look like. Oh, right, but that is what it used to look like, right? That's all. Show me the modern reproduction. Just imagine. Okay, somebody 2,000 fucking years ago figured that out. They have these little representations of the stars and the planets, of the sun, and then all that. Surrounding, first of all, how do they know all that? How are they seeing these planets? Like, do they have a telescope? Like, what are they? How do they know how the planets are in our solar system? No equivalent technology ever like emerged. Right, exactly. Like some things. Right. So it just makes you wonder, like, how old is that, and what's that from? And what were the, was there other stuff like this that we never find?
Said after the game of the season.
Yeah, nothing. I don't see that. What they have for 700,000 years. I think that's the Homo erectus. I googled it. Probably the GNC. It says that is a crazy thing to read. Tom Evans suggests that man may have crossed the sea as early as 700,000. Aren't you happy you're born today? Imagine trying to gut it out. Oh, and like tough it out. Say, boys, I'm going to cross the sea. Yeah, and what if there's no food left? Yeah, that we got as far as we did, but it's really amazing that they find things like that. They entered theorem mechanisms, but just the fact that we found one of those, it makes you wonder, like, what they have in Egypt? What did they have 2,000 years before that? What did we miss? Stuff I saw a video recently that doesn't quite all the Egypt stuff, but they're frequencies coming out of
Welcome. How are you, Breaking Bad fan?
Let's just put that in greater context. We're here to one of the most profound and prolific promulgators of Mozart today, my colleague Dr. Alan Marinis, done some phenomenal work with Mozart among people who are first time topics, and he's divided Mozart into four basic categories. The first is traditional Talmudic Mozart, which essentially anthologizes teachings in the Talmud, perhaps reorganizes them, such as Orchot Tzadikim, an anonymous 15th century book that goes through a large number of so-called states, personality traits, and behaviors, and describes the Talmudic approach to these traits. Other Mozart strains include the philosophical, which is perhaps Maimonides' most profound explicator, explainer. Maimonides, perhaps the greatest example of that is the laws of opinion. There is the ascetic version, such as the Sefer Hasidim by the 13th century Hasidic Ashkenaz movement that argues for self-flagellation, figuratively and perhaps even literally, to atone for sin. And then there is the fourth strain, the Kabbalistic, which Talmud Torah is clearly a seminal work, the first major Kabbalistic Mozart, and as a result, it's kind of a phenomenal influence. Now, the Talmud Torah achieved popularity outside the Lithuanian world as well. Many Hasidic endorsements of the work of the Ramban, although the Hasidic world is probably much more heavily indebted to the Arizal more directly for their
for a teacher of Torah. Rav hair Hebrew for the rabbi of the city.
Holy of holies as well.
For
And
Mal-Communal
the Tanya,
Rabbi
for
title.
example, also tries
Rav
to
Yiddish
also represent
pronunciation of Rav
here
Rabbi.
as frequent
Common in Ashkenazi communities. Rav Yiddish
And
respectful
by
titles
way
for
of
men, similar to
endorsements,
Mr. but also used for Torah honorary
days of
laymen.
endorsements by Rabbi
Read the
Chaim
Yiddish for
published
Rabbi, your
up
spiritual
to
master,
Chaim,
especially in
who
Hasidic
argued that
tradition.
the Torah
Rav
was
Yeshiva
such
Hebrew for head of the
value
yeshiva.
that it
Formal
even
academic rabbinic
I
role.
say this with some
Shlita acronym for Shadid Kule or
but
Afghani
nevertheless,
Slogan
I think
Amen.
the overview of this, if I did
May
include
he
it,
live a long and good life.
Rabbi
Amen.
Chaim even asserted that
Said after living rabbi's names. Shalom allowed Hebrew for peace Satam.
It's
Used for deceased men.
which is a Yiddish term
He's
meaning
added Hebrew for righteous one.
counsel.
General title
Phenomenal
for stately
statement
men.
that
He's
one
added
has to
Hebrew
have
for
very broad
righteous
shoulders
woman.
to make such a
What up, Breaking Bad fan? How are you?
assertion like
He's
that.
added Yesalam Hebrew for the righteous one is the foundation of the world.
Of how valued
Applies
this
to especially
is
holy
in
men.
the Hasidic community as well.
He's added Jisar Hebrew for hidden righteous
The
one.
Ramak, this is his grave
Said of
spot,
mystically great but
passed
hidden
away at
individuals.
the early age of 48.
He's added Hador Hebrew for
It was also
righteous
one
of
of
the
the plagues
generation.
that passed through
Highest
the
praise
spot
for
at the time.
unsaintly
He
rabbi.
left behind a
Sligadol
great
High in Hebrew for may he be
corpus
separated for life.
of literary
Said when
works,
mentioning
including
a living
from Torah,
person, while
cited
also
from
speaking of deceased.
commentary on the
Did we
Zohar
help
and
high in
so others.
plural?
And he also recognized
May they be
three
separated
main
for life.
those
Say
who are
using
familiar
in
with
plural.
the names in the spirit
Use
will
Wahashin
be
Hebrew for
impressed.
may God protect him.
Living
blessing.
the author of the Rashid
Zichrono Liverchus Elegru for may his memory be a blessing.
Rizal,
Said after a deceased man has name.
and also a major student of
Zichrono Liverchus
Rizal,
Elegru
and so on
for
and so
may
forth.
her memory be a blessing.
Really a phenomenal
Said
contribution
after a deceased
to
woman
Jewish
has
thought,
name.
and hopefully
Zichrono
with the
Liverchus
increased
Elegru for
popularity
may their
of the
memory be
Torah
a blessing.
translation to
We're all
spirituality.
Zekertis
So thank
added
you for
Liverchus
sitting through
Elegru Hebrew
this
for the memory of the righteous shall be a blessing.
hope that my
Said
technology
after a
will work fine
righteous
next
person
week when
has
I do
name.
it again. But
Zechiko Yagadol Uzaya Hebrew for may his merit shield us. Say when mentioning a righteous man. Zechidam Yagadol Hebrew for may their merit shield us. Plural version. Zichrono Lashem Sephardic version. May his memory be for life. Zichronim Lashem Sephardic plural version. May their memory be for life. Zekertis added Liverchus Hebrew for the memory of the righteous shall be a blessing. Said after a righteous person has name. Zechiko Yagadol Uzaya Hebrew for may his merit shield us. Said when mentioning a righteous man. Zechidam Yagadol Hebrew for may their merit shield us. Plural version. Zichrono Lashem Hebrew for may his memory be for life. Sephardic phrasing. Zichronim Lashem Hebrew for may their memory be for life. Plural Sephardic phrasing. Adverb acronym coordinates, or reasoning, for events, our master, our teacher, and our rabbi. As the formal title for Shabbat rest. Adverb the elder Riga. Refers specifically to Rabbi the Savior involved in the Qiyam 1745. 1812, the founder of Shabbat and author of the Torah. Adverb plural of adverb, referring to Shabbat rest across the generations.
For 25 years.
A kiss Hebrew for one. In Shabbat, now meaning prayer, used in Kabbalistic meditations to signify unity of God.
And I feel like it's really
Usual Hebrew for love of a fellow Jew. A central value in Shabbat, often emphasized by the Riga. Passion Hebrew for love of God. A form in Chassidus, has a feeling that should permeate prayer and its observance. Pattern Hebrew for love of the Torah. In Shabbat law, connected with cleaving to God as wisdom through study. Belong Hebrew for everlasting love. Name of a blessing in prayer. In Shabbat, seen as reflecting God as eternal love for Israel. A hospital not of Hebrew, for there is nothing besides him.
I had this terrible nightmare.
A principle stressed in Shabbat Chasidis, reflecting divine unity and nullification of egos. Active Hebrew for now. A Kabbalistic concept referenced in Shabbat teaching, describing the first stage of creation where all divine life are bound in one vessel. Al-Handis is Hebrew for the miracle. A prayer recited on Hanukkah and Purim, highlighted in Shabbat for its emphasis on divine providence.
Tonight's lecture is
Al
actually a
Qadr, a
fascinating
series of
lecture.
Shabbat discourses and teachings interpreting Torah with mystical depth. Aliyah Hebrew for ascent. Refers both to being called up to the Torah and to spiritual elevation, a central theme in Shabbat thought. Kamala biblical nation symbolizing doubt and coldness toward holiness. In Shabbat philosophy, Kamala is the inner force of spiritual apathy one must overcome.
The topic is
Amid a central standing prayer. Shabbat emphasizes Havana intent and meditation during it, especially on God as unity.
It's about Jewish women in the medieval
On
economy, and her life is
I am your
actually
servant.
fascinating. Again,
A phrase used in
standard
Shabbat
documents
given in
of
melodies to
the
express self-nullification before
sharing
God.
with you what her life says
Army,
about
Massachusetts, Army, Hebrew for I believe. A declaration of faith, often sung in Shabbat reverence, tied to Jewish perseverance.
representation of the brothers here, right?
Army, Hebrew for I am Joseph. Famous Torah phrase.
So,
In Shabbat Chasidus symbolizes revelation of hidden truth and unity. Absolute Hebrew for emanation. In Kabbalah and Shabbat Chasidus, one of the four spiritual worlds, representing hidden persons. Active Hebrew for essence. In Shabbat refers to God as ultimate essence, beyond all attributes, with which Jews connect to Mitzvah. As Hebrew for father. Also the name of that Hebrew month Menachem Av. In fact, it carries both mourning Tisha B'Av and comfort Shabbat Nashamu. Akar Chami Hebrew for father and mercy. A prayer with deep emotional resonance, explained in Shabbat texts as God as compassionate nature. Avoda Hebrew for service. In Shabbat, it means serving God with the heart, time, and soul. Particularly through prayer and inner work. Avoda is Hebrew for inner service. In Shabbat teachings, refers to the inward spiritual work on character and awareness of God. Avoda Shibala Hebrew for service of the heart. Prayer, which in Shabbat is central to transforming emotions into love and awe of God. Avoda Hebrew for patriarch. In Shabbat, often studied in connection with birthday of the ethics of the fathers, explained with Chassidic depth. I am Hebrew for where are you? God asked also Adam. In Shabbat thought, interpreted as an ongoing divine question to each Jew about their spiritual state. Baritone in Yashir Hebrew more than he sang. The song has the Exodus 15. In Shabbat liturgy, its recitation involves meditating on God as power and redemption. Baal Beitanya Hebrew for author of the Tanya. Refers to Rabbi S.H. Arizal Nigliani, founder of Shabbat, who wrote the Tanya, the central Shabbat text. Baal Shem Tov Hebrew for master of Telugu names. Refers to Rabbi Yisrael Baal Shem Tov, founder of the Chassidic movement and spiritual predecessor of Shabbat. Baal Teshuv Hebrew for master of research. Who turns back to Torah observance. In Shabbat, embraced warmly as part of outreach Kairos. Army Hebrew for blessed. The call to communal prayer. In Shabbat services, it is emphasized with strong attention as connecting to higher spiritual levels. Baruch Hashem Hebrew for blessed be God. A common Shabbat expression of gratitude in daily speech. The Sarbi Shalom Hebrew for meat and milk. Refers to kosher dietary law obscurating meat and dairy. In Shabbat home, strict separation is observed. Baptismal Aramaic for heavenly voice. In Shabbat thought, symbolizes divine guidance and continues even after prophecy ceases.
Baptist Hebrew for daughter of commandment. When a Jewish girl turns 12. Shabbat encourages a celebration that emphasizes learning Torah and doing mitzvah. These mandatory Hebrew for between the straits refers to the 3 weeks of mourning between 17 Tammuz and 9 Av. Since Shabbat explains at that time of divine compassion. The IOE Hebrew for intermediate one. Central concept in Tanya. Abuso struggles with inner conflict, reaction, control, thought, speech, and action. These changes Hebrew for house of our life. References 770 Eastern Parkway, Shabbat headquarters, considered a part of Shabbat worldwide. These in Hebrew for house of Joseph. A rabbinical force. In Shabbat community, these big rulings are often tied to Hosea and community leadership. These often dash Hebrew for holy temple. In Shabbat philosophy, it represents both the historical temple in Jerusalem and minor sanctuary of the heart. These graph Hebrew for house of studies. Shabbat yeshivot and study halls are used in all this. These read the Hebrew for house of the Rita. Classic Shabbat biography of the first grade, chronicling their lives and teachings. One of the most difficult things figure in Tanya, described as the ideal spiritual model accessible to all youth. He has fantastically as Hebrew for with God as help. Common phrase in Shabbat correspondence and speech. Differ calling Hebrew for visiting the sick. In Shabbat practice, consider the vital acts of kindness and outreach. Bible Hebrew for platform. The raised stand in the synagogue where the Torah is read. In Shabbat Tov, central to communal Torah reading. Learned on Hebrew for grace after meals. Shabbat custom emphasizes reciting it with Kav and adding intensity. Byra of Hebrew for refinement. Shabbat hedonistic concept. The task of elevating sparks of holiness craft in the material world. Shabbat Hebrew for trust in God. In Shabbat, which means complete reliance in divine providence, taught extensively by the rabbis. Middle Hebrew for self-nullification. Central Shabbat idea. Nullifying ego that allow godliness to shine through. Leave better Hebrew for without a mouth. Common Shabbat phrase when committed to do mitzvah, to avoid making an unintended oath. Longer Yiddish for young men. Refers to unmarried yeshiva students in Shabbat, especially those learning in 770 or other Shabbat institutions. Bracha Hebrew for blessing. In Shabbat thought, a bracha channels divine energy into the world. Bracha acronym Hebrew for after blessing. Blessing recited after reading. Shabbat emphasizes proper galactic observance and awareness of divine flow. Bracha Ritsuma Heaven refer to blessing. Blessing recited before eating. Shabbat teaching stress mindfulness before partaking in physical pleasures. Brimville and Hebrew for covenant and circumcision. In Shabbat, youth has a spiritual milestone, connecting the child to the eternal covenant with God. Even Yiddish for grandmother. Often used affectionately in Shabbat families. Like in Yiddish variant for grandmother. Common affectionate term in Shabbat homes. Baal Tanya Hebrew for author of the Tanya. Rabbi S.A. Nerds the founder of Shabbat, who wrote the Tanya. Baal Shem Tov Bexley for master of the good name. Founder of the Chassidic movement, spiritual forerunner of Shabbat. Baal Teshuvah Iti Hebrew for master of the earth. A Jew who returns to Torah observance. In Shabbat, a warmly used term. Shabbat is known for their speech talks. Malachadish Yiddish for respectable, dignified, proper. In Shabbat slang, describes someone who has been refined, responsible, or come together. Balabas Balabos Yiddish for almost head of household. In Shabbat, often means a respectable married man, not a yeshiva bocker. Balabas is Yiddish for good homemaker. A compliment for a Shabbat wife or mother who runs her home with care and Jewish warmth. Darku Hebrew for blessed. The call to communal prayer. In Shabbat services, recited with strong concentration and spiritual intention. Baruch Hashem BH Hebrew for blessed be God. Constant Shabbat expression for gratitude or simply answering how are you. The Sargi Shalom Hebrew for me and you. Kosher dietary laws of separating meat and dairy. Shabbat most follow this very strictly. Basil Aramaic for heavenly boys. In Shabbat thought symbolizes divine inspiration still echoing in the world. Baz Mitzvah Hebrew for daughter of commandment. When a girl turns 12. In Shabbat, marked with Torah learning and mitzvah. Being mandatory Hebrew for between the straits. The 3 weeks of mourning between 17 Tammuz and 9 Av. In Shabbat thought, a time of hidden divine compassion. Eidoni Hebrew for intermediate 1. Concept all the concept. One who has inner struggles, but never since in thought, speech, or action. These change Hebrew for house of our life. After 770 Eastern Parkway, Shabbat Beirut, considered the heart of the business. These did Hebrew for house of weapons. Within the court, in Shabbat communities, temples galactic rulings. These comic Hebrew for holy temple. That thought also symbolizes the inner sanctuary of the soul. These Medrash Hebrew for house of study. The studio of Shabbat Yeshiva or Shul. These Riva Hebrew for house of Riva. Classic Shabbat text formations lives of the early Shabbat leaders. Benoni CBI. Even Hashem even Hebrew for with God fell. Common Shabbat praise in speech and writing. Differ Kali Hebrew for visiting the sick. For Shabbat act of kindness. Bible Hebrew for platforms. The raised place in a hall where the Torah is read. Birthday Hebrew for grace after meals. Inch recited with strong intention. Myron Hebrew for repentance. Shabbat mystical concept of elevating sparks of holiness hidden in the physical world. The Tachon Hebrew for trust and God. Shabbat emphasizes complete reliance in divine providence. Middle Hebrew for self-nullification. Central to Shabbat chastity.
Social literature, like the
Nullifying ego so divine light can shine through.
as well as
Lead
response
Hebrew
literature.
for without a doubt.
These things we can sort of
Youth when
fix
promising to do something, so it is not enough.
and what women were doing in the
Bacher
economy.
Yiddish for young men.
Any questions or
Refers to
arguments?
as married yeshiva students in Shabbat.
Did I tell you the joke about
Often shorthand for a Shabbat yeshiva guy.
the
Bacher al Yiddish diminutive.
the Israeli army?
Little Bacher. Used affectionately for younger yeshiva
Forgive me if I
students.
say this one over again. It's a good one. I've got very
Ratchet Hebrew for blessings.
Hadassah and Margate
Shabbat teaches that blessings draw down divine energy.
$2 billion
Ratchet acronym Hebrew for after
the
blessing.
latest jet fighter for the Israeli army.
Blessing said after eating.
They purchased it,
Ratchet Risona
and
Hebrew
a big
for first
ceremony
blessing.
for there upward where they
Blessing
have
before eating.
the bleachers set up and all the
Regular
members
Hebrew
of the Hadassah
covenant
group
of
are sitting on the
circumcision.
bleachers.
In Shabbat, a joyous event reminding the child to the Jewish people.
Salutes the women and gets into the
But
coffin,
he
goes
views a
down
Yiddish
cowling,
for
and then
grandmother.
fires up these
Common
massive jet
affection
engines
is
and
turned in
shoots
Shabbat
down the runway
homes.
and then stops.
Grand Yiddish for fire, passion.
Then he turns it around.
In
Fires
Shabbat,
up the
slang
shoots down the
describes
runway and
fiery
stops. So he does
enthusiasm
this
and
2 times.
prayer,
Finally,
for Brennan, for
taxis up
mitzvah
to the bleachers
observance.
again. He opens up the cowling and
But
he
he tried
says,
much that
"Ladies,
affectionate Shabbat
the
wishes
plane
for
will
older
not
women
take off.
named after the Rex
We
in
have
common
to
with
remove
Crown
some
Pines.
of the plaques."
The Shastai Hashem acronym for with the kindness of God. Used interchangeably with Baruch Hashem in Shabbat letters.
Very broad strokes tonight because
Shabbat
we're
Hebrew
speaking about the
acronym for
medieval
Chakra,
economy,
Bina,
which we're
God's
talking about,
wisdom, understanding, knowledge.
of history.
refers
So,
to the
it's
intellectual
going to be
branch that
fairly rough
Chassid
in
is
many
founded
areas,
by
but
Rabbi
one
S.H.
major
Herzl
distinction
and
that we have to be
Milwaukee.
aware of is that, with the
Shabbat
exception of
Church
Spain,
slang for
which is
Shabbatic,
always unusual
often
since it
used
was
with
that
pride,
triangular
sometimes
society
humorously.
with both Christians and
Chachis
Muslims and
Hebrew
Jews
for
all
wise one.
interacting. The vast
In
majority
Sephardic
of
and general usage
Europe
means rabbi,
was either
but in
Muslim or
Shabbat,
Christian.
more often used in
Muslims,
study
of course,
contexts.
conquered all of North Africa
Shalom
and the Middle
Yisrael
East,
never for
heading
Jewish
out to
supervised
Persia
will.
and then further over to Europe.
Shabbat requires strict adherence to this kosher standard.
And the Christians were in control of Europe.
Shalom Hebrew
And
for
they
portion
had
and
very,
so
very
given as
different
it operates.
relationships to Jews.
Also
And the
refers
wives
to
of
the braided
women
bread
were
eaten on
similarly
Shabbos and
different,
Yom
whether they
Tov.
were in a Christian land or in a Muslim land.
In Shabbat,
And a
often
couple of
homily
factors
and
we
year.
should bear in mind.
Shaluta Hebrew
One
for
of the factors is
distribution.
that Jewish women in
Refers
Muslim
to charity
lands
funds
suffered
distributed in
under
old Shabbat
more
tradition, especially in
repressive
Israel.
standard of living
Shabbat Hebrew for
vis-a-vis
leavened
their
grain.
activity in the
Quoted in
public sphere.
Chesed.
For example, Maimonides
In
writes in
Shabbat,
Codes of Jewish
clean and
law
sold
that
very strict life for
it's
Passover.
appropriate for women to go
Hanukkah
out
Hebrew for
maybe
dedication.
twice a month.
Festival of lights celebrating the dedication of the temple.
Otherwise, they should really be living
In
totally
fact,
in the
central
world.
focus on
This is
public
not
menorah
at
lighting.
all the kind of standard you
Shadows
see
Hebrew for midnight.
Rashi writing
Those
in
mystical and
France, for
galactic
example, or
significance.
Germany. So Maimonides is reflecting a
Shabbat
social reality
emphasizes
where
late night Torah
even though
working at
there's
this time.
nothing in the Torah that would
Shalom
specifically say a
Hebrew for
woman has
tender.
to stay in home,
Leads
there
prayer.
is definitely some encouragement
In
of
fact,
the
often
private
done by a
sphere
doctor
and
or ball
association with
secular
women.
rather
But
than
the
a
idea that
professional
she would be
singer.
restricted to the home
Says
was
Hebrew
really
for
not at
kindness.
all the value that Jews had in Christian
This
Europe,
Shabbat
but it was
teachings
one that they
represents
absorbed
divine
in
love
this
and outreach.
North
Titus
Africa.
acronym for human,
Ironically,
Emily,
at the same
Konya.
time, Muslim law
Daily learning
has
cycle
a couple of
established by the
leniencies
previous
that are
Reba.
not present in
Shidmonius
Jewish
Hebrew for
law,
externality.
and women would take
In
avail
Shabbat
of
law
these
refers to
leniencies
superficial
to their
service
benefit.
of God,
Even
contrasted
though
with Nimius
Muslim
inner
society
devotion.
tended to be somewhat more repressive in
Not
terms of
below
women's
Jabber
activity
Hebrew
in
for
the
a law
public
that
sphere.
cannot transgress.
Muslim law gave
Expression
women
for
a
something
little bit more
fixed.
control over their
In
own
Shabbat
income
slang, used
within
about
marriage.
set routines like
As we shall
Yavini
see,
or Parbretta.
women often exploited this
Full
dichotomy
channel Hebrew
between
for
what the Jewish law
intermediate
allowed
days.
and what Muslim
The
law
middle days
tolerated
of Pesach
for their
and
own
Sukkot,
benefit.
hardly
And the
festive,
rabbis
hardly
were
weekday.
forced to simply go along with it. And in
Shalom
fact, it
stand
was
regular milk.
affirmed by several
Not
important
accepted
rabbis
in
who
Shabbat
were
practice, since
saying that,
only
look,
Shalom
this is the
Yisrael is
custom of
observed.
the people in which they live. The women have
Jewish
no
Hebrew
rights
top five
over
books
this
of
income,
Torah.
and therefore
In
we should
Shabbat,
respect
also
the custom
shorthand
of
for the
the
daily
Jewish people.
Chumash Tanya study.
The last thing that's kind of relevant is that
Just the Yiddish for
after
audacity and
1492,
boldness.
the Spanish
In
expulsion,
Shabbat
shortly
slang,
thereafter
can
the
be
Portuguese
negative or
expulsion,
positive,
then you
e.g.
have this
holy
unusual
church study
mixture
outreach.
of all of these very educated
Shaver and Hebrew
and
fall brands.
much
In
more
Shabbat, sometimes
cosmopolitan
refers to
Jews
groups of
coming in
activists for
large
yeshiva
numbers
years.
out of Spain
Chesed
and
Hebrew
Portugal
for Kais
and
one.
populating many of the
In
important
Shabbat,
cities of the
Refer still
region.
a devoted follower of the
For
Rima.
example, Africa,
Chassis
of course,
featured
Greece,
Yiddish
and
for
so on.
Chassidic
So
style.
changes a lot of the
In
intellectual
Shabbat
dynamic,
slang,
as many
means
of those
someone
come
who
into
acts
contact
with
with
war,
us
and attachment to Chidis.
So that's a really important
Chassis
thing.
featured already informal gatherings with Nicodemus,
Generalities
Torah
of
insights, and inspiration. Central to
Maternal
Shabbat life.
responses in the public sphere.
Chassidus Hebrew for Chassidic
Judaism,
teachings.
like Islam,
In Shabbat, usually refers specifically to Shabbat Chassidus.
dignity,
Titus Argid slang for someone devoted to daily Titus learning. Shalom Yiddish for the slow cooked Shabbos stew. Shabbat style, often spicy and oily. And unstable at hard renders. Shabbat Hebrew for wedding canopy. In Shabbat weddings, often held outdoors under the sky, symbolizing boundless blessings. Turban Hebrew for destruction. Refers to destruction of the temple. Shabbat teachings stress spiritual rebuilding. That's Louisiana Harat Hebrew for outside the land. Refers to Jews living outside Israel. Shabbat has solution everywhere it shuts. Shabrusa Around 80 for study carpenter. In Shabbat Yeshivot, learning the Shabrusa Chavusa is central. Chavusa big slang for Laika Chavusa. And towards evading Torah ideas. That Hebrew acronym for Tasha, Bina, Dum's wisdom, understanding, knowledge. Refers to the Chassidic philosophy of the Alter Rebbe, the Lubavitch movement. Chassid Yiddish for follower or pious one. In Shabbat, a devoted disciple of the Rita, someone living by Chassidus.
I think that's the idea. You have to put it
Chassidus
somewhere.
Hebrew for
Right?
piety.
And in many
refers to the mystical teachings of the Baal Shem Tov, developed in Shabbat as deep intellectual Torah philosophy. Chassid Disher Fargren and Yiddish slang. Chassidic
what
gathering.
this meant for women in Muslim lands
Important
very
stories Torah inside, and how high to inspire service of practice. Chassid Disher oil of Yiddish slang. The Chassidic crowd refers to community or atmosphere. Chassid Disher Ligan Yiddish. Chassidic melody.
but it is definitely considered a
Some
lower
as
status
often
activity
often worthless, carrying deep spiritual intent.
public
Chassid Disher or Yiddish. Chassidic
that women especially
platform
chose
teachings
in
with
the
inspiration for Chassid Disher
textile
Yiddish.
and some
Chassidic story. For Chassidim, told to inspire.
we have one of the hugest
Cheshbon is Hebrew for soul accounting. Spiritual self-evaluation, especially before Rosh Hashanah and at that time.
changes in women's
China's
reality
acronym for
after
human,
industrialization
Italy,
is that they
Konya.
were free
Daily
from
study
the
cycle
incredibly
central to
burdensome
Shabbat
task
life.
of making
China's
clothing,
big slang.
which don't forget began
Someone
with
diligent
the
about
raw
doing
wool
China's daily.
flax.
Shinoni is Hebrew for outer and external.
Task to process
In
that
Shabbat
flax
terms,
or that
superficial
wool
action for
into
external
thread
motivation,
and
as
make that
opposed to
thread
Lydia's
into
spinner.
cloth and then tailor
Just
that
Yiddish
cloth
slang.
into clothing. It took
Grab or
hours
catch.
and hours of an average human's day.
In Shabbat lingo, Shukar grab
This
and
was
via
a
or
task that
Shukar
needed to be
grab,
done.
the opportunity.
And it was
Shukar
considered
Yiddish slang.
an ideal job.
That didn't.
Maimonides even
Famous Shabbat
explicitly states
catchphrase.
that spinning, that is
Grab
taking
every
the raw
instant
wool
or opportunity before Mashiach comes.
making it into thread.
Stolen Yiddish for slow
It says
cooked stew.
in
Classic Shabbos food.
Asia Kyle, we say it.
Stolen presser Yiddish slang.
Kappa,
Stolen dinar.
let's see.
Teasing term for someone who piles up or overeats at far granted Shabbos to death. Shavusa Aramaic for study partner. In Shabbat Yeshiva Live, your learning buddy. Shabbat's for Yiddish slang. A Shabbatic, often said with warmth or joking tone. Shabbat House Outreach Center run by Jerusalem Shabbat emissaries. A home for Torah, Tefillah, and community.
is the
Shabbat House Pastor Play. Person who always shows up at the Shabbat House for free food events without money commitment. Shabbat Life
Nowadays, I
Play.
tried it many times in my classes.
Someone connected to Shabbat but not fully immersed. Friendly nicknames sometimes used
And yet, for the
tongue-in-cheek.
vast majority of history,
Hebrew program.
earliest age they get
In
back,
Shabbat
they
can also mean someone close to the movement. China's club slang. Kids or youth groups organized around reciting Titus. Shuknidashing Yiddish Shabbat slang. To drop it and catch a class without being a regular. Chassidicher Geshmak Yiddish slang. A Chassidic flavor taste. It refers to the special joy in living a Chassidic life.
I once took a personality test.
Shaver is Hebrew for friends.
I like
Also used as a name of volunteer organizations in some communities.
But
Shitani
I think
Hebrew
you're
for
absolutely right.
outsiders.
Look at Asia Smile.
Shabbat thought
as
refers to external negative spiritual
She's
forces
out
or
there in
influences.
real estate. She's
Gavin
got
Yiddish for
ships
praying.
coming and going. She's in international commerce.
Refers to
She
Jewish
employs
prayer
all
in
kinds of
general,
people.
especially
Meanwhile,
the
what is her
structured
husband
daily
doing?
services.
Sitting in the
Gavin Upton Storm slang.
She's doing all of it.
To pray with fiery intensity or with a lot of energy.
The reality is that women are still very involved in all kinds of
In
activities,
Shabbat often
including
implies a
simply
long
going out into
meditated
the
prayer.
street and engaging in the marketplace.
Gavin
Here's a
marriage is
text from
Hebrew plus
Europe,
Aramaic praise.
from the wine
Extended
lines
prayer.
that we talked about 2 weeks ago.
In Shabbat,
And
spending
here's
much time
an
in prayer
amazing
to
little
keep
piece of
meditation
old
on
history.
Chassidic
Think about
ideas.
what it must be like for America.
Null
A
Jimmy
woman
Hebrew
who
for
is traveling,
species.
first of all, there's a woman
Refers to the Lulav, Efren, Hadassi, and Cargo Jews on Sukkot.
and she feared they might rape her.
Null game is Hebrew for
In such a
Portuguese.
case,
Galactic versatile space around that
she is
person.
permitted to dress in
Many
nun's
laws
clothing
like carrying on
so that
shadows
shows
are
that she
measured
is
by
a
this.
woman, she is a nun,
Null
and not
Babel
attack her
Hebrew
sexually.
for games.
It's it's an amazing thing.
Nicknamed for part of the Talmud tractate Saga, Metzia Saga Basra.
Tremendous prohibition.
All Kusos
in the other
Hebrew
areas,
for
but
cups.
it gives you a sense of for women
Wine and the
to
messengers.
And if a woman traveling,
All
there's a
Party
group of
was Hebrew
Jewish
for
ruffians. This is like mind-boggling.
Special Torah
He's
ready
approaching
for
her,
message
and
Shekali,
presumably the
Zachar,
Jewish
Sarah,
ruffians would not
Tachovich.
be put off by a woman
All
in a nun's
Rosh
costume.
Hebrew for
I
acronyms.
can't believe this.
In
She
chastity
is
learning,
permitted to
breaking
dress
down
in
a phrase
non-Jewish
into its
dress
initial
and say
letters
she
to
is a
reveal
Gentile.
meaning.
I say, I'm not Jewish.
All
You may not
chose
rape me
Hebrew
because
for
I'm not
life.
Jewish. And then
Sometimes
she may
used
born
as
them and she will
Latin for
cry out, and
mystical
reward them and she
context.
may multiply it once in order that
All
Gentiles
Yamin
will come to help
Tugan
us,
for
even if
holy
they kill
days.
the Jewish
Refers to
ruffians.
Pesach,
I mean,
Shavuot,
just this
Rosh
one passage
Hashanah,
from this
Sukkot.
book, 13th century
All
book,
the Hebrew
gives you a
for
whole
worlds.
bizarre outlook of what must life have been
All
like
passages.
for Jewish businesswomen
Absalom,
at the time.
Beriah,
Let us
Yetzirah,
return
Essida.
to
All Rosh
some of
says
the
Kosher
gender-related aspects of it.
Four
And
initials in
perhaps the
Shema.
most significant
Used as
economic
Hasidic meditation on the
step
Shema
in
prayer.
sex life is the
Daven in
institution of marriage.
Chassidic slang.
So
Chassidic style of davening.
economically, it was hugely balanced
Slow,
in favor of
meditative,
men.
heartfelt.
In fact,
Bur
the
Yiddish slang.
term that
To grasp, to
Talmud uses
internalize.
for marriage
In
is
Shabbat,
kinyan,
used to mean
which
truly
means
getting the
to
depth of an
acquire.
idea.
It can't be understood in the same way of
Bur Yiddish
acquiring
slang.
chattel. I think that's
With inner grasp.
it's not, but it
Compliment
definitely
for
is
someone who
a
really
one-way
gets Chassidus.
the husband, as it were,
Bur
acquires
magazine
a wife.
Shabbat
The
duplication
wife
slang
allows
among
herself to be
Bakunim.
acquired. She may not
Did you
be
see the new term?
acquired without her permission. So
Here
to
is a
speak.
test
Married
on Hebrew for
well,
knowledge.
women have
Central
a something
Shabbat
based
concept
on
in
men
physical world
on
of
a
home
level
for
of personal
passion.
status. For example, in Jewish law,
Here is Hebrew for dwelling.
a Jewish man
In
may be
Shabbat, shorthand
enslaved,
for the
not
dollar
enslaved.
slang.
It is illegal to hold her
The
as a
Sunday
slave.
dollar
Majority
bills for charity
12 years old.
2000s.
Before that is a different story.
The
At
dollar
12
from
years
the
old and on, she may not be enslaved.
dollar line slang.
So when it comes to marriage,
Nicknames for the
there's
long lines of people
property
waiting
that
to
goes
receive
from
a
the
dollar from
woman
the
into
Riga.
the marriage,
Rosh
to the family from the husband.
in Shabbat, often
Woman
used for a board given by a
dowry,
mafia or
obviously
rabbi.
their parents help,
Bridal
and the
Yiddish for
dowry
spinning
is
top.
far larger than anything
Hanukkah
the
full with
husband brings
Hebrew
into
letters
the marriage.
symbolizing a great
The
miracle
dowry
happened
is
there.
kind of like, look
Plural
at it
for
cynically,
bridal.
it's kind of an incentive for
Common
marriage.
chat for methods
Last year we
program.
spoke about political power.
Bridal presser slash goat.
It's
Someone
amazing.
obsessed with
17th
bridal
century
game or
woman
collecting bridals.
writes 70 notes of her own
Black
reflection.
Hebrew for
I
expedition.
would say at least 30%
Refers to
of
the
them
homiletical
are
level of
worrying
Torah
about marrying off
interpretation.
her children, and in particular collecting
Rosh
dowries,
presser
having
giving
enough
slash
dowry
goat.
to attract this kind of
Person
mate.
who always sits through sermons
It's
and
really
loves Black
money,
Yiddish slang.
property,
Garbage.
real estate, it could be things like
Sometimes used in yeshiva. Head with bread. Deacon Hebrew for attachment or cleaving.
The first is the unofficial
Shabbat usage
adding
means
up
spiritual connection to
which
passion
today would be
achieved
something
through
like
prayer
an
and
engagement.
chastity.
It's not actually a
Basis
sign
begun
of
every
marriage, but it
That's
is
low.
a
Soul for
token
chastity,
of,
melody for meditation for prayer.
yeah, I'm tempted to say
Because
it's not
guided
right. It's like, but it's really, he has to
prayer
give
done
some
in a state of intense
object
attachment
to
to
the
passion.
It's
I
far
return
less
Yiddish
about
for the Most High.
and then is the
A
marriage
common Shabbat, Yiddish way of referring to
gift
I
given
saw
typically
Hebrew for
to the
without end.
parents of the bride
In Kabbalah
for
chastity.
the marriage. Again,
He has infinite essence.
and finally, there is the so-called
I thought
delay,
the word is
which
nothing
is
besides
really
him.
the promise of
Chastity
a
phrase
gift in the
recipe
case
has
of
absolute
divorce
oneness.
or the death of the husband.
I
That
imagine not the Arabic for yes, that is indeed so.
should
Classic
dissolve,
Talmudic phrase
then
used in
the
learning.
husband or
I
his
Latin
estate,
Hebrew for time
all
of
his
favor.
heirs, would have to pay the
A
wife
spiritual
or ex-wife
auspicious time
a
for prayer
large
or
sum of
blessing
money,
egos.
and this
Yom
is
Kippur.
intended as a deterrent
Caesarea
to
Hebrew for
divorce, and
time
also
of
a
trouble.
restriction that's put in
Refers
place
to time
for
extra prayers are set for
so-called
salvation.
legesh or a
I saw
concubine.
biblical
essentially a white
Incapacitus
concubines up until
symbolizes the material world and the struggle of Yaakov soul versus
a concubine is
Yaakov
full
body
white
world.
in every respect, except she does not have the protection of the related soul.
Sodom stuff on Friday night, also audible of praise the righteous woman.
So these
Here
things
Hebrews
really
1.
favor the husband.
and rabbinic structure allowing carrying on Shabbat gluten-free. There is that arrow Hebrew for courtyard joining, a specific halachic form of Eruv.
The woman may also bring into the marriage offerings from her
Chassidus refers to divine energy as it is revealed in the world. Below Hebrew month before Rosh Hashanah, is Shabbat, of preparations, Teshuvah, and spiritual stock-taking.
Or to run that property. So let's say, for
A
example,
strong Shabbat
gives her a
compliment.
field.
He has an
The husband
for
can't
Chassidus.
sell the field.
Every
It belongs to
Hebrew
her.
for faith.
But he has the right to decide whether to
Shabbat, in a faith and passion that transcends law. Every Teshuvah Hebrew for
That's,
faith.
traditional.
The natural, your faith, every Nechai Hebrew for living faith. A faith that is felt and acted upon. Every Nechai Hebrew for complete faith. Full trust in me without doubt. For faith and trust. Faith, belief in me and trust, confident reliance. And the Dallas Shabbat slang. Lady and the Simha with Moshe had.
So
And
that's,
the
this is the
Chassidus
economics of marriage, at
refers
least
to
as
the marriage
per
just
traditional
before
law.
Moshe
Now, as I
has
mentioned
survival.
earlier, there is Torah,
Hebrew for me.
there is reality.
Used
There's
before
a difference
holidays.
sometimes between what the rabbis say, the way it's supposed to be,
Shabbos Friday,
historically and
Yom
socially,
Kippur.
what people did.
Shabbos
As I'm
Rosh
sure we
slang.
see around us even today.
Frantic
The rabbi
activity
says
in
some
Shabbat
things,
households
people do
Friday
it,
afternoon
they
getting
they
ready
so
for Shabbos.
decide. And we shall see that the way the
Mixture of foods.
it's very structured
Halachic ritual to allow cooking on Yom Tov for Shabbos.
with their feet. The rabbis have to
Esrog
catch
Hebrew
up
for citrus.
to social pressure.
One of the four
And the rabbis,
species for
on many
citrus.
occasions, including rabbis
In
of
Shabbat,
Common,
emphasis is placed on a beautiful, but either Esrog.
they will validate
Esrog is Hebrew
practices
plural for
that are
citrons.
not in
Often
harmony with
discussed with
traditional
great care among
statements of the
Shabbat
Talmud,
Chassidus.
if that is the
Esrog box slang.
the custom of the community.
Often silver or ornate for an Esrog during Sukkot.
Married. So, for
Esrog
example,
checking slang. The obsession
yeah,
of
let's
bottling
just skip this
expecting
here.
Esrog
So
in
what
under
we see
magpie
basically
glasses
is,
before Sukkot.
first of all,
Natural
in these
acronym.
documents, as opposed to the rabbinic documents, okay, that women, yes, they're working,
agreement.
and you know what, they're
Women
not
refers to hospitality and caring for guests.
to let their husbands over and over. It is
Special Shabbat name of Shabbat hospitality types and Israel.
These cases come to court, and the husband says one thing, and the wife
biblical
says another thing,
reference
and the court
used
has
in
to decide
Chassidic
what they're
meaning
going
to mean kindness and outreach.
Quite often, the husbands
Special
complain that their
770s
wives
line
are making
slang.
money, and they're not
A
declaring
place
it
for guests
properly.
often popular staying in prime
They're
times.
making $100 a week, and they're saying, I made
Esrog's
$50 a
separated
week,
Hebrew
and what
form
happens
of
to the $50?
Esrog. Used outside Yiddish Shabbat context. Even
So
Hebrew Hebrew.
we have husbands complaining that their
Section of
wives are
showing
hiding
Arab
their
dealing
income,
with marriage divorce laws.
controlling it
And
really.
passion Hebrew for
Secondly,
servant of GD.
we find wives telling their
Chassidic
husbands,
ideal of
hey,
dedication
sweetheart,
and humility
that
for
I'm going
faithful
to go to
servant.
the Muslim
Idol of high praise
because the
often
Muslim
applied
courts,
to
as
Moshe
I mentioned
Rabbeinu.
earlier, were far more lenient
And
with
Hebrew
regards
Hebrew
to
for
women's
Hebrew
income.
sure
And
and
this was
by law.
the
In
lecture,
Exodus
Ashanta.
symbolizes discipline.
If a woman would take her case
And
to the
Urban
Muslim
Hebrew
courts,
for the
and that
one
would
who
be
chose to
humiliation
remain
for the
with his
Jewish
master.
family, for the husband. In many
Symbolizes
cases,
attachment,
rabbis
power
would
over
counsel
desires.
their
And
parishioners
for
there,
the
just let her have it.
a phrase denoting
And this
loyalty to the
became
king
kind of
passion.
enshrined in practice.
Exile mindset slang. Shabbat
Dowries as
expression.
well, as opposed to
There
not
is
saying
knowledge
that
to
dowries were often a
The
dispute
Chassidic
because
slang.
her father would give her money
Display
into
of
the marriage,
Chassidic
and
behavior,
the husband would
usually
want to,
affectionate teasing. Dating the Yiddish
sell a piece of
explanation.
property, which she's only allowed to, she refuses to allow it. They have a dispute over it, and ultimately,
Circles
as
and
the
colorful
Goy
slang.
the premier
Margaret
scholar
Yiddish for
of
gathering.
the
For
rabbis,
Shabbat event where Chassidim sit together, sing Nigunim, share, library Torah, and each other, and bring El Hayim. They bring slang contraction off casually. There was a Fabrang last night. Fabre inner one who leads a Farbrennan, usually
older Chaucer inspiring the crowd. Using slang verb. Beating at a hard right or making it feel like one. Parker Yiddish for the opposite. Common in how the Chaucer debates.
I mean, hard not to imagine reasons. I want right now here. Let me jump ahead a little bit. For example, one case that came for Maimonides.
Margin Yiddish for to rejoice in
This case goes on
success.
a man goes on
Upgrade in Tacitus.
a long business trip.
Parker Yiddish for protest. Use figure as you thinking.
Anything for his wife.
Parker Yiddish slang for straight. Kind.
So what the wife
For
does,
over Parker rank slang.
which is also an interesting thing.
On Barbara and where every is not overly religious. Charge with Yiddish for drag. Slang in Yeshiva.
Anyway, so she's
Drag to Hashi.
independent woman.
Charge with for someone. All tagging along or lighting behind.
And he says, "You're what?
Car still
My
Yiddish
wife
for oil.
walking through the streets
It's
every day
like
to yeshiva
something
and then
overclipped,
teaching
rooted, or raised in
those passions."
Parts is Yiddish for you understand.
And you have to quit this job. Forget what you're talking about. I love being a career.
Carbo's Yiddish for
I
why.
can have it all.
Common
I
for
don't want to let. I don't do this job.
Carbo.
The husband goes to Maimonides and
Tarzan
says that
Yiddish
my
for
wife is a
imagine.
Moredes. My wife
Used
is
in
a
chastity
rebellious
teaching for
woman.
picturing
I
high
have to leave this job for I'm going to divorce her.
Saturday,
And
Yiddish
the
calendarday
halacha
of
is that the
fasting
woman is
BGT.
a
Asar of
rebellious
BGs.
woman. Then
The
she loses
Shabbat
her
exercise
Ketubah
as such.
and not have to pay the delayed instruction.
Fast Yiddish
So
for
my
night
money
before
says, you know,
used by some chastidim for and fast preparations. Fact slang.
I don't know what they say in Arabic. We're talking.
Extremely devout or hardcore in that practice.
So,
Will come in Yiddish
the husband
chapter
says, I
other
guess, have to
maybe
agree with you.
not
Then the wife
ESA
comes and says, what are you
still
saying?
slang.
Well,
Jokingly
you
used
know,
in
my
yeshiva for
husband
being
left me
extra
for 4
high
years, and he expects me to just,
Feldman slang
what am I
in
supposed to do?
770 circles.
For a
Generic
Talmudic
nickname
law,
for a random fucker
woman to
like
beg.
Rothschild, considered Yiddish himself
men
for
are almost
stinking.
expected to beg if they have to. But
Pitch bad slang,
it's
joking terms for someone, acting unpleasant.
So anyways,
In
Rob,
Yiddish for
when he
uncle.
hears this, the one side, he says, no, you are
Used
absolutely right. He
affectionately
takes
in
back
family
his back.
Shabbat
He
settings.
says, you can keep your
Big
job,
short slang for
and
Fargan in the
you're
door.
not considered Moretti.
Big farm yeshiva slang.
He has to pay you the full payment. So he
Capital Fargan with a couple of guys in a dorm room.
and that's like kind of an example,
Picnic slang.
perhaps, of what they're fighting about
Someone
with
who
money.
always initiates
I don't
little
have any
fits.
other specifics. But it's
Fish
interesting. I refer
prophylactic
you to
chastitic discussion about
Heinz
possible
massive
extra
work.
cup of wine and pesach not practiced, but mentioned.
Called a Mediterranean Society.
Fifth Lubavitcher Rita refers to the Rita Rashab Rabbi Shalom Dogberg Yearson.
Huge trove of information there.
Fifth for
So let me just get to
Eastern
what
Yiddish
kind
for
of
5 or
work are they
25.
doing? This, by the way, this is the.
Sometimes. Fifth for favorite slang for a tiny part rented with
So
only
what
5 people.
What kind of work were women
Fifth
typically
time
involved
joking
in?
slang.
Goitein
Making everything
identifies
revolve around
7
5
different
linked to
classes
chastitic number
of
symbolism.
laborers labor that
First Lubavitcher Rita refers to the altar Rita Rabbi Shner's almond of Leosi. First of our reference, cut altar Rita S for the Rita S first chastitic discourse. Fish Friday slang.
Christian Europe,
Friday
you see a
yeshiva
lot
meal
more
tradition.
trades, especially silversmithing.
Fish with challah before Shabbos.
Metalworking, and especially working
Yiddish for
in
me.
all of our
Refers to
shops,
galactic
vendors,
meat category
things like that.
flyship.
Very long tradition of Jewish
Flyship
business.
Yiddish for meeting.
And in some cases,
Dietary category of kosher food, opposite of milkshake dairy.
guilds.
Flyship's favorite
Truly
slang.
amazing thing.
At brand
Well,
food
money
meat
lending,
instead of
which
just
are
mash.
next slides.
Flyship
Also,
goats Yiddish
some
chef.
Jewish women
Off
working
color
as
or overly
midwives,
murky goats.
as
Found in cars.
doctors,
Flash type Yiddish
professional
for physicality, coarseness.
admire women.
Kitchen represents worldly desires.
Your funeral, but someone else's funeral.
Without
Because
slang.
they just set the tone.
Becoming overly religious quickly, sometimes used jokingly for Walleye Kashuga. Flipping
Women
Michigan
as fortune
slang.
tellers, psychics, all kinds of things like
When
Jewish
someone
women
keeps
are engaged in
changing
these
the event too
occupations.
often head up favorite.
Genesa tells all.
Fodder for favorite
describes
slang.
all these different things that Jewish women were
Stories,
involved
or
in. It
match,
really is
or
a very
personal
rich
struggles
economy
shared head
as
up
a whole.
hard Reddit.
Yes.
4 cups halachic obligation and 4 cups of wine at the Pesach Seder. For species lulav, esrog, hadassi, and parvos used on sukkahs. In Shabbat, discuss deeply in memory. For world's Chassidic teaching of Atsilis, Beriah, Yetzirah, Hasidah. Fourth Lubavitcher Rima refers to the Rima honored Rabbi S.H. Pearson. Professor Yiddish slang for blush. Used teasingly in Shabbat yeshivas, when someone overeats at Kiddush. Good Yiddish for religiously devout. Jews, sometimes used admiringly, sometimes mockingly. From Yiddish for religious. Standard description of observant Jews. From Yiddish for religiosity. Chassidic is sometimes critiqued when it is about external piety without inner connection. From her Yiddish slang, super religious guy.
And Jews were very involved in moneylending professions, particularly in Christian Europe, because Christians developed this canon law called the
sidewalks,
which prohibited Christians from charging interest which basically shut down the medieval economy because in an agricultural society where you have
sign of piety.
To ride out the year when you're waiting for your harvest to grow.
Themselves
The Jews were the only minority for about 500 years were legally allowed to lend money on
just about
At one point, the Italian Christians said this is ridiculous, there's so much money to be made, and they ignored the law of
award by younger Bakunin.
proud about it. But for about 500 years, Jews were the
Light-hearted
only
begun
source of
inserting in
credit.
between serious ones to live the mood. Fire Yiddish for fire. In Chassidic lingo, used metaphorically for spiritual passion.
Jews are not
Fire
allowed to
mid-brand
charge
Yiddish
interest
phrase
to
fire
other
with burning.
Jews. I've tried calling MasterCard
In Shabbat, describes and causes as enthusiasm and warmth
but the idea is Jews are allowed to charge to non-Jews.
Title given to
Vice
great
versa.
Florence Collins
Theoretically,
and the
Christians
Roman
can
native.
charge interest to Jews, but the
Now
market
the Hebrew
differential is
acronym
so
for
huge
Beit have
that it
used
was
it.
not popular.
And of the rabbinical cord.
Well,
Goodbye
here's a
Hebrew for
picture, by
sitting
the
on
way,
top of
of
her.
a Jewish money
In
lender. This is,
Shabbat.
I think, 14th century Germany.
Person managing alios, finances, for 770 order. Goodbye Tzedakah Hebrew for charity treasurer. Collects and distributes funds. Gadol Hebrew for great. Term for a major rabbinic leader. Gadol Hador Hebrew for great one of the generation. Title for meeting sage.
So Jews
Gadol
actually
Hebrew
enjoy
for a
practicing
student
usury
who serves
because
a great
although
rabbi.
there are some
Seems
risks
closest.
of non-payment, to a large
Now
degree,
is Hebrew
that
for
risk
exile.
was moderated by
In
the fact that
Chassidic, refers to both physical exile and spiritual
the
distance from
taxes that
PG.
Jews paid for money lending, and the king would
Now
lend
is
his
Hashishina
own
Heber for
enforcement
exile of
to
the
make
divine
sure that
presence.
debts were paid.
Hashabat
One
P.
time it was really dangerous was if
He
the
has
debts
presence
became
hidden
so
in the world.
large that the king
Now
would
is
feel it was more
mindset slang.
expedient to simply sacrifice the debt.
Eating stuff in small thinking for lack of freedom.
York in
Yet
1290,
through
for
alphabet
example,
Hebrew
where
for this too is for the good.
they choose 3 times.
Famous saying of Nachumish Damson quoted in Shabbat Carbrechens.
And they realized
Yet
they
even
weren't
for
yes,
garden
they
of
went back in, they would
in
want mice
Chassidic.
to kick them out 3 times.
2 levels.
And it was important.
Lower and higher Gan
Sometimes
Eden.
the risk of
Gan
violence,
Eden Kli and
and
Hebrew for
sometimes
higher,
there's
garden
always
of Eden.
the risk of popular
Souls
resentment.
experience deeper divine revelations.
Here's a rather
Gan
headless
Eden Prophet
Christian
Hebrew Eden.
that is Christian.
Souls
Bareheaded.
enjoy thorough learning after death.
Penniless because he doesn't even have dirt pants.
Gan disease slang Shabbat for Gan for Gan Israel, but Shabbat
There's
for
the
Gan
Jewish money
network.
lender again in the back.
Yashmi is
And
Yiddish
this
for
gesture
physicality,
was maybe
materialism.
in medieval art,
It's
this is
Shabbat.
an aggressive gesture.
Contrasted
Usually
with
a
Ruthie's
pedagogic gesture,
spirituality.
like I'm teaching you something.
Yashmiya's Zakzak Yiddish slang. Physical things. Used in car branches so talk about elevating material.
If you were a money
Get
lending
energy
first of all,
root
this is
for
a proven
purgatory.
profession. It allows
In
Jews to live
Chassidic, a spiritual
close
cleansing
confines.
process
Jews are
from the
very
soul.
gregarious people.
Here is
They like
Hebrew
to
for
live in
conversion to
the
Judaism.
synagogue,
Nice high-tech Yiddish slang for heating up.
so it's very hard to live far away.
Used
It's
in
a clean
ideas of a
profession. It's
favorite
not
gets
involved
intense.
digging in the dirt for
Are in
potatoes.
Hebrew for
It's one that you
completion.
do with your mind.
Talmudic text interpreting the Mishnah.
It's a portable profession.
For Rashi's study.
Cash.
Gematria Hebrew for numerical value of letters. Shabbat often uses it for mystical insights.
And it allows time for
Generalist
study.
text Hebrew for
A
acts of
banker can
kindness.
set bankers'
Often
hours
refers to
and spend the
Greenland
rest of the
society.
day in Talmud. In other words,
So that Hebrew
hours that should lose people, right?
free loans, baby beer, etc.
Basically,
Prime
that
times.
10 to 3. Now they drive
Giovanni
through
Hebrew
things.
plural for geniuses. Refers to
One
the feminine
exception.
state.
Widely, it's kind of an act that was developed
1052.
began in the 19th
Giovanni
century.
historical
Jews
Jewish era
engaged
after
in
the
this
Talmud
distasteful
reference.
was because they were
England
living in the land.
in century
Part
of
of it really
Act.
misses
Divided line of Hebrew for the complete
but
redemption
part is the fact that it's much better.
Act.
And then where
No.
that's
Translated.
Jews to move place to all the
All the story
Jews tend to be farmers.
positive extra bad slang.
Maybe buying and selling
All
real
his
estate or
favorites
something. It's
and
not
awesome
not
fiery
really
car
a
reddish.
Jewish value.
There's nothing
in this
has Yiddish
medieval
for with
period.
help.
And the
Common Shabbat
apologetic to
blessing.
say, oh, the reason we were money lenders
There's under my favorite slang.
farm,
A
these
thousand
other farmers,
favorite.
that's kind of an idea
Meaning
that
one
develops
with
out
good
of
balance of
late
inspiration
19th
and joy.
century socialist
General Hebrew
ideas
for
that
degree.
farming is the most natural and healthy
Often a rabbinic prohibition.
but it really doesn't.
Deseret Shabbat Hebrew for equal degree. Talmudic rule. Deriving Pelicha by comparing similar words in verses. Gimel Tammuz Hebrew date. 3rd of Tammuz. In Shabbat. Day the Rita passed in 1994, marked as a day of reflection and connection. Gimel Tammuz favorite Shabbat slang for the emotional part ran and held that day. Gimel Hebrew for camel, also the third letter of the Hebrew alphabet. Symbolism used in Chasidus. Gimel chest Hebrew phrase. The letter jumble represents giving kindness gentlest chest. Gimel Pesach means slang in Yeshiva. 3 notebooks for Gemara, Chasidus, and Pelicha. Lit Yiddish for luck or fortune. Used in blessings.
So let's look at Wuksha.
Lit favorite slang. A part where everything worked
I want
out
to look
lucky.
at 3 specific documents. I actually
The
have
Hebrew for
this
that.
1967 article here
Galactic
from
category is
Whiteside
stealing.
himself.
Rosdosh Hebrew for stealing knowledge.
This woman that he discovered in the
Galactic prohibition of deception.
and the 3
Gold
documents
Hebrew
that
for
I'm sharing with you. The first
refers
is
to
record
Moshe.
of a small claims dispute. The second
Gold
is her
Zenetic
last
Hebrew
will
for
and
righteous
testament.
redeemer.
And third is
Term
an
for
unusual
Moshiach in
document
prayers.
that was used to prove
Goalless
the
mentality
paternity
slang.
of her illegitimate son. So,
Stuff
and
in
this
Male thinking.
was
Opposite
brilliant
of
history.
human
This is how
mindset.
history is really done.
Gold Hebrew for
Never heard of
benefactor.
this one before.
Refers to
And
birthday
Whiteside
time of
comes across
blessing
these
after survival.
paper and pieces them together
Gold
and
Hebrew
creates a
formation.
picture of who this one was.
Commonly used
So
as
here is the
one
only document which is actually
Yiddish
dated
for lineage.
April 19, 1098.
Times negatively.
And the
Yiddish
document reads as
Yiddish
follows.
slang.
On the same day, Mr. Gula Halevi, son of Joseph, son of the late Judge Yakir to the court, and the Lord witness for the former, that he was in the synagogue on Wednesday the 10th of this month, when Karima, the daughter of Amar, known as Wuksha, I'll tell you about what these names mean in a second, the broker, appeared in the synagogue and said to him and to Moses, the teacher, and to Mali HaKohen, the brother of the sexual child. Okay, so what's happening? The document is some kind of work document, and this person is testifying that he was in shul, and a woman comes into shul, and she talks to these 2 other named individuals, so they can testify to the validity of the story, and she says, I want to see the dayan, I want to see the judge, for I was informed that he summoned me. Meaning she shows up at shul because the judge, the dayan, religious judge, called for her to appear. Now, for what reason did he do this to me? You can hear from the translation, kind of like, what does he want from me? You know, like, there's not a lot of patience coming out of this document. One of those answered her, because Ula Halevi appealed against the president of the court, the Al Beit Din, meaning I is suing you. Wherefore he sent after you, asking you to appear with him before the court. The guy is summoning her to appear in court over a dispute. But you refrained from appearing with him in court. She ignored an earlier summons. So now she's called to the carpet. Hey, how come you didn't show up? We called you to court. And thus you deserve a public notification and a warning. And I heard it. I love the way it reads. It's like, you're not at this. What do I owe Mr. Ula that he should make such a claim against me? All that is due to him for me is 5 kirats. Which, as I'll tell you later, basically works out to about $20. All she wants from me is $20, 1967. Well, actually, it's $10. And she calls me for $20. For 5 kirats, he makes such a fuss. Also, Mali, the brother of the sexton, was present and made the same deposition as the aforementioned David. We set before us and have signed so that it may serve as a conveying rights and as a group. So, what do you make of this quick, vision of who this person is? What do you think, Judith? You work with these doctors all the time.
Well, first of all, it sounds like
Yes. Well, you get someone to court. Someone is suing you, you say, basically, right? And if the court says, it sounds to me, I don't know these terms are, it sounds like she's being contemptuous of the court. Interesting. That's a perspective I wasn't thinking about. What the kind of thing that Goitein points out, fascinating, her name. Her actual name was Karima, and she's referred to as the daughter of a Mamar, who is known to be a very wealthy and impressive individual. His father apparently was also a very important individual. And she's called Wolfsha, which apparently means, he translates the Arabic language, means
someone who always asks for handouts.
Kind of an
Gravel with Hasidus line filling through Hadith Zamar. Brat's Yiddish for belch. Used in slang jokingly as favorite
the
gins.
father, as I mentioned, was a very
Brat's favorite slang.
Welcome.
Favorite with too much food. Where best
in the
frozen.
documents, there has to be
Buffy
someone
for
there
body.
to prove who they are.
In Hasidus,
Women are
often contrasted.
without identity. You can't say it's the shopkeeper from such and such a street. You have to say a woman who is the wife of so and so, the daughter of so and so, and there are people here who testify to that. She doesn't need any independent verification. Everybody knows who she is. Just give her name and that's it. Yes.
was this a bit
Well, this was like kind of before the bed. She was called to appear the bed, but about the $20 or anything. We just have this little piece, 150, 200 words, and that's all we got. But let's go on to her will, which is fascinating. Okay, so this is her will. The main points of the will of Wolfsha the broker. She's called the broker. To my brother shall be given 100 dinars from the office given to me as security. Note, by the way, Goitein figures out that 2 dinars was about the monthly income of a middle-class family. So if you take American median as that same marker, and that would be about $5,000. Say white, non-Hispanics, it's a little bit higher, for example. That would mean if we use $50,000 as a middle-class income, which is kind of hard to believe, but let's say that is, then that would mean her total up was $689 with about $1.4 million.
Collective requirement for
We're looking at
learning.
a different way, 28 years of retirement.
That's Yiddish
That's
Hebrew.
probably an easier way to
Reading at the start
she
of
could
the
live
English
at a middle-class wage for 28 years.
That was Yiddish Hebrew Festival.
Wealthy ones.
Reading during Chol Shabbos.
So she gives her brother 100 dinars.
That Shabbos Yiddish for
Well,
good
my ring
Shabbos.
says to my sister 50 dinars.
That also Yiddish Hebrew for good holiday.
My paternal uncle 400 dinars. All these family
Lucky Yiddish slang for
Then she
little good
says,
one.
for the cemetery, 25 dinars. For the synagogues in Old Cairo,
Agnes's
20
fortune
dinars.
Hebrew for
Remember, 20
welcoming guests.
dinars would be the equivalent
For
of
mitzvah. Big in Shabbat communities. For Hebrew for dedication of that Torah scroll.
For the synagogues of down 5 dinars for the purchase
Celebrated
of
with
study.
dancing and hungary.
Old Cairo,
Address
20
Hebrew
dinars.
for we will be
Joseph's
heard.
wife, 5 dinars. To each of her two
Formula
brothers,
says
5
at the end
dinars.
of
To the
studying
orphan
that
girl,
Talmud.
a relative of mine, 2
Advocate
dinars.
zeros
Paid from the debts
refers to
against which
Shabbos
securities
and
were given
Yom
is given
Kippur
to
lighting.
here.
How causes
The
rely on
remaining
those Hebrew for
securities
spreading the
shall be
wellspring.
added to the cash in gold
Sent
which I
your Shabbat
possess,
mission to
namely
spread Tacitus.
300 dinars. Meaning she's got
Average
300 dinars
for
in
separating
cash of $500,000 by the calculation, liquid cash, which are already with me, and the 67 dinars dismantled with Lady
Shabbat has its own
Winty. She actually had another woman who held 67 dinars for her. That's interesting.
Raising
In
the
addition to all of this
services.
cash in kind and rug, all this shall be kept for my son
Dancing
on
with
conditions
Torah
I shall mention. If he remains alive and takes maturity, he shall be handed over to him.
Torah demand every
If,
7
however,
years.
God forbid, takes
Shabbat,
it
any
before
gathering for
he
Torah
reaches
inspiration.
mitzvah, one half of all this shall be given to the synagogues in Cairo and the poor in equal halves. The other half shall be divided between my heirs in equal shares. My brothers that are to his father, the boy's father,
For practical law. How Felicia applies in daily
not
life.
1 penny shall be given.
Electric man turned from proud so electric.
Goitain remarks
Sometimes
that
discussion
the Latin term
Shabbat
is
has contrast to chastity man.
verba is
Halal Hebrew phrase. Psalms recited on festivals.
not 1 penny.
Halal Gadol Hebrew for great
Except
Halal.
that 2 promissory notes,
Longer
meaning
psalm
that
of praise
he gave her
recited on
2
special occasions.
IOUs. She's holding on to
Hebrew
them.
blessing over bread.
Concerning a debt of 80
Brings
dinars
forth
which he
bread
owes
from
me,
Hebrew.
will be handed over to him, meaning she'll
And
forgive me.
shows
She
Hebrew
doesn't want his money. Give him the 80 dinars.
scripts of the Riva and Regents.
And then there's a lot of discussion.
Guilty Riva Hebrew for an edited transcript.
And then there's a beautiful little
Notes
description
from
of how
Riva
she clearly loved him dearly.
For edited transcript.
Ordered a amount of money to
Checked
make
by
sure
the Riva.
that her son would get a proper and to
Holiday celebrating the Maccabees' victory in the royal miracle.
This was a colossal
Hanukkah Del Yiddish for hands
with
of money.
a very
Given
charitable
to children.
and
In
she had
Shabbat,
an
also
illegitimate
given
son.
by the Riva.
She's definitely estranged
Hanukkah
from
Mezabah
her
Hebrew
boy's
Yiddish for
father.
Hanukkah
This doesn't sound like your
Written
typical
Shabbat outreach.
Beis Yaakov kind of
Hamarah
girl.
Hebrew for
12th
inside
century.
Shabbat.
So let's turn, I'm sorry we're a little bit
A
late.
scholarly note on Hamarah
Let's
or
turn
Sisha.
to the
Capital
paternity
Hebrew for
documents.
abortion.
And let's
Certain
read this, because
galactic
this is the
discussion.
most fascinating part, I
Conscious
think.
Yiddish slang.
So
At
this
least.
document
Used in
was
Yeshiva
probably
Bender.
written after her
Half-pairs
death
bearing Hebrew for handling of vows.
to report an earlier
Done
event.
before Rosh
It was
Hashanah Yom
designed
Kippur.
specifically when her
Haredi
son
Hebrew
wanted
for
to
1
marry
shekels.
to prove that he
Refers
was
to ultra
legitimate to
Orthodox
marry again.
Jews.
I use the term illegitimate.
Shabbat is
Judaism
on
doesn't
Haredi
recognize
Hebrew outreach children.
illegitimacy per se,
Target
except
Hebrew
that
for
a
children.
child is born from a forbidden, for example, a married woman having
Chastity,
extramarital affair or an incestuous affair
Pastor
with a
Hebrew
child
for
known
great
as an
success.
unfair, which is a terrible
Common
stigma.
Shabbat
That
Yeshiva
child will
blessing.
not be allowed to marry anyone else except the
Pastor
mamzer,
slang
or a
shorthand.
convert who comes with zero
Success.
nipples, with zero
Capital Hebrew
lineage,
for
and that
separation.
status will continue
Ceremony
for their
marking
children
end
as
of
well.
Shabbos.
It's a huge stigma. So this document
Havusa
reads,
Hebrew for steady partner.
the elder Abu
Yeshiva
Allah
life.
Yaakov,
Extra
something
Hebrew
wrong here,
for
the son of the
certification.
elder Mashiach, may he rest in
Rabbinic
peace. He appeared before us and made the following
Hebrew for
deposition
preparation
while we
for
were
our
constituted as a court of 3. So another court
Headed
document,
Yiddish Koru.
formal deposition.
Refers to traditional
He
Jewish
said,
elementary schools.
I was with the
Irish
cantor.
Yiddish for
May
Talmud
God
Convicted.
accept him. When Uksha, the broker,
Used
came
to
in and
describe
said,
people or
do
environments
not
with
have an
traditional
advice
Jewish
for me.
feel.
I had
Private
an
loyal
affair
Yiddish
with
slang.
Chassur and can
to
see
hide the
from
crowd.
Whiteside says the
Being
phrase
undisputed slang for today's generation. Often critical tone.
we contracted a marriage before a Muslim notary.
Concentrated.
Hey, basically, it gets worse.
Apparently,
Apparently,
to the temple.
went to a Muslim qadi and had a civil
Classic method
marriage.
comparing laws
So
from
she
verses.
married this Jewish guy from Ashkelon.
Hectic Hebrew for
She got pregnant.
continuation.
Why did she get married in a mosque?
Series of connected numerous discourses.
Goytime presumes that because her
Educated these
her
famous
lover
series of
was a
144 discourses by the
Crusader
Rebbe Rashab 1912,
perhaps he was already married
1920,
to a woman in Ashkelon. And
and
it to marry a second
series
wife
by
was
the
bad.
Rebbe Rashab.
And so therefore she
And
went,
Yiddish
only
slang.
imagine she fell madly in love with this guy.
The Manfakura.
And you know, he hit her up for 80
Esses
dinars,
paras
so
Hebrew
it was
for
what
a
it
thought.
is. But she went and
The
she got
Philip
married.
attraction
Perhaps they were thinking
invalidates
eventually
the
he'd
life
get
facility.
divorce his wife.
Base
Maybe she
Hebrew for
died and they
kindness.
got a normal wedding, but at any
In
rate, she
Shabbasidus.
got pregnant.
One
We
of the
conjure,
divine
but I'm afraid that he may deny being the father of my
for
child.
kindness and mercy.
Well,
But
that's the mom's name, right? This is the guy.
Hebrew for
Well,
eulogy.
they're worried that he'll have the baby
Delivered at
and he won't
funerals.
say that he's the father.
Test Fabrang slang.
She then lived in the house
Style
of
Cornway. Heavy and
whatever
tearful.
for. So the cantor gives her a piece of advice. This is really Yiddish.
Teslo Shabbat
He says to
used
her,
at a sad gathering.
go and gather some
Bitter mitzvah Hebrew for
let them
beautifying
surprise you
Gavrisna.
with chasson, so that your
Doing that
assertion might
mitzvah in the most beautiful
in other
way.
words, she arranged
The
a
Hebrew
tryst
plural of
with her lover,
enhancements.
and she arranged for
In
people
Shabbat
to
for doing
interrupt them.
mitzvahs extra beautifully. Bill Post Hebrew
So
for laws of
people say, aha,
title for
they have a
Metalakim
relationship,
text.
stands to reason that he
Bill
is the
Post
father.
Shabbos Hebrew for
She
laws of
did
Shabbos.
so, gathered her, surprised
Bill
her with
Post
him,
Dalvik Dora
and
Hebrew for
confirmed
laws
her
of Dora study.
assertion.
Bill
She was
Post
then
Tekula
pregnant
Hebrew
with his
prayer.
other son, whom she had conceived
Bill
in her
Post
illicit
Teshuvah
relationship
Hebrew
with
for
her.
laws of repentance.
Now,
Famous
another
random
topic.
section.
I also know
Bill Post Yom Tov Hebrew for
the
laws of
First
festivals.
Stephen testimony says
Bill
that
of
she
Hebrew
went
for
on the
celebration.
fast of atonement, Yom Kippur,
Refers to the
to the
yard
synagogue of the
in
Iraqis.
Shabbat.
But when the Nasiya plus
Islam
Mary
Alter
noticed
Riva
her,
S.
he
Released the
expelled her
Tafillah.
from the synagogue. Can you imagine?
In many
She has
Muslim
the child out of
Resume
wedlock.
Hebrew for
She goes on
behold,
Yom
I have
Kippur,
prepared.
and the head of the
Formula
shul
before
kicks her
certain
out of the shul.
mitzvos in Shabbat Sibulim.
I know this all for sure, and the
In many
prosecutor
Hebrew
was
for
the
here, I am.
testimony
Biblical
to this
phrase
effect.
of readiness before DP.
What is, I think, fascinating
Someone who overstood
about
these
this
deep
is that
concepts.
even though
Perfect
she
Hebrew
suffered
for thought.
such a huge embarrassment by
Often
being
forbidden
driven out of
thoughts.
shul in Yom Kippur, if you look at her will,
Further Teshuvah Heather for thought of
huge amount of
repentance.
money to that very
Sometimes
shul.
counts
that
as
nevertheless
partial
denied her
Teshuvah.
services. Yes, we're going a little later
In Shabbat.
The conclusions that I want to present
Bond
are that
between Chassid
we
and
talked a little
Riva.
bit about
This
historiography,
fact
about
first
source
Cuba meal
bias,
even in connection with the
the
Riva,
traditional
even from
rabbinic,
afar.
formal documents,
High
and
Torah
then the
is Hebrew
social
for
documents,
awakening.
the responsa, that
Spiritual
sometimes paint a
arousal
different
or
picture of the
inspiration.
reality of
High
Jewish
Torah is
life at this
Rothschild
time.
Hebrew
They
for
portray
arousal of mercy.
a very broad swath of
Therapy.
Jewish female
This
economic
Hebrew
activity,
for emotional
despite the fact that
involvement.
they may have suffered
Plus
some
faith inspired prayer in
handicaps as a
Shabbat.
result of the unique nature of Jewish life.
This is
Jewish
Hebrew
women
for passing away.
extremely
In
adept
Shabbat.
at
The Riva
circumstances, even if it meant threats of war to ensure that their
in
economic
Chassid.
well-being
Even
is satisfied.
satisfied with
And
little.
we see this specifically in the
This
unfortunate
background another
story
spelling
of
of this
endured
the Hebrew for
personal
enthusiasm.
tragedy and still
The fiery
retain her
feeling
sense
in
of
prayer.
Jewish responsibility, her sense of Jewish
This is
identity,
the Hebrew
and support
quandary.
even those
Used for
causes that
conferences,
sought
like
to
kindness
deny
Hashlucha.
her dignity.
This hash
Thank
is
you very
Hebrew
much for
for
your attention,
inspection.
and I appreciate your exhortation.
A tacit concept of influence beyond one's self. Media Hebrew for obligation. Halachic requirement. Dr. Bar Yeshiva slang for review test. Hofetz is short for Hafatzes Hamayanos. Spreading Chassidus. Hofetz is Bakr Shaslang. A student devoted voice and outreach. Happy Hebrew for
This is
free.
not such a funny joke, though.
Used in slogans about Jewish freedom.
No, I think
For a
it's a joke.
Hebrew
Okay,
for
so,
reading.
thank you all for coming. I
Galactic decision.
apologize for the
For a hot practice
rain
Hebrew
soaked
for
entry
practical
to
guidance.
the building.
It's
What about that?
Riva as applied
just plan the class around the weather a little better. But the joke goes like this. So there's a guy who walks into a tailor shop, buys and the tailor asks him how much he wants to spend. He gives him a number. I have the perfect suit for you.
Very heated and passionate.
So change
Taco
comes
uses
out and says,
slang
you know, I
for
really like
spending
this
money.
suit. It's color,
Commonly jokes about in frown times.
material, and so on. It feels
Tell
great.
them for
The
Marvin.
other thing is, he says, I noticed that one
Sorts of
sleeve
galactic
is
questions
2
about
inches
tribe
longer
animals.
than the other sleeve.
Numerous
The
Hebrew
tailor
for
says,
stringency.
no problem.
Meaning
All
experts
you have to do
greatly
is
full
just
of
sort of tilt your shoulders a little bit like this.
Such slang for someone trying to act mysterious or
Then he
secretive.
says, only one more thing.
Such
That
with a
I
Hebrew
noticed
for
that one
memorial prayer.
hand leg is also
Say that
a little
yours.
bit longer than the other. The tailor says, no problem. With one leg sort of,
Settle.
bent like this.
For someone
He says,
soft,
how
not
did that
too
thing start?
excitable.
So he pays for the
Favorite
suit, he
Hebrew
walks
for
out, he's walking
pregnancy.
to the Quasimodo down the street,
Intelligent.
and across the
Also the
street,
circulation
Sam
of
says to
elite years.
Blanche, Blanche,
Kabbalah.
look at that guy walking down the street so
Temporary
funny.
dwelling in
Blanche
one
says, yeah,
soul
but
in
look
another.
how good his suit fits.
Favorite Shen of Hebrew for
Wasn't
circulation
really
of
funny,
years.
but we tried anyways.
Having
Okay,
the
tonight's
guardian
class,
in the Jewish
we're going to
leap
talk about a
years.
very famous individual,
Figures the Kodesh
Yehuda
Hebrew for holy
Halevi,
letters.
the poet of Sefarad, a
A
very
section of
amazing
formulated letters
figure
of the Alter
who
Vita.
encapsulates
Figures Kodesh Hebrew
really the
for
best
holy
of
letters.
the golden age of Spain, which
The
we'll
published
cover
letters of
as
the
well.
Lipa de
He also
Cherahim.
has kind of an
Figures
interesting
Shabbat
connection to
shorthand
the
for the Riva S
Khazar
letters.
people, which is something
Many
we should cover
Hasidic
in this
views that
course. We had
Chazal means
an
of
entire
guidance.
lecture on it last year, so I'll just have a couple of
Figures
slides
practice
to remind
Shabbat
you about it
slang.
because it is a fascinating.
Writing the letter to
Okay,
the
so
Riva and
in Jewish
placing it
history,
writing in the Hebrew
tonight's lecture
Kodesh
is
volume
sponsored
for an
by.
answer.
We're very grateful to them
The
for giving us the
Hebrew
space
phrase these and
and
those.
giving us some
From
equipment
Calvin
to
of Dictum.
wait for the videos online
Both
and things like
opinions
that.
are words of
And last personal detail that you might find
Favorite
interesting.
Hebrew for name
My
thing
son
for
Alexander,
essence.
the picture doesn't come out quite
Comment
as
in
nice.
galactic and Shabbat
Better than
discussion.
you see here. But he's
Favorite
kind of an
native Hebrew
interesting
for
kid.
the
He's
four law.
14 years old and he's
The
planning to run
strict
a full
galactic
marathon
sound
this January.
stringencies.
We really tried to
Favorite
stop
slang
him,
from the crook.
but he's
The
run
main
2
point
half
in Hashi
marathons
or
already.
Sigma.
He raised $4,000
The
for Joe
Louis
DiMaggio
Hebrew for
Children's
prodigy.
Hospital a couple of years
Of
back.
a
He raised
student.
some money last year
The
for
Yerke
Team
Hashi
Friendship,
I Hebrew
and
for the
this year he
TV
got the
rules.
green light from his pediatrician.
Common phrase in French
Pediatric
speech.
heart specialist and also
Denied
to
Hebrew that for
everybody
matters.
made sure he's okay. They
Shabbat.
all said he's okay to do
Used
it.
constantly
So
when
he's a
discussing.
station called Friendship Circle,
Denied
which
Elohim Hebrew for
specializes
divine
in
concept.
developing social
Ignatius,
relationships
a teaching
for
relating to
children with various
DBS essence.
developmental disabilities,
Denied Pasha
autism,
Hebrew for
things like
simple
that.
concept.
If you want to support
Yeshiva
his
slang for
run,
something
just go to
basic.
his website,
Denied
teamfriendship.org
Gadol Hebrew for big concept.
/Alexander, and
Something major or profound.
whatever you like to this worthy
Denied
cause.
AI
He is
Moshiach
going to
Yehula
run it
Hebrew for
anyways,
matters of
so
Moshiach and redemption.
we're proud of him.
A strong Shabbat learning team since
He's
1991.
14.37. And he's,
Denied Hebrew plural for matters.
he's a tough kid, you know,
Shabbat
he's like
slang for
really
stuff.
motivated to do his thing, and
Example.
I have to be very careful
He
to
and
stand in his way.
specifically 98.
But anyways, he's very determined,
Hebrew
and
for
I think
holy
he'll do
city.
great things in his life. Like all
Usually
my kids
refers
got
to Jerusalem.
Okay, so tonight,
In Shabbat sometimes used playfully for clown times.
Impression
From
of
the cloud Hebrew for
this
city of
physician,
refuge.
poet, and
George
philosopher,
mandated the
who
silent
is again
cities.
an exemplar
From the Hebrew
of
for
the golden
organization.
age of Sephara,
In
the
Israel,
golden
name of
Sephardic
free
period,
state militia.
which extends primarily from
In Yeshiv
the 10th
the
through
organizers
the
of the
13th, early
program.
13th century at the
It
most
says Hebrew
in
for man is
Spain.
kindness.
Really a fascinating period in
Shabbat
Jewish
term
history,
for
which
Hachassid
has
known for
become
generosity.
emblematic
Fish
for
dance
many
Hebrew for man
as
of
an
truth.
ideal state
Chassidic
for Jews
compliment.
in the modern world.
Fish though
I'll
Hebrew
explore
for
this
good
in
person.
just a moment, but let's
Yeshivic
understand what
phrase.
makes Spain so special.
Fish bitter slang
So,
for students
the
or
term
teachings
Sephara,
connected to his being
which
Chassid is not
sounds like
Shabbat,
Spain,
but used in
is
Yeshiva
actually a
conversations.
Ovadia.
His Hafia
This
Hebrew
is
for
also
subduing.
the Gallic
In Shabbat Chassidus.
already in
Holding
biblical
back one
times there
has
was
desires
an
to serve
exile
DB.
of Jews living
living in an area called Surat, which the Jews later
to holiness a higher level than
the Iberian
Hebrew for prohibition.
There is no real connection between
prohibition. And it is
Slovakia
forbidden not
and the
just
region
to
we call
eat,
Spain
but
today,
even to
as
derive
best
benefit
I know.
from.
Similarly, we have other regions
For
like
forbidden and
Ashkenaz, which
forbidden.
is associated with Germany,
Halachic
with that
rulings on
biblical name,
Catholics.
and the region of
It
the
shall
Rhineland
be ruled
Nebulos
around a
become
forbidden
the
action.
association.
for centuries.
Phrase used in discussions
The
of
Jews
Israel
who
as
lived there in
Sfakia.
the 10th and 11th
Big
centuries in
Sfakia
particular
alternate spelling
had
C is Sfakia.
an unusual amount of
Big Sfakia
political
big
power,
slang for someone
cultural
constantly
power,
forcing themselves.
and Jewish learning. Combinations that is really quite rare
Big
for
Kabbalah
any
C
point
is
in Jewish
Kabbalah.
history. Very
Big
rarely do you
Aramaic
at
phrase.
once learn it in their
An
traditional
extension of
Jewish
Moshe.
sources
It's
and
Shabbat.
quite adept
Every
at making
generation
their way
has
through
leaders
the
as part
byways
of
of
Moshe.
modern culture. In America, for example, and there's some comparisons with America, you often have figures, Jewish figures who are exceptionally renowned for their cultural data that they provide for the society, comedians, literati, scientists, and politicians even, so on. And you also have Jews who are really expert in the Talmud, the Bible, and so on. But rarely are those two groups combined in a single person or people. These are highly distinct categories of human activity, and they really don't intersect very much. You have a little bit of that in 19th century Germany. People like Moses Mendelssohn perhaps would encapsulate some of these values. Even that's a debated point. We'll talk about it in a few months. But in Spain, sometimes overly analytical and religiously very observant and Jewisly very knowledgeable at the same time. And these were the people that the common Jewish
figuring things out.
population looked up to
Jack
as
Lund
their
Yemen
exceptions.
Shabbat
It
food
was
roll
really quite
bakery,
different
slow
from what we
cooked
have in most
overnight.
other periods of Jewish history, particularly
Sometimes
since
served at
the
Shabbat houses.
emancipation in the
Jargon
18th and
Yeshivit
19th
the unique
century.
mix of Hebrew, Yiddish, Aramaic,
It's
and
interesting to
English
note that
slang
the
spoken in
Jews
Yeshiva's
identified
traditional
before there
media.
was a unified non-Jewish concept known as
Shabbat board
Spain.
preserving videos,
Jews
audio,
developed
and
an
Torah.
identity,
There is
identity
a large
before
nickname
even
for circling the
what
shell
the
or building,
Spaniards
referencing
so-called
Joshua.
themselves.
Rare slang.
As Jane Gerber, a noted Sephardic
Jerusalem, the
specialist,
holy
puts it,
city. In
no
Shabbat
other
is born,
instances in
tied to
Jewish history
redemption
of such
Gila.
a close and enduring identification
Jerusalem
of the
syndrome,
Jews with a
psychological
land
phenomenon where
outside
visitors to
the Holy
Jerusalem
Land.
develop
Meaning
messianic
Sephardic
religions.
Jews are really
Sometimes
smart.
joked
They're
about
really
it from
into
circles.
that part of the world they come from. And this,
Jerusalem
I think
Talmud
you could
near
say that
Talmud
today,
was to
you
Talmud,
could certainly say
studied
it
alongside
900 years
Babri.
ago in the Golden Era.
Jewish
So it's a very
geography
special
social
period
days
of
from
time.
Jews playing,
Although this
children's
picture, by the
mutual
way,
friends,
is a
relatives.
statue
Used
of
at
Maimonides.
Shabbat tables.
He looked
Jewish
exactly like that.
cultural stereotype about Jewish feelings tied to Jewish upbringing. Sometimes joked about in
So let's
circles.
just look at
Stereotype
Jews
slang for the
have been in Spain.
overprotected ear guilt-inducing Jewish mom.
Jewish
Jewish
population of
nose
Spain
slang
go
terms
back to the
sometimes
4th and
major,
5th even.
sometimes reclaimed for
And we know them
stereotypical
most
nose shape.
significantly from the
Jewish
Visigothic
penicillin
era.
slang
Goths
soup, often
were
called
kings
Jewish medicine.
who ruled Spain before the
Jewish
Muslim
border to story
conquest of
college
711.
neighborhoods in
These
cities
were
like
Christian
Krakow,
kings,
Jerusalem.
albeit what the
Jewish
Catholics would
star
call
slang for
heretical
Magnus
Christian
David
kings. They
Star
were
of David.
Arian. Arian,
Seen on
which
Google
was
slang,
a time
British
that
time,
viewed
JP
Jesus
slang for
as
starting
less than a
things
god,
late.
more like a man who was a
Shabbat
prophet.
circles often
This
called
was denounced
Shabbat
as a
time.
heresy and eventually
Embarrassment
gone.
slang
But at any
feeling
rate,
embarrassed when
one
someone
of the
has
ways
Jewish
in which
in
this is
public.
a pattern that recurs, unfortunately, through
Jew-back
Spanish
slang
history.
Jew-value.
One of the ways in which
Jew
they
casually.
meaning their
Jewbro slang
attachment
Afro
to
style career on a
Christianity
Jewish
was
person.
by persecuting the
Popular
Jews.
slang
And so we have some really awful,
Jewish dated slang
persecutions of Jews during the
for Jewish
Visigothic
motives,
period.
playfully
Jews
or
inside
ironically
really
committed.
nasty things that you wouldn't see until much
Jewish
later in
slang,
other parts
playful
of Europe.
slang, meaning cool, awesome in a
And this
Jewish
seems
way.
to have a correlation
Unicorn slang, modern slang. Someone
viability.
in the
Here's
Jewish
the list
world
of the
X.
kings of Visigoth, Spain, 586 to 711, when the Spaniards
Jew
were
paper slang,
invaded
humorous
by
slang,
the
blending Jew with Jew
population.
paper. Jihad
And
joke slang, rare slang, and Jewish search engine with Islam.
if they were
Often
assassinated,
giver.
and if they
Job
ever
biblical upper and
anti-Semitic
suffering and
decrees.
faith, reference
So you
in
see, there's a
certain
here. All those kings that passed anti-Semitic
Joseph
decrees
Yosef biblical
did not
patriarch,
end their reign
connected
through
to Shabbat teachings
assassination
on
or other
Yosef
forms of
positive.
deposition, whereas
Joyous
if
service
they
phrase
failed to
translated
enact
into as
anti-Semitic
Simcha.
decrees, it meant that
Happy
their
Shabbat
reign
principle.
as a king was very short-lived.
JV Jewish Graphic Agency Major Jewish Service, sometimes referenced by rabbis. Judean Preserved of Jerusalem, referenced in Tanakh study and geography.
These last three were actually Jewish.
Judaism, the religion itself, in Shabbat defined as divine wisdom, Torah, and service of passion.
Yes, so he's trying anything. People were 15
Judaizer, historical, slang for historical term for those adopting Jewish practices.
Probably not.
Objects of Jewish ritual art messages, menorahs, etc. Shabbat houses often sell display then.
What happens in
Jubilee Ecuador law of the 50th year when land returns to original owners.
Is that the Muslims
Judaizer slang historical old term for Gentiles adopting Jewish practices.
This is a map that shows you
Judgment
the
day on faith
very
in Jewish
rapid
beliefs.
expansion of Islam from
Rosh
632
Hashanah when deeds are judged.
Peninsula here.
Joker
Islam
slanging
just
from slang.
expands with tremendous speed
School over
throughout the
garments
entire
worn by girls
Mediterranean
who
basin,
raise young in
extending
schools.
all the way out here to the
Just
east.
on
It's
my
actually
next
going
slang,
to
Yeshivish phrase downplaying something as only
Pakistan, Bangladesh.
justification for Lashik Yeshiva, guys both it is a triple justification.
North Africa and then
Kabbalah Hebrew for receiving. Jewish mystical tradition. Central to Shabbat thought. Kabbalah's Shabbos Hebrew for accepting Shabbat. Synagogue service welcoming Shabbat. Kabbalah's Hebrew for accepting the yoke.
Conquest. We know their
Shabbat praise
experience
for
under
surrendering
these
to God's
kings
will with
that
humility.
the Muslim promise of
Kaddish Hebrew for
egalitarian
forward.
treatment, and particularly the
Modern Israeli
extension
slang
of dhimmi
sometimes.
status, meaning that the Jews will be
Kaddish
a
Hebrew
protected
for
minority,
sanctification.
allowing them to practice
Prayer
their
for
religion
mourners,
within the
also
confines
marking
of the Muslim state.
transitions in
It
Davidic.
was very appealing to Jews, and it's quite
Kala
likely that
Hebrew
they
for
were
bride.
at the time really quite
Also
open to the
slang.
idea and assisting
Kala
the
equals the
Muslims
bride
with
to
their
be.
conquest of this
Called
erstwhile
with Yiddish
Christian
for
kingdom.
cold Lithuanian.
At this time, we have
Slang
really
insult for
several
overly rational
main
Jews.
people.
Contrasted with warm Chassidim.
We have
Capros
Christians,
Hebrew
of
for
course, the early
atonement.
Byzantines. Later we'll have Catholics.
Yom Kippur ritual with chicken or money weighed overhead.
Arab, of course, is an
Supposed
ethnic
Yiddish for coat.
designation, not a Muslim, not a
Long
religious
black coat
designation.
worn by
Although in
Shabbat
this context,
Chassidim.
all the Arab Muslims.
Carbon
Workers
for
from
the
North
Hebrew for
Africa,
sacrifice in the temple.
Slavs, especially
Studies in
slaves,
Polychepidus.
three most important
Harry
populations
Hebrew for
Christians,
Shabbat.
Arabs, and Jews.
Severe spiritual punishment
As
mentioned
a
in Polychep.
tripartite,
Capros
because
Hebrew
these
for
three
Fitness.
cultures interact
Refers to
in a way
future dietary laws.
unlike any other part of Europe.
Hebrew
The
for
Jews
fit.
were always a
Slang
minority,
to capture that pan
the
equals
only
make it
minority of
kosher.
any significance in
Capturing
Western
process
Europe.
of making vessels kosher.
That was within a Christian society. And in
Kabbalah
North
Hebrew for
Africa,
honor
they
or
were
respect.
largely minority
Kabbalah
of any
Hebrew
significance
Hebrew for
within a
human
Muslim
dignity.
environment. But in Spain,
Halachic
they
principle
were
allowing exceptions to
either
laws.
they were always one of two
Canada
minorities. They
Hebrew
were
for
either
intention.
a minority alongside
Shabbat
the
stresses
Christians in a
Davidi with
Muslim region,
Canada.
or a minority with the Muslims
Healing
in
Hebrew
a
for
Christian
vessels.
region. And this triangular relationship
Tahara ritual
creates a
purity.
wholly different culture in Spain elsewhere in Europe. And
Kabbalistic
to a
term
certain degree,
Shabbat.
the three legs of this tripod
Spiritual
gives the society a much better
holiness.
balance in some ways and allows the
Baptism of
Jews
Hebrew
to
for
really
Christi
extend
Baptist.
themselves politically
Praise in
because
Shabbat
the ruling
Hebrew.
faction often sees the Jews as a
The
useful
Knesset Hebrew
ally
for
to other minorities
modern
that
term
they may
for
have to
Israeli
contend with
parliament.
in the future.
The Dutch Hebrew
The Muslims and
justification.
the Christians were always vying for authority.
Blessing over
The
wine
Jews
on
never
Shabbat
vied
holidays.
for political
The
rule,
Dutch
so therefore
Hebrew
they
for
made very
sanctification of
loyal
his name.
minions in many
Living
cases.
as a proud Jew.
Okay.
The
Portugal
Dutch
in
Rosanna
this map.
Hebrew for
Portugal
sanctification
is, I
of the
think,
blue.
cut off this map.
Monthly prayer over the new moon.
Yes.
Kedushin Hebrew for Trafal. First stage of Jewish
Yes,
marriage.
your imagination will do that.
Pippa Hebrew for dome.
You know, pick it to the west.
Skull cap
Okay,
Yarmulke.
let's go on.
Slang.
Spanish Jewish
Pirate
history
Hebrew for bringing
is
clothes.
1492.
Outreach.
The horrific
Shabbat
expulsions
mission
in the 15th century, which created such
Slow Hebrew
havoc
month known
in
for Hanukkah. Shabbat
demography,
Kislev Rosh
Jewish
Hashanah of
self-image,
Chasidus.
Jewish philosophy.
Tidman
And
Hebrew for
we're not going to
abuse.
get to that today. We're
Ashkenaz
going to talk
Avoid
about it
them
more
on
when
Chesed.
we get to the end of this term
Trial
in
Hebrew
a
Hebrew
few
for the
weeks.
Jewish people as a whole.
But this period of the 10th and the 11th century in particular
Private
is
singular
that
of
high
Shelikos
point
Hebrew
of
for shell.
Spanish Jewish
Evil
civilization.
force covering
Okay, so let me
holiness.
pause. Well,
Needless
actually, one more
Yiddish
thing.
for balls.
A few of the
Classic
famous
Jewish
names
food.
Pop Yiddish for passion or energy. In Shabbat.
Very
To have a pop in
Jewish
your learning.
politician who was extremely active as an ambassador for the Spaniards, very involved in exchanging letters between Christian regions and Muslim regions, Jews being a protected minority had much more freedom of travel, ironically, between these two large local populations, and furthermore, Jews had such a far-flung network of connection because of the nature of Jewish society that they could walk into a city anywhere in the world and say, I'm from such and such a place, and where I could get a good egg roll.
Where married men full time. Comets Hebrew for Hansur.
Politicians.
Temple referring better for logically permitted to.
Extremely politician, he rose to the rank of vizier, which is essentially second in command in all of Spain. And he was also well known as a Talmudist, authoring the introduction to the Talmud itself that is currently printed in all traditional editions of the Talmud.
Used in Shabbat discussions.
Halevi is squarely in the middle of
Hebrew for collection.
and then
at the end of the book,
the famous Rambam, Moses ben Maimonides,
Hebrew means for
who of course
respect.
is very well known not only to Jews
Rita
but
Hebrew
as
for
a
carrying.
massively important
Act of carrying garment during mourning. Also Torah reading.
take a couple of questions before we talk
Rita El Hamai ever preparing for the death. Rituals. Rita Shema Hebrew for recital of Shema Central prayer.
You see it quite often with Jewish
Francis Brit Hebrew for covenant. Elastic phrase meaning, making a covenant. Hebrew Yiddish for 6-year-old. Classic Shadow School.
Almost your age, and I went to Israel as like
Hebrew
an
Backer
18-year-old.
Tzedakah Hebrew for charity fund.
Changed my name Abramson to Ben Avram.
Promoted Shabbat houses and shows.
Hillel Ben
That's
Avram.
Yiddish for complain.
And everyone was speaking back in English. And they insisted,
Soft
I was like, how do you
Gay
spell your name?
Gay veteran Yiddish slang.
Yes.
Someone who always complains. Yiddish for note.
There's no
Wishes written to Ariba, often placed at the reciprocal. Gay veteran Hebrew for group. In Shabbat. The year-long program for international Bachman in 770.
That's a great question.
Gay bar Hebrew for already.
Recall
Common slang filler word in Israeli Hebrew. Live Omer for 33rd of Needle.
It's impossible that he would not
College time, with in Shabbat with parades and bonfires. Lashon Hebrew for
Egypt,
forbidden gossip or slander.
spent most of his years
Latin
as well.
Yiddish for pancake.
But
Potato
I know that
pancake even
the
Hanukkah.
Rambam was diametrically
Elheim
opposed to
Hebrew for
Halevi's
polite.
philosophy.
Toast over wine or mash. Central of
Perhaps there's
Shabbat
references
favorites.
in the
Slang.
more in the Nevuchim, the
Abba
guide to the
Elheim
complex,
equals drink
that
and
talks about
connect
Yehuda Halevi,
spiritually.
but I'm not familiar with it. I don't think it
El
ever occurs
Capula Mary Yiddish Shabbat phrase. From that, go over it. Motto of the Reba Mottersh. Donkey go around problems rise above them.
Yeah.
Let Lesha Hebrew for go forward. Harsha where Abraham is told to journey.
Okay, so who was he? His family
Slang for
background
Tomato
was
Luma.
in one of these
Lining Yiddish for
classic
reading.
Spanish Jewish
Public
families,
Torah reading
very
involved.
wealthy and very
Slang.
learned. The traditional
That's lining
biography
today.
takes place in Toledo,
Like
but
Miss
new
Yiddish
research
pottery.
emerged from the
Can
Geniza
be negative
in recent
cynicism or
years have
positive
indicated that
mocking
it's more
idols.
likely to
Slang.
but at
He
any
has
rate,
no leaks.
around the year 1075,
Lack of Yiddish for honey cake.
this gave him
Shabbat
a very
custom.
well-rounded education,
Believe it distributed
similar
it
to
before
the
Yom
kinds of
Kippur.
educations that people in
Simple
his
but
class
sweet
received
year.
in Spain, which was at once
Limit Hadara Hebrew for
essentially
study
a
of
good
Torah.
day school education
Central
with a
Mitzvah.
very solid
Slang.
Judaic component
In
where they
learning
learned
equals spending
classic
life in
Hebrew,
yeshiva study.
learn the traditional texts,
Hebrew
the
for
Mishnah,
its
the
own sake.
Talmud, and of course Tanakh.
Learning Torah with pure
At the
intent.
same time, it was also
Longest
receiving a
Yiddish
very
Yeshivish
well-rounded
for analytical
secular
Torah
training,
study.
we put it that way. In that space
Slang.
and time would have included
He has got
mathematics,
longest equals
astronomy,
sharp mind in learning.
geography,
Long beach door
11th
Yiddish
century
for analytical
science,
insight.
and especially the
Slang in
Arabic
yeshiva
language.
talk.
So in many ways, the kind of educational pattern that he
Hebrew
got
for
was
learn.
probably kind of the
Used for
ideal
someone
day
who
school that
studies.
we all want to send our kids
Slang.
and our grandchildren to
Good low
today.
equals diligent learner.
People have Alisa, Alevi.
Long shorter is rented slang. What now meaning stretches very late sometimes into afternoon.
So,
Long Seder slang
we
for a
lived,
late night
as we
learning
should see, in
session,
both
usually
Christian
way
and
at time.
Spain for a while. He had
Blue Lot
experience
Hebrew
living in
for Tom
both
Brand.
regions. The
One
entire
of the four species used
peninsula
on
really,
seafoods.
the
Blue
borders
Lot and
between
Esrog
Christian and
Heather.
Muslim were quite fluid,
Central
and
mitzvah
also
of
the
seafood.
borders between various
In
types of
Shabbat,
Muslims were
bigger
fluid as
beautification is
well. Something that
emphasized.
Maimonides would experience later when
Plus
the
Hebrew
Almohads
for
took over
concrete
the
or
region
mystical
and
bone that
expelled the
remains
Jews
after
as well.
death basis for resurrection.
He came
Spelled
of
as
age
Hebrew for
on a
garment.
visit to Granada when he
In
participated
Tacitus,
in
spiritual
an
garment
Arabic
equals
language
thought,
poetry
speech,
slang.
action.
That was not the term they used
Also,
at the time,
Lesh is a
but
classic
it was
galactic code.
a competition. Actually, it
Spelled
might have
Russian
been a
Hebrew
Hebrew
parallel
language
garment.
poetry song, excuse me.
Used in
It
mystical
was a
discussion.
competition to see a
For City of
particular
Love.
poem, which I believe
Found where
was
Shabbat
authored
was
by
founded.
one of the Ibn Ezras
Now
in
Nicodemus
Hebrew.
would
And
prove of
we
it.
have to understand the
Late
role
night
of
yeshiva
poetry
slang for
in
a Bakr
Spanish
always
Jewish
late
life
to
in the
Seder.
11th
Now meaning four meals.
Poetry was something that, for
Lazy
example,
Bakr
my
yeshiva
Lisa
slang
mentioned
for a
mine.
slacker in learning
If I
for
tell you
chores.
her earphones were
Learning up that Sanya slang for deeply analyzing the section of Calvin.
and this would be what, the
With
fourth
Yiddish
set of
for on the
earbuds
level.
you've broken this year, I
Slang
think.
for authentic, straight.
6 pair of earbuds. Now, how do you break
Slang about
earbuds?
integrated
How
in
do you do it?
mysticism.
The way you do it
One
is
of
by
the
wearing
36
them
hidden
constantly.
righteous people
Awake,
sustaining the world.
asleep, in class, out of class, and just
Luther
constantly
Yiddish
wearing
for
these earbuds.
follower
They
of
wear out
Lubavitch Chad.
whatever it
Now
is,
Malach Hebrew
music
for above.
to 17-year-olds
Tacitus.
is, should be 17
Spiritual realm. Belmada Hebrew for below.
So, whatever music
Refers to
is to
this world,
17-year-olds,
the
that was
physical plane.
poetry in our society.
Moshiach Hebrew for to breathe the face off motion.
Maybe
Shabbat expression.
poetry verse.
Lifting I am on Tanya Hebrew for collected sayings.
Intelligence, it was the wit,
The Tanya and formal title, cornerstone and Shabbat Tacitus. Lifting I Hebrew for collected thoughts.
and there are all kinds of different
39
styles of poetry.
volume 7 the Lubavitch Arena has Torah insides.
Highly
Hebrew
codified
for
and highly
collected Torah.
structured, and you would measure
Works of the altar
the
Rita
quality
explaining
of
Tacitus
how
on the
well they
Tarchinos.
could maintain these
Little
very
Rita
rigid
slang for
structures
Havata
and
who
yet
acts overly Tacitus for
terminological phrase
self-importance.
in the same process. There were
Long
certain
favorite
standard
slang
types of
for a
poetry
favorite
that
and that goes until
all of
morning
these
very
great figures
common
would
in
be
Shabbat
engaged in,
Yeshivas.
some more than others,
Held by Rashi
including
Hebrew
in the
for
case of
according to
Shmuel
Rashi.
Hanagid, the
Yeshiva
occasional
slang.
homosexual poem,
Held
which
by
was
Rashi.
really
The
quite an
Pishak
amazing
is.
thing.
By
Person who
Costco's
wrote the
Hebrew for
commentary on the
according to
Talmud
Kosovo.
have half a dozen or so
Saint
poems, which
Held favorite
are
Yiddish
problematic
Yeshivish
in a lot
slang.
of ways. We
Pitch
talked
typing.
about the
Often
if you
to get
recall
to prior
last
heights
year,
for
and it
monthly.
seems this was
Held
the start.
favor of SH
People
Tizzle
wrote these
Torah
kinds
slang.
of poems. And
Drag my short
the
Torah
fact that he
coffee
could
chair.
write a poem about
Held
how
favor of
good
nap
looking
slang.
and big a waiter
With
is
nasty
serving
Saturday.
food at a banquet, that was a measure of his
Held favor of
sophistication. And he could also
but
learn
the
Gemara, English, or
Yiddish
commentary on
slang.
the Talmud at the same time. It's hard
Big
for
shot,
us
someone
in our
influential or
comparatively
appreciated the
speaking
community.
homophonic
Maglos
society
Hebrew
to
for
understand
dispute.
how these two ideas can fit
Intelligent
together.
Talmud,
But it
legal
gives you a
argument.
sense of what poetry
Slang.
meant as a means of communication.
Magnet Apocryphon Hebrew for shield of Abraham.
One last comment. I will tell you that
Morning lesson in Chantry
one of the
and
things that
David
amazed me,
Galactic Comment.
I've been there
Magnet
several
David
times in
Hebrew
the
for
context
shield
of my
of David.
research.
The 6-pointed
When
star
I
of
went
David.
in the
Monic
late
Magnet
communist
Hebrew for
period
what is different.
before the
For
Union
questions
fell,
at the Seder.
and I don't know if you've ever been
Slang.
to St. Petersburg
Monic
or
Canada's
Leningrad or Kiev or places like that.
What
And
as
you walk down the
differential?
main streets,
The
and
Mark
there
Hebrew
are people
for
setting up
discourse.
tables selling books.
In Shabbat,
Books
a
on the
Hasidic
tables
discourse
are like
recited or
this,
delivered that,
Pushkin,
often beginning with a
Tolstoy,
verse.
Turgenev, and really
Mary Hebrew
important
for
writers
evening
like all
prayer.
Shakespeare type writers.
In
And
Shabbat,
people will
often
stop
said
and
late
crowd
after
around these tables
favoritism.
and say, "Oh, look, there's a new edition of
Mumble
19th
Hebrew
century
for flood.
poetry
area. I can't wait.
refers to
You know,
Buddha as
ordinary
what?
people dressed
Slang.
in clothes like they're
It has some
shoveling.
about their
They're on
pouring
the
rain.
streets would come and buy this poetry. It was
That's
really, really
Hebrew
valuable.
for cycle.
Later, after
Freckles
the
for holidays,
Soviets
Rosh
fell
Hashanah, and Yom
and
Kippur.
all of the
Madrasa Hebrew for level or spiritual run.
you walk down the streets and you go past those same
Slang
tables
in
and they're still
yeshiva.
crowded. There are lots of
He
people all
has
around
some
them.
different
But now it's
Madrasa.
all Russian
Madrasa Hebrew
translations
for
of
preacher.
American detective fiction or
pornography,
Shabbat, a time honor for
novels,
teachers
things
over
like that.
passages.
Like communism, these
Masjid of
kind of
Madrid,
things.
successor Baal
Face
Shem
change,
Tov,
I guess.
teacher of the Alter Rebbe. Mash Yiddish for leakers. At Virgin, Mash is central. Slang. Shulchan on the Mash. Mash the Hebrew Shabbat term. Influencer or mental guides in Chassidus and Avodas Hashem. Masmid Hebrew for diligent learner. Slang. That night as the Masmid, never Hebrew for Moment Brad. Central it's not a SH for Mata is given to many before Pesach. Mata Bal Yiddish slang.
Yeshiva party, and some Yeshiva book
Mata
will get up
Hebrew
and start
unique cross
saying
situation.
a rap song or something.
Slang.
You know,
What as the Mata?
not this hell, okay?
What as Mata can get any Yiddish slang?
So anyways, it's in this
Situation
context, in this youth, that he won this poetry contest. He developed the beginnings of a very close association with the Ibn Ezra family, most significant of which was Abraham
Very
Ibn
tall
Ezra,
divider.
a commentator who we'll talk
Sometimes
about
said
shortly.
reversely.
They shared many
Yiddish
experiences together. And
Pleasure
most
or
of the poetry he
life-giving.
wrote in this early hedonistic phase
Example.
of his life. When I say that term
This is
hedonism, obviously in a
Metula
qualified
Hebrew
way,
for forgiveness.
it's not like his feature. It's
Metula,
hedonism
and has
of
the
the
fall.
Spain. He wrote a lot of poems about
Medrash,
wine,
Midrash, rabbinic homiletical
about
teachings.
beauty,
Shabbat
about
frequently
women,
references
things like
Midrash
that.
and
That was the
Sitchos.
main thrust of his poetry.
Hebrew main
He had
meaning
not
illuminate.
distinguished himself in a
Slaida.
specific area.
Mir El for a
Then there was
made
a
here.
major
Mexico
conquest
Hebrew
in
for Tripolis.
1090 by the Berbers coming from North Africa.
Ethics he has some
With
Mexico,
a
cities
slightly
with red
different
stream.
approach to Islam
Relevant
and
Hebrew for
less
teacher,
tolerant
especially
view
in cheddar.
of many of the local minorities.
For escorting
Levi
the fleet
began a
with
long
after
period of
shadows.
wandering, about 20
In
years,
Shabbat,
which took him both into Muslim regions again and into
Menorah
Christian
Hebrew for
regions.
lamp.
Once again, he's really traveling around, seeing all kinds of things.
Temple
This
Boulevard.
time, he's primarily
In slang.
supporting himself with
Condiment
his
and
medical
Galadriel.
skills. He's trained
Men
as a
Yiddish
physician,
for applied
and he's
person.
doing quite well, often
Slang.
catering to the
Eat up
nobility in any particular town
Meshanic
that
Hakam
he
Hebrew
enters.
for changing
He's
place.
also a quite a
Galactic
significant
concept
following
affecting
for his
rituals.
poetry, and so he's
Meshuggah's
really
Yiddish
establishing
slang.
fame throughout the period.
Craziness,
There is
nonsense.
no evidence that he
Meshuggah Yiddish
lived
crazy
off
person.
any specific benefactor or was in any way supported by any
Mesorah Hebrew for
wealthy
tradition.
individual. It seems that
Mesnic
he
Yiddish for
really was
cascade
truly
of
independent, pursuing his art, art's
Mesna are
sake,
you holding
while maintaining himself
Mesorah's
as a
Hebrew
physician.
for
And we see
self-sacrifice.
also, for example, with the Rambam,
Shep emphasizes Mesorah's
doesn't
spread
engage in
into
poetry so
Judaism.
much, but
Next
very,
time
very
Hebrew for time.
writer who is
Galactic
doing
translate
entirely
about
outside
lost
practice.
slang. What about
Just
Messiah?
remind me of a little joke.
Marvin.
There
Mrs.
are two
Hebrew for
Galactic who
purpose.
are talking with each other.
Carved
Two,
with the fixed to
uh,
doorways.
primary
Mixed
school
Hebrew for
teachers
ritual
Galactic,
bath.
and one of them says to the other, you know,
Shabbat emphasized daily
if I was
movement for men as
Rothschild,
well.
I would be
Milton's
richer
passion
than
Hebrew for war of
Rothschild,
PG.
of course, the 19th century emblem of
Chastity
Israel.
praise for
And
spiritual
the other guy says, oh
struggle.
really? If you were
Milton
Rothschild,
Yiddish for
you
dairy
would be
food.
richer than Rothschild. How would you
Milton
be
cow
richer than
slang.
Rothschild? And the first guy says, I would
Kosher
give bar
kitchen
mitzvah
area
lessons
for
on the
dairy
side.
foods. Mitchell Hebrew
So
for
he
afternoon
was not
prayer.
giving bar mitzvah lessons on the
Sydney
side.
Hebrew for form
His
of 10 men.
medicine and his medical practice was keeping things going.
Now
At the time, he was developing a larger and larger cloak.
Show with rolling mini all like in
This
Brooklyn.
lasted until 1108. So one of
Mitchell's
his
Nanos
most
Henner for
favorites,
sending portions.
a man named
Current mitzvah of giving food gifts.
how to pronounce that, in
Slang.
Toledo, was
Short
assassinated
Nanos.
in a political and economic
Mishnah
dispute.
Hebrew text overly
This
oral
gave
law.
the Levi pause,
Mishnah bearer and halakhic
thinking about how
commentary by
really
Captain
secure
Heidi.
am I? This is like the second major
Hebrew
departure
for
I've
family.
made from a city
Slang.
as a result of
He
persecution.
asked
And this
Mishnah.
kind of turned his mind in
Mishnah
many
Hebrew,
ways
the Hebrew of the
towards
Mishnah.
the ancestral homeland of Israel.
Mishpat Hebrew for law.
But we'll explore
Galactic
that in a little
section
bit
of
greater
Schultz
detail
and
shortly. During this
Mishnah
time,
is
he's
Anglo and
also
Yiddish
very
slang.
close, as I mentioned,
Craziness of the
Ibn
Gentiles.
Ezra, one of a large
Mitzvah
family of
Hebrew
all
for
very
commandment.
educated individuals.
Slang.
writing poetry,
Without
traveling with
mitzvah
him. So
equals help someone out.
Ibn Ezra was ironically really quite
Shabbat verb. Local
complains
dance
literally
spreading
about
Judaism. Mitzvah dance Yiddish for mitzvah dance.
his introductions in his poems as well.
Chassid
Two
for
of my
dance with
fast
Chassid
friends,
honored
and they
guests.
travel extensively
Mitzvah
throughout
Gedula
Spain,
Hebrew
and
for great
ultimately
mitzvah.
they're going to travel
Slang.
across the coast of North
Big
Africa.
Asra Mitzvah Gedula
According to some
Hebrew
opinions,
Sunnah.
it was Abraham and Ibn Ezra who would
Maybe
accompany
Signal Hebrew for
Halevi
time
on his
control.
last trip to Israel,
Reading on
although other
festivals.
scholars dispute that.
Roll Hebrew for circumcisor.
There's also quite a bit of legendary information to indicate that perhaps Halevi and Ibn Ezra were connected in a familial manner, either cousins or perhaps they're connected by marriage. All of these details are lost in the assessment of history, or data is forthcoming from the Geniza, where we may have a better idea of the specifics of their relationship. So let's look at what made him most famous, perhaps, which is his poetry. There are several categories. As I mentioned earlier, he wrote a lot of love poems, specifically
abbreviation for Mozai Shabbos.
Later, he wrote quite a few eulogies. We're talking about several hundred eulogies. And these are also known as laments. They typically describe the dismay
Also name
at
a
the
technical
loss of
movement.
close friend. Most of
Must be
these
Hebrew
were
for
written
primary teacher.
literally for
My son
friends.
said
They were
Yiddish
not
Hebrew
written
for story.
for hire. They were not written
God listen for you. Master Victory early medieval electric prayer commentary by Rashi and Sukkah of Victory. Madrid Hebrew for guide. Shabbat context. Leader or counselor. Master Hebrew for supervisor. Spiritual overseer.
Sephardic and in the
Master
Ashkenazi
Rothschild
tradition.
Hebrew for
You see
spiritual
much of this poetry,
supervisor
for
in a
example, in the
yeshiva.
keynote
The
of
source
Tisha
Nesor
B'Av,
Hebrew for
the
tradition.
poems
Used
about
for
the destruction of the
textual
temple and Jewish
continuity.
suffering that are read on the ninth day of the month of
Madness
Av, which is
Nephilim
kind of like
Hebrew for
National
priestly
Jewish
gifts.
Bad Luck Day.
Mitzvahs of giving
And finally,
portions to
what he's
Kohanim.
perhaps most famous for are his
Matan
Shirei
Ruach
Zion,
Hebrew for
his
new
Songs of
atmosphere.
Zion, about 90 of these poems,
What
which
as the
all
Matan
talk
Ruach
about
and the
Israel,
favorite.
a topic
Mayhari
that
Hebrew
would
for
obsess
approach
him
method.
in the last part of his life and
Slang
eventually
in
result
Yeshiva.
in his
That has
aliyah,
not
his
his Mayhalic
movement
in
to
learning.
Israel.
That
Let's look at a few of these
beautiful
poems
and
just to get a
has.
sense for his personality, because we can see a little bit
Used
coming
for
through.
mitzvahs
So
done
these
in
are
the
not my
best way
translations,
E.G.
but
Metheder Lulai. Needle
this
Hebrew
one is
for road.
translation by Jay Foster. It's
Temple
called The
Priestly
Gray
Garden.
Hair.
Also Mihai Law
One
equals
day I
misuse of
observed
sacred
a gray
property.
hair in my head. I plucked it right
Hebrew
out
for swords.
when it thus to me
Slang.
said,
What
"You
as
may
the defense
smile
for
if
that?
you wish at your treatment
Technical
of me,
Hebrew for
but a
Kabbalah.
score of my friends soon will make of you
Sometimes
a
used
mockery."
mindfully for mystical
Sorry
tides.
about the rhyme there, but that's
Belgian
the
Hebrew
idea.
for work.
And
The
I can
39
identify with this.
prohibited categories on Shabbos.
It's a little bit too late.
Here's
Here's an
an
example
common
of one of his
Shabbat
love
name
poems.
after the Tizimah
This is
Medic
one
and
of
the
the
Literature
tamer
Riga.
ones that I chose.
Often shortened
But
to Mendel.
they're very much about
Meseder Kiddush in Hebrew
physical
for
beauty.
one who arranges the wedding.
This one's
The
my
rabbi under the
sweetheart's
chuppah.
dainty lips are red,
Mekesh Hebrew for
with
Caesar.
rubies crimson
Slang.
overspread. Her teeth are like
He
a
has
string
had a
of
Vakesh,
pearls.
always
Down
looking
her
to
neck,
grow
her
spiritually.
clustering curls, in
Mezuzah
ebony
Hebrew
hue,
for
fly
invited.
with the night. And
Infelicia.
over her features
Form
dances
of
love.
3 for benching.
The twinkling stars enthroned above are
Midrash
sisters
for the
to my
classic
dearest
collection
love.
of Midrashi,
Men should
often
count
cited
it
in
joy
Tacitus.
complete to lay our service at her feet.
Midrash 10
But
Hugo
oh, what
another
rapture
Midrashic
gives her
collection
kiss.
strongly
A
agonic.
forecast is of
Middle
heavenly
Hebrew for
bliss.
tower.
As
Intagina.
note the translation,
Symbol
Emma
of
Lazarus,
spiritual strength.
famous Coltrane, right?
Milton's Malek Hebrew for war with the Malek. Represents the eternal spiritual battle against coldness apathy. Milton's God Hebrew for war of God and
Anyways,
God.
you get the sense of it here.
Eschatological war before Moshiach.
The rhyme.
Milton's Passion Hebrew for wars of God.
These are all Hebrew.
Slang.
He
Sometimes
wrote an Arabic.
the
He was
Torah
a
debates.
very, very
Milton's Mitzvah Hebrew for obligatory war.
language patron.
Halachic
Really
category.
felt to be,
Defense of
masters
Israel.
the Hebrew.
Milton
This
teaches
is his
Hebrew for
most
optional
famous
war.
poem,
Biblical category for expansion.
Of the poem is quite a bit longer, but this is the
Milchama
one
Torah, Hebrew for wars of Torah, refers to galactic disputes as constructed battles.
Say with the proper accent.
Milchik Shalach Hebrew for dairy.
How did 13
Used
already
in
see
tactless separation.
2 weeks
Milchik
ago?
Megachusa Aramaic for joking matter. Slang. When rabbis insert e-learning learning. Inag Hebrew for custom. Halachically significant. Inag Hebrew Torah I equals the custom of Israeli Torah. In Shabbat, Inag are meticulously preserved.
My heart is in the
Inag
east.
Shabbat, the particular customs of Shabbat, codified by the rabbis. Minyan Kavah in Yiddish slang.
His heart is in
Butcher
Israel,
S Minyan
which
equals
is to the
really
east
fast
of
Gavini.
Spain, which is in the farthest west.
This made
If you
Hebrew
go any
Yiddish
farther
for
west,
opponent.
you get west.
Originally,
That's what the meaning
those
is. I'm
opposed
stuck
to
in
Tacitus.
Spain, and Israel is so
This
far
nag
away.
being plural
My
of
heart
this
is really
name.
in Israel, but I am
Slang.
stuck here in Spain.
Sometimes
How
still
can
used
I
for
taste
literature.
what I eat?
Alright, we'll see how that works.
Lion is in the chords of Edom.
Refers to the Greek mitzvah campaigns launched by the
This
Lutheran
problem is a metaphor for
Torah
Christianity,
study,
and this time
Shabbos candles.
Jerusalem is under the control of the Crusaders.
Backloads Hebrew for dispute.
While Zion is in the chords of
Refers
Edom,
to halachic or
I
Torah
bound
debates.
by the arrow.
Slang.
Right? Spain being the
Arguments in yeshiva. Actors Hebrew for cycle.
all the good state
Holidays or festivals.
empty, right? The word is
Degree medieval galactic prayer commentary by Rashi and student Simadov Degree. Madrid Hebrew for guides. In Shabbat context.
Leave all of this
Sound
simple stuff
or
of Spain
test.
and go to Israel where
In
life
chat.
is really happening. You can see
Madrid the feminine form of Madrid. Madrid Hebrew for preacher, storyteller. In Shabbat.
Short selection. It goes into
Teacher of
much
Tacitus.
longer detail, of course. This
Also
particular
title of the
and we have,
messenger
I
Magid.
think about 400
Magid Chief Hebrew for lesson giver.
extends of the
The main lecturer in a yeshiva.
Now I'd like to turn
Mash
to
Hebrew for supervisor. Either a coach certifier or yeshiva spiritual guide.
Okay, so let's go to philosophy, something that he engaged
Mash
in
Shabbat
a
term
little bit
for
later in his life.
spiritual
So
mentor
he is
who guides in Tacitus and Vagoda.
So
Mash Hebrew for
he
spiritual
is
guide.
one of those famous
Formal
works
title
of
in
medieval
Shabbat
Jewish
yeshiva.
philosophy. It's quite a
For
dramatic
Hebrew
work,
for tradition.
written almost in a
Central idea of
Platonic
intelligence.
form as a trial of
Magnus Kenyon Hebrew for priestly gift.
the setting of the Kuzari is based on the story of the Khazars.
Bergsham to the can't lay in my bed.
Even though Yehuda Levi used this play as a vehicle for his own philosophical conceit, nevertheless, it's such a fascinating note that I just want to take a few minutes and talk about what are the Kuzari.
Equals what has going
The
on.
Khazar Empire
Mata Ruach Hebrew for
at about
atmosphere,
the year
spirit.
740, when
Used for use at the
amazingly
hard
the
remedy.
entire country converted to Judaism.
They call it Hebrew for approach
Probably never heard
message.
about this before,
In yeshiva.
but it is rather
They call it
without a
in
doubt,
learning.
this entire country in the
That
middle
Hebrew
of
for
Central
beautiful
Asia
and
converted to Judaism. I'm saying it
refers
just
to
to make sure you
mitzvahs
know that.
performed in
They were
priest's
worshiping
best
under
garment in the temple.
trees, rocks,
Also
and
linked to
things
the
like
Ilam
Here's the
disputes of
Black
holy
Sea. Maybe
property.
you some Chinese.
The
Here's the
Hebrew
Black
for
Sea.
swords.
Kiev is right here.
Slang.
Kiev, according to
What
the
has the
Benjamin
river for that
was
Holocaust?
actually built as a Khazar
Mexico
outpost.
Hebrew for Shibboleth.
And it extends
Knowledge
to
and
what
Hebrew
would
for
be
word.
today
The
Georgia,
39 categories prohibited on
and
Shabbos.
into what would be Tajikistan
The
and
non-mental
Kazakhstan.
common Shabbat name after the
It
team
was
of
a
the
significant
Riga
empire
Riga.
that
Often
we
shortened to
know
mental.
from multiple sources, from many
Mental
different
common nickname
Christian,
Shabbat
Jewish,
Yeshiva world
Arab,
for the
everybody
non-mental.
talks about this.
Messager
That
tradition
converted
Hebrew
in the
for
year
one who
740.
arranges the wedding.
So,
The officiating
what
rabbi at
exactly
the
was this
Shabbat.
conversion about? Let me just remind myself what I. Oh yes. So,
Meshicist slang for Shabbatniks emphasizes
according to
public
the legend,
pronouncements of the Riga as
there was a
Moshiach.
king named
Nessus
Udan,
Mitish Hebrew
who
for
very
self-sacrifice.
religious individual and very spiritual
Central
individual,
theme in
and
Shabbat
wanted to explore various faiths that were circulating in the world at the time. He had heard about the great
He has
monotheistic
some
faiths
always
of
looking for
Islam and of
spiritual growth.
Christianity and of Judaism, and so therefore he
Messages
invited
Hebrew for divided.
envoys from each of these
Refers to
three
form
major
of faith
faiths
for
to
venting.
sit down with him
This is
and
a Hebrew
debate
for
the
ethos.
merits of their. the end,
Zora
according to the
commandment
letter,
fixing skulls
he
to
said, that's it, I think we win this debate, and we're all going to become Jewish.
Midrash with a classic collection of Midrashim heavily quoted
We
in
have
Tacitus.
all kinds of
Rash then you have
explorers, like
another
Natasha
Midrashim
Regensburg,
collection
Benjamin
focused on
Fidel, we
Canada.
mentioned in an earlier class. Actually, I'm not sure if
Which
Benjamin
will
got
be
this
report
far.
there.
But they all
Symbolic
report
That's
Canada
very basic.
conspiracy.
The King's Chamber
No
and
comic
the
authority
reverberations that
for
happen.
war
I was reading from
refers
Archimedes'
to
story
Elijah's
was
disputes
so
with
popular
constructed battle.
when the priests sing the hymns of the gods.
They are foundational documents.
They sing
Sometimes
the
it's
seven
like
vowels
the
in
Ukraine
due
debate.
succession. The sound of these vowels has such euphony
for
that some
obligatory war.
that men listen to it instead of the
Includes
flute and the
defense
lyre.
of Israel.
From 2000 to 200
For
BC.
optional war.
Because like so many ancient sites, they're all built with kind of
Categorical
acoustic
not for